The feeling after death was cold, hollow, absolute darkness. Feng Yue's consciousness floated like a lonely boat in nothingness, with only the last fragments left by her ears, the screech of brakes, the shattering of glass, the tearing and crushing pain through her body, the warm blood sliding down from her forehead, life cooling fast. A car crash, so I died? She laughed inside her mind, bitterly unlucky. Her diploma had just arrived, her dream job offer had just landed, the first page of her life hadn't even turned before it was slammed shut. Worse still, what about her parents? They only had her, their one daughter. Just when sadness and confusion were about to swallow her last bit of awareness. In the darkness, suddenly, a voice sounded. Cold, mechanical, without a trace of emotion, cutting straight through her soul like a knife. Detected compatible soul frequency, soul integrity 72%, meets binding standard. Soul entity, Feng Yue. Status, deceased, physical. Do you wish to bind with the replacement NPC acting system, travel to a replica world, play the assigned eerie role, and earn existence points? Hint, existence points can repair the soul and strengthen the spirit body. When enough points are gathered, the flesh can be remade, life and death reversed. Refuse binding, soul will completely dissipate in 3 seconds. 3. I bind. Almost at the same instant that icy countdown began, Feng Yue screamed out with all her will. She had no room to hesitate. Dissipate? What a joke. How could she want to die? She still had so many things left undone. Even if there was only the tiniest shred of hope, she would cling to it with everything she had. Play an NPC? Sounded like not too hard? Anyway, better than disappearing forever. Binding confirmed. Welcome, new actor ID CN114514, Feng Yue. System space transferring. In an instant, the darkness before her eyes faded away, replaced by soft, gentle white light spreading everywhere. Feng Yue found herself standing in a flawless white space, endless, with no walls, no decorations, nothing but purity. Her body no longer felt light and hollow, it was solid again, touchable, painfully real. She looked down at herself. She was still wearing the same white dress from the accident, clean and neat, as if the blood and chaos before had been just a nightmare. But deep down, she knew it was no dream. Then, that emotionless voice echoed again, directly inside her head. Actor ID CN114514, Feng Yue. Please begin the card draw. Based on your soul traits and the current available replicas, the system will randomly provide 3 NPC role options. Please choose carefully. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Note, if you die inside the replica, your soul body will dissipate, becoming nourishment for the horror world. Birthing new replicas, rebirth will never again be possible. Wish you good luck at work. As the voice faded, the space before Feng Yue rippled softly, like water brushed by wind, spreading gentle circles outward. 3 cards appeared silently, each only palm-sized, their material strange, neither metal nor wood, glowing faintly, floating quietly before her. They gave off completely different, yet equally disturbing auras. The first card's base color was a sickly, nauseating green. The image was blurry and unclear. On it, she could barely make out a figure in a nurse uniform stained with grime, wearing a huge mask. In her hand was an oversized syringe, its tip slowly dripping with murky liquid. The background seemed to be a dark, decayed hospital corridor that stretched endlessly. At the bottom of the card, twisted blood-red letters slowly surfaced. Vengeful nurse of the abandoned hospital. Feng Yue could almost smell the stinging scent of disinfectant, mixed with something rotten and faint. Painful moans seemed to echo around her ears. She shivered uncontrollably, quickly looking away toward the second card. The second card, shrouded in a hazy purple-black mist. Faintly, a tall figure in a tattered sailor outfit can be seen, with long hair hiding her face. In her hand, she grips a huge pair of scissors, the blades gleaming with a chilling, sharp light, radiating extreme sharpness and danger. Below, another line of text appears. The split-mouthed woman of the haunted house. Feng Yue felt an inexplicable sharp pain on her cheek and instinctively shrank back, wanting to distance herself from the card. It's so scary. What kind of horrifying options are these? She took a deep breath, clinging to the last bit of hope, and looked at the third card. The background of this card is dark red, resembling dried blood. In the center of the picture is an old-fashioned chandelier emitting a dim yellow glow. Under the light, there is a small round table covered with a lace tablecloth, with a steaming cup of coffee on it. The atmosphere seems oddly peaceful. Despite the ominous dark red backdrop, compared to the first 2 terrifying options, this one feels almost cozy. The text below the card reads: Night shift waitress at the Blood Red Cafe. Phew. Feng Yue quietly exhaled. A cafe, a waitress. This one's good, this one's good. Although the word blood red in the name is a bit frightening, it's still better than being directly linked to vengeful spirits or the split-mouthed woman, right? In her mind, a cafe should be a place filled with soothing music and the aroma of coffee. Even if it turns into a strange dungeon, at most, it's just serving coffee in wiping cups. Sounds like a safe zone for beginners. As a seasoned horror movie fan, even though she's a newbie, she loves to watch. Feng Yue quickly ran a risk assessment in her mind. An abandoned hospital and a haunted house, those are high-risk, standard horror movie scenes, stepping into them is a death sentence. But a cafe, well. Maybe there will be some strange customers, but at least she could try to talk her way out of it, right? I choose the third one, night shift waitress at the Blood Red Cafe. Feng Yue no longer hesitated, pointing to the dark red card. The moment her fingertip touched the card. Character selection confirmed. Loading Dungeon Blood Red Cafe. Actor ID CN114514 Feng Yue, your performance starts now. Equals sad face new book release. Author's head pops in to ask for attention. Hello everyone. Here is a little eerie one who sneaked into the human world to write codes. Rubbing hands, this time, I bring you an ultra-invincible D-style story. The protagonist, Miss Feng Yue, got mistakenly bound by a faulty system and became an NPC in a dungeon, and as a result, she shakes the lantern equals 1,000 ghosts are scared into depression. She flips a book equals criminals perform a collective death scene on the spot. She looks for change equals the evil spirits cry and ask for a refund, saying cannot do. Feng Yue? I just want to earn some points. Equals important note. If you like it, remember to click add to bookshelf, your collections are the fuel for my late night coding. Holds clause. If the bookshelf count is high, this little eerie one will secretly add more scenes for Feng Yue like scaring the Ghost King into climbing out of the window to escape marriage, not really. Requesting, update urgently, more. When I see the updates breaking 1,000, I'll immediately code 300 rounds on the spot. Hands on hips. Comments, leave a comment, and I'll have Feng Yue crash another dungeon, clenched fist. P.S. Urgent updates breaking 1,000 means extra chapters. Breaking 10,000. I'll directly do daily updates of 10,000 words. Pulls out twisted coding keyboard. Retreating into dungeon cracks to code.jpg. Remember to use comment and update urgently to explode me out. Equals chapter 2, playing the NPC role, night shift waitress. The dark red card suddenly exploded with a dazzling blood-colored light, instantly swallowing up the surrounding pure white light. Countless twisted characters, as if alive, poured out of the card, crazily drilling into her mind. Ding, welcome to the terrifying world. Dungeon name, Blood Red Cafe. Your NPC role name? To be explored. Identity, night shift waitress. The information came crashing in, making her head spin. Before Feng Yue could process all this, the surrounding space suddenly made a strange creak sound. The pure white system space cracked and peeled away like a shattered mirror, crashing down with a sharp sound, and the scene before her twisted and changed in an instant. A thick, choking smell of burnt coffee rushed into her nose, mixed with the rusty tang of iron and a sickly sweet scent of something rotten. From beneath her feet came the faint creak of a wooden floorboard. The warm yellow light flickered dimly, replacing the flawless white from before. Feng Yue froze in place, narrowing her eyes, barely managing to adjust to the sudden change of light. She found herself standing in the lobby of a coffee shop. The decoration here was of a retro European style. Dark brown carved wooden tables and chairs, their tops covered with dark red tablecloths edged in lace. The walls were set with heavy dark panels, and several paintings hung upon them, framed in gold, but the images inside were dim and blurred. The air was thick, filled with the heavy stillness of time long gone. Feng Yue looked down and realized she had somehow changed into a uniform. A long black dress, with sharp red edges on the hem and sleeves, and a white lace apron, stiff with starch, tied in front of her chest. The clothes were quite delicate, but felt uncomfortably tight. She quietly reached into the pocket of her skirt and found a small hard notebook and a cold metal key inside. They should be the bloodstained notebook and the old key mentioned in the message. So this is the Crimson Cafe? She carefully looked around. The atmosphere was heavy, yes, but at first glance, it seemed almost normal. Not as bloody or terrifying as she had imagined. But the very next second, that fragile thought was completely shattered by what she saw. Her eyes fell upon the bar in the farthest corner. Behind the bar, there was someone there. Another waiter, dressed in the same black and red uniform, his back facing her, tall and thin, but his movements were stiff to the extreme. Every tiny motion looked like rusty gears turning, jerky and unnatural, making her skin crawl. That person was holding a white rag, slowly, over and over, wiping a white coffee cup in his hand. Once, and again. His focus was strange, almost eerie. The problem was, the rim of that coffee cup was slowly seeping out sticky, dark red liquid, running down the cup, staining the rag, and covering that pale, bony hand. But he seemed completely unaware of it, continuing to wipe, slow and steady, never breaking the rhythm. As if that wasn't a bleeding cup at all, but some fragile work of art that needed careful care. Feng Yue felt a cold chill shoot up from her feet to the top of her head, her scalp tingling, her blood frozen stiff in an instant. That little comforting thought, maybe the cafe is safe, was crushed into dust, gone without a trace. This place was not normal at all. Her heart started pounding wildly, fear gripping her so hard she nearly screamed. But she bit down on her lower lip, forcing the sound back. Don't panic. Feng Yue, stay calm. You're a ghost now, an NPC here. Everyone's the same kind probably? Yes, nothing to be afraid of. She tried to remember the cool characters she had seen in movies, lifted her chin slightly, and forced her face into an indifferent expression. Even though, inside, she was screaming like a terrified prairie dog. I'm done for. The cup is bleeding. Bro, stop wiping it. It's never going to get clean, okay? And what's with your movement? Even a robot is smoother than you. System. Is it too late to refund and restart? Miss Slitmouth, I was wrong. I want to go back to you. While her mind exploded in chaos, her face stayed stiff and calm. Even trying to force a professional fake smile, but with stiff muscles making it even more like a poker face. At the door of the cafe, the wind chimes hanging, made of pale finger bones, suddenly began to sway on their own. Ding-ling, ding-ling-ling. The sound was crisp, yet hollow, without a trace of warmth, spreading layer by layer in the dead silence of the cafe. It was like it was announcing that the real guest was about to arrive. Feng Yue's heartbeat skipped a beat, unexpectedly. The ethereal sound of the finger bone wind chimes had not fully faded, and Feng Yue forced herself to pull her gaze away from the strange colleague who was still obsessively wiping the bloody cup. Feng Yue, oh Feng Yue, you are now a ghostly NPC, you are one of them here. She desperately tried to convince herself, while subconsciously straightening her back. It was muscle memory from her college etiquette training. At this moment, it just so happened to give her a calm, distant aura. Taking advantage of the gap before the guest fully entered, she quickly concentrated her thoughts and tried to call up the so-called system panel. A faint, techie blue glow appeared in her vision, like a ghostly blue flame floating in the air. The information on it was no different from what had been forcibly drilled into her before, only now it was clearer. Quest name, Crimson Cafe. Current NPC role? Unlocking in progress? Followed by a small, continuously rotating gray loading icon. NPC identity, night shift waiter. Level, D, insignificant as dust, scraping by. Current quest progress, 0%. Skills? You currently know nothing. Abilities, self-discovery, please avoid conflict with any being. Items, bloody notebook *1, old key *1, automatically stored in employee uniform pocket. Character introduction, you are the new night shift waiter at this cafe, keep smiling, do your job, remember, the customer is always right, unless they break the rules. Then a series of work rules followed, things like keeping a smile, polite service, etc. Finally. Work duration, 3 days. Please complete the quest and reach 100% progress in 3 days, or face severe punishment. Punishment, unknown, but strongly advised not to attempt. Feng Yue. Could this system's notes be any more insulting? Insignificant as dust, scraping by, please avoid conflict. It was practically slapping the word week right across her face. Chapter 3, the player enters, time to test acting skills. And that punishment, the unknown, is the most terrifying. She instinctively touched her pocket. Was that notebook really stained with blood? Her fingers slightly curled, feeling a bit too scared to take it out and examine it. At that moment, the system's cold prompt sound rang out again, this time announcing her personal task. Ding, welcome to the Crimson Cafe quest, NPC in position. Task now issued. Quest tasks. 1. Serve as night shift waiter until 3 a.m., current time, 11:45 p.m. 2. Collect 13 cups of special recipe coffee. Special recipe list has been provided in the employee break room memo, current progress, 0/13. 3. Ensure at least 3 customers complete the satisfaction survey. Surveys placed in the bar counter drawer, current progress, 0/3. Hint, please strictly follow employee regulations and excellently complete your role. Special recipe? Satisfaction survey? What is all this about? It sounded just like the KPI evaluations of a worker in the real world. Even the ghost world runs this kind of system? Feng Yue mentally complained wildly, but on the surface, her eyelashes merely fluttered, and her gaze quickly swept over the task list on the virtual panel, firmly committing it to memory. At this moment, the door creaked open. The heavy wooden door of the cafe, embedded with dark glass, was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A gust of cold wind rushed in, carrying a stronger damp, moldy smell. There was still a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood in the air. The flame of the oil lamp on the wall flickered wildly, casting twisted, dancing shadows, as if they were snarling, clawing ghosts. 7 figures, looking somewhat disheveled, squeezed in. They wore different clothes. There was a sharp-suited man, his tie crooked, and elite in appearance but unkempt. A young man in sportswear, his face as pale as paper. And a middle-aged woman, gripping her handbag chain tightly, her knuckles turning white. There was even a girl who looked no older than 16 or 17, her school uniform stained with mud. The only thing they all had in common was the unmistakable panic, fear, and extreme unease on their faces. Their eyes were alert, scanning the cafe like frightened rabbits. Moreover, on their left wrists, each wore the same style of silver metal bracelet, which at that moment was emitting a faint, rhythmic white glow. Players. These must be players. Feng Yue's heart suddenly tightened. It's time for the acting test. The moment has come. According to the employee manual, she had to greet them with a smile. Feng Yue took a deep breath, trying to activate her facial muscles, attempting to force out a standard, professional smile, while slightly bowing. Welcome. But the intense nervousness, combined with the surreal horror of the scene before her. Her vocal cords seemed frozen, and the sound that came out was dry and cold, without any rise or fall. And the smile she managed to force out, due to her stiff muscles and naturally cold expression, not only lacked warmth but seemed more like a delicate, lifeless mask, exuding an air of alienation that didn't belong to a human. It was as though a high and mighty deity was coldly looking down on the tiny creatures that had stumbled into their domain. The players' gazes instantly focused on her, especially when they saw her distinctive black and red uniform, and her cold expression. The fear grew even stronger. Almost in unison, they took a step back, huddling together. At this moment, the live chat in the players' stream began to light up. Holy cow! A red-hot start. Right in the face of the NPC. This eerie girl. She's pretty, sure, but her aura is terrifying. Black and red uniform. Is she an important NPC or a big boss? Did she just try to smile? Why do I feel even colder? The sense of oppression is off the charts. Brothers, I'm even afraid to breathe. Feng Yue saw their obvious fear, and inside, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to scare anyone. I'm just a little nervous, please, don't be scared of me. Can't we all just get along? Please, don't let one of you, in a fit of impulse, decide to take me down, thinking I'm an NPC with bad intentions. But she couldn't show any of it on her face, only maintaining that cold expression, slightly turning to the side, and making a stiff please gesture, signaling for them to sit down. The players, trembling with fear, almost moved cautiously as they chose a large round table closest to the door, but farthest from the bar counter. They huddled close together, seeking a faint sense of security. Feng Yue picked up the menu on the table. The menu seemed normal, except that the cover material was a bit strange, feeling almost like skin when touched. She walked up to the table and gently placed the menu in the center. Please take a look at the menu. Her voice was still dry and emotionless. The players nervously passed the menu around, the drink names equally bizarre. Mist Caramel Macchiato, Crimson Latte, Midnight Mocha. The illustrations were abstract and twisted, enough to make anyone's SAN drop sharply. Just then, a man in a leather jacket, large and burly, with a scar on his face, seemed unable to tolerate the suffocating atmosphere and slammed his hand on the table, standing up abruptly. He was extremely agitated. Forget about the menu on the table, he immediately turned to Feng Yue and lowered his voice, shouting, Hey! Waitress! Stop with all that useless stuff. Tell us how to get to the basement. Or, where exactly is the inheritance envelope? Hurry up! The silver bracelet on his wrist lightly vibrated, emitting a faint red glow, but clearly, he didn't notice it. The other players gasped in shock, staring at him in terror. Some even tried to pull at his clothes, attempting to stop him. Feng Yue was also stunned. Basement, inheritance envelope? What was that? It wasn't in the employee training manual. And shouldn't the customer be ordering first? Why is this person ignoring the procedure? She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to remind him with a "this is against the rules" attitude. Sir, you should first. However, before she could finish her sentence. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The sound came from the white coffee cup on the table in front of the enraged man. He had absent-mindedly picked it up and put it down earlier, and it looked empty. But now, a spider-web-like crack had appeared on the cup's wall, out of nowhere. The next second, without giving anyone time to react. Put! A thick, ink-like, pitch-black liquid sprayed violently out from the crack, as though it had a life of its own. It didn't flow like regular liquid, instead, it moved like strange black tentacles, wrapping fiercely around the man's arm that had slammed the table. Ahawk! The man's shrill, distorted scream instantly shattered the silence of the cafe. The black liquid tentacles made a horrifying hiss sound as they touched his skin, releasing a thick white smoke. The man's flesh was turning black, decaying, and dissolving at a visible rate. Almost in the blink of an eye, his bones were exposed. The black tentacles even began to spread up along his bones, trying to consume more. Everything happened too quickly, too terrifyingly fast. Feng Yue, being the closest, saw it all clearly. The corrosion process, the rising white smoke, the stench of burning flesh. And the man's contorted, agonized face, and his heartbreaking screams. Ha! Feng Yue was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body, and her mind went blank. Almost instinctively, she sucked in a cold breath and took a quick half-step back. Her pupils contracted and expanded in extreme fear. The cold mask she had been trying to maintain almost cracked, revealing a slight, almost imperceptible look of horror. She was just an ordinary college graduate. How could she have ever witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene? The players in the livestream were also in an uproar. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did he just get attacked? Instant kill? Just because he asked a question he shouldn't have? This NPC is so ruthless. She looks so good, but as expected, she's creepy. Did she step back because she didn't want the blood to splatter on her? Who saw how she made her move just now? I only saw her mouth move. Is this some weird skill? Or did a rule get triggered? So terrifying. Brother Scar has been through 2 dungeons already. And he just died like that? It was just a D-grade dungeon. This must be the big boss. And in the eyes of the remaining 6 players, they saw a different scene. The NPC, dressed in black and red, with a stunning appearance and cold demeanor, faced her companion's sudden violation punishment. She simply took a cold, detached half-step backward, perfectly avoiding any potential splatter of gore. Her cold eyes widened slightly, reflecting her companion's brutal death. But in her gaze, there was neither surprise nor gloating, only a cruelly calm examination. It was as if she were checking a trivial cleaning task, confirming that the violator had been completely dealt with. She even looked more focused and dangerous because of her slightly shrinking pupils. It seemed like she wanted to say something just now. Yes, she must have been about to give a warning or a sentence, but the scarred man triggered the rule too quickly, and she didn't have time to finish her words. A bone-chilling cold instantly crawled up the spines of all the surviving players. Even that strange colleague, who had been facing away from everyone, wiping a bloodstained cup, was now drawn to the commotion, and the motion of wiping paused ever so slightly for half a second. That brief half-second pause made the atmosphere of fear even thicker. Ugh. Ha. Ha. The scarred man's scream had turned into a bizarre, gasping sound as if his throat was corroded and leaking air. He collapsed to the ground, his body twitching violently a few times, then stopped moving. The eerie black liquid seemed to have completed its task, quickly seeping into the floor and disappearing. Only a small charred mark remained on the floor, along with a rapidly shriveling, unrecognizable corpse. Deathly silence. The cafe had fallen into an even more suffocating silence than before. The crackling sound of the oil lamp burning now felt unbearably sharp. Feng Yue's heart was racing, her calves felt weak. She stared at the quickly mutilated body on the floor, her stomach churning violently, almost making her vomit. She clenched her teeth tightly, using all her strength to barely hold herself upright. No. I can't throw up. I can't show fear. They are players, and I'm an NPC. They're human, and I'm a ghost now. Right, I'm a ghost, so what am I afraid of? Dead people. But that death was too horrible. What kind of cafe is this, with such strict rules? I hope I, as an employee, won't be punished too. Her heart was already twisted into a ball, screaming madly inside, but the cold expression on her face, which had almost cracked earlier, quickly froze back into place. Even the shock from earlier only added to her already mysterious and deep demeanor. In truth, Feng Yue's mind was blank, completely emptied. Slowly, she moved her gaze away from the body on the floor and looked back at the players, who were now as pale as ghosts and almost collapsing in their chairs. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to say something to break the horrifying silence. Maybe please accept my condolences, or what would you like to order next, but she realized the words got stuck in her throat. This brief moment of silence, to the players, undoubtedly served as a silent yet far more terrifying threat. Finally, the most composed-looking elite man, dressed in a suit, trembled in fear but still picked up the strange menu with shaking hands. His voice sounded like it was drifting. We would like to order. Please, give us a moment to decide. Right away. We'll be quick. Feng Yue looked at him and finally let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness. We're back to the ordering process. So, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod to the elite man. Her movements were slow and graceful, carrying an air of faint approval as if she were finally acknowledging the ants that had learned their place. The bullet screen flooded with comments. In the dead silence, only the ticking of the old wall clock's second hand could be heard, moving slowly, tick. Tick. The players were desperately suppressing their fear, but their heavy, trembling breaths were still clearly audible. Their eyes were fixed on Feng Yue like nails, fear almost solidifying into an entity. Feng Yue could even clearly hear her own heart, wildly pounding against her ribs and her chest, thump. Thump. Thump, fast enough that it felt like it would jump out any second. They wouldn't want to push all their chips in and take me out, would they? The weak NPC first? No, Feng Yue, hold on. You're an NPC now, one of them. She desperately cheered herself on in her mind. She tried to conjure up a hint of false courage. Because of her intense nervousness and the shock from the horrifying scene just now, the muscles on her face had completely stiffened. She tried to adjust her expression but found that she could only manage to look cold, unable to show any other emotion. She had wanted to force a smile to lighten the atmosphere, but instead, her lips only twitched slightly. To the players, it seemed more like she was coldly reminiscing about the previous cleansing, or perhaps silently mocking them, the survivors. Chapter 5, The Forbidden Smile and Sugar Cubes. The man in the suit, barely keeping his composure, had hands trembling so much he could hardly hold onto the eerie-feeling menu. He took several deep breaths, before pointing at what seemed to be the most normal image on the menu with a voice trembling noticeably. It was an image of a regular cup of coffee, steaming in dark brown in color, with fancy script next to it reading "Midnight Black Coffee." Please, give me one of these." He spoke with held breath, immediately adding, "Nothing added. Just like this, thank you." With him taking the lead, the other terrified players seemed to grab onto a lifeline, all pointing at the midnight black coffee. I want this too." "Same. Me too." No one dared to make any additional requests, not even glancing at the other drinks on the menu, the names of which alone made their scalp tingle. Feng Yue quietly sighed in relief. They all ordered the same. Simple as good. She was really worried that these people might order something she couldn't understand. She gave the players a slight nod, the movement becoming more and more familiar to her, as it only required a slight turn of her neck and didn't involve complicated facial muscles. "Please wait." Her voice was still dry and flat, showing no emotion at all. She finished speaking and turned, walking towards the counter. As soon as she turned, the calm expression she had forced onto her face instantly collapsed. All that was left was lingering fear and confusion. Behind the counter, her colleague was still stiffly wiping a blood-stained cup, maintaining the same pace. There was no reaction to the horrific scene earlier, or to her approach. Feng Yue quickly scanned the counter with her eyes. The counter was covered with various coffee-making tools, most of them looking old but perfectly clean. But she quickly realized one problem: she had no idea what the recipe for midnight black coffee was. The system only mentioned that the special recipes were in the staff lounge, but what about regular coffee? Was there no operation manual? She froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. She couldn't just brew a pot from scratch, could she? What if she brewed it wrong? Would it trigger some sort of punishment rule, just like that player? In the few seconds of hesitation, the 6 gazes behind her almost burned a hole through her back. The players' hearts shot up to their throats again. Why was she frozen? Was she thinking of how to deal with them? Could the order itself be a trap? The livestream viewers also noticed. Stuck? Weird glitch, this can't be good. Did the host dislike their simple orders? Don't try to guess the mind of the ghost boss. Feng Yue panicked, unable to think straight, then suddenly had an idea and looked below the counter. She remembered that many coffee shops would pre-brew basic coffee and keep it in thermoses. She cautiously bent down, opening a cabinet, and sure enough, there they were. Several silver thermoses were neatly arranged inside, each with a simple label on it. One of the labels read "Midnight Black Coffee." Great! Feng Yue felt a bit more at ease as she took one of the heavy thermoses. The thermos was still slightly warm to the touch. She then grabbed a few perfectly normal-looking white ceramic coffee cups. Every time she picked up a cup, she nervously checked it carefully, ensuring there were no cracks before daring to use it. She poured the deep brown, almost black coffee, filled with a strong, bitter aroma, into the cup. This process was so normal that it almost made Feng Yue feel a brief illusion, as if she was truly just working in an ordinary cafe. Until she picked up the tray with 3 cups of coffee and turned to walk back towards the round table where the players sat. The sound of high heels clicking on the old wooden floor was amplified in the overly quiet environment, each step striking the tense nerves of every player. Feng Yue carefully placed each cup of coffee in front of the players, her movements so precise it could have been from a textbook. Thanks to the university etiquette class and part-time job experience. Each player who received a cup of coffee stiffened, not daring to make a sound. Their eyes followed Feng Yue's hands closely, not daring to exhale until the cup was safely placed on the table, but even then, they didn't dare touch the cup easily. When Feng Yue placed the last cup of coffee in front of the youngest-looking girl, a high school student in a school uniform, something unexpected happened. The girl had kept her head lowered, her body slightly trembling. Just as Feng Yue placed the coffee down, the girl seemed to gather all her courage and suddenly looked up, her eyes red, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz, filled with a sobbing tone as she pleaded. "Excuse me, could you give me some sugar cubes? Just one will do. I'm so scared, I want something sweet." Her words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing the other 5 players to change their expressions. Several of them almost jumped up, ready to cover her mouth. Sugar cubes. Had they forgotten the scarred man's tragic end? Feng Yue's motion of placing the coffee immediately stopped. Sugar cubes? Those 2 words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the memory of the employee code of conduct that the system had forced upon her. The rule she had ignored, buried among a bunch of serve politely guidelines, now vividly flashed in her mind. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely do not offer sugar cubes to customers, no matter how they ask. It even had 3 blood-red exclamation marks for emphasis. Although she didn't understand why, Feng Yue could clearly remember the scarred man's fate, and she didn't want to experience the consequences of breaking the rules. The system had clearly warned her, if she didn't meet the NPC role-playing standards, she would face severe punishment. She couldn't afford to take that risk. Almost instinctively, Feng Yue immediately spoke, her voice now firmer and more undeniable because of the warning from the rule. Even colder than before, she cut off any chance for negotiation. This establishment does not provide sugar cubes, miss. Her words were like a cold judgment. The color drained from the high school girl's face instantly, leaving it as white as paper. Her eyes widened in terror, tears instantly filling her eyes, but she didn't dare let them fall, her body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. It was as if she had just heard her own death sentence, and she quickly lowered her head, apologizing in a flustered voice. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I don't want it anymore. Really, I don't want it. Chapter 6, the system won't let me give it, I have no choice. The other players were also too frightened to breathe, lowering their heads in silence, afraid of being mistaken for accomplices of the high school girl. Feng Yue looked at the girl, so scared she had lost all composure, and felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. I'm just following the rules, little sister. Don't be scared, I really won't do anything to you. The system won't allow me to give it, I have no choice. But on the surface, she only glanced at the girl with those emotionless eyes, her gaze calm and distant. She held the empty tray and turned again toward the counter, heading to fetch the remaining 4 cups of coffee. The barrage of comments had already reached hundreds of messages. Sugar cube? Is this woman stunned? The NPC is warning them not to ask for sweetness. Could there be extra clues? Maybe she received some sort of hint? Upstairs, that's unlikely. That girl almost died. Thankfully, it was just a verbal request. Feng Yue carried the remaining coffees one by one. The entire process passed in silence, with no one daring to speak. The atmosphere at the round table was as suffocating as a grave. Feng Yue's NPC task progress bar. Ensure at least 3 customers complete the satisfaction survey, and collect 13 cups of special recipe coffee. Still, no movement. It seemed that regular coffee didn't count as a special recipe, and as for the surveys, they probably wouldn't be handed out until the customers had finished their drinks. After delivering all the coffees, Feng Yue had nothing left to do for now. The system gave no instructions, so she didn't dare to move carelessly. So, she simply walked to one side of the counter, standing up straight like a real waiter, her hands clasped in front of her, her eyes vacant as she began to stand by. This posture made her seem even more like a programmed figure, waiting to trigger the next command at any moment, adding an almost uncanny, robotic feel to her presence. To pass the time and relieve the immense pressure she felt inside, Feng Yue began quietly observing the various items behind the counter. At the same time, she replayed in her mind the special recipe list she had glimpsed earlier. The names alone made her scalp tingle just thinking about them. Take the Tears of Regret special, for instance. The note beside it said, add a drop of the customer's genuine, regretful tear. Then there was the Delusion Foam Cappuccino, which required sprinkling dust collected from the feet of the mannequins in the window display on the coffee surface. As for the Silent Americano, it actually required complete silence during brewing. Plus, a page from a cursed library book had to be added, and this page had to be found by herself. What kind of weird things were these? Feng Yue inwardly groaned, tears, dust, cursed book pages? Where was she supposed to find these things? And absolute silence. What if she accidentally sneezed? Would everything be ruined? Her gaze unconsciously shifted towards the window display. Those few delicate yet eerie Western mannequins sat quietly under the dim yellow light, adding to the ominous atmosphere. Beneath them, there was indeed a layer of dust. So, was the Delusion Foam Cappuccino referring to this dust? She turned her attention back to the group of players. They sat silently, not daring to take a sip of the coffee in front of them. Tears of regret? Was the difficulty really this high? Was she supposed to make the players cry? Or wait for them to get so spooked by the eerie scene that they would cry on their own? As for the cursed book page, she instinctively reached into her pocket, feeling the old key in the hardback notebook there. Could there be a clue in the staff break room? Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, trying to figure out how to complete those strange recipes. The finger-bone wind chimes hanging at the entrance of the cafe gently swayed again on their own. Ding-ling, ding-ling-ling. The sound was as crisp and ethereal as ever, but Feng Yue's heart tightened at once. Another customer was coming? The players also heard the chime and instantly braced themselves, fear in their eyes as they all shot their gazes toward the door. What would it be this time? The ethereal resonance of the finger-bone wind chimes slowly faded in the oppressive silence of the cafe. Feng Yue, like the 6 players, had her heart in her throat, her eyes fixed on the heavy wooden door with its dark glass panels. Waiting for the unknown customer to step into this deadly domain. The second hand ticked away, 5 or 6 steps had passed. Outside the door, the darkness seemed to have frozen in place, waiting. No footsteps could be heard, and the door was not pushed open again. It was as if the gentle chime of the wind bell earlier was nothing more than a playful trick of the night wind. Or perhaps it was just the cafe itself, letting out a meaningless, unsettling breath. The players exchanged glances, their hearts full of doubt. They were relieved that no new terror had arrived, yet the suspense of the unknown stirred their unease even more. Feng Yue quietly sighed in relief. God knows, if another group of guests arrived, would her fragile little heart be able to take it? All she wanted now was to stay still and wait until this damned night shift was over. But this idle waiting, with nothing to do, only made her senses sharper. She could clearly hear the players' suppressed breathing. She could also smell the growing bitterness of coffee in the air, mingling with the faint yet persistent scent of blood rust, creating an eerie atmosphere. Feng Yue's gaze involuntarily started to wander. It swept across the shadows in the dim corners, across the blurred images on the wall, the oil paintings that seemed to always be quietly shifting their contents. Finally, her gaze landed on the cafe's large window facing the street. The window of this cafe was designed to be quite vintage and luxurious. Heavy dark red velvet curtains were pulled to the sides, revealing a carefully arranged scene inside. A small round table with a lace tablecloth, 2 high-backed, intricately carved chairs, and a set of delicate white porcelain coffee cups and saucers placed on the table. But what really caught Feng Yue's eye were the guests sitting in the chairs. They were 3 exquisitely crafted Western dolls, life-sized and proportioned like real humans. They wore magnificent dresses from different eras, lace, satin ribbons, pearls, all meticulously adorned. Their golden curls were styled into intricate updos, their skin was so pale and smooth, flawless with no imperfections. They were arranged in graceful sitting postures, one hand lightly resting on the edge of the table, the other either poised as if holding a cup or holding a fan. Under the dim light, they were so lifelike, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, they were also so strange, sending a chill deep into her heart. Their eyes were made of the finest glass beads, blue, green, and deep purple, pure and translucent, reflecting a mesmerizing halo in the light. But no matter from which angle you looked, their pupils seemed to be staring hollowly at some corner inside the cafe. Chapter 7, The Gaze from the Display Window. The Strange Dolls. The fixed, perfectly curved smile on their lips exuded a coldness that didn't belong to humans. Feng Yue remembered that when she was first teleported here, her gaze had swept past the display window, and she thought these dolls were exquisitely crafted, perhaps a bit too much, somewhat eerie, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, compared to a colleague who wiped blood off cups, these quiet dolls seemed safer. Now, with nothing to do, in a standby state, she began to unconsciously and more carefully examine these dolls. The first doll, counting from the left, wore a dark green Victorian gown and black lace gloves on her hands. The second doll was dressed in a pink Rococo-style dress, holding a small feathered folding fan. The third wore a purple lace gown from the Edwardian era, a pearl necklace hanging around her neck. They were beautiful, yes, but lifeless, like frozen time, exuding a deathly stillness. Feng Yue held the empty tray, pretending to tidy up dust that didn't exist on the edge of the bar, her footsteps unknowingly moving a few steps toward the window, trying to get a better look. When she passed about 2 or 3 meters in front of the display window, her eyes inadvertently met those of the doll sitting in the middle, dressed in the pink Rococo gown, holding the feather fan. At that moment, time seemed to freeze for 1 second. Feng Yue's footsteps suddenly stopped. She clearly saw, at the very instant their gazes met. The doll's pair of glass eyes, green like deep ponds, moved ever so slightly, so tiny that it almost felt like an illusion made by the light and shadow. The hollow pupils seemed to shift their focus, from staring into the void, straight onto her face. Feng Yue felt a cold electric current shoot up from the base of her spine to the top of her skull, scaring her so much that all the hairs on her body stood straight up in an instant. It wasn't an illusion. It absolutely wasn't some trick of light and shadow. Those eyes really moved. An unspeakable chill and terror gripped her tightly, making her scalp tingle, and she almost dropped the tray in her hands. And in that exact instant when the horror exploded, another line of the forcibly implanted employee code flashed crazily in her mind, like an alarm being triggered, with blood-red warning borders. Always pay attention to the condition of the window mannequins, dolls. If you find them blinking at you, you must immediately, without hesitation, turn around and face away from them. No matter what you are doing. Remember this. Blinking?
Was that just now the sign before a blink? Or something even more terrifying? Rule number 3. What is the price for breaking it? The system never said. But even with just a little thought, she knew it definitely wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Maybe even worse than the fate of that scar-faced man. Feng Yue quickly pulled her gaze away from the doll, turned stiffly around, pretending nothing had happened, and hurried back behind the bar to the relatively safe area. At once, her back was soaked with a fresh layer of cold sweat, chilling against her skin. From that moment on, Feng Yue could no longer ignore those 3 delicate dolls. Their presence became overwhelming, like 3 sharp swords hanging above her head. Even when she turned her back to the window, she could still feel 3 cold, eerie gazes sticking to the back of her head, making her feel prickly, uneasy, unable to sit still. She no longer dared let her eyes wander blankly, but kept part of her attention fixed on the window, watching it with the corner of her vision. This obvious change was, of course, noticed by the players who had been watching her every move. They saw the black-dressed waitress, who had always been cold and calm as if everything was under her control, suddenly become cautious. Her posture was no longer completely relaxed, and her cool eyes would now and then, seemingly by accident, sweep toward the window. Though each glance was fleeting, so fast it was hard to catch, the nervous players still noticed that tiny difference. Including the viewers in the players' live stream. Did you guys notice? This NPC keeps looking at the window? What's wrong with those dolls? I've been staring for ages and haven't seen anything strange. There must be something. An NPC's focus wouldn't shift for no reason. The more I think about it, the creepier it gets. Could those dolls be alive too? Oh my god, I don't even dare look at the window now. Time crawled by slowly, heavy with fear and tension. The clock on the wall finally, sluggishly, ticked past 12. The coffee in front of the players was still untouched, already stone cold. But none of them dared to complain, nor to ask for a new cup. Feng Yue felt that things couldn't keep going like this. Her mission was to serve, and even if the players wouldn't drink the coffee, she still had to keep up appearances. She decided to take away the cold cups of coffee. Thinking that, Feng Yue picked up the tray. Once again, she walked toward the round table. This time, her mind was almost split in 2. One half was focused on maintaining her calm on the surface, to complete the action of picking up the cup. The other half, like a particularly sensitive radar, was tightly locked on the display window, not letting a single movement escape. Her movements were precise, yet she quickly picked up each cup of cold coffee and placed them on the tray. The players also cooperated, retracting their hands, not daring to even breathe. Just as she was picking up the 4th cup of coffee, bending down with her finger about to touch the handle. In the corner of her eye, Feng Yue clearly caught it. In the direction of the display window, those 3 exquisitely crafted mannequins, in that very instant. Without warning. In perfect sync. Simultaneously. Blinked their eyes. The blink wasn't human at all. It wasn't slow and gentle, but mechanical, quick, like a precise machine operating, the eyelids opening and closing. The upper and lower eyelashes brushed together, making a faint click sound like ceramic striking. 3 pairs of differently colored glass eyes, in that moment of blinking, reflected cold, eerie light. Rule number 3. They blinked. You must immediately turn your back to them. No matter what you're doing. Survival instinct took over instantly, and Feng Yue didn't have time to think about the consequences at all. In that fraction of a second, just as her finger was about to touch the coffee cup, it was like an invisible needle suddenly jabbed her, her body jerking with a shock. Chapter 8, Warning. All players, warning. Her whole body jerked up with a speed almost like a convulsion. She completely disregarded the coffee cup that was nearly tipped over, abruptly halting her action of picking up the cup, and spun around 180 degrees. The movement was so fast it created a gust of wind, the skirt swirling in a sharp arc. Feng Yue stood rigidly, facing straight away from the display window, exposing her defenseless back to the 3 mannequins that had just completed their blinking. Feng Yue clenched her teeth, forcing herself not to scream or run away in panic. Was it over? Does this count as following the rules? Are they still watching me? Fear and uncertainty collided in her mind, turning it into a messy soup. But from the player's point of view, what they saw was completely different. The black-dressed waitress, who had always seemed poised and unfathomable, suddenly stopped her work of collecting the cups. Her body obviously paused for a moment, as if she was staring at something, exuding a terrifying aura of pressure. Then, they saw her spin around at an absurdly fast speed. Her movement was crisp and decisive, even carrying a kind of cold elegance and determination that was hard to describe. She stood with her back to the display window, body straight, still holding the tray with a few coffee cups steady in her hands, without a hint of tremor. She didn't even look back once, as though she couldn't care less about the enormous danger behind her, which could instantly kill them, the players. That posture didn't seem like she was avoiding it, it seemed more like she was completely ignoring it. Like a higher being, showing utter disdain for lowly fear. It was as if she was silently telling the unknown threat, by the time I turn back, you better have dealt with it, or you're going to regret it. And at that moment, she seemed to be mentally counting down the time. She stood there, in her black skirt with red trim, her posture erect, as if saying, I know you're there, but I can't be bothered. The players around the round table were immediately terrified out of their wits. They were even more scared than when they saw the scar-faced man get killed. They had no idea what was happening. They saw nothing. They felt nothing. But this NPC, whose whole body was radiating a terrifying pressure, made such a fierce and strange reaction. This meant the danger was real. And it was something they could not sense, could not understand at all. In an instant, all the players instinctively followed Feng Yue, suddenly lowering their heads and staring dead at their own tables. They wished they could dig out their eyeballs and hide them in their pockets, not daring to glance toward the display window again. They didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, the livestream chat from the players' perspective exploded. What did she see? What happened? Why did she suddenly turn her back to the window? It's those dolls. It must be those dolls doing something evil. But why turn their backs? What kind of trigger is that? Or some kind of rule? Oh my god. That aura. Even those dolls can't be a match for the beautiful NPC, so is she warning them? Giving them time to deal with these humans, or else she'll take action herself? That purple mist's terrifying pressure, is she really only a B-level? Warning. Full warning. The window area is extremely dangerous. Do not look directly. Do not perceive. Feng Yue had her back to everyone, including the three dolls, and she had no idea what people were thinking about her reaction. She only knew that the rule demanded she turn her back, so she absolutely could not look back. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at her ghost colleague, who was still wiping the bloody glass, and sure enough, that one was also facing away from the dolls. Feng Yue prayed madly in her heart, hurry up, and pass by. Have their eyes finished blinking? Can I turn around now? How long do I have to wait, system? Give me a clear answer. Time crawled by, second by second, each one feeling as long as a century, painfully slow. After about a minute, that sharp, icy feeling on her back, like being stared at by blades, seemed to ease a little. Feng Yue carefully, as if in slow motion, took a small, gentle breath. Maybe it's over now? The players all wished they could shrink into their chairs, turning themselves invisible. The entire cafe was so quiet, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button. Only the old wall clock's pendulum kept stubbornly swinging left and right, making a dull tick-tick sound, like it was counting down to something. Click. A faint sound of gears biting together came from inside the clock, tiny but crystal clear in the silence. Feng Yue's heart suddenly tightened with that sound. Then, bang! A heavy, deep chime with a metallic echo burst through the air. It shattered the deathly silence. The first chime rang through the empty cafe, making the air itself tremble slightly. It was midnight. Almost at the same moment the bell struck, Feng Yue felt that cold stare sticking to her back, the one from the window's direction, suddenly retreat like the tide, vanishing without a trace. It's over. Her nerves, stretched to the limit, loosened just a little, and she almost fell to the ground from the sudden relief. But she forced herself to stand still, not daring to relax even a bit. The rule only said you must turn your back when they blink, but it didn't say for how long. She decided to hold on a little longer, just to be absolutely sure. Bang! Bang! The clock struck 12 times, slow and steady, its echoes lingering and fading away. The cafe returned to a strange kind of normal. At least, that invisible and untouchable pressure seemed to have vanished for now. Feng Yue waited a few more seconds, confirming nothing else was wrong, then slowly turned around. Her eyes immediately looked toward the window. The three exquisite dolls still sat there in their original poses, their lips curved in eternal smiles. Their glass eyes stared blankly forward, as if that synchronized blink and cold gaze earlier. It was all just her intense anxiety's illusion. But she knew, it was definitely not an illusion. She calmly retracted her gaze, pretending that everything just now had never happened, and continued her unfinished work, cleaning up those coffee cups that had long gone cold. Yet her movements were even stiffer than before, and her steps became increasingly cautious. The players saw her return to normal, and a heart that had been hanging in the balance could finally relax a little, allowing them to catch their breath. However, the fear and awe in their eyes deepened even more. Chapter 9, The Top-Hatted Man at Midnight. The NPC's actions just now were truly shocking. She was able to issue a warning in the face of the terrifying unknown. Moreover, she scared those eerie beings into not daring to act against the players, making them obediently retreat. Just based on this, anyone could guess that this NPC's uncanny power was definitely beyond imagination. After all, the terrifying pressure radiating from her was something the players had vividly felt. It seemed all the eerie beings here were obedient to her.
Even though they, as players, might have unintentionally broken the rules, during her work, those eerie beings didn't dare to act against them. Even when she had given them the opportunity to make a move, they still didn't dare to act recklessly. Looking at it this way, this NPC was most likely the big boss of this instance, no doubt about it. Everyone secretly thought this in their hearts, and their apprehension towards her grew a few more degrees. The viewers in the live stream also breathed a sigh of relief. The bell has rung, it seems to be over. The boss has turned around. The crisis is lifted. What exactly happened just now? Can someone tell me? To sum it up, the mannequin in the display window was extremely dangerous. Do not look directly at it, the triggering mechanism is unclear, the response is to quickly turn away, but it's unknown if this is applicable to this instance. I learned it but probably won't use it, I might not even realize it before it's too late. Just as Feng Yue placed the last cold coffee cup into the tray and prepared to return to the bar. Dingling ding ding. The string of finger-bone wind chimes at the cafe door suddenly rang on its own again. This time, the sound was different from before, it lost the gentle and ethereal quality, instead carrying a sense of urgency, even slightly sharp. It's happening again. Feng Yue and all the players, who had just relaxed a little, instantly tensed up to the utmost. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the door. This time, the door did not swing open. But the next moment, a figure appeared without warning, like a ghost, directly passing through the thick wooden door with dark glass, silently materializing inside. It was a tall, thin man. He wore an old-fashioned black tailcoat, impeccably ironed, with a pure white bow tie around his collar. But the most eye-catching feature was the low-brimmed black top hat on his head. The shadow of the brim completely obscured his face, revealing only a hard-lined chin and colorless thin lips. He held a smooth black cane in his hand, with the tip resting on the ground, but it made not a sound. He stood quietly at the door, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning. All the players, upon seeing this man, especially that iconic top hat, felt their pupils suddenly contract. Almost instinctively, they recalled the vague yet extremely ominous rule given by their player wristbands right before entering the instance. 2. After midnight, do not approach the man in the top hat. It's him. It's definitely him. The players' faces instantly turned pale as paper, even more terrified than when they saw the mannequin in the display window move. They subconsciously tried to shrink back desperately, wishing they could burrow into the wall. That female high school student pressed her mouth tightly, fearing that too much fear would make her scream out. Feng Yue's heart skipped a beat and sank suddenly. Top hat. Midnight after 12. She remembered this rule very clearly. In the employee handbook given to her, although there was no directly corresponding clause, the saying "the customer is always right" seemed to imply she could not refuse service. But this rule specifically aimed at her clearly stated "do not serve." 4. Do not serve customers wearing top hats after midnight. How should this be understood? What would happen if she served him? What would happen if she didn't? She was screaming in her heart. Please don't come over. Just pass by. Can you just take a look and leave? But alas, reality never goes as one wishes. That gentleman in the top hat seemed completely unaware of the terrified faces of the players in the cafe, who looked like they were about to faint. Or perhaps he just didn't care. He slightly raised his face hidden in the shadows, as if leisurely surveying the situation in the cafe. Then, he moved. He stepped forward, walking slowly and elegantly into the cafe. His cane lightly tapped the floor, making no sound at all. But just as his foot touched the ground, a sudden change occurred. Wherever he walked, the flames of the old oil lamps hanging on the walls seemed to be eroded by an invisible force. The originally warm and dim yellow light instantly turned into a chilling, eerie blue-green. Like ghostly fire, it flickered and danced, illuminating the area he passed through in a strange and sinister way. The ghostly blue flames cast shadows that stretched and twisted, becoming increasingly terrifying. The players were almost scared out of their wits, feeling like they were about to collapse. Feng Yue's scalp tingled, her heart almost leaping out of her throat. But as a waitress, this identity had become the shackles that bound her. The first rule in the employee handbook clearly stated, keep smiling and provide good service. She had no way to escape and nowhere to hide. She could only grit her teeth, forcing her nearly paralyzed facial muscles to move again, squeezing out an expression uglier than crying, cold and professionally fake. Then, balancing her tray with empty cups, she walked stiffly toward him like a robot programmed with a set function. Feng Yue stood in front of the gentleman in the top hat, subtly nodding, trying to make her voice sound as steady as possible. Good evening, sir. May I ask how I can serve you? The top hat gentleman's footsteps stopped. The shadow under his hat seemed to look at her. Feng Yue felt as if she were being stared at by a cold, poisonous snake, her blood almost freezing. She could even feel the empty cups in her tray lightly clinking against each other. Surprisingly, this gentleman in the top hat had no intention of placing an order. He just quietly stared at her for a few seconds, or rather, his gaze was not on Feng Yue's face but shifted elsewhere the moment he glanced at her. Because he felt a soul-chilling pressure, as if he would be obliterated in the next moment, and quickly looked away.
Who is he? How could he have an overwhelming power that even she could not resist? Chapter 10, Should I be happy to receive a tip?
He took a deep breath, and in a particularly hoarse, dry voice, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, slowly said from the shadow of his hat.
Now, what time is it?
This question was strangely perplexing. There was clearly a large clock hanging on the wall. But Feng Yue dared not question or ignore it. She instinctively looked up at the clock on the wall. On the clock, the hour hand had just passed 12, and the minute hand pointed to 1. She withdrew her gaze, trying to make every word clear and precise. It is now 12 minutes past midnight, sir.
Hearing her reply, the gentleman in the top hat fell silent. He stood upright, the shadow under the brim of his hat obscuring his emotions and intentions completely.
The eerie blue flames around them continued to leap silently, making the atmosphere even more bizarre and oppressive.
Feng Yue's mind raced with doubt. Did I say something wrong? Is the time incorrect? Or should I not have answered? Oh God, what does he want?
Just as Feng Yue was about to break under the suffocating silence, the gentleman in the top hat suddenly moved. She saw his gloved hand slowly reach into the inner pocket of his tailcoat, as if searching for something, and then he gently pulled out an object.
It was a coin. An ancient-looking coin, its edges somewhat worn, glimmering with a dim silver light.
He pinched the old silver coin between 2 fingers, offering it to Feng Yue with a slow, oddly ceremonial motion.
His hoarse voice sounded again, still dry and harsh, "For you." Feng Yue was completely stunned. Is this a tip? Just because I answered the time he asked?
She couldn't understand this strange unfolding, but looking at the ancient silver coin being handed to her, she dared not refuse. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Yue extended her empty hand to accept the coin from his cold finger, covered by a white glove. The coin felt cold and heavy in her palm, engraved with an incomprehensible, twisted rune. But just as the coin left the gentleman's fingers, his entire figure began to blur, gradually becoming transparent. It was as if ink dissolved into shadows, or like smoke blown away by the wind.
He vanished silently and completely under the terrified gazes of the players and Feng Yue's confused stare.
As he disappeared, the blue flames that had colored the walls suddenly flickered and returned to a dull yellow.
The suffocating pressure in the cafe also disappeared in an instant.
It was as if this uninvited guest had never appeared. The players were still uneasy, glancing at each other, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that moment, the suited elite man seemed to notice something, suddenly turning to look at the spot where the scarred man's body had previously lain, letting out a suppressed exclamation.
The body is gone. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they quickly looked over. Sure enough,
next to the charred human-shaped mark on the floor, the scarred man's body that had been lying there had vanished into thin air.
Not even a hair left behind.
It was as if it had been completely erased by some mysterious force. Connecting the recent appearance and disappearance of the gentleman in the top hat, a chilling idea suddenly appeared in everyone's minds.
It must be him. He definitely took the body away. That man in the top hat was not a customer at all. He might be the terrifying entity that controls death or cleansing in this scenario. And that waitress in the black dress, she not only attended to this forbidden presence but also answered his questions. She even received his gift. The live chat room of the players exploded after several seconds of silence. My goodness, what did I just see? I remember he seems to be a strange figure in an SS scenario. How did he appear here? Exactly. In that scenario, he is the god of death. That was a question from the god of death. An existence that the rules strictly prohibit contact with. Think about it, this god of death not only collects players. Even the copy boss is collected. Who cares if they are their own people? No, wait. It's their own ghost, just one word, kill. She is actually fine? Not only fine, but also received a return gift? What terrifying existence is she exactly? What is that silver coin? A ticket of death? Or something else? This NPC is definitely related to the big boss. She is definitely not an ordinary waitress. Thinking deeply is terrifying. Wasn't she just facing away from the puppet, trying to communicate with something even more powerful? We just can't understand it? We don't understand the world of the Grim Reaper. But clinging tightly to a big leg can't be wrong. Feng Yue had no idea that the live chat and players' imaginations were racing toward a ridiculous direction. She just stood there in a daze, one hand holding a tray full of empty cups, the other hand pinching the cold ancient silver coin, staring at the empty floor. Her face maintained a cold expression, which, from excessive shock and confusion, appeared even more unfathomable. What happened? That hat-wearing weird man, did he come in just to ask the time? After asking, he even gave a tip? And, where did the body go?
She lowered her head, looking at the ruined silver coin in her hand, her heart full of doubt, completely at a loss.
What is the use of this thing?
The departure of the high-hat gentleman took away the suffocating blue flame and the sense of death, but left behind a room filled with even deeper, unspeakable fear and mystery. The oil lamp on the wall restored its dim yellow aura, gently swaying, casting shadows on the wall, creating twisted, flickering outlines. In the air, the bitter smell of coffee seemed to become heavier, stubbornly covering up the faint smell of blood. But it seemed to constantly remind everyone that those extraordinary events just happened. There were cleanup and gifts.
The cold touch on Feng Yue's fingertips constantly reminded her of the existence of that ancient silver coin.
Who still uses cash these days? Alright, this is a horror world, we cannot judge by common sense. She tried to focus her mind and stare at the silver coin, hoping it would pop up an item description or something. But guess what? Nothing happened. This silver coin is still that silver coin, cold, silent. Aside from its strange design, it shows no special quality. She subconsciously wanted to rub the runes on it with her fingers. But the overly cold touch, almost freezing her blood, made her immediately give up that idea and quickly grip it tightly in her palm. Perhaps.
Maybe going to the staff lounge later to look for clues?
She remembered the rules mentioned special formulations were there, maybe there were also records about this tip. Thinking this way, she shifted her gaze from the silver coin and looked ahead. At that moment, her eyes met 6 pairs filled with extreme fear, awe, and an indescribable sense of inquiry. Those 6 players who barely survived maintained almost the same posture. Their bodies slightly leaned back, tightly pressed against the back of the chair, their necks stiff, but their gazes were like nails, firmly stuck on her. Especially on her hands and at her feet. Their eyes were too complex, straightforward to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Feng Yue felt like a rare animal in a zoo, being watched, feeling utterly uncomfortable.
Why are they looking at me like that? Because of that hat-wearing weird man just now? Or is it because I accepted this coin? Feng Yue's scalp tingled as they stared at her, and she instinctively moved her foot a bit. Tap.
The thin heel of her red high-heeled shoes lightly tapped on the aged wooden floor, making a crisp sound. In this overly quiet environment, it stood out particularly clearly. It was this sound. Almost at the moment the heel touched the ground, Feng Yue clearly saw. The 6 players seemed to be pricked by invisible needles, their bodies jolting in unison. The fear in their eyes shot up to the peak in an instant, with some even instinctively covering their mouths, terrified they would scream out loud. Their gazes, like metal shavings attracted by a magnet, instantly shifted from the silver coin in her hand to her feet. Eyes wide open, they stared fixatedly at her exquisitely designed high heels, which were glaringly red.
Feng Yue, completely bewildered?
She was utterly confused. In her heart, she kept wondering, what about the shoes? What's wrong with her shoes? These shoes automatically appeared on her feet along with her waitress uniform. Aside from the fact that the heels were a bit high, requiring her to walk extremely carefully, she didn't feel anything special. Although the color was a bit bright, it looked quite matching with the red trim on her skirt. She really couldn't understand why these people looked as if they had seen a deadly weapon or a symbol of death. Feng Yue tried to gently move her left foot. Tap. The sound was quite crisp. The players trembled noticeably again, as if their breathing had paused. It was as if the sound of her heels tapping on the floor was a death knell striking directly on their hearts. The live stream also picked up on this anomaly. Red shoes. She moved again. Every time I hear that sound, it feels like my heart is being yanked hard. This must be one of the instant death flags, right? If you touch it, you'll die, right? That gentleman in the top hat didn't let her move earlier, these shoes must be a big deal. A boss's standard, mortals beware. With them staring at her like this, Feng Yue felt very uneasy, her toes curling unconsciously as she tried to pull her feet back into the shadow of her skirt. This slight movement only seemed to confirm the players' suspicions, deepening the fear in their eyes. Each of them suddenly averted their gazes, as if to avoid suspicion, not daring to look at her feet again. But that tense feeling of being on guard not only didn't lessen, it grew even stronger. Feng Yue was filled with confusion and helplessness. What on earth are you all afraid of? These shoes were given by the system, I didn't choose them. It's tiring enough to wear them, and now I'm being treated like a monster. She decided to ignore these overly nervous players and thought to return the empty cup to the bar first. Feng Yue carried the tray, trying not to glance sideways, but with people staring at her, she felt out of sync as she walked, headed towards the bar. The high heels clack, clack, clack against the floor, each step felt like it was stepping on the players' tense nerves. The high school girl in the uniform even started to sob softly, uncontrollably, as Feng Yue approached her. Biting her lip tightly to suppress any sound, tears welled up in her bright red eyes. Feng Yue thought to herself, I just want to put down a plate, little sister. She quickened her pace, nearly jogging to place the tray back at the bar. Then she immediately turned around, wanting to get far away from these overly reactive players. But then, what she feared most happened. Perhaps it was because Feng Yue's earlier heroics against the gentleman in a top hat and the mannequin were too shocking. Or perhaps it was because of that mysterious silver coin in her hand, combined with the red shoes on her feet, which seemed to suggest she had some kind of privilege. In their extreme fear, the players instead developed a twisted thought, thinking that maybe they could find a way to survive through her. Previously, the girl who had tried to ask Feng Yue for sugar cubes had a young man beside her, who, at that moment, looked as pale as paper. Among the players, he was the boldest one. Of course, he might have just been so scared that his mind went blank, not caring about anything else, and was ready to take a risk. Seeing Feng Yue with her back to them, seemingly observing something behind the bar. In fact, Feng Yue was just daydreaming, thinking about the silver coin and the recipe. His eyes flickered a few times, and he suddenly gritted his teeth, quietly, and extremely slowly sliding down from the chair. He squatted down, almost lying on the ground, using the shadows cast by the table and chairs as cover, inching forward towards the bar. His idea was simple: behind the bar. That strange girl just took out the ordinary coffee from there. There might be clues there. Maybe even a way out. If not, then a safer area. The place where this powerful waiter can stay must be safer than the open area they were in. He moved extremely carefully, not making a single sound. The other players were scared out of their wits when they noticed his actions, but they dared not speak up to stop him. They could only stare wide-eyed, faces full of terror, desperately praying in their hearts, "Don't trigger any death rules." Feng Yue had no idea about the abnormality behind him. She was focusing on studying the pattern of the wooden surface of the bar, racking her brains on how to complete that damn special recipe. Customers' tears? Does it mean she had to wait for the customer to cry? At that moment, she felt something very lightly brush against the back of her calf, at the hem of her skirt. The touch was so light, like it was just accidentally brushed by someone passing by. It was somewhat like being nudged by a small animal. Feng Yue was startled and almost reflexively pulled her foot back, stepping sideways while quickly looking down. She saw the young male player, terrified, lying on the ground beside her feet, one hand still stretched forward. It was clear that he had accidentally brushed against her skirt and heel. Chapter 12, Crashing into a Funeral? Is this person crazy? The two locked eyes. The color drained from the male player's face instantly, his pupils dilating to the limit out of sheer fear. He began to tremble violently as if hit by a powerful electric shock. It was over. He touched her. He touched the red shoes that symbolized death. And the NPC's skirt. He was doomed. Absolutely doomed. Earlier, the scar-faced guy had turned to ashes for shouting a few things. This was direct physical contact. This was blasphemy. It was an offense. The immense fear washed over him instantly, his survival instincts erased all powers of thought, leaving only the most primitive response, wanting to quickly flee from this danger. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Spare me. Spare me. He cried out nearly in tears, using his hands and feet desperately crawling backward, almost tripping over the table and chairs in his panic. He looked so embarrassed, rolling and crawling back to the round table, collapsing to the ground, shaking like a leaf, too scared to lift his head. The other players gasped collectively, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests, pounding so hard they felt like they might jump out of their throats, just waiting for the instant death roll to drop. Some even, in despair, simply closed their eyes. However, 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. The expected scenario of turning to ashes and limbs flying didn't occur. Feng Yue just stood there, watching the player who was rolling and crawling away, frowning subconsciously. She simply found it inexplicable, combined with a little discomfort and anger from being suddenly touched. She muttered to herself in her heart, "What's wrong with this person? Why is he lying on the ground? Did he touch my skirt? He scared me. Is this person crazy? Good thing I didn't step on him." Feng Yue only thought this person's behavior was strange and somewhat annoying. To avoid being touched inexplicably again, she decided to move a bit further away from this group of players. So, she expressionlessly withdrew her gaze, scared plus unhappy. No longer looking at the player collapsed on the ground, she simply turned around and walked towards the deeper corner of the bar, near the staff breakroom door. She completely distanced herself from the player area. Feng Yue stood in that relatively isolated corner, her gaze vacant, continuing to stand by as before. With the back of her head facing the players, she clearly conveyed a silent posture saying, "I don't want to deal with you." She just wanted to quietly stay for a while, seeking some peace. But this action, in the eyes of those players who had just stumbled back from the gates of hell and were still in shock, completely changed its meaning. She actually didn't execute the offender on the spot. She only frowned? What a terrifying sign of dissatisfaction. Then, she chose to distance herself. This was clearly a very obvious unhappiness, and a deep disgust. She did not lower her punishment, but that did not mean forgiveness. It felt more like a high and mighty god's tolerance and indifference towards the ants who had unwittingly offended her.
Could it be that she looked down on using her hands? Or was she disgusted?
Life and death, it turned out, only lay in her thought. The male player who was limp on the ground finally reacted, realizing he had narrowly escaped with his life. An immense sense of fear and terror instantly flooded him, a dark stain spread quickly around his pants. He had actually been scared to the point of wetting himself. But he did not dare to move at all, just lying on the ground, shaking silently, muttering small fragmented apologies. Other players also felt that invisible pressure, more despairing than direct slaughter, creating a deep sense of distance. They no longer dared to make any extra movements or thoughts, all honestly shrinking in their seats, not even daring to glance around casually. The chat in the player live stream boiled again after a brief silence. Did she just bump into him? How could he not be killed? Just a frown? And then nothing happened? Is it because she felt it was dirty? Thinking getting rid of him would defile her hands? If I were that player, I'd probably pee my pants too. The psychological pressure is too much. Oh, this is the disdain and tolerance of a god toward ants, I understand now. This is the true evil boss. You mere mortals are unworthy of me acting. Seek your own blessings, streamer. Feng Yue had her back to everyone, listening to the faint suppressed sobs and heavy breaths behind her, feeling even more irritated. What is wrong with these people? One moment staring at her feet, the next moment lying on the ground trying to provoke her. Can't they let her quietly get through this night shift? Although she is a ghost now, this environment is still very stressful for her. Feng Yue lowered her head and glanced at the bright red high heels on her feet, feeling an indescribable sense of unease for the first time about the outfit that the system had forcefully given her. What is wrong with these shoes? She looked again at the cold ancient silver coin in her palm. The runes appeared even more twisted and indistinct under the dim light, and besides the lingering chill, it remained silent, providing no answers. Tip. She silently chewed on these two words, filled with absurdity. That hat-wearing strange customer asked for the time, gave her a coin, and then just disappeared. By the way, he also cleaned up the scene. The logic of this scenario is really becoming increasingly puzzling. No. She cannot just stay here passively dealing with all kinds of emergencies. She needs to take initiative and push forward that life-threatening special recipe task as quickly as possible. Special recipe, bloody romance. Requirements, midnight coffee, January 1st, customers tiers, 0/1, shattered hopes, 0/1, Tip, pay attention to customer satisfaction. Equals. Ding, the author appears. Rolls 360 degrees on the spot, kneeling down, Your Highnesses. Please give a 5-star rating. Tears welling up, holding a small sign. Wishing the rich and beautiful, the handsome and wealthy who give this book a 5-star rating, may good luck bless you from today, everything goes smoothly, and all wishes come true. Hands together, winking. On a night without 5-star ratings, biting a handkerchief, it's the keyboard crying. It's the drafts evaporating. It's the author crawling in darkness. Rolls around dramatically. As for urging updates, suddenly pulls out a giant support sign. Curling up and rolling around waiting for feedback. Chapter 13, The Sign of the Broken Cup, Satisfaction Survey. Satisfaction. Feng Yue recalled the feedback forms some restaurants in the real world give after dining. Although doing this here feels a bit strange, the hint shouldn't be wrong. Collecting customer opinions might lead to clues about tiers and expectations. She took a deep breath, trying hard to push those messy thoughts and the feeling of being watched out of her mind. Turning around, she put on that cold and standard professional expression required by the system and walked towards the bar. The players, seeing her suddenly move, tensed up again. Their eyes closely followed her, especially when they saw her approach the bar again. They even held their breath. Feng Yue ignored them, rummaging around below the bar. Sure enough, in an inconspicuous drawer, she found a stack of beautifully printed cards and a few cheap-looking ballpoint pens. On the cards, in fancy cursive, it read Midnight Cafe Customer Satisfaction Survey. Below were a few simple options listed. Are you satisfied with tonight's coffee? Very satisfied, satisfied, neutral, unsatisfied, very unsatisfied. Are you satisfied with the cafe's environment? Are you satisfied with the service of the waiter? Do you have any valuable opinions or suggestions? Underscore 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 underscore. Feng Yue picked up a stack of surveys and a pen, turning to walk towards the survivors' roundtable. Her footsteps went tap, 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 once again becoming a drumbeat on the players' hearts. Seeing this unfathomable NPC who could decide their fate walk straight over with something, all the players instantly tensed up, their bodies stiff. Every gaze was filled with terror, saying, "Please don't come near." Feng Yue tried to make her voice sound calm, but to the players, her flat tone instead sounded colder and more eerie.
Dear guests, sorry to interrupt. Our cafe is conducting a service quality survey. Could you please spend a little time filling out this satisfaction survey?
As she spoke, she placed the survey and pen right in the center of the table.
The players? Satisfaction survey? In this horror dungeon where death could come at any moment, with bizarre rules springing up everywhere? Conducting a customer survey? Is this some new type of death trap? If someone answers unsatisfied, will it trigger an instant death rule? Or does this survey itself carry some kind of curse? In an instant, no one dared to move.
Feng Yue looked at their terrified hesitations and sighed inwardly. All she could do was add, guests who fill out the survey might receive some special attention. She intended to say, maybe it can help me serve you better, find the path to survival you need. But as the words reached her lips, she felt it was a bit excessive, so she swallowed it back. She just scanned everyone with her cold eyes. But this vague special attention automatically translated in the player's ears to, by filling out the survey, you may get the protection of this boss. At the very least, they wouldn't be punished for not filling it out. Thinking this way, the desire to survive instantly suppressed their fear. That person who had been so scared he nearly peed himself. The young male player, newly dressed in pants taken from his travel bag, was the first to tremble as he reached out his hand to grab a questionnaire and a pen, his voice shaking.
I will fill it out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Someone took the lead, and the other players followed suit, scrambling to grab the questionnaires and pens, as if being slow would bring misfortune. The live stream was buzzing with excitement. Customer satisfaction survey. This dungeon is getting crazier.
Death survey? Who dares to fill it out unsatisfied, is afraid of blowing up on the spot. The boss personally coming to collect surveys, what a scene. Hurry up and fill it out. Didn't the boss say, filling it out means special attention? Am I the only one who thinks this special attention might not be a good thing? The one above, +1.
Feng Yue saw them beginning to fill out the surveys and felt a bit more reassured, stepping back a few steps to give them space.
But her gaze still lingered on them, hoping to observe some clues related to tears or expectations.
The players buried their heads in the surveys, with hardly any hesitation, checking very satisfied on all options.
In the comments section, they wrote tremulously,
flawless, impeccable, thoughtful service, elegant environment, and other obvious insincere praises.
At that moment, an unexpected thing happened.
The elite man in a suit, who had been trying hard to stay calm, wrote the last word, put down the pen, and subconsciously reached out to pick up the coffee cup in front of him. Even though the coffee inside had already gone cold, he just wanted to ease his tense nerves with this action. Just as his fingertip barely touched the cup's wall,
crack!
A sound, extremely soft yet crystal clear, abruptly rang out.
Everyone froze.
The elite man's body instantly stiffened, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he slowly lowered his gaze to the cup in his hand. He saw a clear, lightning-like crack suddenly appear on the side of the white porcelain coffee cup.
It stretched from below the rim all the way to the bottom.
The crack wasn't deep, the cup didn't shatter immediately. But it lay there menacingly on the cup, under the dim yellow light, like a vicious curse symbol.
Rules. 1. Pay attention to your coffee cup.
If cracks appear, please dispose of it immediately and ensure the server replaces it with a new one.
Do not drink any liquid from a cracked cup. Like a cold lightning bolt, it slammed into the elite man's mind. Throw it away. Immediately throw it away. And also get a new one.
He shot his head up, his face turning pale, devoid of blood color, his eyes filled with sheer terror.
Almost pleading, he looked at Feng Yue, who was standing not far away.
Feng Yue also saw the crack.
Of course she remembered the coffee shop NPC server rules. One of the rules directly corresponded. Pay attention to the customer's coffee cup. If cracks appear, a new cup must be provided immediately.
Driven by her professional instinct to provide good service, and with thoughts of pushing the task forward in her mind, she almost immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the bar, planning to grab a new coffee cup for him.
Her intentions were good, simply following the rules. But in the eyes of the elite man and all the players, what they saw was, the moment the crack appeared, the NPC moved instantly. She expressionlessly walked quickly towards the bar. Was she going to get a new cup, or was she going to get some tool to enforce the rules? Is she going to personally handle it? Chapter 14: A Hidden Door.
Uncertain guesses and deeply rooted fear instantly consumed the elite man. He simply couldn't wait any longer. The rules only said dispose of it immediately, not that he had to wait for the server to bring a new one before throwing it away.
What if? What if she brings the new cup and the next second, he is punished for holding the cracked cup too long? What if it has turned into a puddle of pus? We can't wait any longer.
Just when Feng Yue's hand had just picked up a clean new cup from the rack and was turning around.
Ah!
The elite man let out a scream of terror, like he was dying. He suddenly jumped up from the chair, using all his strength, like throwing a red-hot iron, threw that cracked coffee cup towards the nearest window with all his might. Clang! The glass window shattered with a crashing sound. The cracked coffee cup, along with the cold remnants inside, was thrown out of the window, disappearing into the thick darkness. The elite man slumped back into the chair, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just crawled back from the gates of hell. Feng Yue. She held the newly taken white cup, her hand frozen in midair. Looking at the smashed window and the cold wind rushing in with a stronger smell of blood, her heart felt confused. Is it really necessary? Feng Yue couldn't understand at all. I just wanted to change your cup, why did you throw it out? And broke the window. Isn't this destruction of public property? Will the system deduct my existence points equals resurrection points? She looked at the extra new cup in her hand, unsure if she should put it back or not, standing awkwardly in place. But to the players, this scene felt full of other meanings. The NPC picks up the brand new cup, looking like a tool for supervision and execution. She stared expressionlessly as the cracked cup was discarded, as if ensuring the rules were applied correctly, completely eliminating the source of contamination. Then, without any further actions, she seemed to default to the completed execution of the rules. So that's it. Throwing away the cracked cup is key, replacing it with a new one may not be necessary, or decided by the NPC? The boss personally supervises the execution process to ensure everything is foolproof. That was close. Thank goodness it was thrown fast enough. At this moment, the barrage exploded. Wow! The cracked cup appeared. Definitely a death flag. The boss has moved. Luckily it was thrown quickly. Otherwise, it would definitely be dead. This reaction speed, if I were a second slow, I'd probably be dead. Dungeon boss, thrown away, passed. Silently puts away the tool. After such a scare, the atmosphere at the round table became frighteningly dead silent, as if frozen. Feng Yue silently put the new cup back on the counter, looking at the broken window, with the cold wind rushing in, feeling a bit chilly. She walked back to the table, looking at the few players still in shock, and tried to ask in a calm voice. So, are we still filling out the questionnaire? In the end, only 3 people. That elite man, just back from the gates of hell, dared not refuse to fill it out. The high school girl, already frightened, mechanically complied. And a middle-aged woman who rarely spoke, seemed to sense something. These 3 shivered as they handed over the questionnaire filled with very satisfied responses to Feng Yue. Feng Yue took the 3 questionnaires, looking at the uniform praise on them, feeling no waves inside, even finding it a bit funny. This thing seems of no help to this special formula task. Customers' tears? Broken expectations? From all these nearly identical, filled with fear rather than real feelings praises, she found no clues at all. She casually placed the questionnaires on the bar counter, her gaze returning to the semi-transparent system panel that only she could see. Special formula, blood-colored romance, progress 0/13. Requirements. 1. Midnight coffee, January 1st, completed. 2. Customers' tears, 0/1. 3. Broken expectations, 0 to 1. 4. The following items were unclear and hazy. Hint, after completing the prerequisites, you can try to concoct it. Details of the formula, need to enter the employee's lounge to check. Prerequisites. These 3 things. Tears and expectations are unclear, but at least midnight coffee is ready. Why not try it first? What if a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse? The moment the thought popped up, she could no longer hold it back. It was much better than standing here, waiting passively for some strange event that would come at an unknown time. Feng Yue walked over to the coffee machine. That old machine kept humming softly, maintaining a constant temperature. She recalled the process of making regular coffee for the players before, took a clean cup, and placed it under the outlet. But when she reached out to press the button that only said regular coffee, her finger seemed blocked by an invisible force, and she couldn't press it down. At the same time, a system panel popped up automatically, and a warning message flickered. Warning, special formula preparation requires confirmation that all prerequisite materials are ready. Unable to make currently. Feng Yue. Great, even random attempts weren't allowed. It seemed she must first find the customer's tears and broken expectations. Her gaze unintentionally looked again at the 6 players. They were still huddled around the round table, like a group of frightened quails, occasionally stealing glances at her, then quickly lowering their heads, afraid to make eye contact. The elite man seemed still shaken from the incident with the cracked cup, his face pale as he leaned against the back of the chair. Could she really obtain tears and expectations from them? It seemed unlikely. Their biggest hope now was simply to survive, and their biggest tears were likely those born from fear. But did that count? Feng Yue sighed, shifting her gaze from the players and starting to examine the coffee shop more closely. The dim light from the oil lamp illuminated only limited areas, leaving many corners immersed in deep shadows. Behind the bar, besides the cup rack, coffee machine, and sink she already knew, there was also a door leading to the staff lounge, and it seemed there were some stacked boxes and miscellaneous items. Further away, near the wall, the light grew even dimmer. Her gaze aimlessly swept over those shadows, when suddenly, in the innermost corner of the bar, almost completely blocked by several empty boxes, she noticed a slightly unusual outline. It seemed to be the shape of a door. Unlike the staff lounge, that door looked relatively normal. This door was lower, older, almost blending into the dark wall. The door panel was heavy solid wood, with no markings, only an ancient and heavy brass keyhole. A hidden door? Chapter 15, Whispers of the Basement. Feng Yue's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. The appearance of a concealed door in such a place usually meant secrets, clues, or greater dangers. But regardless, this was better than waiting idly. She pretended to tidy up the bar, casually moving closer, gently shifting the empty boxes that blocked the way. Yes, it really was a door. A subtle, cold, damp breath seeped through the gap of the door, carrying a scent of aged dust and something indescribably similar to decaying soil. Just as she approached the door and examined the keyhole closely, her system panel popped up again. Detecting key area basement entrance. Special formula Voice of Oblivion requires material dust 3 seconds after the echo in the basement to be obtained from this area. Side quest, mandatory obtain base materials for formula number 13. Tip, you possess an old key. The basement. Feng Yue instantly remembered the cold, heavy key the system had given her when she first entered the instance. So it was meant for this place. Almost simultaneously, the wristbands of the 6 players chimed again in their minds, but the content was entirely different. Main quest updated, explore the secrets of the coffee shop. Key clue Anderson's heritage envelope is located in the basement. Please find a way to enter the basement. The players jolted with excitement. Main mission. Finally, there is a clear goal. The basement hides the clues to leave. But the next second, a huge problem stands in front of us. How to get in? That door looks hard to open, and who dares to try? Didn't you see that black dress waitress standing there? All players' eyes once again focused sharply on Feng Yue. Feng Yue, however, had no time to pay attention to their gazes. All her attention was drawn to that door and the system prompt. Dust echoing 3 seconds after in the basement? What kind of material is this? And that recipe name, Voice of Forgetting. It sounds ominous. More importantly, she must get in. She pulls out an old brass key from the hidden pocket of her dress. Strangely, she could not remember when this dress was sewn with such a pocket. The key feels cold to the touch, heavy, the teeth marks complicated, as if worn by a long passage of time, carrying countless untold stories. Feng Yue takes a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising urge to retreat in her heart. At this moment, various thoughts swirl in her mind. Will there be monsters inside? What is that whispering sound? Can I not go in? But she has no choice, she can only grit her teeth and slowly align the key with the keyhole. The key fits perfectly into the keyhole. Just as the key is fully inserted. Buzz. A deep, low humming sound seems to come from the depths of the earth. Immediately, a colder wind bursts from the crack of the door, blowing Feng Yue's dress, making her shiver. The wind seems to carry some extremely vague, intermittent whispers, unclear in content, yet inexplicably making people feel uneasy and chilling their spines. The players obviously also feel this sudden change, their faces showing fear, nervously watching Feng Yue's every move. The viewers in the livestream sweat coldly. My goodness, the basement. This is the key place for the main mission. Wow, is the NPC leading the players to start the next level? The hunt begins. Hiss, do you hear that wind? Isn't there a vague whisper in it? So creepy. You're right, she really is holding a key. Is she going to open it? So tense. Feng Yue's palms are a bit sweaty. The key in the keyhole feels as heavy as 1,000 pounds. To open, or not to open? But this mission is mandatory, besides, the special recipe she is looking for might be right inside. Perhaps she could also dig up clues about tears and expectation. Anyway, there is no way back. Feng Yue grits her teeth, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. To the players, it was a cold and ruthless decisiveness. Then, Feng Yue's wrist suddenly exerts force. Click. A crisp mechanical sound echoed in the eerily silent cafe, loud and piercing like a needle could be heard falling. The lock opened. Feng Yue paused for a second, did her last mental preparation, gritted her teeth, and pushed her hand against the cold, rough wooden door, pulling it back with all her strength. Creak. The moment the heavy wooden door opened, it did not produce the normal sound of a door opening, but rather sounded as if something was rubbing harshly, sharp and piercing, making one's teeth ache. Behind the door, there was not the imagined stairs or space. but a thick, unyielding, pure darkness. The darkness seemed to have a tangible, viscous liquid, continuously rolling and surging, shutting out all light, completely obscuring any scene within. At the same time, a cold, fierce wind whoosh rushed out from the door, more than 10 times stronger than before. The vague whispering sound in the wind instantly amplified countless times. It turned into countless voices interweaving together, chaotic and frenzied screams and murmurs, assaulting the eardrums and mind. However, this was not the most terrifying part. What was most deadly was that from that pure darkness, suddenly came an irresistible, overwhelmingly powerful pull. Feng Yue didn't have time to scream, her whole body seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, dragged by that immense force with no power to resist, and instantly swallowed into that endless darkness. Bang! Just as she was completely pulled in, the heavy wooden door slammed shut with a bang. The sound was so loud that the entire bar shook slightly. Clank, the key fell onto the floor in front of the door. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the door opened, to her being pulled in, to the door slamming shut, the whole process took less than 3 seconds. Inside the cafe, once again fell into a dead silence. Only that tightly shut wooden door, as if it had never been opened, and the lonely brass key on the ground proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. The players at the round table were all dumbfounded, each with their mouths agape, staring at that door in shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After several seconds, the elite man swallowed hard, his voice dry and filled with incredulity. Did she go in through the door? Did she leave us behind? Why? The high school girl's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Is she going to open a mechanism? Will she come back? The players all thought that Feng Yue had walked in on her own, completely unaware that she had been pulled in. Chapter 16, she actually left the players behind and went in herself. The barrage initially fell silent, only for it to explode like a pot boiling over. What the hell? I thought the boss would lead the players in, never expected to just leave the players behind and go in herself. What's going on? Is the NPC advancing to the next phase of the dungeon? Is this starting the next level? That key. It's still outside. This is a chance. This is an opportunity. The players' hearts raced wildly, their eyes locked on the key on the floor, then fearfully glancing at the closed door. The NPC personally demonstrated how to open the basement door, and it seemed to have temporarily left. So now, does this key mean they also have a chance to go in and complete the main task? Fear was certainly still there, but a thread of something called hope and opportunity began to quietly take root in the hearts of all the survivors. At this moment, Feng Yue, pulled into endless darkness, only felt herself rapidly falling in a cold, weightless passage filled with mad whispers, as if falling toward the deepest part of hell. Downward. Endless falling. The icy, bone-chilling air rushed past her ears, creating a sharp whistle, mixing with countless chaotic, frenzied screams and whispers, almost tearing at her sanity. The sensation of weightlessness gripped Feng Yue tightly, her heart contracted, her stomach churning, leaving only the instinctual fear. This feeling was terrible, 1,000 times scarier than any thrilling free-fall ride in an amusement park. Because you have no idea where the end is or what awaits you. Just when she felt she would either keep falling or smash into a pile of pulp the next second. Thud. A dull sound, followed by a crash of something being knocked over. Strangely, the severe impact she expected, along with the feeling of bones fracturing, did not occur. It seemed she had landed on a pile of relatively soft things, but it was definitely not comfortable. The huge impact sent her bouncing, rolling to the ground and knocking over more things around her. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. A cloud of thick dust, accumulated over who knows how many years, suddenly engulfed her, making her cough violently, her eyes almost tearing up. Feng Yue lay on the ground, catching her breath for a long while before managing to suppress her cough. She propped herself up on her weakened arms and struggled to sit up. Everything in front of her was blurry, her nostrils filled with a heavy odor of dust and mold, along with a faint and complex smell. It was a mixture of decaying wood, evaporating alcohol, some spice, and rust. She rubbed her eyes, which were clouded by dust, trying to adjust to the light around her. It was not completely dark here. A few dim wall lamps were embedded in the rough stone wall, seemingly powered by some mysterious energy, casting a ghostly green light. That little bit of light just barely allowed her to see, but it made the place feel extremely eerie and sinister. Thanks to this weak light, Feng Yue finally saw the environment surrounding her. This was an unusually spacious underground area, with an arched ceiling made of rough rock and bricks, with many spots showing traces of water seeping through, leaving dark stains behind. The air was damp and chilly, much colder than the cafe above. Around her were large, rough-surfaced oak barrels piled closely together. Some looked intact and sealed, while others were broken and rotten, exposing dark, hollow interiors. Looking further away, there were tall, heavy wooden shelves. They were cluttered with various boxes, sacks, and bottles, all covered in thick dust. It felt like they had been quietly lying here for decades, or even longer. This place looked like a long-forgotten large wine cellar and storage room. The spot where she had fallen was a heap of sacks filled with dried plants. Thanks to these sacks, which cushioned her fall, she had been saved. Hiss, so painful. Feng Yue moved her limbs. Fortunately, she only had a few bruises, and her muscles were a bit sore, but there were no serious injuries, truly a blessing in disguise. She looked up nervously. Above her was a solid arched ceiling, with no trace of any entrance in sight. The wooden door that had sucked her in earlier seemed to have never existed. How on earth did this happen? She muttered to herself, a wave of fear washing over her. At that moment, the familiar, bothersome murmur came again. Buzz, hiss, The sound seemed very close, echoing within this underground space. Feng Yue's body stiffened, her hair standing on end, and she immediately scanned her surroundings, her heart racing wildly. Could there really be some monster down here? She held her breath, straining her ears to discern the source of the sound. The voice was intermittent, accompanied by a rhythmic buzzing and hissing sound. Feng Yue cautiously moved towards the sound, trying not to make any noise. She navigated around several huge barrels and found the source of the sound before a damp stone wall that was constantly seeping with water. It was an old, rusty metal pipe extending from the wall, leading who knows where. One joint of the pipe seemed to be loose due to years of neglect, hissing and leaking a colorless, odorless gas. The gas struck the pipe wall and the dripping water droplets, creating a strange sound that resembled the murmur of countless people. Feng Yue. She stared at the leaking pipe for a full 10 seconds, frozen. Then, she let out a huge sigh of relief, almost collapsing onto the ground, feeling both angry and amused as she patted her chest. You scared me to death after all that. It turns out it's just a leaky pipe. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, remembering how tense she had been, as if it were the end of the world. It's simply ridiculous. After her mental shadow diminished greatly, Feng Yue's attention finally returned to the matter at hand. Special formula. Dust from echoes in the basement 3 seconds later. She quickly summoned the system panel, and sure enough, more detailed guiding arrows and explanatory texts appeared, pointing to the leaky pipe nearby, showing. At the sound source, after waiting for 3 echoes, collect the settled dust. Quite elaborate. Feng Yue murmured, taking out a small glass spice bottle she had grabbed from the bar earlier. Chapter 17. She just wanted them to break the rules, to take their lives. The small glass spice bottle was a benefit from the system. It didn't look big, but it could hold quite a bit. She emptied its contents and cleaned it. Then, she crouched down under the hissing pipe, held her breath, and carefully listened to the cycle. Silently counting in her heart. 2, 3. As the third echo resounded, she swiftly aimed the bottle's mouth at the spot with the most vigorous sound vibrations, a small platform thick with dust. Carefully scraping a layer of fine, seemingly uniquely vibrating dust with the mouth of the bottle. The bottom of the glass bottle quickly became covered with a thin layer of gray-white powder. Material dust from echoes in the basement 3 seconds later has been obtained. One thing done. Feng Yue was satisfied as she sealed the small bottle and put it away. So, what's next? Where are the other materials? There's so much stuff piled up here. She stood up and began to rummage aimlessly through this huge underground storage room. The things on the shelves were all sorts of oddities, with various dried herbs she didn't recognize, suspiciously colored mineral powders, and shadows seemingly still wriggling in bottles. There were even some rusted tools and metal parts whose purposes were hard to discern. What the heck, am I not an NPC? Why do I have to do these tasks? Feng Yue couldn't help but complain to the system, aren't these jobs supposed to be for those incoming players? Just as Feng Yue was feeling gloomy, the system finally spoke. I am useful, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as you complete tasks, you can earn points. Hearing about points, Feng Yue instantly perked up, feeling energized again. But at the same time, something felt off. This system was all-powerful, seemingly capable of conjuring anything. Why did it have to make her run around looking for things? Feng Yue secretly decided that once she got familiar with the system, she would find a way to uncover the secrets behind it. Most of the tools and parts in front of her were covered with thick dust, looking utterly worthless. As she rummaged, she struggled to recall the vague list of formulas from the employee handbook, trying to find things that matched. Need the core of acai fruit? Where's the fruit? Frozen midnight, what the heck is that? A wisp of forgotten fear? Is this abstract material? System, are you sure this is a side quest assigned to me as an NPC? This looks like something you added at the last minute, and why do you need these things? Feng Yue didn't expect a reply from the system. She was getting a bit irritated, and her focus was slipping. The air in the basement was heavy and oppressive, making her feel a bit breathless. In a corner piled high with empty barrels, she spotted a bothersome wooden barrel and thought of moving it to see if there was something she needed behind the shelf. Hey whoosh! She pushed it hard. The barrel was lighter than she expected, and it actually rolled back with a bang. Clatter, boom. The empty barrel crashed against the stone wall behind it, making a muffled sound. Feng Yue didn't pay it much mind, preparing to go around it, but then heard a rustling sound that didn't seem like dust falling. She turned her head to look. A wall, hit by a wine barrel, had a brick that was already not very sturdy came loose, and with a thud, it fell to the ground, revealing a dark little space behind the wall. In this tiny space, there sat a small but seemingly sturdy metal box. An old-fashioned safe. The surface of the safe was also covered in dust, but the combination dial and keyhole were clearly visible, glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen in the dim green light. Feng Yue blinked her eyes. What is hidden behind this wall? She was a bit curious and leaned over to take a look. It's quite well hidden, but it looks really old. What could be inside? Old ledgers? Scrap paper? She had no interest in the safe itself. Things that needed a password or a key were too troublesome. Her mind was filled with thoughts of finding those strange coffee ingredients. Forget it, it has nothing to do with my task. She didn't think much of it, not even bothering to reach out and touch the safe. Without giving it a second thought, she simply glanced at it twice. Then, she turned around with no interest and continued to search through the nearby shelves for the seeds of the sighing fruit or frozen midnight. For her, this was just a minor episode in the search for task materials, something stumbled upon accidentally but deemed worthless. However, upstairs, the players who were observing the situation in the basement through a faint connection were nearly going crazy at this moment. They could clearly see that the black-dressed waitress, after collecting that eerily strange dust, casually began to work in the basement. Just like a normal day, she easily triggered the mechanism that they had been longing for. As Feng Yue watched, she simply pushed a barrel. That loose brick. That hidden safe. It must be where that Anderson's inheritance envelope mentioned in the main quest is located. No doubt about it. And her? She merely cast a casual glance, her eyes almost indifferent. As if what lay before her was not a clue treasure box that could drive all players mad, but a plain little stone by the roadside. Without any reaction or interest, she simply ignored it and continued to get what she wanted. This huge contrast, this nearly humiliating disregard, felt like this terrifying NPC was intentionally showcasing everything before them, a blatant temptation. The players understood, no one was a fool, it was obvious she meant to make them break the rules and get killed. But the dilemma was that what she had touched was indeed everyone's breakthrough clue box. Presented before the players was undoubtedly a cruel dilemma. Either push forward, risking the potential deadly dangers hidden in the rules, possibly ending in death. Or give up, however, that would nearly eliminate any chance of survival. This was a blatant temptation and a difficult choice of life and death, almost torturous. The live stream chat was rolling madly. Did you see? Did you see? The safe. Absolutely a key clue. She is definitely doing this on purpose for the streamers to see, there must be a reason. My god. Such a hidden mechanism, what is the streamer doing? Hurry up. To upstairs, aren't you afraid it's a trap? It looks like this NPC is intentionally letting the streamers see it, going down will probably mean death. But there's still a chance to survive. Otherwise, should we just wait to die? Sitting still until the end of time, by then the streamer will also be dead. Sigh, I'm glad I wasn't picked for this horror game, otherwise, my mentality would definitely break. Chapter 18, Do we have a hammer? A chisel would work too. At the same time that the barrage of comments divided into two extreme factions, around the round table, the elite man's breathing suddenly became heavy and rough, like a beast about to charge. His eyes were fixed intensely on the basement, and his hands instinctively clenched into tight fists. The female high school student covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The middle-aged woman, who had been silent, revealed an intense shock and a longing gaze. The key! That key that had fallen to the ground. It must be retrieved. They must enter the basement. The safe is right there. And that NPC, radiating a terrifying pressure, seemed temporarily uninterested in the secret it hid. This is their only chance. In the basement, the cold and damp air seemed to form a layer of ice, heavily pressing down on every inch of space. Only the distant pipes emitted a monotonous hissing sound, like a tireless ghost whispering in this silent space. Feng Yue completely ignored the surrounding environment, not even caring about the secret compartment in the wall that she had just accidentally broken into. All her attention was focused on an inconspicuous, even somewhat worn, short and fat pottery jar in her hand. This jar, she had painstakingly dug out from a pile of cobweb-covered junk. The jar was covered in thick dust, with some stains that were completely unrecognizable, like it wore the dirtiest of clothes. The jar had no lid, instead, there was a thick, solid dark sealing layer. It seemed to be a mixture of wax and some kind of resin, hard as iron, sealing the jar tightly, leaving only a small gas hole slightly larger than a needle tip. The jar was inscribed with a few characters in an obscure script that had long been lost, none of which Feng Yue could recognize. But the system panel that popped up in front of her clearly marked. Fruit of size seed, sealed. Crimson Romance Recipe Ingredient.
Finally found you.
Feng Yue breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of accomplishment as if she had successfully dug up treasure. God knows how long she had been searching in this giant maze of a storage room. After getting covered in dust, she had finally unearthed it from a corner where dust was thickest. However, this joy lasted only a brief moment before it was overshadowed by the new problem that emerged.
How to open this thing?
Feng Yue first tried to pry at the sealing wax with her nails, but the sealing wax didn't budge, as if it had grown onto the jar. She then found a rusty piece of metal nearby, using all her strength to pry, but the metal bent while the sealing layer left not even a mark. She even tried gently knocking the jar against a nearby wooden barrel, but apart from shaking off a bit of dust, it did nothing at all.
That sealing layer seemed to integrate with the pottery jar, indestructible. What's going on?
Feng Yue felt a bit discouraged, holding the jar that was visible yet not tangible, with a frown. She began looking around, hoping to find some tool.
Is there a hammer? A chisel would do. If not, should I go upstairs to find a knife?
She was so focused on battling the pottery jar that she completely failed to notice. Behind her, beside the wall compartment that she had broken through, several sneaky figures were so tense that they could barely breathe. They moved with extreme slowness, afraid to make even the slightest sound.
10 minutes earlier.
Upstairs.
When Feng Yue's figure completely disappeared into the darkness that represented the basement, the wooden door closed automatically.
Inside the cafe, a long silence fell for several minutes. The players exchanged glances, seeing fear, hesitation, and a glimmer of crazed adventure ignited by the cruel environment in each other's eyes. The brass key lay quietly on the floor in front of the closed wooden door. Like a switch for a Pandora's box, it emitted an irresistible, alluring scent while sending signals of extreme danger.
We.
The high school girl spoke, her voice trembling, her eyes fixed on the key.
Main quest.
The elite man licked his cracked lips, bloodshot eyes battling against overwhelming fear. That's safe, she seems to really not care. The middle-aged woman, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse yet carrying an unusual calmness.
The opportunity may only be this time.
That NPC went down for her work, our task item might be something ordinary to her.
But she could come back at any moment.
So, we must take the things quickly while she is still downstairs. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, igniting a spark that instantly fired up everyone's determination to act. The elite man gritted his teeth and whispered, "I'll go get the key."
You cover me, pay attention to that door. Even he was unsure what exactly needed covering or how to do it. He took a deep breath, looking as if he were heading to the gallows.
Then, he tiptoed, moving as fast as he could towards the bar counter, his eyes locked on the closed door, his heart pounding as if it might burst out of his chest. Until his trembling fingers brushed against the cold, heavy key and he snatched it up, the door remained completely still.
Step 1, success.
He clutched the key tightly and quickly retreated to the round table, everyone nervously exchanging glances, their eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation.
Next was the real test. Open the door and go down to the basement.
They carefully approached the low wooden door again. The elite man's hands shook violently, and several times, he missed the lock hole with the key. Eventually, with the help of the middle-aged woman, they finally managed to insert the key. Accompanied by a sharp creak, the door slowly opened, and the cold air seeping through the crack, wrapped in indistinct whispers, rushed at them. Though they already knew the source of the sound, experiencing it in person still sent chills down their spines, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The door opened, revealing a darkness that seemed to consume everything. The players looked at this darkness, their legs involuntarily going weak, and endless fear surging in their hearts.
Let's go.
The elite man swallowed hard, mustering his courage to be the first to push forward, feeling for a way with his feet. He originally thought he would miss his step but instead found himself stepping onto cold, hard stone steps.
It was a narrow staircase leading down.
The entrance was right here, just hidden behind that eerie darkness.
Chapter 19, The Inheritance Envelope and Misunderstanding.
One by one, they nervously descended the stairs. Each step felt light as a cat, fearing they might disturb the unknown terrifying monsters below. Most afraid of disturbing that terrifying black-dressed NPC. When they finally stepped onto the cold, damp floor of the basement, illuminated by the ghostly green light of the wall lamp, they saw a black-dressed figure, focused on a clay pot, back turned to them. Almost everyone held their breath at the same time, their bodies stiffing, not daring to move. Fortunately, the NPC seemed completely engrossed in her own world, unaware of the noise behind her. The players felt a rush of joy, yet dared not be the slightest bit careless. They exchanged frantic glances and then, cautiously, almost crawling, slowly skirted around the area where she was, making their way towards the hidden compartment they recalled. Soon, they found that wall. And that old safe, which had been crashed open and now lay exposed. The chat in the players' livestream instantly lit up with excitement.
They're coming down. They really are.
So tense.
Don't let the NPC find you. What's that NPC doing? Seems like they're studying something? Forget it. Open the safe quickly.
But the real challenge was just beginning.
The safe needed a password to open. What's the password? What's the password? The girl high school student was almost crying, desperately turning the number dial in vain. Try the number of people, or how many are left, or maybe something related to the cafe?
The elite man forced himself to think calmly, his eyes scanning the surroundings quickly, hoping to find a clue, but found nothing. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's gaze suddenly locked onto the blood-stained leather notebook that Feng Yue had carelessly placed on a wooden barrel while searching for things. In an instant, a bold and crazy thought flashed through her mind. She instinctively pointed to the notebook, her eyes revealing a hint of urgency. The elite man instantly understood her meaning, but in that moment, all the color drained from his face. Go to the NPC and take something? That was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. But there was no other choice. He gritted his teeth and once again pushed his stealth skills to the limit, moving silently like a shadow towards Feng Yue's direction. His fingers trembled as he slowly opened the cover of the notebook. On the first page, there was only a line of ornate script written in dark red ink. In the year 737 of the night star calendar, on the night of the blood moon, this begins. The date. This could very well be the opening date of the cafe. His heart raced as he memorized the number string. Then he cautiously returned the notebook to its original state and quietly slipped back. 737, blood moon. He tried to convert the number into possible password combinations. Input 737 directly? Or maybe 0737? Or... He took a deep breath and tried entering 0737. Click. A faint yet clear mechanical sound. The lock opened. Succeeded. The players were so excited they were about to cry. With trembling hands, the elite man slowly pulled open the heavy door of the safe. The internal space of the safe was small, containing only one thing. A yellowed, thick craft paper envelope, quietly lying there. The envelope was clean, with not a single word on it. But at the same time, all the players' wristbands received a notification. Main quest updated, obtained Anderson's legacy envelope, January 1st. Find a safe way to open the envelope. They got it. They really got it. A wave of immense joy and immense relief instantly swept over everyone. However, just as the middle-aged woman carefully took the yellowed envelope out of the safe and gently cradled it in her hands. Got it. A cheerful voice came from nearby. Everyone turned to look, and they saw Feng Yue had finally managed to find a small but exceptionally sharp wax knife from a nearby toolbox. Feng Yue struggled mightily, finally prying a small opening in the hard seal, revealing a few deep brown, oddly patterned, dried fruit seeds inside. Material sighing fruit seed obtained. All the prerequisite materials for the special recipe Crimson Romance were finally gathered. She wore a satisfied expression, feeling so good. She brushed off the dust and wax shavings from her hands, ready to leave this creepy place and try to concoct the recipe. And when Feng Yue hummed a little tune, easily turning around, preparing to return the same way, she saw those four players huddled in the corner, their bodies stiff as stone statues. And the middle-aged woman was holding the envelope she just took out. The yellowed cowhide envelope that had not yet been put away. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The players felt their blood turn icy, and their pupils dilated to the extreme. Infinite fear felt like a bucket of ice water, splashing away all their earlier joy. Their minds went blank, with only one thought left: it's over. We've been discovered. She saw. She is definitely going to take action. The elite man even desperately closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Feng Yue's gaze did stop on that envelope for a moment. In her eyes, there was a hint of pure curiosity and confusion, thinking. There really is something in that pile of old papers? That old envelope looks a bit worn, but what's so special about it? She did not connect this yellowed envelope to any of her tasks. Although Feng Yue hadn't tried to open the safe earlier, she had seen this envelope, and it didn't have anything written on it related to her mission. At this moment, Feng Yue just couldn't understand why these players would take such a huge risk to sneak down just to pick up a broken envelope from the trash. Her gaze lingered for less than a second, then she casually looked away, as if she had just seen something unimportant. Then, as if she had not seen the four living people at all, her expression showed no change, and her steps didn't even pause. She walked straight past their stiff bodies, stepping onto the narrow staircase leading upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. Her footsteps were clear and steady, gradually fading away, disappearing at the entrance of the basement. Only the four players, drenched in cold sweat, completely unable to understand what had just happened, stood frozen in place, like four dusty statues. Chapter 20, How can a beginner dungeon have world-ending level ghosts appear? The barrage exploded after experiencing intense silence. She laughed? She just left like that?
She saw the streamer with the quest item and didn't care? She didn't even take a second look. Does she approve of this? Does it mean that this quest item is not important to her at all? Like garbage? Maybe even the lives and deaths of the streamers are just a part of an unimportant game to her? To be bolder, could it be that she is just a part-time working ghost NPC? People who work understand, work is annoying, who would care about people and things outside of work, right? Upstairs, the problem is that the terrifying ghost with purple-black mist covering it, what level do you think its boss has to be? World-ending level is just the starting point. +1, this NPC might be more than just world-ending level. No way? How can a beginner dungeon have world-ending level gods appear?
Feng Yue carefully placed the cup of blood romance, which was just finished and had a bizarre and gorgeous dark red color, on the bar. The surface of the coffee liquid had fine, thread-like patterns flowing slowly, emitting an indescribable complex scent mixed with rich coffee, rust, and a strange sweetness. This scent was both enticing and carried an unsettling undertone. Special formula, Blood Romance, 13/13, completed. Task, Midnight Waiter's Duty, completion rate increased. Experience points plus 150. Current job level, 1, 150/200. System notifications continuously rang out, and a faint warm current flowed into her body, dispelling some of the chill in the basement. Feng Yue let out a sigh of relief, finally getting one task done. Although she didn't know what this cup was truly for, the feeling of completing a task was always nice. She casually picked up a rather clean rag beside her and wiped her hands. The gaze unintentionally swept across the old wall clock. The brass hands pointed precisely to 2:30 in the morning. In that instant, click. A sound, extremely faint yet clear enough to make one's heart race, echoed from an unknown corner. Immediately, as if some invisible switch had been triggered. Click. Click. Click, 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 click. The dense sound of gears turning erupted from all directions at once. The source of the sound was those various puppet figures, displayed in the windows, on the shelves, and even hanging in the corners of the ceiling, all dressed in gorgeous attire. Their faces, which had originally held delicate smiles, now seemed to be given a sinister life. Heads began to turn slowly, in a horrifically synchronized rhythm, wooden or ceramic necks creaking with every movement. Their hollow eyes, which had merely stared vacantly ahead or downward, now turned together, incredibly precise, towards the only gathering of living beings in the cafe, the counter where Feng Yue stood, and the 6 pale players huddled nearby. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of lifeless, chilling gazes pierced through them, like tangible needles, pinning them down. Those stares seemed to penetrate the players' bodies, striking straight at their souls. Ah! The high school girl was the first to break down, letting out a repressed, short scream, then immediately clamping her mouth shut, her body shaking like falling leaves in the wind. The other players felt their scalps tingle, their backs instantly soaked with cold sweat. Being watched by so many eerie puppets at once instilled a dread that far exceeded any direct horror scene. Inside, they were all frantically asking, what do they want? Suddenly, someone recalled Rule 3. When puppets stare at you, do not make eye contact. Feng Yue's reaction was quicker than theirs. Almost the moment she felt those gazes focusing on her, even though she did not feel the pressure of the task. She turned sharply, presenting her back to those cold stares, facing the liquor cabinet behind the counter. That movement was smooth and natural, as if practiced countless times, flowing seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. The players' live streams exploded with comments. Here they come. The puppets are moving. Everyone, turn around. Hiss. There are too many. How do we hide? Why did the NPC turn? That terrifying aura seems like it could swallow the entire dungeon. These eerie puppets may look terrifying, but they are obviously controlled by that horrifying NPC. So why did the NPC turn around? She could have simply crushed all the puppets with a flick of her finger. Doesn't anyone find it strange? If that's the case, could this frightening NPC be reminding the players to turn around? How friendly is that? Suspicious.jpg. After seeing Feng Yue's reaction, the players finally snapped back to reality, frantically trying to mimic her. Some lowered their heads in panic, others hurriedly turned, desperately searching for angles to face away from the puppets. But there were too many puppets, densely packed in layers. No matter which direction they faced, there were always several gazes shooting in from angles so awkward it made their skin crawl, landing on them. They felt like prey locked in the sights of a hunter, with nowhere to hide. The immense psychological pressure made it hard for them to breathe. For a moment, the entire cafe fell into a strange silence that was hard to describe. Only the relentless clicking of puppets turning their heads, sounding like frying beans, and the players' heavy breaths, filled with terror, echoed in this dead space. Feng Yue stood with her back to the puppets. On the surface calm and indifferent, but inside she was already going crazy with complaints. What the hell is this setting? Why is everyone suddenly bowing in unison? How annoying. There was no way out, so she could only pretend to tidy up the bottles on the wine rack, using this to pass the time, hoping this wave of gaze would hurry past. But things were not that simple. After a while, Feng Yue cautiously tried to slightly turn her head, attempting to observe the situation with her peripheral vision. Just as her gaze was about to touch the nearest doll. Swish! The doll's head, which had been turning slowly, suddenly froze as if someone pressed the pause button. Those hollow eye sockets were fixedly staring in the direction of Feng Yue's peripheral vision. At the same time, its long, well-defined eyelashes trembled slightly, almost unnoticeably. Chapter 21, The Forgotten Fear. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt it was trembling all over, as if its body was about to fall apart in the next second. Feng Yue didn't even have time to think, her body reacted before her brain did. It wasn't just a simple turn, she suddenly stepped sideways, while leaning backward as much as possible, completely avoiding that angle that could cause eye contact or catch a blink. Her action was a bit exaggerated. As she stepped back, she stumbled, and her elbow instinctively pushed back. Clang! A sharp, huge metallic crash suddenly rang out. It turned out her elbow had collided with a medieval knight armor used as decoration beside the bar. That armor, which had been leaning on a two-handed sword, instantly lost its balance and the heavy body tilted violently. Along with that sword, though covered in dust, still gleaming coldly, it whooshed out of hand, and with a heavy bang, it fell hard onto the floor. With the tip pointing down, it pierced deep into the wooden floor, making a dull thud sound, and the sword body continued to vibrate. This sudden loud noise was like a bomb exploding next to everyone, startling everyone, including Feng Yue herself. She steadied herself, her heart still racing internally, saying, "That startled me. This armor is really too much in the way." However, the next second, Feng Yue heard an extremely suppressed voice coming from the player's side. It sounded like it was pushed out from between clenched teeth, mixed with fear and relief, making her heart skip a beat. She instinctively turned to look toward the sound. There, beside the fallen sword, on the floor, was a fist-sized object. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a mechanical spider made of rusty gears and tiny springs. At this moment, the sharp tip of the sword had precisely pierced its core. Several metal legs were twitching nervously, making a sizzling sound of electrical short-circuiting, clearly already completely scrap. Feng Yue couldn't help but wonder, where did this mechanical spider pop up from? Looking at this situation, it must have been quickly crawling towards the players just now. If the sword hadn't happened to fall. Feng Yue blinked and didn't think much more. She simply felt that this mechanical little thing looked a bit disgusting, but luckily it was smashed, out of sight, out of mind. But her perfectly timed collision, with its precise landing point, had just eliminated a lurking, deadly threat that the players had never even noticed. All of this combined, in the eyes of the players, was like a miracle. The bullet screen of the live broadcast instantly exploded. Wow! Did you see that? She knocking over the armor was not an accident. So it's that spider. She must have noticed it long ago. Precise strike. My God! She really is a friendly NPC. She even knows that the doll blinking would trigger such a hidden attack? She really is a boss. She is using practice to teach players how to play. The players looked at the mechanical spider's remains pinned to the floor. Looking at Feng Yue's face, which seemed to say this armor is such a hindrance, I couldn't help but feel a chill rushing from my feet straight to the crown of my head. After the fear and relief, what replaced it was a deeper sense of awe and dread. This NPC, her knowledge of this cafe and her control over the instance had surpassed our understanding. It is known that even the high and mighty boss in the instance could not freely devour or kill the anomalies like she did. Because the rules simply would not allow it. Her seemingly casual actions might conceal unimaginable meaning. Moreover, she did save the players' lives, but this felt strange. Why did she save the players? Could it really be out of pure kindness? What a joke! She is a terrifying high-level anomaly. In the players' understanding, kindness had nothing to do with her. They felt that this terrifying NPC keeping them alive must have some other motive. Feng Yue completely did not grasp the players' complex psychological activities. She was just relieved that she didn't fall flat on her face from that earlier stumble, nor did she get a disappearing point deducted by that suddenly blinking puppet. She looked at the sword stuck in the ground and thought that since she didn't knock it down, she couldn't be bothered to help it up. Dusting off non-existent dirt from her hands, she planned to continue her research, waiting for this wave of puppets to finish their rampage. And those puppets, having regained attention after Feng Yue stopped watching them, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Once again, they tirelessly and relentlessly twisted their heads, their cold gaze sweeping like a tide among these surviving beings, waiting for the next moment of negligence. Within the cafe, this eerie dance of puppets continued, danger ever present, showing no signs of weakening. The wall clock ticked away slowly in the oppressive tick-tock sound, moving extremely slowly across each segment. The puppets in the window and on the shelves still tirelessly synchronized their head movements, their cold gaze acting like invisible searchlights, scanning the terrified faces of the survivors over and over again.
The time of this scrutiny was particularly long. The players curled their bodies as much as possible, either pressing against the cold wall or using tables and chairs as cover, trying to avoid that omnipresent gaze. Every time the puppet's gaze swept by, their hearts tightened, their muscles stiffened, and their minds endured great torment. And the mechanical spider carcass pinned to the floor by the longsword stood as a silent warning, always reminding them that danger was never far away and lurked in various unexpected forms around them. In stark contrast to the player's disheveled appearance was Feng Yue, standing behind the bar. After the initial intense gaze and the subsequent unexpected yet seemingly miraculous rescue, Feng Yue seemed to quickly adapt to the rhythm of having to suddenly turn or shift from time to time. Her movements even took on a strange sense of rhythm. It was as if she was not dodging danger but was performing a silent and mysterious dance in this perilous space. Using gaps in the rules, Feng Yue began to tackle her final task, the one that made her most uncertain. To brew that special coffee called Voice of Forgetting. She reached into her skirt pocket, actually pulling the collected materials one by one from the system space. First was the dust from 3 seconds after the basement echo, emitting a faint vibration. Next, she took out a few seeds of the sighing fruit, deeply etched with mysterious patterns from a hardened earthen jar. There was also a small vial containing frozen midnight, colored like the solidified night sky. And even a wisp that she had captured in a special glass tube. Constantly twisting and changing, forgotten fear. Chapter 22: The Final Mixture. These things alone are enough to make any normal person step back in fear. The players dared not look directly at Feng Yue, but their peripheral vision was always keenly aware of her every move. Seeing these extremely bizarre materials, combined with her trip to the basement and her dealing with the mechanical spider, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. What on earth is she trying to do? Is she brewing a deadly poison, or preparing for an utterly evil sacrificial ritual? All kinds of terrifying thoughts raced through the players' minds. Feng Yue had no time to care about their imaginations. She was focused on the final formula description in the employee manual, her brows tightly knitted, looking deeply troubled. Take 3 seeds of the sighing fruit and place them in a silver mortar, grinding them with an ice basalt pestle until they produce a sobbing sound. She recited in her heart, picking up a rather ancient-looking silver bowl and a cold, black pestle, starting her operation according to the instructions. Creak. Creak. The grinding sound was not crisp but rather a dull scraping noise. It was as if someone was scraping a bone with a blunt tool, making one feel utterly uncomfortable. As the grinding progressed, the hard seeds gradually turned into a deep purple powder with an odd sheen. And it really began to emit an extremely weak, almost imperceptible sound, akin to the woo-woo of a baby crying. Feng Yue was so startled that her hand shook, nearly dropping the mortar. She forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and continued to the next step. Add dust that echoes 3 seconds after entering the basement, stirring clockwise for 9¼ circles, then counterclockwise for 3½ circles, while keeping the temperature at the breathing frost point. She took out an object resembling a thermometer, but the scale displayed was not the usual Celsius or Fahrenheit. Instead, it showed bizarre words like soul burn, boiling blood, frost breath. Feng Yue carefully controlled the flame of a special alcohol lamp to keep the mixed powder at the line marked frost breath. Then, she picked up a pure black stirring rod and began to stir strictly according to the requirements. The powder and dust mixed, making a soft sha-sha sound, and the originally weak sobbing seemed to be amplified. Blending with the hissing sound of a gas leak from the distant pipes, it formed an extremely unsettling background noise, as if foretelling some terrible event. The comments in the player's livestream were rolling wildly. What is she doing? This sound makes my scalp tingle. Those materials. She is definitely performing a dark ritual. Is she going to summon something terrifying? Pay attention to her technique. It's terrifyingly precise. It's definitely not her first time, she's done it 1,000 or 1,800 times at least. The players didn't dare to breathe, feeling that the eerie atmosphere in the cafe was intensifying with Feng Yue's actions. The air seemed to turn thick like paste, pressing down on their chests. The light grew dimmer, as if it were about to extinguish at any moment. Only the sinister mixture in front of Feng Yue and her focused, cold profile stood out starkly in the ghostly green light. Finally, it came to the last step. Drip in the solidified midnight and forgotten fear, while quietly chanting the 7th section of the Silence Canticle. Feng Yue's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. She stared at the twisted characters that appeared on the system panel. The syllables that were impossible to comprehend looked like a chaotic, severely out-of-tune children's song melody. What even is this? She internally complained crazily, but the task requirements were right there. There was no choice but to brace herself and proceed. She added the last 2 liquid ingredients into the mixture. Sizzle. A slight sound, like cold water dripping into hot oil, made the mixture instantly boil. The colors changed like a spinning lantern, finally settling into a deep, dark blue that seemed to devour all light. Countless tiny bubbles, like stardust, erupted, then burst with a strange sound.
Like distant sighs, or whispers in one's ear, the buzzing echoed in the quiet space.
Now is the time.
Feng Yue took a deep breath and leaned closer to the cup of eerie, blue liquid. In a very low voice, almost a whisper, she stumbled through the meaningless syllables provided by the system. #% and Lala buzz hiss at hashtag. Her voice was soft and her tone strange, as it came out somewhat intermittent because she wasn't skilled. Feng Yue felt utterly foolish. Like a fool chanting spells to pots and pans. However, to the players and all who were watching the livestream, the scene was completely different. They watched in astonishment as the moment Feng Yue sang that obscure, low, and ancient-sounding incantation. The light in the air above the bar twisted clearly. The cup of blue liquid suddenly erupted with a strong and psychedelic glow, and the buzzing inside amplified instantly. It was as if countless invisible entities were shrieking or howling madly within. Feng Yue's side profile, taut and expressionless due to her extreme concentration on the syllables, appeared incredibly cold and solemn in the psychedelic glow. It even bore an unsettling mix of inhuman divinity and evil. This is no way to brew coffee. This was clearly what they had only heard of in countless horror movies and fantasy stories. Alchemy. Or perhaps, a darker, forbidden ritual. The comments in the livestream chat had completely lost control. An incantation. It's an incantation. Look at the light. It's actually twisting. It feels like the dungeon space is shaking. I can hear it. Those sounds. Could this be the voice of high-level undead? What kind of eerie being is she? How could she wield such power? This cup of coffee is definitely a super cursed item. The chanting came to an end. The radiant light gradually retracted, as the liquid in the cup returned to calmness. At this point, the liquid presented a more restrained, abyss-like dark blue, still bubbling slowly, producing a continuous, hypnotic buzzing whisper. Feng Yue looked at this bubbling liquid, which resembled chemical waste, and her lips twitched again. It's done, but can this really be drunk? Her heart was filled with deep suspicion, wondering secretly, would drinking it lead to a direct encounter with the grandmother? Despite the sarcasm, the task prompt clearly required her to take this voice of forgetting to the specified location. Chapter 23 Hidden Plot, The Cafe's Past. With no choice, she had to pick up this cup, which felt icy cold and kept whispering, and walk steadily out from behind the bar. The surrounding players, upon seeing this, parted as if Moses was parting the Red Sea, their faces full of fear. They stared intently at the cup that emitted an ominous aura, as if it was a magical artifact capable of destroying the world. Feng Yue ignored them and walked straight toward a secluded corner of the cafe. There was a small round table and a high-backed chair. She remembered that a strange guest in a top hat had touched this high-backed chair. She gently placed the voice of forgetting on the table. The moment the bottom of the cup touched the table, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, countless delicate, complex patterns that emit soft white light appeared on the desktop. These patterns quickly spread and intertwined, forming an intricately complex picture that existed only for a brief moment. In the center of the pattern, a line of clear text, visible only to Feng Yue, slowly emerged. Hidden hint: when the three chimes echo in the silence, the lost melody will guide the way to the true path. Pay attention to the fluctuations of the curtain. The text lasted only 3 seconds before disappearing without a trace. The desktop returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Only that cup of dark blue voice of forgetting quietly emitted whispers and a chill. Feng Yue froze in place, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. What does this mean? 3 chimes, silence, lost melody, curtain? She muttered to herself, but she couldn't grasp what it all meant when combined. What is this even about? Is the riddle maker having fun? Although troubled by this hint, the appearance of the text undoubtedly confirmed those scattered bits of seemingly useless information she had collected before, which might not be worthless after all. They were like puzzle pieces scattered on the ground, and this hint was the blurred reference image for that puzzle. Hidden stories, the past of the cafe. She instinctively touched her skirt pocket, the hard outline of the bloodstained leather notebook still there. Feng Yue took it out. Previously, she had only skimmed through it, looking for specific information like the opening date. She hadn't delved into the fragmented, hastily written, emotionally charged records inside. Now, with the purpose of exploring the past, she re-examined those words, which seemed to carry a different weight. He failed once again, that liquor became murky once more, the cost was just too great. Today, Anna did not appear as usual. The familiar spot by the window was empty. I understood why in my heart, but I still dared not ask. Curse. Is this really a curse? Or is everything just our own doing? Laughter, I can hear the laughter of those children again. Is that sound coming from the doll? I feel like I'm going crazy. He sealed everything away, buried underground, thinking that it would put an end to it? How naive. The last customer, wearing a top hat. His gaze upon me was as if he knew me, yet seemed to mourn something.
The handwriting in front of her was very messy, written in dark red ink. She could almost be sure that it wasn't ordinary ink.
These words recorded the predecessor's increasing fear, guilt, and endless despair. The information hinted between the lines pointed towards a mysterious experiment, a failure, and the terrible consequences that followed.
Experiment, failure, curse.
Feng Yue suddenly recalled that while rummaging in the basement, besides that pottery jar, she had seen some yellowed old newspapers in a dusty box. At that time, she didn't pay attention, but now that she thought carefully, it might hide crucial clues. She immediately turned around and headed towards the low wooden door without hesitation. The players saw her sudden movement, and tension filled the air again. They saw her just open the door and re-enter that unsettling underground space. A few minutes later, Feng Yue came back up holding several severely damaged old newspapers. The dates on the newspapers were too smudged to see clearly, but a few brief reports on them could barely be recognized. Local news: the case of the missing owner of Star Cafe has many doubts, and police investigation has hit a dead end. Surrounding rumors: strange events frequently occur at the Deep Alley Cafe. The nearby residents said they heard a sorrowful cry at night, making everyone anxious. The Alchemy Association did not disclose records, fragments, warnings about the taboo topic of elixir of life, high-risk, ethical controversy, uncontrollable cases.
Alchemy Association? Elixir of life?
In Feng Yue's mind, these fragmented pieces of information connected with the notes, the hidden safe, and the alchemical symbols everywhere in the cafe. She used to think they were just decorations. And those strange dolls, specific rules linked together. Gradually, a story, though hazy, began to take shape in her mind, one that was enough to send chills down her spine. This place, the Starry Cafe, perhaps in a past long gone, was not merely a cafe. It was likely the workshop of an alchemist. This alchemist, obsessed with the legendary elixir of life, conducted a forbidden experiment here. But the experiment failed, and it failed terribly. The uncontrollable power not only took the alchemist but possibly also affected the then shop owner and guests. Just like the Anna mentioned in the notes, and those who mysteriously disappeared. The so-called curse is not groundless, it is the terrifying energy left behind by that failed experiment, continuing to wreak havoc.
Or perhaps it is a bizarre phenomenon.
It fears that it is not just a simple decoration, and not merely a product of the curse.
They are more likely to be things sealed away,
sealing the souls of those who unfortunately perished in the experiment or were transformed. And that guest in a top hat, behaving strangely, who finally ordered the voice of forgetting. Feng Yue looked at the empty table in the corner and the cup of special coffee that provided her with hidden plot hints.
Is it the embodiment of regret? She pondered, unconsciously murmuring to herself. Is it that alchemist who failed countless times, paid a huge price, until losing himself?
Because of strong obsession and regret, under the catalyst of some bizarre power, formed this special existence.
Chapter 24, an eerie boss, one touch, and players might experience a total wipeout.
He returned here, ordering a cup of voice of forgetting, destined to never truly be forgotten.
Is he endlessly reliving his failures and pain throughout the endless time? The hidden plot requires soothing ancient regret.
Feng Yue looked at the cup of coffee, then at those still turning dolls surrounding her, coldly watching. A complex emotion suddenly surged in her heart. No longer simple fear or annoyance, but a deep sadness that could not be precisely described in words. This is a tragic place shrouded in mad experiments, endless regret, and eternal curses. Behind every bizarre phenomenon, perhaps a soul is imprisoned, suffering and desperate, forever trapped here. Feng Yue's expression, unknowingly, softened, her tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and a hint of compassion showed in her eyes, along with a touch of realization.
So that's it.
So behind this seemingly shocking monster hunting quest, there lies a heavy and sorrowful story. This subtle change in her expression naturally did not escape the players, who were always tense and closely monitoring her every move. They saw this player, who had always seemed indifferent and efficient. Even a somewhat high-status NPC, after coming back from the basement, showed human emotions for the first time facing that eerie coffee and the empty seat.
That expression intertwined understanding, sadness, and sympathy. Then, they heard her very soft, almost sigh-like murmuring, "It's the embodiment of regret." Connecting it with her previous actions.
A shocking thought, like thunder, struck them. Boom suddenly exploded in the minds of all the players. She was actually searching for the very rules of this dungeon. What was she trying to do? The expression on her face just now was one of deep compassion that came from understanding the truth, along with hesitation about whether to act or not. The players felt a shiver run down their spines, and this was not entirely due to fear. More than that, it was a strong shock, as if they had touched the core of the dungeon's rules.
This NPC was not just a powerful guide, or a potential unknown threat.
She seemed to be closer to the ender of this dungeon. Feng Yue restrained her emotions and lightly sighed. She knew in her heart that although the story was sad, the task was still at hand, and there was no room for complacency.
Soothing the ancient regret. She repeatedly thought of the hint. What specifically should I do? 3 chimes of the bell, the lost melody. She raised her head, her gaze again fixed on the ancient wall clock, her eyes becoming focused and sharp, thoughts racing. The players held their breath, fully concentrated, waiting for her next move. It was as if every action she took unveiled a deeper layer of this terrifying dungeon for them. Feng Yue stood still, her gaze sweeping over the tiredly turning dolls, which still made their click-clack sounds. Finally, she fixated on the cup emitting a ghostly blue glow, while also producing a low buzzing sound, the voice of oblivion. The sad story was already understood, but how to soothe it remained a tough question. That hint was vague, what did it mean by 3 chimes of the bell echoing in silence, what lost melody? It sounded just like a mechanism that needed specific conditions to trigger, but there was no clue at all. Silence? Right now in this cafe, the dolls kept making their click-clack sounds, and the pipes occasionally emitted hissing noises. On top of that, the players' slightly heavy breathing due to their tension made it all incredibly noisy. Completely irrelevant to the requirement of silence. As for the chime, could it refer to the old clock on the wall? But it had only ever made a monotonous tick-tock sound, it never rang any bells. The lost melody. Did it mean the out-of-tune note she hummed just now? Could that even be considered a melody? Feng Yue felt like her CPU was a bit overloaded. She hated this kind of puzzle solving, especially with such vague hints. She rubbed her brow, forcing herself to calm down and resort the clues. The hidden plot was triggered by that cup of voice of oblivion and the Hat Man. So the key point might still be on that Hat Man. She squinted slightly, beginning to recall the scene when she first met the Hat Man. Pale face, hollow eyes, repeatedly asking for the time. Right, time. He not only asked for the time, but also left something behind. That icy cold, ancient silver coin etched with strange symbols, as a tip. Feng Yue immediately took out the silver coin from her skirt pocket. The cold touch came through her fingertips, the symbols on the coin barely visible in the dim light. At that time, she only thought this thing was a bit special, perhaps she could trade it for points in the system. But now it seemed, it could be the key item to complete the task. She raised her head, her gaze again focused on the ancient brass wall clock. The size and thickness of this silver coin. She squinted her eyes, carefully observing the slow-swinging pendulum. As the pendulum approached the bottom, she discovered a very inconspicuous, shallow indentation that almost perfectly blended with the surrounding patterns. Could it be? She took a deep breath, gripped the silver coin tightly, and stepped toward the wall under the uncertain gazes of the players, finally stopping beneath the clock. The clock was hung very high, she had to tiptoe just to barely reach the pendulum. The players' hearts instantly jumped to their throats. What is she trying to do? Is she really going to touch that clock, which obviously radiates a strange aura, and is very likely one of the bizarre source points? Players felt a surge of panic in their hearts. This NPC isn't going to trigger some mechanism, is she, trying to take their lives? In the live stream, the barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. It's over, the boss is definitely going to attack the players. I knew this silver coin wasn't simple, I didn't expect it to be for ending the dungeon. The boss is about to unleash its powers, streamer, run away, don't just stand there. This time the streamer might be doomed, this NPC definitely has a big move. That clock might be something deadly, as soon as the eerie boss touches it, everyone will probably be wiped out. If the streamer can escape this calamity, I'll support every day in the future. Inside the dungeon, Feng Yue was completely unconcerned about the commotion from the players behind her. All her attention was focused on the clock in front of her. She carefully tiptoed, stretched out her hand, and tried to press the ancient silver coin she held against the shallow dent on the pendulum. Click. Chapter 25 Progress, 98%. A very subtle sound of a mechanism clicking into place was heard in the originally noisy cafe. As expected, the ancient silver coin, whether in size, thickness, or the strange symbols engraved on it, fit perfectly into the dent, seamlessly embedding into it. It was as if it had been an indispensable part of the pendulum from the very beginning, never separated. At the moment the silver coin embedded itself, time seemed to be pressed on pause. The pendulum, which had been swinging regularly, suddenly froze in midair at the peak of its swing. The continuous tick-tock sound also abruptly stopped, as if cut instantly by a sharp blade. Then, like knocking down dominoes, a chain reaction erupted in the cafe. All sounds in the cafe disappeared, the doll's annoying clicking sounds, the faint screeches from deep within the pipes. Even the players' intentionally suppressed breathing sounds, due to tension, vanished in a fraction of a second. All gone. It wasn't gradually weakening but was entirely erased by an invisible force. The whole world fell into a dead silence that was absolutely deafening. And those dolls that had just been spinning their heads madly, were suddenly frozen by a sudden magic, instantly solidified in their last posture. Their hollow eye sockets still gazing in all directions, but the icy, piercing malevolence that used to fill them quickly faded away. They seemed to turn back into true, lifeless dolls.
Almost at the same time, the cafe's stained glass windows, which had always been shrouded in shadow, appeared to be illuminated by a suddenly enhanced light from the outside. No longer was it the eternally false, cold, ghostly green moonlight, but a softer, warmer glow with a faint orange-golden hue shining through, gently falling onto the wooden floor and old furniture, dispelling the long-standing chill and gloom. In an instant, the whole atmosphere of the space underwent a radical change. From the extreme strangeness and terror, it switched instantly to a kind of almost sacred, peaceful stillness. It was a calm like surviving a storm, as if emerging safely from a catastrophe. A kind of relief after a long time of sedimentation, finally finding solace. The curse had been momentarily quelled? Feng Yue lowered her tiptoed feet, staring blankly at the dreamlike transformation before her. Feeling the unprecedented tranquility around her, it took several seconds for her to finally come back to her senses. She let out a long, involuntary sigh, a thought bubbling in her mind. Is it done? Was it that simple? Just stuffing the coin in? Feng Yue felt like she hadn't done anything at all. It was just placing something that seemed appropriate in a position that also seemed suitable. Can this soothe that ancient and powerful alchemist's regret? Is this task designed a bit too childishly? Or was it just a lucky guess by mistake? However, Feng Yue's seemingly relaxed action, and the subsequent change in the environment, as if a miracle had descended, had an impact on the players nearby that was explosive. You see, the players had witnessed everything from start to finish. That clock they had always avoided, even regarded as a core source of danger in the instance. Those puppets, whose operating mechanisms they could not understand at all, forcing them to live in constant worry and passively evade. And that omnipresent, suffocatingly eerie atmosphere. Just as this NPC casually embedded a coin into the pendulum, everything vanished. Completely transformed. This was neither the weird escape battle they were familiar with, nor was it a puzzle-solving adventure. This situation was far beyond their understanding of the ways to clear the instance. It felt more like an operation on a level of authority, as if someone had rewritten the rules. And this kind of operation could only be done by the administrator of the instance, akin to a purifying act. Looking back carefully, all the actions of this NPC before, gathering materials, brewing strange coffee, even guiding them to discover clues. Turns out, everything was setting the stage for this moment. From the very beginning, her purpose was not to destroy, but to repair or redeem. But what exactly was to be repaired, what was to be redeemed, the players had no idea. The players stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe, fearing that even the slightest movement would shatter this hard-won tranquility, created by that terrifying NPC. Feng Yue was completely unaware of the players' psychological activities. She just scratched her head, looking at the unusually warm light outside, and couldn't help but murmur. Is this light starting to look like dawn? Does that mean the task time is about to end? Am I about to get off work soon? A supreme tranquility enveloped the starry cafe, as a warm, almost strange light poured through the stained glass, casting mottled quiet shadows on the floor. Those frozen puppets lost all their strange vitality, like the most ordinary exhibits in a museum, silently waiting in their corners. This tranquility was so beautiful it felt almost unreal, like the fragile balance in the eye of a storm. Feng Yue stood under the clock, her recently relaxed nerves not completely at ease. She cast a glance at the clock face on the wall. Only 10 minutes remained until 3 in the morning, until her eagerly awaited off-work time. Almost there, almost there. She motivated herself, while instinctively bringing up the system interface. The progress bar clearly displayed 98%. Just a little more to go. The light of victory was right before her eyes. Feng Yue could almost imagine the scene after leaving the instance, returning to the system space, counting existence points/resurrection points. This became the last motivation for her to get through this bizarre night. In stark contrast to her eager mood, the surviving players, after the initial shock and moment of calm, were quickly gripped by a deeper fear. In the player's understanding, the last moments before an instance ends are often the most chaotic and unpredictable moments of the rules backlash. After all, the player strategies written on the forum are detailed. This is the iron law validated by countless veteran players with their own blood, tears, and even precious lives. The calm before them. This is definitely the false tranquility before the storm arrives. It's just a gentle illusion created by the countdown to death. Sure enough. Almost at the moment when Feng Yue finished reading the progress bar and silently calculated the remaining minutes in her heart. Kalala. Chapter 26, Time approaches, the final level. A faint yet piercing sound suddenly came from a corner of the cafe, breaking the dead silence. In an instant, everyone's gaze was drawn to the source of the sound. It was a ceramic doll placed on a shelf, its originally frozen smile seemed to twitch slightly. Through the smooth glaze, one could vaguely see countless tiny things writhing and crashing inside. It seemed as if they were eager to break free from some kind of restraint.
Then, like knocking over the first domino, a chain reaction erupted instantly. Ka-cha!
Buzz 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 gaga gaga. In the cafe, all the previously motionless dolls began to tremble violently without warning. The wooden dolls issued groans under the unbearable strain, while the ceramic doll's surface was filled with countless cracks. The stuffing inside the fabric dolls wriggled madly. They were no longer lifeless objects frozen in time, but like malicious eggs about to hatch. Something far more terrifying than mere gazing was eagerly trying to break through the constraint of the doll's shell and descend into this space.
At the same time,
buzz! The old wall lamps and chandeliers above, emitting a ghostly green light, began to flicker wildly as if there was a bad connection. The lights flickered erratically, the frequency dizzying. Light and shadow jumped and changed wildly among the violently shaking dolls, distorting their shadows into clawing, monstrous shapes. The entire space was instantly plunged into extreme chaos and madness. That gentle and peaceful light of dawn seemed to be repelled and squeezed by a powerful invisible force, rapidly dimming and fading. In the blink of an eye, the outside was once again swallowed by dense, impenetrable darkness. It was clear that the curse had not disappeared at all. It had merely been briefly suppressed, gathering even greater and more insane retaliatory power before the final moment came. Here it comes. The final level is dangerous.
I knew it wouldn't be that simple. They're coming out.
The players screamed in horror, their hearts that had just relaxed were suddenly lifted into their throats.
They fumbled, almost instinctively, pulling out their yellowed envelopes. Williams's legacy.
This was their only escape. The task prompt clearly demanded that at exactly 3 a.m., holding this envelope, they must stand under the bronze wind chimes at the door to escape the instance. The escape seemed within reach, but the present situation felt like a mountain of knives and sea of fire in between. Those violently shaking dolls, on the verge of breaking free, were like a horde of hungry ghosts surrounding the altar, eyeing them greedily.
What to do? Where to go? The doorway.
They had to rush to the doorway at all costs. Yet, the wildly flickering lights, the crashing and trembling sounds, and the almost tangible malice clouding the air made the short distance of just a few meters feel insurmountable. No one knew if they would be dragged away by something that had completely broken free along the way or activate another instant death rule. In this extreme chaos and panic, all players' gazes unintentionally refocused on the same ghost NPC.
Feng Yue.
She still stood there, just under the clock, not far from the door.
In the face of this sudden, hellish scene of terror, her face surprisingly revealed a hint of extreme impatience.
At this moment, Feng Yue's inner thoughts were,
what the heck? It's almost time to get off work, and this happens? Can't anyone let me have a moment of peace? My 98%. Please don't dock my progress.
She almost instinctively, driven by the need to rush out right after work, took a few steps toward the door. Then she stood in a spot that she thought was the most convenient and quickest, ready to dash out the moment the bell rang, leaving the instance. She stared intensely at the wall clock, praying frantically for time to move faster. At the same time, she kept a cautious eye on the mad dolls around her, fearing they might cause some trouble and affect her punching out. After all, her identity as an NPC was that of a waitstaff.
Feng Yue's unintentional movement, however, appeared like a guiding light to the players. Look! The NPC is moving. She's headed for the door.
She definitely knew that there would be a crisis at the last moment.
Was she planning to block the danger for them? Or was she directing them to the correct escape route? It must be that. Follow her closely.
Staying right behind her was the safest.
The instinct to survive overcame everything.
The players no longer hesitated, not caring to think, like shipwrecked survivors spotting their mothership, or fledgling birds following their leader, terrified yet resolute, stumbled toward the spot where Feng Yue stood.
Which was the direction of the cafe's door, gathering there.
They instinctively huddled tightly behind Feng Yue, seeing her as the coral facing the final madness, the ark crossing the ultimate storm, and the only hope and barrier to clear the level. It was as if being close to her could lessen the threat from those wildly flickering lights and the violently trembling dolls. Feng Yue was focused on the wall clock when she was suddenly startled by the crowd that had gathered behind her. She turned around, bewildered, only to see the players' faces as white as paper, clutching envelopes tightly. They looked at her with tearful eyes, their gaze filled with extreme fear, desperate pleading, and endless hope, as if she were their only savior in this dire situation.
Feng Yue? She secretly muttered, why are you all crowding around? You're blocking my way out. Also, can you stop looking at me like I'm a bodhisattva? I just want to quietly wait for the end of my shift. But Feng Yue didn't have time to pay them any more attention.
The minute hand on the wall clock finally trembled yet resolutely pointed to the final position.
3 o'clock was approaching.
At that instant, the cafe shook, and the lights flickered as if the madness had been pressed to accelerate, like the frenzied celebration before the end of the world. In this extreme chaos, time seemed to stretch unbearably long, each second accompanied by a heart pounding almost to the point of bursting. On the wall, that ancient brass clock struggled to move its hands, like wading through thick asphalt. Yet it bore an irresistible, faithful determination, slowly, inching toward the final mark.
Crack. Chapter 27 Remaining players, 3. The head of a ceramic doll suddenly exploded.
Shards flew everywhere, but what burst out wasn't porcelain, but thick, ink-like black shadows. The shadow let out a sharp shriek, writhing in the air, radiating bone-chilling resentment and hunger. This crisp sound was like the signal for the gates of hell to open.
Boom. Poof. Crash. The continuous explosions echoed like firecrackers, one after another.
On the shelves, on the tables, in the hidden corners. All the dolls trembling near madness, their glass eyes, ceramic cheeks, and wooden bodies exploded. It wasn't a physical shattering, but more like a prison being completely broken.
The bindings completely shattered.
Countless distorted wails, shapeless black shadows, surged forth as if unleashed from the Pandora's box of hell, madly spilling out from those broken puppet shells. They seemed like a congealed mass of hundreds of years of pain, regret, curses, and malice, instantly filling the entire air above the cafe. The light flickered wildly, and the black shadows darted back and forth through the light and shadows, mingling with screams, hisses, and the noise of objects being torn and scraped by invisible force.
Forming a death symphony powerful enough to shatter eardrums and destroy reason.
The black shadows spiraled in the air and, like sharks smelling blood, locked onto the only living breath in the room. Gathered around the entrance were a few tiny, trembling living souls. Then, they gathered into a murky, surging tide of darkness, a mad force that annihilated everything, crashing down like a mountain.
It's coming. Fight them off. Hold the door. We must hold the door.
The players screamed in desperation, some raised in their hands a quest item that might have a weak exorcism effect, like a silver spoon. Others instinctively held their arms up to protect their heads and faces, making futile gestures of resistance. Their faces were pale, their pupils shrunk to pinpricks in ultimate fear, almost able to foresee the brutal outcome of being swallowed and torn apart by that dark tide in the next second. And in the front, Feng Yue faced this terrifying scene as if the gates of hell had opened, and millions of ghosts surged forth. Her blood ran cold instantly, her mind a blank. No more progress in the game, no more clocking out for points, all shattered by this most primal and direct impact of terror.
System, help me
Teleport. Quick, teleport. We're gonna die. Feng Yue's heart screamed like a groundhog, her whole body seemed to be petrified, frozen in place. Even closing her eyes, such a simple action, took all her courage and drained her energy. She squeezed her eyes shut, her long, slightly curled eyelashes trembled violently from extreme fear. She could only pray fervently in her heart for that sluggish system to hurry up and work. With her eyes closed, Feng Yue unknowingly missed a bizarre scene. That dark tide of millions of ghosts, carrying a chilling air, rushed towards Feng Yue at an alarming speed. Just as it was about to reach her, only about a meter away, it suddenly slammed into an invisible barrier, coming to an abrupt halt. It was as if an indestructible shield surrounded Feng Yue, and no matter how the dark tide clawed and snapped, it could only helplessly swirl around her, turning to madly consume other directions. That scene was both eerie and shocking. On the other side, the dark tide had surged to the forefront. The players could even clearly see at the front of the tide, the distorted black shadows morphing into blurry faces, tormented and grotesque. Death was now only 0.01 seconds away from them. In this dire moment. Ding! A sound that could not be described with words, heavy to the extreme like the toll of a bell, suddenly rang out from the wall clock, as if it had crossed endless time and space. This was not a sound transmitted through the air, but a resonation deep within the soul. Like the first rumble of creation or a final judgment drawing a stop to all things in the world. In that instant, time seemed to freeze at absolute zero. The rushing, roaring dark tide, with countless clawing distorted shadows. Frozen midair, less than a centimeter from Feng Yue and the players, preserving the shape of their vicious attack, yet unable to move forward. Then, centered around the pendulum embedded with a silver coin, an invisible yet immense wave. Like ripples of water, it instantly spread throughout the entire cafe space. Everything. The crazily flashing lights, the exploding remnants of puppets, the frozen torrent of darkness, the piercing shriek. In the moment this wave passed through, it was as if a pencil drawing erased by a rubber eraser, starting to silently, swiftly fade away, until it turned into nothingness. That rich, suffocating darkness vanished like a retreating tide. The bone-chilling cold and malice melted away like ice and snow under the sunlight. Feng Yue, startled by the sudden silence from the outside world, cautiously opened a crack in her eyes, and the scene before her left her utterly stunned. The darkness and the black river had disappeared. The crazily flashing lights stopped, the lamps seemed to have exhausted their last bit of energy, completely extinguished. Morning light. The truly clean, soft, and warm morning light. Pouring through the dusty window glass, it quietly sprinkled into the cafe, illuminating the fine dust slowly floating in the air. The cafe returned to what it should look like. Old, dilapidated, filled with cobwebs and thick dust, the tables and chairs askew, the cups and plates in a chaotic mess, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Those exquisite and bizarre puppets had vanished, leaving behind only some unremarkable remnants resembling toy parts. All supernatural phenomena had completely calmed, leaving only the decay and silence accumulated over time. The curse had been entirely lifted. Feng Yue stood rigidly in place, afraid to move a muscle, fearing that even the slightest sound would shatter this otherworldly tranquility or attract some other attention. Ding. Remaining players, 3 people. The players who survived, after experiencing the extreme transition from hell to heaven, were stunned for a good 10 seconds after their wristbands played the message and gradually returned to their senses. They were actually still alive. Were they really going to clear the game? An enormous joy and sense of exhaustion instantly engulfed them. The subsequent feeling of exhaustion was like the tired mud left behind after a receding tide. Some cried tears of joy, supporting each other. Others eagerly looked at the envelope in their hands, repeatedly confirming the escape conditions, as if only by seeing with their own eyes could they truly believe that all of this was real. Chapter 28, Calculating the Instant Score and Rewards. Then, almost as if by a shared understanding, everyone's gaze fell once again on that NPC who still stood in the front, facing away from the morning light. She stood tall, her skirt not even looking disheveled, quietly standing there, bathed in the rising sunlight. It was as if the terrifying tidal wave that just occurred had no effect on her at all. As if she, by her own strength, blocked all disasters at the last moment, leading everyone to the final dawn. When one thinks carefully, it was she who interpreted the background. It was she who calmed the curse. It was she who stood in the most dangerous position. It was she who brought about this redemptive ending. Reverence, gratitude, fear, and even admiration surged in the hearts of the players like surging ocean waves. Their eyes towards Feng Yue were like looking at an incarnation of a deity with mysterious and immense power walking through the realms. After a brief moment of stillness, the bullet comments exploded onto the screen like a volcanic eruption. Look, from the moment this NPC started collecting materials, her gaze and actions, every detail was concealed with secrets. She must have anticipated the final crisis early on, definitely laying the groundwork ahead of time. The way she brewed that strange coffee was clearly an ancient alchemical ritual, preparing to lift the curse, not as simple as it appeared. Just now, that torrent of darkness actually slowed down in front of her. What terrifying power is this? Think about it, she previously guided the players to find clues, and at the critical moment stood at the door. It must have been intentional. She might be the guardian of this instance. Specially here to lift the curse. That ringing just now must have been her doing. Maybe she can control time and space, manipulating everything in this world at will. Could it be that the black skirt waitress is actually the source of the curse and later had a change of heart to save everyone? That's why there has been this series of actions. In short, she is definitely not just a simple NPC. Feng Yue was completely unaware that she had become the focus again. She only looked at the real sunlight outside the window, feeling the long-lost warmth on her body. After quite a while, she slowly realized. It seems to really be over. So, can I leave this place now? The 3 surviving players remained immersed in the shock and daze of having survived disaster. They slumped or leaned against the walls and doorways, their chests rising and falling violently, greedily breathing in the air that no longer carried the chilling scent of the curse, momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. At that moment. Beep. 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 The players' wristbands almost simultaneously emitted crisp alert sounds, and the screens lit up with a ghostly blue glow. That familiar sound, like a starting gun, instantly awakened the 3 from their stupor. They abruptly raised their wrists, eyes fixed on the screens, their hearts uncontrollably pounding again. This time, it was from extreme anticipation and tension. Main quest, survive until 3 a.m., completed. Hidden quest, William's regret, triggered and completed. Calculating quest score and rewards. They saw it. Really saw it. The words completed were like the sweetest spring water in the world, instantly refreshing their almost parched souls. Before they could cheer out loud, more detailed information began to scroll rapidly. Player Zhou Ning, score calculation, a grade. Rewards, 3,000 game coins, skill points x2, random excellent quality skill book x1, special item fragment of the doll's obsession, consumable, x1. Evaluation note, outstanding survival ability, successfully completed the key part of the hidden story, delivering the token. Due to good interaction with high-tier NPC, received an extra 20% reward bonus. The other 2 players also received notifications. Looking at the breathtakingly generous reward list displayed on their wristbands, the 3 players' eyes widened in disbelief. A grade. B+ grade. B grade. And all those game coins, skill points, skill books, special items. The richness of this reward far exceeded their understanding of the difficulty of this instance. Normally, for this kind of beginner trial instance, getting a C grade is already good, B grade is excellent, and a grade is extremely rare. The rewards could never be so exaggerated.
Moreover, each evaluation note clearly stated, due to good interaction with high-tier NPC, received an extra 20% reward bonus. High-tier NPC. Without needing any thought, their gazes, as if attracted by a magnet, turned once again towards the figure quietly standing in the morning light. Feng Yue. It's her. As expected, it was because of her. If she hadn't led and completed that hidden task, they wouldn't even have been able to trigger it. If she hadn't quelled the curse at the last moment, they would have died under those terrifying shadows long ago. If she hadn't been standing there, they wouldn't have received the so-called good interaction evaluation at all. These extraordinarily rich rewards were not given by the officials at all. This was clearly a blessing casually bestowed upon them by this unfathomable NPC in a good mood. Their unyielding pursuit of her without any offense was clearly rewarded. A tremendous sense of happiness hit them. At this moment, the image of Feng Yue in their hearts had been infinitely elevated. As if draped in an incredibly mysterious, powerful and generous brilliant halo. At this moment, the barrage was completely boiling over. Wow! A-level evaluation. And a skill book. This reward is too outrageous, right? It's comparable to some high-level dungeon loot. Extra 20% bonus. Did you see that? Good interaction with high-ranking NPCs. NPCs truly led us to victory. This time, they really made a big profit. I am so envious. Why didn't I encounter such a divine NPC in my previous dungeon runs? These three really have incredible luck. While the players were immersed in surprise, a system prompt that only Feng Yue could hear sounded in her mind at that moment. Ding, role-playing task completed. Current dungeon, Crimson Cafe, role-playing progress, 100%. Rating settlement, S-Class. Basic rewards, 500 free points, 1 attribute point. Note, free points can also be called game credits, which can be used to purchase items in the system store. Existence points, revival credits 50 points. Special rewards, based on role-playing performance and plot influence, item, silver coins. Please note, the rewards have been issued to the system space and can be viewed at any time. Chapter 29, The Final Smile. S-Class rating. There is even a special reward. Seeing this result, the tension that had kept Feng Yue on edge finally completely relaxed. A huge, indescribable sense of exhaustion and relief swept over her, almost causing her to collapse to the ground. So great. It's finally over. Although the process was indeed thrilling and exciting, the rewards look quite considerable. Not only are there the basic free points, but also a special item that sounds very powerful, even if she couldn't figure out what it was right away. Earning some revival credits is really not easy. She sighed lightly. With her mood relaxed, she instinctively turned her head and her gaze fell on those three players. They were still immersed in excitement, looking at her with incredibly grateful and awed eyes. Although Feng Yue thought that this group had been noisy all the way and followed her for no reason with strange looks. At least they had gone through several hours of hardship together, and they did look genuinely scared. Out of a basic, almost programmed politeness. After all, they had all received S-Class ratings, the service attitude had to keep up. Feng Yue's lips unconsciously curved into a slight smile, wanting to give these customers a commercial smile, conveying thank you for your hard work, welcome next time. But in her heart, I hope I never see you again. However, she completely overlooked the environment she was in at this moment. A ruined but sunlit cafe, just experiencing a miraculous purification. And in the players' eyes, she was a mysterious, powerful, elegant, high-ranking NPC who had just bestowed upon them great grace. Thus, this smile, at this moment, was imbued with a meaning far more complex than she could have imagined. The three opened their mouths, wanting to say some words of thanks, but felt that any language seemed so pale and insignificant in front of her silent stature. Most importantly, they didn't dare. Despite her being godlike and having saved them more than once, the terrifying pressure emanating from her was still unbearable for them. At that moment, they saw the NPC, who had been standing still like a sculpture, made a slight movement. She slowly turned her head, her cold eyes, like melted snow, calmly swept over the three of them without a ripple. The players instantly held their breath, even their hearts skipping a beat. Their bodies straightened instinctively, like soldiers waiting for an inspection, full of tension mixed with expectation. Is she going to speak? Is she about to say something? Would it be the final guidance for them, or a stern admonition? Or perhaps... Under their tense gaze, the NPC slowly and slightly lifted a tiny arc. She was smiling. But this smile was completely different from anything they had imagined before. They had thought it would be a kind, approving, or encouraging smile, but reality was not like that. Feng Yue's intention was merely a simple and polite business smile, conveying the meaning of if the task is over, everyone can part ways happily. She even tried hard to make this smile appear more friendly, since they had received an S-level evaluation, that after-sales service had to be done well. But she completely underestimated her current state.
Hours of highly tense nerves suddenly relaxing brought about extreme fatigue, deeply imprinted in her eyes. The last wave of horrifying scenes that destroyed everything had left a lingering shock, still not completely faded from her pale face and cool limbs. That little bit of helplessness towards this group of noisy players who always brought her surprising joys. And most importantly, she only wanted to leave here quickly, go back and lie down comfortably. That yearning of not wanting to work overtime was pure to the extreme. All these complex and subtle emotions mixed and twisted on her face, which had become somewhat uncontrollable due to excessive tension. What came out in the end was an effect completely beyond her expectations. In the eyes of the three players, her smile held no warmth whatsoever. Instead, it expressed an indescribable weariness and indifference, as if accumulated over endless years. Those cold eyes seemed to penetrate their bodies, seeing their deepest raw fears and struggles. Yet she cared nothing for it all, like a lofty deity, overlooking the myriad beings of the mortal world. The slightly raised corners of her lips resembled not joy, but a kind of pity for the small creature's desperate struggle for survival, which proved futile. As if silently whispering, the joys and sorrows of mortals, the boundaries of life and death, the endless cycles, all these struggles and fears, I long ago became accustomed to. This smile was cold, distant, weary, yet held an inexpressible majesty and depth. Coupled with the backdrop of the cafe, bathed in morning light, returning to silence and decay, and her own mysterious aura of the high-ranking NPC. It created a striking image, deeply imprinted in the minds of the three players, bringing an indescribable shock and sense of oppression. They didn't even dare to analyze the meaning behind that smile, only feeling a chill shoot up their spines, strangely merging with a huge sense of awe. They involuntarily lowered their heads slightly, avoiding that gaze which seemed to see through their souls. Even their breathing became extremely light, fearing even the slightest disturbance would be a desecration of this occasion. The entire space fell into silence once again, leaving only the subtle sounds of settling dust. Feng Yue looked at the suddenly silent and extraordinarily obedient players, feeling a bit confused. Why did they suddenly stop speaking? Did I smile too fake? Or did they finally realize they were being too noisy? Whatever, it doesn't matter, the real thing is to get out of here quickly. Just at that moment. Ding-a-ling. A soft but particularly clear bell rang, drifting from above the cafe's door. The bronze wind chime that had hung there, going through countless strange moments, had never truly rung. The smallest one, positioned in the very center, actually began to sway gently on its own without any wind, producing an ethereal and distant sound. This sound felt like a signal. Feng Yue instantly sensed a familiar sense of detachment. Like fine spider silk, it began to wrap around her whole body. The system transmission finally started. Chapter 30, The Shock of the Real-World Officials and the Forum. A surge of wild joy rose in her heart, and that complex, indescribable smile on her face finally could not be held any longer. It quietly faded away, returning to her usual calm. Feng Yue cheered in her heart, off work. Off work. In the eyes of the players, they only saw that mysterious and powerful NPC, after showing that meaningful smile. Her figure gradually became transparent, unreal. Like ice and snow melting slowly under sunlight, or like a fading phantom losing its color. In a way filled with unusual silence, she disappeared first before their eyes, from this cafe where all stories had just ended. No farewell, no words. Only that final, endlessly memorable yet unreadable smile remained, and the faint sound of a wind chime spreading through dawn and dust. Right after that, with that familiar dizziness, as if their souls were pulled out in an instant and then slammed back in, Pancher, Zhou Ning, and Linglan almost collapsed at the same time in their own safe spaces. Those belonging to each player personally, the absolutely safe initial rooms of the horror game. The cold but solid touch of the floor, and the air around them now free of the chilling curse, finally made their hearts, which had been hanging in their throats, fall heavily back into their chests. After a brief rest and emotional recovery, a single thought occupied their minds all at once. The forum. They must post this experience immediately. The bloody cafe dungeon, especially that mysterious waitress in the red dress, would absolutely cause an earthquake among players. After returning to the real world, the three of them, each at home, almost scrambled with both hands and feet to connect to the massive global forum built inside Fortune Game. Breaking! Bloody Cafe Dungeon reveals a god-level NPC. Leading the team to sweep Hidden Plot, facing the final curse head-on. A rank evaluation. Hidden Plot. Extra rewards. A miracle clear report from newcomers. The smiling goddess of misfortune? Full analysis of the red-dressed waitress who changed everything in Bloody Cafe. A few eye-catching titles like these were instantly posted by the three of them, and also by their friends contacted through real life or through the player wristband network. At first, some players sneered, thinking it was just another case of clickbait or newbies exaggerating. After all, as a famous newbie killer dungeon, Bloody Cafe occasionally having one or two survivors wasn't strange at all. But talk of god-level NPCs, sweeping hidden plots, such claims sounded way too ridiculous, like a fairy tale. However, when Pancher showed part of his A-rank evaluation screenshot and reward list, with key data blurred,
Though the exact numbers were hidden, the rank and extra bonus descriptions were perfectly clear.
When Zhou Ning carefully analyzed the entire mission process, focusing on how the red-dressed waitress guided them step by step to find clues and uncover the dungeon's background, even calming the terrifying final curse by her own strength in the end. And when Linglan and a few others who had watched the live broadcast, though the streamer was already dead, shared scattered video clips from the stream. Especially that final frozen frame, where the rushing black flood and the silently standing Feng Yue formed a striking visual impact.
And that meaningful smile. The forum completely exploded. The post heat shot up at an unbelievable speed, and the number of replies grew crazily, exponentially. Holy crap? A rank evaluation? Are you kidding? Are these rewards real? Extra 20% bonus? Just because of good interaction with a high-level NPC? What kind of heaven-defying luck is that? Hidden plot Williams regret? Never heard of anyone triggering that before. After watching the recorded clip, that final wave of dark shadows is just too terrifying. If I went in, I probably wouldn't last even 10 minutes. Shouldn't the focus be on that NPC?
She can directly change the quest flow and guide players to trigger hidden plots. How amazing is that?
And the end. Look at the end. Those dark shadows were about to pounce.
But when the bell rang, it seemed like she did nothing, and everything just suddenly ended.
That presence, that style. That smile. Look at that smile. My hair stood on end. Mysterious, powerful, elegant, and all-knowing, wearing a red dress. I declare, she is my new goddess. Stop shouting upstairs. This person is clearly a rule-level existence, right? Calling her goddess is too frivolous. What about the codename Smiling Fate Goddess?
It describes her iconic expression and hints at the twists of fate she might bring, whether good or bad.
Incarnation of rules? Ruler of the cafe? That feels more fitting. She seems to be part of that instance herself, even holding a status higher than the instance. Where is the analysis expert? Come out and analyze her behavior pattern. Could this be some kind of special mechanism newly added by the officials?
Various speculations, analyses, worship, and exclamations filled the entire forum section.
Topics related to Blood Red Cafe and the red-dressed waitress quickly rose to the top of the popularity charts.
And they began to spread like a virus to other social media platforms. Such an unusual situation naturally caught the attention of players as well. In corners all around the globe, within official departments from different countries and organizations responsible for monitoring the luck game. Almost at the same moment, they received a highest priority alert. The sharp alarm broke the original tranquility, like thunder, blasting through the office areas of each department. Analysts were recalled overnight, the lights in the conference room remained bright all night, like a lighthouse that never goes out. Immediately retrieve all historical data concerning the Blood Red Cafe instance and detailed reports from survivors of this incident. The department head's expression was grave, his voice filled with urgent authority. Focus on analyzing the behavior logic of that unidentified red-dressed waitress NPC. What is her level assessment? A senior analyst quickly took notes while furrowing his brows and asked. Is her situation an exception, or does it have universality? Will she appear in other instances in the future? Another voice followed, filled with worry. Does her existence mean that the game rules themselves are undergoing changes we don't yet understand? This is not a small matter, we must clarify it. Attempt to contact the survivors and obtain more detailed first-hand information. Generous conditions can be offered if necessary. Highest alert level. Any information related to this NPC must be reported immediately. The head's voice echoed in the conference room, and everyone felt the seriousness of the situation. After all, this unknown NPC with such abnormal behavior patterns not only can effortlessly touch or even change the core rules of the instance, but also displays exceedingly high intelligence. Whether through her previous guidance to players or the deeply meaningful smile at the end, everything remains elusive. Her existence is like a double-edged sword. It could be an unprecedented huge opportunity, or it could harbor unimaginable risks, enough to shake the entire world. This might be an important chance for humanity to crack this luck horror game. And at the heart of this storm, the core figure, Feng Yue, is currently slumped on the pure white floor of the system space, looking utterly disheveled. Her back was pressed tightly against the cold virtual wall, eating chips and cola exchanged with freedom points. Ha! That was so scary. She recalled the final terrifying moment and couldn't help but shiver again. Quickly pulling up the system panel, she looked at the shiny S-rank score and the points credited. Her mood improved a little. Alright, at least the reward is good. But she clenched her fist, made up her mind, and seriously boosted her morale. Next time I must carefully filter. Choose an easier, safer copy, preferably one that doesn't suddenly pop out to scare me.
Although resurrection points are important, my mental state is also very important.
She began to seriously plan her next lie-flat strategy,
completely unaware of how terrifying and impressive her image had been imagined in the outside world. Cursed whispers? Makes people hiccup and trip?
Feng Yue looked at the new skill prompt that popped up in the system, unable to stop a twitch at the corner of her mouth.
Why does this skill sound so unreliable? And what about this silver coin, what use is it? To hit people like a hidden weapon?
She weighed the silver coin, pondered for a moment, and finally carefully put it into the system space. But speaking of which, this basic reward is still quite substantial. Seeing the extra 500 freedom points in her account, Feng Yue's mood finally cleared up a bit. However, when she opened the system store, the little good mood that just emerged was instantly doused like cold water. On the store interface, even a seemingly ordinary small item was priced starting from 100,000 freedom points. Let alone those high-level items, the price was followed by a string of zeros. She couldn't see the end. Feng Yue's freedom points were only enough to buy some snacks and drinks in the store. Wanting to buy a serious item was simply a delusion. So, she could only go through more copies, playing a ghost and working as an NPC to earn resurrection points and freedom points. Although the tasks are a bit thrilling, for the sake of resurrection, I can only give it my all. I need to prepare for the next time quickly, gather enough points as soon as possible to find relief. Once the rest was over, Feng Yue renewed her spirit, feeling her gaze had become more resolute. She skillfully breathed out the system interface, decisively selecting the Accept New Task option. The familiar yet unsettling buzzing sound rang out again. A huge, dark golden wheel adorned with strange inscriptions appeared out of thin air, slowly spinning, exuding an undeniable mysterious aura. Feng Yue held her breath, nervously staring at the wheel. This time, she had to choose a safer one. She definitely didn't want to experience Blood Cafe a second time. The wheel spinning gradually slowed down, 3 cards with edges shimmering in different glows appeared before her, as if lifted by an invisible hand. Card 1, Misty Ancient Town Substitute Ghost Bride. The card's background was an ancient mansion shrouded in thick fog, barely visible. But the red color, in this atmosphere, not only did not bring joy, but instead emanated an indescribable eeriness. A figure dressed in an elaborate and luxurious bright red wedding gown sat quietly on the bedside, the veil low, hiding her face. But a pair of pale hands, devoid of color, were folded on her knees, with fingertips as red as blood. The thick resentment and ominous aura seemed to overflow from the card. Feng Yue took a deep breath. Substitute bride, ghost bride? At first hearing, it's a high-risk area for various ghost marriages, curses, and scheming. No way. Absolutely no way. She shifted her gaze to the card next to it. Card 2, Sinful Prison Executioner. The card depicted a dim execution chamber, the walls hung with various cold, gruesome, dark red-stained tools of torture. A figure in a fitted uniform, wearing a mask covering the upper half of the face, stood sideways to the picture. She was leisurely wiping a huge and sharp blade. The chill light is piercing. The area around the card is filled with a bloody mist, an oppressive feeling that can take your breath away just by looking at it. Feng Yue gasped, Omega Omega. The executioner? They want to personally carry out the execution? No way. This is unacceptable. She hasn't even killed a chicken. This job really challenges her moral bottom line and psychological endurance. Pass. Pass immediately. Without a second's hesitation. Card 3, Ghost Train Ticket Seller. The card shows an old-fashioned train, as if it has traveled through from the steam era, silently running on a desolate, hazy track in another world. The train's body is covered in rust and mottled stains, with some blurry, twisted shadows occasionally flashing through the windows. A figure in a somewhat outdated uniform, wearing a hat, stands at the connection between carriages, holding a ticket clip, seemingly waiting to check tickets. Although the environment still feels eerie, compared to the first two, it seems much more normal. Feng Yue's gaze is instantly captivated by the third card. The train is movable. It has spacious carriages, and it looks like there could be many passengers and colleagues. Most importantly, the identity of ticket seller. It sounds like a service position, so it probably doesn't require facing anything too terrifying. Maybe it's just checking tickets, selling snacks, answering passengers' questions. Ghost Train. Although the name is a bit scary, being on a train is better than being stuck in a haunted mansion or a bloody prison, right? Feng Yue repeatedly weighs in her heart, trying to boost her spirits. There's space, in any situation, it's easier to hide, and it's easier to slack off. Right, system? The system surprisingly replied instantly, you are correct. Hearing the system's affirmation made Feng Yue feel more at ease. This is it. I hope I can blend in the crowd, ghost crowd, and safely slack off. Chapter 32, The Second Quest Ghost Train. Feng Yue took a deep breath and firmly pointed to the card of Ghost Train Ticket Seller. It's decided.
I hope this task can be easier. The moment Feng Yue's fingertip touched the card, a cold sensation traveled up her finger. The card suddenly burst forth with a dazzling gray-white light, like a greedy whirlpool, instantly swallowing Feng Yue's figure whole. The pure white system space quickly fell silent, as if no one had ever been there. Ah! Why is this carriage so dark? And what is that faint crying sound? You said it would be easy to slack off. System, you've betrayed me. Of course, on the surface, Feng Yue merely frowned slightly, calmly examining the dim carriage environment. Like a meticulous ticket seller, she was getting familiar with her new workplace. The scene before her was completely different from what Feng Yue had imagined. What hit her was an overwhelming sense of suffocation. She stood in a narrow space, her body swaying slightly with the movement, as a rhythmic clang-clang of metal friction echoed beneath her feet. The dizziness had not completely faded, and her stomach churned with nausea. Feng Yue instinctively took a deep breath to ease her upset stomach, but instead inhaled a complex and foul odor. A heavy, almost tangible smell of rust, as if she were in a long-abandoned mechanical workshop. Mixed with the dry, rough sensation of old dust, it tingled slightly in her nose. Deeper still lingered a faint yet stubborn musty smell, like a worn-out book that had gotten damp and been left in a dark corner for too long. This smell was simply awful. She looked down at herself. She had somehow changed into a set of clothes. Deep blue fabric, coarse and thick, with a style that seemed to have been pulled directly from a museum of the last century. The shoulder lines sagged a bit, and the cuffs were obviously longer by a segment, worn down to the point of fraying, revealing the light-colored lining underneath. The collar, cuffs, and hem of the jacket were trimmed with a dark golden edge, but the color had faded severely, almost unrecognizable from how dazzling it once was. The place where there should have been a nameplate or badge was now empty. Ding, detecting that NPC has been positioned. Familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by a flash of the screen. Dungeon name, Ghost Train. Current NPC role, Ticket Seller, Eerie. Identity, Special Ticket Seller for Carriage 7, one of the enforcers of the train rules. Dungeon rating, A+S, upgrading. Attached skills. 1. Rule perception, passive, a slight intuition for rule-related fluctuations within the carriage. 2. Ticket inspection authority, active, using the stamping pen to mark valid tickets. Items owned. 1. Ticket seller uniform, a symbol of identity. 2. Hardshell ticket holder, currently blank, purpose to be unlocked. 3. Copper stamping pen, ticket inspection tool. Current role task. 1. Strictly adhere to and assist in maintaining the Ghost Train passenger code and any directives issued by the conductor through announcements. 2. During the train stop at the station, carry out ticket inspection procedures for all passengers boarding Carriage 7. No matter the form of the ticket. 3. Ensure stability within Carriage 7, promptly put a stop to any behavior that may violate rules, or at least respond in accordance with identity. 4. Before the dungeon closes, the roll progress must be over 60%. Note, pay more attention to special players. NPC roll progress, 0%, in progress? Dungeon closure time, the train arrives at the final station, and all passengers disembark. Ticket seller, train, rules. Feng Yue subconsciously moved her fingers a bit. She found her right hand tightly gripping a hard-covered ticket holder. It was about the size of an A5 notebook, with a completely featureless dark brown cover, cool and hard to the touch, empty inside. In her left hand, she held a pen. It was an old-fashioned copper stamping pen, heavy, about 15 centimeters long, with strange anti-slip patterns carved into the body. The top was not a pen tip, but a small seal engraved with complex and peculiar symbols. The pen body was cold, like it had just been pulled from an ice cellar, making Feng Yue feel a shiver she forced herself to suppress. Woo! Suddenly, a long, tearing train whistle sounded, exploding without warning. The sound was not merely transmitted through the air, it felt as if it drilled directly into the depths of the soul. It was high-pitched and sharp, yet carried an indescribable heaviness and sorrow. As if a dying giant beast sent forth its last mournful cry in the void, breaking through the barriers of time and space, filled with endless solitude and desolation. The sound reverberated, shaking Feng Yue's heart, her eardrums buzzing, even the floor beneath her feet seemed to resonate with it. Feng Yue looked up toward the direction of the sound, seeing for the first time the environment she was in. She was standing at the junction of two carriages. Beneath her feet was an old, worn carpet, dark red to the point of almost black, with edges curling up, revealing the cold metal floor underneath. Heavy metal doors stood before and behind her, the reinforced rivets clearly visible. At that moment, the doors were tightly closed. The glass windows on the doors were coated with a thick layer of grime, through which only distorted, blurry images could be seen. Feng Yue's gaze crossed the junction, turning toward a car window on one side. Yet what came into her view was not the rapidly retreating fields, mountains, or the twinkling city lights she had expected. Outside the window was only that boundless gray-white mist, slowly rolling, thick as if it would never dissolve.
That mist was anything but natural, it flowed as if alive, enveloping the train tightly, cutting off all glimpses of the outside world. Outside the window, I couldn't see the sky when I looked up, nor the earth when I looked down. There was nothing around me to use as a reference. This train didn't feel like it was running on tracks. It felt more like it was drifting through a sea of desperate, dead silence, heading toward an unknown, unsettling distance. The light was so dim, it barely illuminated anything. In the junction and the carriage, a few old gas lamps hanging from the ceiling provided the only light. The yellowish glow flickered weakly in the enclosed space, barely pushing back a small patch of darkness. But it cast more twisted, flickering, claw-like shadows, making the atmosphere even more eerie and strange. Using this faint light, Feng Yue cautiously leaned out and looked toward the number 7 hard seat carriage she was about to take charge of. The interior of the carriage was a bit wider than the junction, but it still felt cramped and suffocating. Chapter 33, Old Ticket, Nameless Station. 2 rows of deep green, hard leather seats faced the windows, the seats old and worn, their surface cracked, exposing the dark yellow padding beneath. These seats looked cold and hard, offering no comfort at all. What made Feng Yue's scalp tingle the most was that the carriage wasn't empty. On the scattered seats, there were a few passengers sitting. They, or rather, it, were mostly indistinct, as if covered by a thin black veil. They looked like a blurry TV image with a bad signal, the edges constantly twisting and flickering. You could only make out rough human silhouettes, some with their heads lowered, some stiffly staring straight ahead, and some with their profiles facing the fog-covered window. Even though there was nothing outside the window. Inside the entire carriage, there was no conversation, no sound of breathing, and you could barely see any movement from them. They were like wax figures frozen in place in a museum, or like burial items in a tomb. A deathly and cold atmosphere spread through the whole carriage, heavier than the fog outside. Feng Yue quickly shrank back into the junction, leaning against the cold, biting metal wall of the train, feeling a chill shoot straight up from her tailbone to the top of her head. Didn't they say the space is big and easy to hide in? Tonzi, come out. She screamed wildly in her mind, but dared not show a hint of it on her face. She could only force herself to maintain a calm expression, almost numb. This hellish atmosphere is 100 times worse than the cafe in the last instance. System, you big liar. At this moment, Feng Yue began to miss the first instance, the one that was a little eerie, but at least bright and clean, and you could even drink coffee at the cafe. Compared to this place, that was heaven. However, the system's prompt sound remained cold and absolute, with no room for negotiation. Ticket clerk, carriage number 7, follow the rules. Feng Yue took a deep breath of the cold air, mixed with rust, dust, and mold, forcing herself to calm down. Complaints and fear wouldn't solve anything, they might even trigger that so-called punishment. Since she couldn't change the environment, she could only try to adapt to it as best as she could, and the first priority was to not get killed by the players or devoured by ghost colleagues. She slightly raised her hand, adjusting the overly large ticket clerk hat on her head, making sure it didn't fully block her view. This small action seemed to give her a slight psychological sense of control. Then, she began to look at the narrow junction and the adjacent carriage entrance, as calmly as possible, even with a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. The rust marks on the metal panels, the suspicious dark stains on the carpet, the unclear number on the door. The flickering frequency of the light above, and the silence in the carriage. The blurred outline of the passenger. She was like a greedy scavenger, missing no detail, desperately trying to find an escape route in case of being hunted down. Her fingertips, in the shadow unnoticed by ghosts, tightly pinched the edge of the hardshell blank ticket holder, the icy touch sending a chill through her skin, keeping her alert at all times. That heavy copper stamp pen was still tightly gripped in her left hand. The strange symbol at the tip of the pen occasionally reflected a faint yet disturbing cold light in the dim glow. Woo! The long and mournful whistle sounded again, as if urging something, and like a desperate prelude to the journey full of twists and turns. The train rumbled forward through the endless gray mist, driving into the unknown abyss. Feng Yue straightened her body and straightened out her ill-fitting old uniform. Forcing all panic and complaints deep down, her face ultimately only held a nearly rigid expression, a calmness and indifference that matched her current identity. Her work had officially begun. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the silence and the shaking. Her gaze was like the most precise scanner, sweeping over every detail at the connection and the entrance of car number 7, trying to imprint any possible clues into her mind. Just as she was about to count the rhythm of the gas lamps above her for the nth time. Creak! A harsh sound, sharp as metal being violently twisted and torn, suddenly exploded. Without any warning. A tremendous force of inertia hit her, causing Feng Yue to uncontrollably lurch forward. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, her left hand shot out instantly, grabbing tightly onto a cold metal handrail beside her. The heavy copper stamp pen pressed painfully against her palm. But it was because of it that she gained extra friction, allowing Feng Yue to steady herself and avoid falling clumsily to the floor. In the carriage, muffled gasps echoed instantly, mixed with the sounds of objects sliding and colliding. But this noise quickly faded away, giving way to the previous silence. Those ghostly passengers, like wax figures, seemed to have long been accustomed to this sudden stop. Their bodies merely swayed slightly due to inertia, not even the angle of their heads changed a bit.
The train, amidst a shrill noise like metal scraping glass, rapidly decreased in speed before finally stopping steadily.
The rhythmic clank sound disappeared, replaced by a more unsettling and absolute silence. Only the metal of the carriage occasionally emitted a few faint groans in response to the change in stress.
Stopped? Feng Yue's heart tightened suddenly.
Instinctively, she peered through the dirty glass window at the connection, looking outside.
Outside was still an endless, slowly rolling gray-white fog. However, in a slightly thinner fog area, a platform's outline faintly emerged. It was a platform. This platform was in such a dilapidated state that it sent chills down her spine. The concrete ground was cracked and split, with strange, dead black weeds growing in the gaps. A few platform lights emitted a weak glow, almost extinguished, casting a dim halo that not only failed to disperse the darkness but rather made the surroundings more eerie and ominous. The thick fog seemed alive, wriggling on the platform, completely engulfing the scene further away.
Feng Yue strained to cast her gaze towards a crookedly hanging platform sign, which was almost about to fall off. The writing on the sign was covered in a thick layer of dirt and rust, making it hard to see clearly. She could barely make out the two twisted characters at the top.
No. Station? Chapter 34, the train arrives at the platform, checking passengers' tickets.
There seemed to be small letters behind. But it was impossible to see clearly.
Was it a nameless small station? Or was it the station of the unknown? Or perhaps, the endless station? Just guessing sent chills down one's spine.
Hiss, creak. In front of her, the heavy metal door leading to carriage number 7 emitted a dull and slow scraping sound. It sounded like the stone door of a tomb that hadn't been opened for a long time, slowly being pulled open by an invisible force. A cold wind, colder than that inside the carriage, seemed ready to take away all warmth, howling through the crack of the door. The wind carried a heavy, decayed smell, along with an indescribable scent akin to the earth of an old grave, making Feng Yue almost unable to open her eyes, while the hem of her uniform fluttered loudly. She couldn't help but shiver, tightly clutching her ticket holder and stamp pen, forcing herself to steady and fix her gaze on the door that was slowly opening. At that moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded.
Train has arrived at the platform. Please ticket inspector perform ticket inspection duties, verify the passengers boarding the train. The duty has come. Time to get to work.
Feng Yue took a deep breath of the cold, decayed air, suppressed the panic in her heart, tried hard to straighten her back, and maintained an almost stiff calm on her face. She stepped forward and officially entered the interior of carriage number 7. A stronger, musty smell assaulted her senses. In the dim light, she could see tiny dust floating in the air. The ghostly passengers, who had been sitting quietly, seemed to stir slightly after the door opened, but remained silent. Their gaze, if the dark hollows on their blurred faces could be called eyes,
seemed to flicker toward the door direction, filled with a deadening expectation.
The first to board were still them.
A few figures silently and orderly walked into the carriage.
Their appearance was even more blurred than the original passengers in the carriage, some even seemed like shadows barely maintaining a human shape, gliding without making a sound. They ignored Feng Yue, who stood at the door, and walked straight toward vacant seats, sitting down silently, melting into the background of stillness, as if they had never existed. But if one observed carefully, it was not hard to notice that as they passed by Feng Yue, each one slightly shuddered, their feet unsteady. Feng Yue could only notice that they seemed not to be carrying anything like tickets at all. Just as she was puzzled, the next batch of passengers appeared. They were people. Living people. About 7 or 8, both men and women, wearing modern clothing. Windbreakers, sneakers, jeans, and even a young man with a backpack and glasses. Their faces were all pale as paper, their eyes filled with undeniable terror, vigilance, and intense bewilderment. They moved slowly, cautiously stepping into the carriage. Like startled rabbits, every step was incredibly careful, their eyes quickly scanning the eerie environment inside the carriage and those ghostly passengers. They soon lowered their heads, desperately avoiding any direct eye contact with any presence. Players. It was the players mentioned by the system, just like in the last mission. Feng Yue's heart skipped a beat, a surge of indescribable complex emotions washed over her. Seeing her kind, she felt a bit of reassurance in her heart. But more so was a heavy sense of sorrow for the fallen and a strong wariness. It was important to know that in this ghostly place, the players belonged to the opposing camp against her ghostly NPC identity. Her gaze instinctively swept quickly over this group of players. Suddenly, her sight paused slightly for a fraction of a second on one figure. It was a woman. Standing toward the back of the player group, dressed in an extremely ordinary dark gray hoodie and black pants, tall and well-proportioned, with the brim pulled low. Part of her face was obscured. But her actions when getting on the bus were completely different from the panic of other players. She appeared exceptionally agile and calm, her footsteps light, almost noiseless. Once on the bus, she didn't immediately lower her head to hide like the others. Instead, she quickly raised her eyes, discreetly and almost with the efficiency of a scan, took in the entire carriage environment. Seat distribution, light sources, exit positions, especially the conditions of those ghostly passengers, all came into her view. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, carrying an extraordinary calmness and analytical ability. Next, her gaze inevitably landed on the only person in the carriage wearing a notably different uniform, Feng Yue.
Feng Yue could clearly feel that gaze examining her. Cold, probing, devoid of any emotion, as if evaluating a tool or a potential threat. That gaze lingered particularly on the ticket holder and the stamping pen in her hand. Then, Feng Yue saw that the woman's pupils, hidden beneath the shadow of her hat, seemed to contract almost imperceptibly. As if she had seen something unexpected, even difficult to comprehend. Feng Yue immediately reined in all her exposed emotions, adjusting her face to a colder expression. She even put on a hint of icy detachment, like a system notification sound, unafraid to meet that gaze, as if the other person was the one who should be examined. The woman seemed to ignore Feng Yue's reaction, naturally looking around before shifting her gaze away. In the next second, she covered her eyes, looking very pained. Feng Yue pondered, a needle eye? Doesn't seem like it.
What Feng Yue didn't know was that the woman had violated a taboo. She shouldn't have scrutinized the high-ranked existence with that kind of gaze. The woman quickly lowered her hat again, choosing a seat near the middle of the carriage, one that allowed her to observe Feng Yue while being relatively distant from other non-human passengers, and sat down quietly. She tried to hide in the shadows, no longer making any noticeable movements.
Star Eye. The name flashed through Feng Yue's mind out of nowhere.
Immediately after, a system prompt about special players also surfaced.
Could it be her? That kind of gaze and temperament didn't seem like an ordinary player at all.
Before she could think further, the players behind her had already timidly walked up to her. It was time for ticket inspection. Feng Yue gritted her teeth, cleared her throat, attempting to keep her tone steady, while deliberately mimicking the electronic sound of the system. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those nearby to hear clearly. Please show your ticket. The first player was a young man who looked a little over 20. She watched him tremble as he fumbled a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it over.
Feng Yue received it. The paper was ice cold to the touch, and its material was strange, like a very thin leather, with crooked lettering in dark red ink.
Car 07, seat 13C, one way. Looking at the date, it was clearly today's. Feng Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the players' tickets were normal. She picked up the copper stamping pen in her left hand, hesitated for a moment, really not knowing where to stamp. In the end, she could only rely on her imagination to imitate how the ticket inspector would do it, pressing firmly on the blank space of the ticket. Click. A slight, crisp sound, like metal striking. At the moment the strange symbol at the tip of the stamping pen touched the ticket surface, a faint, almost imperceptible grayish-white light flashed. On the ticket, a clear imprint formed, made up of the same strange symbol. The young player, as if granted a pardon, quickly took back the ticket. Almost as if fleeing, she rushed to her seat. Feng Yue looked at the pen in her hand, her heart filled with doubt.
Does this thing really have any use? Could it just be a formality?
The next several players had tickets that were all similar. They were made of leather-like paper, printed with today's date and seat number. Feng Yue mechanically repeated the actions of receiving tickets, stamping them, and handing them back, her face showing little expression. Yet inside, she remained tense, alert for any unexpected occurrences that might arise. Then, it was the turn of a ghostly colleague passenger to board. Feng Yue really could no longer call these ghostly colleagues he or she. It moved very slowly, as if its joints were rusted. The ticket it handed over was a yellowed, fragile piece of cardboard. The edges were all curled, and the printed words were blurry, in black ink, but the date. Feng Yue squinted her eyes to discern. The date was already so blurred it seemed impossible to read. But one thing was certain, it absolutely did not belong to this era. It might have even expired decades ago, maybe even 100 years.
Is this ticket valid?
Feng Yue felt puzzled, but the system gave no prompts. She looked at the other's vague face, seemingly shrouded in shadows. She dared not ask or directly refuse. In the end, she could only keep a straight face, pretending everything was normal, taking the old ticket that reeked of decay. She picked up the stamp pen again and carefully stamped next to the blurred date. Click. The same soft sound, the same faint glimmer flashed. The ghostly passenger quietly took back the ticket, slightly bowed toward Feng Yue, and then staggered deeper into the carriage.
Feng Yue.
The next one's ticket was even stranger. It appeared to be a standard-sized ticket, but the material felt like a translucent, dried membrane. There were no printed words on it. Instead, it was stained with large dark brown spots, resembling suspected bloodstains. Feng Yue could even see fine fiber clumps. She felt her stomach churn, fighting back nausea, and carefully pinched the edge of the ticket with her fingertips, stamping it once more.
Click. On the dark brown surface, the gray-white mark stood out strikingly. The passengers silently retrieved the ticket. Some passengers handed her a completely blank piece. A little paper slip that had nothing on it, made of the same strange material. Feng Yue felt numb, she stamped it without hesitation. Inside, she complained wildly, a blank ticket works too? What's the point of checking tickets? Is it just based on mood? Or is it that my pen is special, and once it's stamped, it counts? She felt less like a ticket collector and more like someone dabbling in mysticism with stamps. All the new passengers finally completed the boarding process. The heavy train door emitted a strange scraping sound as it slowly closed, shutting out the cold wind and the eerie silence of the platform. The train trembled slightly, as if about to start moving again. Most of the new players found their seats, looking terrified, trying to curl up and lower their presence while anxiously glancing around. Feng Yue let out a small sigh of relief, planning to step back to the connection point for a moment to catch her breath, when her gaze inadvertently scanned the inner wall of the carriage. It was then she noticed a paper posted there. She had been so focused on the passengers and the door that she had not noticed it at all. It was a piece of hard cardboard, about the size of a 3, severely yellowed and curled at the edges, printed with dense black text. At the top was a bold title. Ghost Train Passenger Rules. Rules. Feng Yue immediately focused her attention and read carefully. The text was somewhat blurred due to the aging paper, but in context, she could roughly make out the main content. 1. Maintain absolute silence, loud talking is prohibited. Please sit in the designated seat on the ticket, and do not randomly change or occupy someone else's seat. Without clear permission from the train staff, do not trespass into other carriages. During nighttime travel, be sure to pull all the curtains closed, it is strictly forbidden to peek outside. Trust and obey the instructions of the train staff, crew members, ticket sellers, and train conductors. If you have any questions or needs, please contact the staff using the call button beside your seat, do not shout loudly or move around freely. This train does not provide non-designated food and drinks. If you receive items from unknown sources, do not accept or consume them. Ensure that your luggage is always within your line of sight or under your control. Every rule exudes a cold, unquestionable meaning. Fortunately, these rules are aimed at players and have nothing to do with her, a ghost NPC. All she has to do is follow one rule: stay utterly quiet. Moreover, the 5th rule, trust and obey the instructions of the train staff, is clearly in her favor. Her ghostly self is safer, which provides her with a bit more security. Just as Feng Yue let out a sigh of relief, suddenly. Ah! A piercing, extreme fear-filled scream suddenly exploded from the middle of the carriage. The source of the sound was the young male player with glasses, who was carrying a backpack. He had been in a state of extreme tension, shaking like a leaf. Now, he seemed to have seen something incredibly terrifying, and he completely broke down. He abruptly leapt from his seat, wildly pointing at the air, letting out this heart-wrenching scream. Shut up! Don't scream! Nearby players reacted quickly, immediately lowering their voices to try to stop him, but it was already too late. Almost at the moment his scream reached its peak. Under the seat where he stood, the once perfectly ordinary shadow suddenly began to writhe violently like boiling tar. In the next second, the shadow surged up angrily. Chapter 36, wishing you all a happy gaming experience, clear the instance, and become the child of fortune. Transformed into countless black, twisted, emaciated arms, seemingly constructed from pure malice, moving faster than the eye could see. They violently wrapped around the player's legs, waist, chest, and arms. No! Save! The player barely managed to let out a half-formed, shorter, more heart-wrenching wail, like he was being dragged by an invisible giant python. Whoosh, he was abruptly yanked into the suddenly deep darkness. The entire process happened in a flash, probably taking less than a second. That scream abruptly ceased, cut off mid-sound. The shadow under the seat quickly returned to calm, transforming back into its original ordinary appearance, as if everything that just occurred was merely a hallucination for everyone. On the spot, only the fallen glasses left on the seat remained, along with a few wisps of faint black smoke that still carried a pungent burnt smell. The entire Car 7 instantly fell into an unprecedented, suffocating silence. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All players, whether newbies or those with a bit of experience, turned pale, their pupils dilated to the extreme with fear. They all tightly covered their mouths, instinctively holding their breath, their bodies stiff as if they were real stone carvings. Even the ghostly passengers, whose outlines were originally vague, seemed to become a bit more solid. As if observing the sight of the recent tragedy with a kind of indifferent, calm, even routine, appreciative expression. Feng Yue was also genuinely shocked. She quickly reassured herself, I am the ticket seller. She cannot panic. Her gaze abruptly shifted to the ghost train passenger rules on the wall. The first rule: maintain absolute silence. Please keep quiet. She raised her arm, pointing to the first rule as steadily as she could.
Then, she turned her head, facing all the terrified players and the silent ghost colleagues. Deliberately imitating the system's alert tone, she spoke in a voice that was as emotionless as possible, even a bit stiff. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed in the dead silent carriage. Please follow the train rules. After saying that, Feng Yue did not look at anyone again, nor did she glance at the shadow that had just swallowed a life. With an expressionless turn, she retreated into the shadow at the connection with as steady a step as she could manage. As soon as she was out of sight of all the passengers, Feng Yue finally dared to let out a long breath. Inside, gigantic waves had already risen, roaring madly. Good thing I am not a player, good thing the players didn't lose their heads and fight with those strange beings. The train trembled slightly again, accompanied by a long, mournful whistle. Clank clank, the rhythmic sound of operation began to ring again, slowly leaving the despairing no station. Only the silent fear that followed in the carriage remained. Feng Yue kept reinforcing her mental state. She must not panic, she is the ticket seller. She is the enforcer of the rules. And not a hapless player who could be erased by the rules. Her warning, which imitated the system's sound, seemed to have had some effect after all. When the players looked at her, their terrified eyes seemed to carry not just fear, but also an inexplicable sense of dread. Yes, dread. This is her only amulet for now. She must maintain this facade. Feng Yue took a deep breath again, straightening the slightly askew brim of her hat from her earlier hasty movement. Holding the ticket holder and the heavy stamping pen tightly against her chest, as if they were sacred objects that brought her a sense of security. She put on that almost numb expression of calm again, and then slowly stepped out half a step from the shadow at the connection, cautiously looking into carriage number 7. Silence. A silence more complete and suffocating than before enveloped the entire carriage. At this moment, the players received the detailed rules of the instance mission. Before the players, a semi-transparent glowing blue virtual frame emerged, accompanied by the prompt sound from their wristbands. Instance name, Ghost Train. Instance mission. 1. Main mission, survive until the train reaches the final station. 2. Exploration mission, gather as much information about the ghost train rules as possible. Including but not limited to passenger code, broadcast instructions, and potential rules in different carriages. 3. Optional mission, investigate the true identity or location of the train conductor. 4. Optional mission, explore the truth or purpose of the train's operation. Tip, trust the rules, but do not completely trust the environment. Observe the behavior of old passengers. Train staff may be key, or they may be a greater danger. Instance rule taboo. 1. Absolutely no noise allowed, loud talking, screaming, crying, etc., may trigger instant death penalties. 2. Changing seats at will is prohibited, must sit strictly according to the ticket specified position. 3. Unauthorized access to other carriages is prohibited, no entry to non-specified carriages without permission. 4. Do not peek outside the window at night, must pull the curtains closed during night travel, no peeking outside. 5. Do not accept unspecified food and drinks, do not accept or consume items of unknown origin. 6. Keep an eye on personal luggage, ensure luggage is within sight or controllable range. 7. Must comply with the train staff's instructions, including the instructions from the ticket seller, attendants, and the train conductor, via broadcast. 8. Do not attack train staff. 9. During special missions, such as the Keep Quiet mission, must strictly comply without condition. Instance closing time, when the train arrives at the final station and successfully disembarks. Instance rating, A+S, upgrading. Wishing everyone a pleasant game and success in clearing the instance. Become the child of fortune. At this moment, all the players in the carriage were like they had been hit by a freeze spell, frozen in their seats, not daring to make even the slightest movement. They curled up their bodies as much as possible, lowering their heads, their gazes fixed firmly on their toes or the backrest of the seat in front, not even daring to move their eyes. They dared not shift their bodies to avoid the overwhelming smell, as if any extra movement would bring about their doom. And those ghostly passengers, their fuzzy outlines seemed even more solid at this moment. The sense of silent observation had not faded, in fact, it had become even clearer. It was as if they were tasting the fresh fear that filled the air, like enjoying an appetizer. Feng Yue even had an illusion that right near the incident's location, there was a twisted shadow shaped like a twist of dough. Its mouth seemed to curve up ever so slightly, with an indescribable eerie quality within that curve. She quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look any longer. Feng Yue pretended to inspect the carriage casually, as if she were doing her routine inspection. Finally, her gaze landed on the woman wearing a gray hoodie. The spot where Star Eyes was seated. Chapter 37, Silent Observation and the Beginning. The woman still sat in place, her hood pulled low, obscuring most of her face. Outwardly, she looked no different from the other players, choosing absolute stillness and low profile. Her hands were clasped on her legs, looking as though she was either asleep or quietly enduring the torment brought on by fear. But Feng Yue's intuition was going wild with alarm. Something was off.
That feeling. Like being watched by the top predator hidden in the grass.
She seemed relaxed, but in reality, all her senses were highly concentrated, tightly locking onto her as the prey. Feng Yue forced herself to maintain her inspection stance, her gaze blandly shifting away from Star Eyes to elsewhere. But the vast majority of her attention remained firmly glued to Star Eyes. Sure enough, after a few minutes, when Feng Yue pretended to casually look over that area again, she captured that beneath the hood, those eyes were actually slightly open. A very delicate slit of eyes that was almost imperceptible in the dim light. But behind that slit, there was neither fear nor confusion. Instead, it was an extremely calm, analytical gaze, like a precise instrument, silently observing everything around. And the focus of that gaze was precisely her. Feng Yue's heart instantly leaped to her throat. She is looking at me. Why is she always staring at me? The inner scream was almost breaking free from her throat. Is my uniform on inside out? No. The buttons are all done right. Is there something on my face? Did I accidentally smudge some dirt just now? Or, has she realized I am a weak NPC? Realized that I burst easily with one hit? This cannot go on. I must do something. Just as Star Eyes' gaze scanned her hand holding her ticket pouch like an invisible probe. Feng Yue couldn't help but wonder if her hand had trembled and been noticed. In that moment, Feng Yue suddenly bit her teeth and made up her mind. She abruptly lifted her head, her previously somewhat scattered look suddenly sharp as a knife. Penetrating through the dim light of the carriage, she firmly captured Star Eyes' eyes hidden in the shadow of her hood. In an instant, their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Feng Yue tried desperately to control her gaze, trying to shape it into the kind of look she imagined ghosts should have. Cold, indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. As if what was in front of her was just an object or an anomaly worth scrutinizing. Feng Yue even tried to subtly infuse a hint of warning into that gaze. Like the whirlpool hidden beneath the calm surface of a lake, if you don't look closely, you won't discover it at all. What are you looking at? She was frantically cheering herself on inside, trying to make her gaze more intimidating with sheer willpower. Look again. Even if you look again, I can't do anything to you. But I must not lose momentum. I have to keep her under control. This sudden, precise gaze that seemed to see through everything clearly took Xingtong by surprise. Xingtong's body stiffened for a moment. The stiffness was so slight, but it took only 0.1 seconds to return to normal. Her slightly opened eyes instantly closed, then slowly opened again. But the scrutiny and inquiry that were originally there had completely vanished, replaced by a perfectly timed, slightly hurried and respectful avoidance. She slightly lowered her chin and gave a small nod, the action smooth and natural. Like an ordinary passenger instinctively responding with politeness to a train staff member. Immediately after, she naturally shifted her gaze to the window on the other side of the carriage, shrouded in heavy fog, as if it were merely a coincidental meeting of eyes. Feng Yue saw that the other party had taken the lead in looking away, even making a show of weakness gesture, and the tightly wound nerves finally relaxed a bit. Succeeded? Was she frightened? Feng Yue didn't dare to relax at all, maintaining her cold expression, and pretended to be aloof, slowly pulling back her gaze as if she didn't care to engage. She lowered her head again, looking at the hard ticket holder in her arms. Under the cover of the wide ticket holder, her fingertips quickly rubbed over the palm of her hand, already soaked with cold sweat. This silent yet perilous initial confrontation with a special player seemed to come to an end for now. However, Feng Yue did not know how much turmoil her reaction had stirred in Xingtong. Xingtong calmly looked out at the rolling gray fog outside, but her heart was anything but calm. Her innate skill, rule insight, granted her a perception of the power of rules far beyond ordinary people. At this moment, in her perception, the ticket seller who had lowered her head was enveloped in an extremely dense, impenetrable fog. This fog was not a simple visual obstruction but made up of countless fine, complex, intertwined strands of rules. Connecting her existence with the entire train, tightly and unfathomably linked to that vast and mysterious network of rules. At the instant their eyes met when the other suddenly looked up, Xingtong clearly sensed that those rule strands were gently pulled by an invisible force. Radiating a cold and imposing wave that was neither purely malicious nor entirely benevolent. It was a gaze that looked down from above, belonging to the embodiment of rules itself. With a sense of distance and oppression that made the soul shudder. She noticed. She absolutely sensed my probing. Such keen perception. Such strong connection to the rules. That gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any human emotion, with a barely perceptible warning. Was she reminding me to follow the rules? Or has she taken an interest in me? I can't look at her anymore. At least not so openly. This high-level ghost's danger level far exceeds my expectations. I must be more careful and cautious. Thus, the seed of misunderstanding was thoroughly planted at this moment, quickly taking root and sprouting. Xingtong completely retracted all her outward presence, disguising herself flawlessly, just like the ordinary players in the carriage who were like startled birds. But deep inside her heart, she had elevated the importance and danger of the ticket seller to the highest level, always on alert. Meanwhile, Feng Yue was oblivious to this. She was just beneath the cover of the ticket holder, thankful that she had survived another crisis. Meanwhile, she racked her brain thinking about what to do next. The train roared forward in the endless grey fog, like a giant steel beast that paid no heed to the small ripples inside the carriage. It stubbornly raced toward that unknown destination named nothingness. Inside the carriage, silence lay heavy like a thick coffin lid, pressing down on every living heart and making it hard to breathe. Only those blurred ghost passengers seemed to silently look forward to the start of the next feast. Chapter 38. The blood-soaked words on the ticket: a dead horse is worth trying as a live one. Feng Yue still maintained her icy and indifferent facade, her gaze seemingly empty as it fixated on an old stain on the floor where the cars connected. In reality, her entire being was on high alert, like a bowstring pulled tight, keeping an extreme watch on every little movement inside the carriage. I must find something to do, I can't just stand here stupidly. Feng Yue anxiously thought. The ticket collector must have more work than just checking tickets, right? Is it to patrol the carriage, or do they just stand here awkwardly? Just as she hesitated, debating whether to force herself to stroll back and forth with a casual look, a chilling aura of indescribable coldness quietly spread out. This chill was not merely a drop in temperature, but a penetrating cold that pierced to the bone, carrying a strong negative emotional energy. Feng Yue's instinct blared a wild alarm, and she abruptly lifted her head. She saw a figure gliding silently toward her, stopping right in front of her. It was a woman. More accurately, it was a ghost in female form. She wore a tattered white wedding dress, stained with dark brown marks and dust. The veil had long been ripped, hanging down loosely, barely covering part of her face. But through the sparse veil, one could see an extremely twisted face, filled with endless sorrow and pain. Tears, if that murky, dark red liquid could be called tears, kept sliding down from her hollow eye sockets, leaving winding trails on her pale, almost blue skin. She did not make a loud sound, only a continuous, suppressed low sobbing resonated. That sound seemed to burrow directly into one's marrow, stirring waves of physical discomfort and panic. Feng Yue's scalp instantly tingled, her heart tightened as if it might leap from her throat. A ghost. A real ghost passenger. That intense resentfulness and sadness almost formed a field of force. Although Feng Yue did not feel unwell, she instinctively wanted to back away, fleeing from this despairing chill. There was no way, she was too terrifying. Anyone would instinctively want to run. But her remaining reason nailed her feet to the ground like a spike. She was the ticket collector. She could not run. The ghost passenger slowly raised a hand, that hand so pale it was nearly transparent, dirt caked beneath her fingernails. In her grasp, she held a train ticket. That ticket. Feng Yue felt her stomach churn violently like a stormy sea. It could hardly be called a complete ticket. It looked as if it had been thoroughly soaked in a dark red, thick liquid. The paper bore an eerie soft and rotten texture, its edges torn and curled. The writing was obscured by filth, blurred and unclear, with only a few twisted symbols faintly visible, as if written in blood and then eroded by the passage of a long time. Most horrifyingly, those dark red bloodstains had not fully dried. They even appeared to still flow very slowly. Even a drop of thick liquid was dripping. Following the corner of the ticket, it slowly gathers, about to drip down, yet hangs there, wanting to drop but not dropping. A strong sense of nausea and fear surged like a tide in Feng Yue's throat. She fought against the impulse to gag, biting down hard on the soft flesh inside her mouth, using the pain to keep herself awake. What should I do? Should I accept this ticket or not? But the system seemed to be frozen, still with no response, completely lacking any hint. Not accepting? Would that anger my ghostly colleague? Accepting it. If I encounter that thing, could something even more terrifying happen? Countless dreadful thoughts flashed through Feng Yue's mind, but time didn't allow her to think deeply. The ghostly passenger maintained the posture of handing over the ticket, their silent sobbing growing increasingly mournful, the surrounding chill growing more intense. Even the light at the connection seemed dimmed a bit by this cold air. Feng Yue steeled her heart, internally roaring, "Let's go for it. At worst, I'll be consumed by a ghost." Anyway, not accepting could also mean death. She stretched out her hand, wearing white gloves, thankfully with this layer of separation. As fast as possible, using the least area of contact, she carefully pinched the corner of the damp, sticky, nauseating ticket. What should I do next? Right, check the ticket. Stamp it. Yes, go through the process. At this moment, Feng Yue's mind was almost blank, relying entirely on instinct. And the muscle memory formed by previously repeated mechanical actions, her right hand awkwardly lifted the heavy copper stamp pen. Where should I stamp it? Can this cursed thing even be stamped? Would stamping it even have any effect? Forget it.
A dead horse is worth a live one.
Feng Yue almost closed her eyes, pressing the stamp down onto the messy, slowly writhing dark red ticket surface. Just as the cold, heavy pen tip was about to touch the slick surface of the ticket, a sudden change occurred. The strange, intricately designed symbol at the top of the stamp pen that had been silent unexpectedly glowed slightly, imperceptibly. A faint, almost illusory gray-white light flickered like a breath and then vanished. There was no sound, nor massive energy fluctuation.
But the effect was immediate.
The continuous, soul-piercing, low sobbing abruptly stopped with a snap.
Feng Yue looked up in surprise.
She saw that the ghostly passenger's distorted, pained expression was visibly relaxing at a visible speed.
Though still pale and still emanating a chilling aura.
But the deep sorrow and resentment, thick as indelible ink, dissipated like mist brushed away by a gentle breeze. The dark red tears that had been flowing from their hollow eye sockets also came to a halt. The ghostly passenger slowly, elegantly bent slightly toward Feng Yue, performing an ancient and solemn curtsy. In that gesture was a kind of melancholy that matched her current state, a sediment of time. After the bow, she turned away, no longer drifting as before, but walking quietly and lightly toward the depths of the train car like an ordinary passenger. She sat down in an empty seat, head lowered, hands neatly folded on her knees. The entire ghost seemed to fall into a deep sleep, or perhaps enter a long silence, no longer making any unusual movements. At the same time, the chilling aura that made the players tremble quickly dissipated, returning to that previous
normal strangeness. Feng Yue?
She instinctively looked down at the stamp pen in her right hand, which had now returned to its ordinary appearance. Then she glanced at the left glove, where a bit of dark red viscous liquid had accidentally gotten onto. And the still damp, but seemingly no longer active strange ticket. The brain completely shut down.
Is this it?
It seems that her colleagues here must be quite kind after all. They were all just working ghosts, relaxing and slacking off once their acting parts were done. She understood, she really did. Feng Yue subconsciously tried to shake off the bit of dirt on her gloves, showing a faint smile of relief, and resignedly held the ticket again, standing there stupidly. Her feet hurt, but she didn't say it. And all of this didn't escape the eyes of Xingtong, not far away. It looked like her eyes were closed, but in truth, through the tiniest slits, she was observing everything clearly.
From Xingtong's view and senses, what just happened carried a deeper, far more terrifying meaning.
She clearly sensed the strange device in that ticket seller's hand giving off a fleeting light of rules. That light, though weak, carried a pure and undeniable power of order, as if it came from some ancient and mysterious source of rules. She also clearly saw that spirit, full of heavy resentment, its energy level obviously not low. When it touched that light of rules, the violent, chaotic field of hateful energy swirling around it was suddenly smoothed, purified, even partly formatted by an invisible yet overwhelming hand. The once raging resentment quieted down instantly, like a wild beast being tamed. Then that spirit became silent and obedient. Just like that, it was suppressed, no, purified. She had used only that tool, something like a rule device, to easily purify a resentful spirit. A huge wave surged in Xingtong's heart. There were no extra moves, no spells, just the simplest activation. What kind of terrifying being was this ticket seller? Feng Yue's clueless accident, in Xingtong's eyes, turned into a display of unfathomable power. Her fear and estimation of Feng Yue rose to an immeasurable level again. Feng Yue herself knew nothing of this. She was trying to deal with the ticket that was still dripping thick liquid. At last, having no better way, she carefully stuffed it into the deepest part of her ticket holder, out of sight, out of mind. In her heart she kept praying wildly that this thing wouldn't corrode her ticket holder or attract some other ghostly thing. Just then, the old broadcast speaker on the train ceiling suddenly made a sharp, harsh noise, like static from a badly broken signal, cutting through her chaotic thoughts. A warped, distorted, off-key tune began to play, eerie and gloomy, like it came from an ancient, ruined phonograph. That creaking, whining sound went on for about 10 seconds, making everyone's scalp crawl and their skin break out in goosebumps. Just when everyone was about to break under that creepy music, it stopped suddenly. Then, a cold, emotionless, metallic electronic voice replaced it, echoing through the dead-silent carriage.
Night travel mode activated. All passengers, please close all curtains immediately. Strictly forbidden to look outside. Repeat. Close all curtains at once. Do not look outside. The broadcast ended.
Almost at the same time, Feng Yue sharply noticed the light outside the train drop all of a sudden. By instinct, she turned her head toward the window by the connection between cars. Before, even though the windows were covered in heavy gray fog, at least some faint, pale light could still seep in, giving the sealed space a tiny bit of comfort. But now, outside had fallen into a thick, endless darkness that couldn't be dissolved. It wasn't the kind of darkness from lack of light, it was a living darkness, one that seemed to swallow every bit of brightness. Like a huge beast waiting to devour anything alive. A bloodthirsty mouth wide open, eyeing everything inside the carriage menacingly. Swish. Swish. Inside the carriage, the ghostly passengers, who were sitting quietly like wooden statues, suddenly moved as if pulled by an invisible thread the moment the broadcast ended, putting their hands out in unison. The movement was extremely coordinated and swift, without a hint of hesitation, as if this was an instinctive reaction ingrained in their very bones. Feng Yue jolted, instantly waking up from her tangled thoughts regarding that blood ticket. Nighttime rules. Fourth rule. She silently cursed to herself, feeling a sense of dread in her heart. Without daring to delay for even a moment, she made a quick decision and immediately took action. Feng Yue first quickly pulled the heavy, dust-covered canvas curtains tightly together on both sides of the connecting windows, completely blocking out the unsettling absolute darkness. Having done all this, she took a deep breath and stepped into the interior of carriage number 7. Pull the curtains closed. She deliberately lowered her voice, trying to mimic the emotionless tone of the system's voice, her gaze like lightning sweeping over those players who were still lost in fear and confusion. The players, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly began to tug at the curtains beside them. Most of them were greatly frightened, their movements frantic and hurried, as if they wished to nail the curtains to the window frames. Feng Yue also helped pull down a few curtains beside the empty seats while sharply scanning the entire scene, supervising the compliance. As the curtains were pulled down one by one, the light in the carriage grew increasingly dim, leaving only a few gas lamps emitting weak glows. Under the cover of this darkness, it felt as if they could be swallowed at any moment. The atmosphere inside the carriage was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Everyone could hear their own rapid heartbeat, like the last sound struggling in the darkness. Suddenly, wah! A suppressed but still revealing whimper filled with ultimate fear echoed from a corner. Feng Yue turned her head to look. It was the young female player who had almost screamed earlier and had desperately covered her mouth tight. She sat by the window, her face pale as paper, her eyes wide with disbelief, filled with terror and pain, one hand tightly covering her eyes. Fresh red blood, mixed with dark streaks, was constantly seeping through her fingers, flowing down. And beside her, the curtain was pulled back just a tiny gap. Clearly, driven by extreme terror and that damn curiosity, she ultimately couldn't help but sneak a peek outside at that absolute darkness. Just a split second of spying seemed to have opened the gates of hell. My eyes. My eyes. Ah. Chapter 40, The Adjacent Carriage number 6. She could no longer contain herself and let out a painful wail. But soon, as if remembering the rule against noise, she bit her lip hard, forcing that piercing scream back down. Only her body uncontrollably twitched violently, despairing whimpers escaping from deep in her throat, like a wounded beast helplessly howling in the dark. Almost simultaneously, outside the carriage window, that thick darkness seemed to ripple slightly. Immediately after, a nerve-wracking, sharp sound, like something huge and rough, quickly scraped across the glass surface with an unbearable sound. That sound felt like countless needles simultaneously stabbing at one's nerves, making everyone extremely uncomfortable. Screech! The sound was sharp and brief, yet it hit everyone's soul like a hammer, making everyone shiver involuntarily, as if their very souls were trembling. Feng Yue looked at that painfully curled-up player, blood dripping through her fingers, while listening to that exceedingly unsettling noise from outside the window. The occasional sound of scratching and the illusion of some enormous vague shadow swiftly passing by made her heart sink coldly. This rule, again emphasized to them with such a bloody price. Every rule of this ghost train, behind it, is probably stained with the blood and lives of countless offenders. Every word seems to be written with pain and death. She dared not have the slightest hope, her gaze became more severe. Again sweeping every corner of the compartment, ensuring that every inch of the curtain was pulled tightly, leaving not a shred of opportunity for that terrible darkness. At this moment, her fear and reverence for the word rule reached an unprecedented height. Because the rules are not only for the players but also for her, the ghost NPC. Absolute darkness, continuous deathly silence, and the occasional heart-stopping sharp scratching sound outside the window together formed the main theme of the ghost train's night journey. Every second was as long as a century, and heavy fear pressed on the nerves of every player in the compartment. Feng Yue leaned against the cold metal wall of the train. She dared not sit down, fearing that the moment she relaxed her vigilance, some indescribable thing would leap out of the darkness. Even her ghost colleague was afraid of getting scared and screaming, causing the players to think they were weak little monsters and get shot down. On Feng Yue's left-hand glove, there was a little dark red sticky residue, the mark left by the blood ticket. Paying close attention to whether those curtains were drawn tightly, as well as the condition of the players. She was especially worried about those reckless players who wanted to peep outside. The young female player who had her eyes bleeding and was moaning in pain from peeking outside was now silent. She curled up in her seat, motionless, unsure whether she had fainted or. Feng Yue did not dare to think too deeply. In this compartment, no one dared to check on her condition. Now, self-preservation had become the highest and only rule here. Time flowed slowly in this suffocating agony. Not knowing how long it had been, perhaps 1 hour, perhaps 2 hours. In this extreme oppression, Feng Yue's mind began to falter. She was almost adapting to this crushing atmosphere.
At this moment, Zila, Z. The old speaker above suddenly crackled with electrical noise, the sound abrupt and harsh. All players, including Feng Yue, trembled all over, suddenly awakened, instantly raising their vigilance to the highest point. They looked up in fear, toward the direction of the sound. The twisted and eerie off-key music did not appear. Strangely, that twisted and eerie off-key music did not appear. Then, an emotionless, cold voice like metal rubbing directly rang out. The content of this voice made Feng Yue's heart jump to her throat. Notice, the train is about to pass through an unstable area, minor turbulence is expected. Turbulence? Feng Yue instinctively glanced at the windows tightly covered by heavy curtains. Outside the window was an absolute void that could swallow light. Where would the turbulence come from? This excuse was just too absurd. But the broadcast continued. For safety, the connection passage between Car 7 and Car 6 will be temporarily closed. Please, the ticket inspector of Car 7, immediately proceed to the connection and check the status of the entrance of Car 6, and execute the closure order. Repeat. Please execute immediately, ticket inspector of Car 7. The broadcast abruptly stopped. Connection passage, closure? Car 6? Feng Yue's face turned pale all at once, although she was already not very rosy. A flash of what she had seen when she was teleported crossed her mind, through the window of the connection door of Car 7. Caught a glimpse of the inside of Carriage 6. The scene looked like a horrifying mental asylum, with those bound to their seats, wildly struggling and twisting. Go over there? She still had to open the door to confirm. What a joke! She almost wanted to shout into the intercom, "I'm not going." But could she refuse? The taboo was like a cold iron chain, instantly tightening around her throat. Feng Yue had no doubt that if she dared to defy this clear order, her fate would be no better than that of the man who broke the noise rule. Calm down. Calm down. Feng Yue, you can do this. It's just to check if the door is closed, then lock it tight. Yes, as long as it's locked, it will be safe. She desperately tried to mentally prepare herself. Feng Yue took a deep breath, forcing her leaden legs to move. Under the silent gazes of all the players and those ghostly passengers, she slowly walked towards the other end of the carriage, which was connected to that heavy metal barrier door of Carriage 6. This door looked much older and heavier than the one connecting to Carriage 8. The door panel was covered in deep scratches and dents, as if it had been wildly struck by some immense force. Those scratches and dents were like scars left by time and fear, sending chills down one's spine. The observation window glass on the door was covered in a thick layer of dirt and dust, making it hard to see anything on the other side. She could only vaguely see a block of deeper darkness, as if an endless abyss lurked behind it. The door handle also seemed like it hadn't been touched in a long time, coated in a mixture of grease and dust. Feng Yue reached out, her fingertip touching the cold and greasy door handle, a chill spreading along her fingertip. Chapter 41, Absolutely do not get any closer to this door. She took another deep breath, gripping the door handle tightly, beginning to twist it with difficulty. Creak. Creak. The metal rubbing made a painful sound, which was especially piercing in the dead silence of the carriage. She could clearly feel that the door handle, and used for a long time, had an unbelievable resistance. Every turn felt like wrestling with an invisible monster. Feng Yue clenched her teeth, and finally, the door handle was twisted open. She paused for a moment, encouraging herself again. Then, with all her strength, she carefully pulled on the heavy metal door. The door let out a heavy squeak, like an old man groaning in pain, as she pulled it open just a tiny crack. In that instant. Whoosh! A cold, rancid, indescribably strange wind rushed in through the crack of the door, striking Feng Yue's face. The smell was so complex it was almost nauseating. The strong, pungent smell of disinfectant tried to cover everything, but instead mixed with an old, bloody stench and the sweet, rotten smell of decayed meat. Along with the lingering spiritual filth reminiscent of countless people's desperate wails, forming a soul-shattering, strongly polluted foul odor. Feng Yue was so overwhelmed that her vision blurred, and her stomach churned violently, almost making her vomit. And this was just the beginning. With that foul wind, more blurry yet horrifying sounds seemed to burst open like a hellish radio, instantly becoming clear and rushing into her ears. Roar! It was a beastly roar, intertwined with pure brutality and hunger. Clang clang. Heavy, cold chains were dragged wildly, crashing against the metal, creating such ear-piercing sounds. He. I see it. I see it all. Blood. So much blood. Countless overlapping voices rose and fell, filled with madness and foolish whispers and eerie laughter. Feng Yue's heart. At this moment, her heartbeat almost stopped. A huge fear struck her chest like a heavy hammer. Struggling against the urge to faint and run away, she gathered the greatest courage of her life, trembling, and leaned her eyes close to the crack of the door, cautiously looking into car number 6. Just a glance, and her blood nearly froze. The light inside car number 6 was even dimmer than in car number 7. The few light sources seemed to be a flickering, yellow oil lamp or wall-mounted gaslight, casting mottled shadows throughout the carriage. In a daze, it felt as if she was in a medieval dungeon or a corridor of an abandoned asylum. On both sides of the carriage, there seemed to be not independent seats but narrow compartments separated by thick iron bars. In those compartments, some distorted, eerie figures were violently banging against the bars, making a bang-bang muffled sound. Some figures were tightly bound by invisible chains that flickered with ghostly light, twisting their bodies at impossible angles, letting out painful moans. Others curled up in corners, continuously banging their heads against the walls, producing a persistent, spine-chilling thud-thud sound. And on the luggage rack at the top of the carriage, there was not normal luggage piled up. Instead, it was wrapped in tattered canvas or oilcloth, unevenly sized packages. Those packages were slowly and rhythmically wriggling. There was even a package oozing a dark yellow, viscous liquid from a seam, dripping onto the empty compartment floor below, making a drip, drip-light sound. The entire car number 6 was a living, maddened, and tortured purgatory. Feng Yue's sanity completely shattered at that moment. With all her strength, she desperately pulled back that heavy metal door, which had just opened a crack. Bang! A deafening, thunderous metallic crash exploded at the connection. The huge noise even made the entire car number 7 seem to tremble slightly. All the players were startled and confused by this sudden violation of the no loud noise rule. Terrified, they looked towards the connection, not knowing what had happened. Feng Yue couldn't care less about that. With the fastest speed of her life, her hands almost flew to tighten all the latches, bolts, and any locking mechanisms she could find on the door. Plug it in. Lock it tight. After doing all this, Feng Yue stood numb in place. Oh my gosh. What kind of ghost place is that? 100 times scarier than here. 1,000 times. She screamed wildly inside, the scene she had just seen etched deeply in her mind like the most terrifying branding. A prison? A hell? A biohazard scene? What the hell is locked up in there? She stared fixedly at the now completely locked door, as if fearing that something would burst out from inside in the next second. Unless necessary, absolutely. Absolutely cannot get closer to this door. Not even if it kills me. She swore and swore in her heart. The huge noise Feng Yue created surely could not be completely hidden from the vigilant players inside the carriage. Although most players didn't dare to look directly due to their angles in fear, a few, including Xing Tong who had been paying close attention to her, fatally caught sight of her slamming the door and expressionlessly locking it every step of the way. Though they didn't see exactly what was behind the door, Feng Yue's indifferent expression and the contempt visible in her eyes seemed to convey a message to them. The things behind the door were nothing more than insignificant ants in the eyes of this ghostly ticket seller NPC. Her casual act of closing the door felt more like a casual trampling over it. Their fear of the other carriages instantly surged to its peak. Her disdain was not just for the rules, but also for the physical dangers, filled with intuitive horror, found in that treacherous area. And Xing Tong's speculation ran even deeper. In her view, the ticket collector's cold action of closing and locking the door was not a normal act but a deeply meaningful display of force. Xing Tong sensed a strong pollution and threat spreading from carriage number 6. Her heart trembled, that breath. Chaotic, crazy, filled with evil intentions. That terrifying ticket collector was cutting off the source of pollution at the first moment, preventing that thing from affecting the stability of our carriage number 7. Even at the cost of creating a huge noise that might break the rules. Perhaps the ticket collector was not afraid of the rules at all and could even change the rules. Chapter 42 Lost Luggage, Enthusiastic Guidance. This speculation sent a shock through Xing Tong's heart. This also indicated that in the ticket collector's judgment, the risk of pollution caused by opening the door far outweighed the risk of breaking the noise rule. She was protecting this carriage. Was this ticket collector actively avoiding and eliminating threats outside the rules? Was it her duty? Or was it her, or rather its, own will? Xing Tong's heart, like a detective solving the case, reached its peak. Various speculations surged in her mind. This time, Feng Yue's terrified instinctive reaction, under Xing Tong's rule glimpsed talent and preconceived notions, was once again interpreted as calm, decisive, responsible, and foresight maintenance behavior. Feng Yue knew nothing of this. She just leaned against the cold door, struggling to calm her heart that was nearly leaping out of her chest. Repeatedly in her heart, she told herself, stay away from that door. Stay away from carriage number 6. This hellish place is dangerous layer by layer. The train continued to travel steadily in absolute darkness. As if that thrilling little episode was just a minor bump in this endless journey of terror. Feng Yue did not dare to linger at the connection, feeling that a terrible crashing sound would suddenly come from behind that door. She adjusted her slightly disheveled uniform from the earlier intense movements, took a deep breath, and stepped back into the main area of carriage number 7. The dim light draped like a bleak veil over the entire carriage.
The players still sat stiffly in their seats like stone carvings, with only the barely noticeable rise and fall of their chests proving they were still alive. The air was thick with fear, despair, and a hint of a faint bloody smell. Coming from that female player whose eyes were injured from looking out the window. Feng Yue turned away, her heart heavy.
She couldn't do anything.
She began to pretend to patrol as usual, walking slowly down the aisle, her gaze sweeping over the tightly drawn curtains, seemingly calmly checking those ghostly passengers that exuded a strange aura. This process not only allowed her to move her stiff limbs a bit but also helped her temporarily distract from her fear of carriage number 6. More importantly, it made her look like she had something to do, fitting the image of a dedicated ticket collector. However, this ghost train clearly had no intention of letting her have a moment of peace. Just as she was about to reach the middle of the carriage, a figure suddenly shot up from a nearby seat and stood straight in front of her. Feng Yue paused, her heart skipped with a thud, suddenly it raced uncontrollably.
Blocking her was a man, extremely well dressed, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman from some bygone era.
He wore a well-tailored dark suit, complete with a bow tie, and his hair was neatly combed, holding a rather exquisite pocket watch in his hand. If not for his overly anxious and pale face. His eyes sparkled with a strange, indescribable light, making one feel he was just an ordinary traveler, perhaps a little rushed.
Ticket clerk. I finally found you.
The man's tone was urgent, and his voice became sharp with anxiety. He kept opening and closing the pocket watch in his hand, producing a series of soft click sounds.
My suitcase. A very important leather briefcase, brown, with brass locks.
I might have left it in the dining car, or maybe in the luggage compartment.
Yes, it must be there.
Feng Yue's gaze instinctively glanced at his constantly opening and closing pocket watch. The hands on the dial were spinning wildly and irregularly. Sometimes rushing clockwise, sometimes reversing counterclockwise, showing no meaningful time at all. This bizarre scene sent chills down Feng Yue's spine.
Great, another abnormal passenger.
The man didn't notice Feng Yue's reaction at all, or rather, he was completely immersed in his own anxiety, his words speeding up.
There are very important documents in there. They cannot be lost. You must take me to find it right now. Right now. Or you can help me get it back. Hurry.
As he spoke, he even tried to extend his hand to grab Feng Yue's arm, his eyes filled with urgency and an insane obsession.
Feng Yue instinctively took a half step back, avoiding his touch. Take him to the dining car? The luggage compartment? What a joke. She didn't even dare to go out that door.
Who knows what terrifying ghost places the dining car and luggage compartments are?
Maybe they're even scarier than carriage number 6. And what about rules? Where is her scope of activity? The system hadn't mentioned it at all. Refuse. She must refuse.
Feng Yue's brain raced, recalling the phrases to deal with difficult passengers in the real world. At the same time, combined with the train's bizarre setting, she tried to make her voice sound polite but firm.
I'm sorry, sir.
She slightly lifted her chin, trying to meet his anxious eyes at eye level, her tone steady.
According to train regulations, my duty is limited to carriage number 7.
For your lost item, please contact the train manager, or use the train announcement to reach the lost and found.
God knows where the train manager is. What on earth is the lost and found?
She was completely making it up, hoping to brush him off with what sounded like an official reason.
Please, don't ask again. Don't ask me where the train manager is. If you ask me, I also don't know.
Feng Yue prayed desperately in her heart, her palms beginning to sweat unknowingly again.
However, her prayers ultimately fell on deaf ears. What Feng Yue didn't know was that just as the man nearly touched her arm, a terrifying pressure, as if substantial, suddenly crashed down from the depths of endless void.
This pressure seemed to come from the oldest and most evil abyss of the universe, filled with destructive power, instantly overwhelming his entire spirit. He barely had time to react before he felt his spirit clutched tightly by an invisible giant hand, being cruelly squeezed. His pupils dilated instantly, and his whole body trembled. The ghostly green light within him flickered rapidly under the pressure, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In just a moment, he felt he was on the brink of losing his soul, his consciousness beginning to blur, fear drowning him like a surging tide. Just when he thought he was about to completely vanish, that terrifying pressure on his soul suddenly disappeared.
Everything came quickly and went just as fast, as if it were merely a nightmare.
He stood dazedly in place, the words ticket clerk from the other person making him dizzy. He didn't know what had just happened, but subconsciously, an instinct from deep within his soul told him that the power just now came from an existence that could crush him.
It's the ticket seller across the way. Chapter 43, Have you considered the consequences of wasting time? He wanted to escape.
But he couldn't escape. First, his legs just wouldn't move, clearly showing that the other side didn't want to let him go. Second, there were his rules.
The tasks he had to complete. If he didn't complete his tasks, he would be lost forever. Chief conductor? Lost and found? I can't wait that long.
His voice trembled but was sharp, yet in the dead silence of the carriage, it sounded exceptionally jarring. Nearby players shrank back in fear, and even the blurry outlines of some ghostly passengers seemed to shift slightly. Suddenly, the man's eyes changed color, as if controlled, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide open, blood vessels rapidly spreading. The earlier fear vanished, he roared almost to the point of hoarseness.
Do you know what's in that box? Have you thought about the consequences of wasting time? You don't understand at all.
He yelled while abruptly ignoring Feng Yue, suddenly turning to charge towards the connection door at the end of the carriage. Looking that way, it seemed he intended to force his way to carriage number 8, or even farther. Feng Yue frowned. If he really charged through, who knows what terrible rules he would break. What if he, like the man before, was inexplicably erased at the junction? Would this count as her failing to supervise? Moreover, his loud shouting clearly violated the no loud talking rule. Would she be implicated because of it? She absolutely couldn't let him through. In a moment of desperation, Feng Yue almost without thinking, stepped aside quickly and firmly blocked the passage between the man and the connection door. Her body reacted even before her brain could process it. At the same time, a tone, as cold and hard as ice, that even she hadn't expected, slipped from her lips. Though her voice was small, it carried a strange, unyielding power, echoing clearly in the suffocating air. Sir! This word struck like a cold whip, sharply halting the man's fervent steps. Feng Yue stood her ground, staring straight at his face, twisted with anger and anxiety. Deliberately and slowly, she repeated each word, as if they fell like icy hailstones, cold and hard. Please, follow the train rules. Go back to your seat. As she spoke, the hard ticket holder she had been clutching suddenly emitted an extremely faint, yet distinctly warm sensation. As if what was inside wasn't a ticket, but a suddenly activated warm jade. The warmth flickered and vanished, almost like an illusion. But the effect was immediate. The man, who was originally ready to break free from reason, suddenly halted. The crazed anger on his face quickly receded like a tide. What replaced it was an abrupt and inexplicable fear that pierced to the bone. He shrank back, as if encountering something terrifying, not daring to meet Feng Yue's gaze. At that moment, he seemed trapped behind an invisible and cold barrier, his feet nailed to the ground, unable to move forward even an inch. Rules. The man's lips trembled uncontrollably, struggling to push out a few indistinct syllables from his throat. In that voice was a deep-seated fear, mixed with some instinctive submission. He glared fiercely at Feng Yue, but in his gaze was more unwillingness and dread, with anger barely remaining. In the end, he said nothing more. Suddenly, she turned around and walked back to her seat awkwardly and stiffly, as if in a mechanical manner. After sitting down with a thud, she buried her head deeply, pressing her face into her palms and making no more sounds, her body still trembling lightly. A potential crisis that seemed on the verge of exploding was abruptly strangled at its birth. Feng Yue stood frozen in place for a full 2 seconds before slowly exhaling the breath that had been trapped in her chest. What terrifying consequences would there have been if she hadn't stopped the other person just now, or if the other person had continued to go wild? That would have definitely been a death flag. She subconsciously looked down at the ticket pouch in her arms. It was quiet as usual, appearing cold and ordinary, and the warmth from just a moment ago felt like it was merely a figment of her imagination. Did it work? Or, did my words just happen to fit some kind of rule? Feng Yue guessed fearfully, but she couldn't wrap her mind around it at all. But in any case, the crisis was temporarily resolved. She didn't dare linger in place for long, immediately turning to feign calm as she continued her patrol forward. Yet her steps were slightly quicker than before, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial episode. And all of this fell into Xing Tong's eyes, hidden under the shadow of her hat. She had clearly witnessed the whole process of the ghost passenger going from excitement to fear, and then being forcibly interrupted and even intimidated by the ticket seller's seemingly ordinary words and posture. In Xing Tong's perception, everything that had just happened contained deeper rule meanings. Indeed, within her domain and even in a broader infinite area, she possesses absolute control over the rules. Xing Tong calmly analyzed. She clearly pointed out scope of duty, meaning she had high authority to maintain the rules in this area. The passengers' excited emotions and impulsive behavior themselves constituted a potential chaotic element. They might even violate the derivative rules of no loud noise and no wandering. Her interruption was, likewise, a lawful maintenance of order under the rules of the scenario. She didn't even have to use that rule-strange device. The stamping pen. Just with language and a wire, she invoked the power of the rules to suppress and warn that passenger. Has her ability reached the point where her words become law? It seems that in this train carriage, the ones not to be provoked are not those bizarre passengers. But this seemingly low-key, yet actually holds the power of life and death over the rules, ticket seller. Feng Yue's feigned bravado born from desperation, combined with some accidental countermeasures, once again transformed into another terrifying figure under Xing Tong's interpretation.
Xington's understanding of Feng Yue became more specific and also more cautious. On the other side. At this moment, Feng Yue's heart was already like a boiling pot of water, different cries of despair rising and falling. If there are a few more incidents like this, I'll either be scared to death by ghosts or get a heart attack. Chapter 44, A Bloody and Terrifying Prison. Feng Yue had just recovered from the scare of the lost luggage. She was forcing herself to continue the seemingly serious patrol that was really just for show, endlessly praying that nothing else would go wrong. She even started to sickly yearn for the time at the very beginning, when she only had to stand like a stick. At least then, the fright was static. However, this ghost train seemed determined to make her work experience colorful. Just as she slowly walked to the middle of the carriage, approaching the unconscious female player whose eyes were still leaking black blood. Gee, la la la. The overhead broadcast once again emitted that electrical noise that signified something was happening. In an instant, all the players' hearts tightened like they were grabbed by an invisible hand. Terrified, she raised her head. This time, the broadcast was not the cold, emotionless synthetic voice, but a piece of music. If she listened carefully, she could almost tell that the tune should be cheerful, even carrying a hint of a humorous waltz. Under normal circumstances, it would surely relax people's hearts. But coming out of this old speaker, it was nothing short of a disaster. Not only was it severely out of tune, the melody was twisted beyond recognition, with the notes staggering like a bunch of drunken folks, chaotic and lawless. Every now and then, there were sharp, piercing sounds that could cut through eardrums. And the hoarse, delayed repetitions combined to create an extremely bizarre and profoundly uncomfortable auditory experience. This was no enjoyment, it was clearly naked torture. It felt like an invisible, deranged clown was crouched next to her ear, madly mocking her with a discordant instrument. This twisted music played for about 10 seconds before it abruptly stopped. Then, that painfully familiar, emotionless cold electronic synthetic voice occupied the broadcast once again. In a monotone similar to a weather report, it said, "Notice, the dining car is now open, providing midnight snacks for all esteemed passengers. Today's specialty, midnight menu. Passengers in need are welcome to go to Car 8 to enjoy. Repeating, the dining car is open. Enjoy the midnight menu." The broadcast ended. Feng Yue? Dining car, midnight menu? In this ghostly place? At such a time? Who would have the appetite to eat? Moreover, the name of that menu sounds ominous. She crazily complained inwardly but at the same time quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it wasn't some deadly task assigned to her, just a notification for passengers. Whether to go or not was others' freedom. Probably. As expected, after the broadcast ended, there was new movement in the carriage. A part of the ghostly passengers, including the one who had previously handed over a blood ticket, and the quiet bridal ghost. Several others wearing old uniforms, their faces so blurred that their features were indistinguishable. They all stood up almost simultaneously, their movements slightly stiff, but their goals clear, walking in unison towards Car 8. Meanwhile, the players were plunged into immense struggle and fear. Go or not? That so-called dining car and midnight menu, just hearing the names felt eerie, and they appeared to be a carefully set trap. But what if they didn't go? What if not going to the dining car was itself a hidden rule, and violating it would come at a terrible cost? Or perhaps, it concealed some vital information. Even critical clues related to life and death, wouldn't missing them lead to deep regret? In the end, 3 or 4 players, after extreme struggle, gritted their teeth, their faces pale as paper, slowly stood up. They looked at each other, despair and a glimmer of desperation in their eyes. Then, they cautiously followed behind those ghostly passengers, walking toward the connecting door to Car 8. Feng Yue watched their backs, silently mourning for them for a brief moment. Sigh, good luck to you, brave players. Just when she thought it had nothing to do with her anymore, she could continue to survive. Z. Conductor of Car 7. The cold electronic voice suddenly rang out again, directly calling her name. Feng Yue instantly stiffened, her scalp tingling. Please proceed immediately to Car 8's dining car for a temporary ticket verification handover with the dining car staff. You have 10 minutes. After completing this, please return to your post immediately. Feng Yue. She felt darkness cloud her vision, nearly fainting on the spot. No way. Here it comes again? 10 minutes, to that terrifying-sounding dining car. And she had to hand over with some dining car staff. She hadn't even understood the rules of Car 7 clearly, wasn't this asking for her life? Feng Yue wished she could immediately hug the legs of the seat next to her and cry her heart out. It really wasn't about being afraid of the rules being erased. But an order is an order. The price of disobedience is one she cannot afford. After all, no matter what that punishment is, it must be far more difficult and cruel than completing the task. Just thinking about it sends chills down her spine. Moreover, what the system told her before about the punishment from the depths of her soul could even lead to her soul being scattered. Just this fleeting thought made a cold wave rise in her heart. So, no matter what, the order must be executed, there is no second path to take. She hasn't yet gotten familiar with the system, when she does, she'll make sure to trick this damned system. She can't believe it, with her abilities, she won't be able to deal with it. Playing dumb, acting cute, who can't do that? We'll see if this system can handle the challenge. Feng Yue always thought of herself as clever. In this regard, she considered herself a big genius. Dealing with a system should be easy. As she thought about this, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, but because she still felt some nervousness, it looked somewhat strange. It's only 10 minutes. Once the handover is done, she'll rush straight back. Feng Yue took a deep breath, trying hard to make her face look as calm as dead water. With heavy steps, as if she were walking toward death, she followed the few players toward the connection door of car 8. The ghostly passenger at the front had already skillfully opened the connection door. In an instant, a different atmosphere from car 7 rushed towards her. It was a peculiar mixed smell, with the aroma of food, the bitterness of coffee, and a deeper, indescribable sweetness, yet mixed with the smell of decay. Feng Yue was the last to pass through the connection door. The moment she stepped into car 8, she felt dazed for a moment. The scene here was completely different from car 7. If car 7 was a dull, dilapidated ordinary carriage, then this car 8 was simply like a bloody, terrifying prison. Chapter 45, Dining Car Invitation and Midnight Menu. This place looked more like an overly luxurious yet pervaded with a stale and eerie atmosphere old-fashioned restaurant. The carriage was very spacious, with a dark red carpet on the floor, the intricate patterns dazzling to the eyes, yet it was stained with patches of unknown grime, making it particularly glaring. Huge crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, layered upon layered, emitting a cold and dazzling light. The entire carriage was illuminated as bright as day, yet felt devoid of any warmth. Small square tables covered with white tablecloths were neatly arranged, the texture of the cloth looking exceptionally smooth, even, with a delicate texture and faint sheen reminiscent of skin, making one feel a shiver down their spine. Each table was set with sparkling silver cutlery, the knives, forks, and spoons meticulously arranged. But when touched, they were chillingly cold, as if just taken out of an ice cellar. Some early passengers had already taken their seats. Those waiters dressed in black vests and bow ties had paper-like pale faces, wearing rigid and standard smiles, quietly weaving between the tables, handing out menus. At a glance, the entire scene seemed unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, it looked like a carefully painted oil painting with twisted and bizarre brushstrokes, radiating an unsettling sense of discord. Feng Yue retracted her gaze from examining the surroundings, fully focused on finding the so-called dining car waiter to quickly complete the handover. Her eyes scanned and spotted a bar-like area at the far end of the carriage, behind which stood a tall, thin man dressed in a waiter's uniform. He had a particularly cold demeanor, his eyes hollow and expressionless, meticulously polishing a glass. It must be him. Feng Yue tried her best to keep her gaze straight ahead. Walk swiftly towards the bar. As she passed by a few dining tables, she couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the menus being handed to the passengers. Just that glance made her stomach churn, almost bringing up last night's meal. The menu was made from thick, yellowed parchment. The writings on it were penned in a dark red ink, a color that looked like it had not yet dried. Looking again at the dish names, each one sent a chill down her spine. Appetizers. 1. Regretful eyeball soup, garnished with tears of confession and shards of memory. 2. Whispers salad, fresh-picked whisper leaves tossed in a secret dressing. Main courses. 1. Vascular pasta, handmade, full of the rhythm of life, served with a thick, desperate meat sauce. 2. Silent scream steak, medium rare, perfectly locking in the juices of fear. 3. Faded dream risotto, simmered with old regrets and forgotten grains of rice. Desserts. 1. Forgetfulness pudding, silky texture, taking away your unnecessary heavy past. 2. Painful whale puff, crispy outer skin, filled with solidified sorrow. Drinks. 1. Soul rest red tea, soothes nerves, calms the restless soul. 2. Fear coffee, energizes the mind, letting you see more details. Feng Yue felt her scalp tingle, her heart screaming frantically, what dark cuisine is this? Each name more horrifying than the last. I wouldn't eat this even if you killed me. Yes, I am an NPC, I don't need to eat. She quickened her pace, just wanting to finish the handover and leave this hellish place. She didn't notice that she briefly stopped as she passed by the table where Xingtong was seated. Xingtong had also arrived at the dining cart. At this moment, her face was pale to the point of being transparent, her forehead covered in fine cold sweat. She tightly clutched that chilling menu, her eyes fixed on the writings. Deep in her pupils, an extremely faint light of gray flickered at a high frequency. Her right hand's fingers moved slightly above the menu, a motion so subtle it was almost imperceptible, as if sensing and analyzing the rules and costs hidden behind each dish name. After a long while, she finally reached a conclusion.
With great difficulty, Xing Tong spoke to the standing waiter in a barely audible voice. A cup of soul rest red tea. This seemed to be the least polluted and costly option among all. The waiter nodded stiffly and silently retreated. Soon, a steaming cup of the soul rest red tea was brought over. The color of the tea was red, thick like fresh blood. It even bubbled up with tiny, bursting bubbles, giving off a strange mix of rust and exotic aroma. Xing Tong stared at the cup of tea, her throat involuntarily rolling, her already pale face growing even worse. But she still trembled and reached out her hand, holding the cold teacup, yet didn't drink immediately. At that moment, a young male player, probably so nervous and afraid that his mind wasn't working right, saw Feng Yue walking by in her uniform and suddenly stood up like a drowning person grabbing at a lifeline, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Miss Ticket Seller. Please, which of these dishes do you think would be safer?" Feng Yue's footsteps suddenly halted. Inside, 1,000 galloping grass mud horses rushed by. "Recommend? Big brother, I recommend you quickly run away. Can a human eat this pile of stuff? Do I look like someone who has eaten these bizarre things?" But her face couldn't show any signs of turbulence. Feng Yue slowly turned around, expressionless, looking at the player, then glancing at the disturbing menu he held. In a tone utterly devoid of fluctuations, she said, word by word. "The items on the menu are today's specials. Please, according to your own preferences. Choose freely." After saying this, she didn't linger for a second, turning swiftly and walking briskly towards the bar, her heart racing with thoughts. "Don't ask me. I know nothing. Good luck. Hope you can manage, bro." At the bar, she quickly and succinctly completed the transaction with the server behind her. The process was incredibly simple. She handed over the ticket holder, and the other party flipped through it with icy fingers, stamped it with a strange mark, and handed it back to her. The entire process took less than a minute. The moment she received the receipt, Feng Yue felt as if she had been pardoned. Without looking back, she nearly jogged out of car 8, returning to the relatively familiar car 7. Just moments before, Feng Yue's fear and resistance towards the menu and food was masked by her indifferent demeanor, which was keenly observed by Xing Tong, who meticulously suppressed her discomfort while surveying her surroundings. To Xing Tong, this ticket seller, exuding an aura of terror, faced with the obviously tainted and alluring midnight menu, actually showed no interest, desire, or disgust at all, remaining as calm as if looking at an ordinary fast food flyer. Chapter 46, The Tremor in the Real-World Forum. Such complete, habitual indifference pointed to one conclusion. These rules of creation, capable of making an ordinary player, and even someone with her abilities, struggle hard to resist. For this ticket seller, it was already a commonplace sight, perhaps even low-level compared to her needs. She had clearly transcended these kinds of temptations and demands. Indeed, her ranks were far higher than she had imagined. Perhaps, her human form in this copy itself was a manifestation of a higher level of rules. Holding the still bubbling blood-red tea, Xing Tong's evaluation of Feng Yue rose to a despairing height once more. Meanwhile, Feng Yue was thankful to be alive after leaving the dining car. And she was determined, unless a knife was held to her throat, she would never step foot back in there again. Feng Yue could hardly imagine that her every move was, through some mysterious transmission beyond the dimensions of reality, stirring tremendous waves in the originally calm, at least on the surface, real world. The arrival of the fortune game was no longer a secret. With absolute force and incomprehensible rules, it forcibly embedded itself into the fabric of human civilization, bringing disaster and chaos. It also brought a glimmer of hope for evolution and the extraordinary amid despair. The information related to it, especially concerning the difficult copies and the players struggling to survive within them, had become the most focused upon and feared topic globally. In the place where vast amounts of related information gathered, the Fortune Game Joint Response Forum, maintained collaboratively by various national officials, with strict control over the quality of information. This was commonly known among the public as the Extraordinary Forum. Undoubtedly the most concentrated, authoritative, and watched place for related information. Here gathered the top analysts, survivors, and information traders. And countless ordinary people filled with anxiety, trying to find a glimmer of survival hope from the snippets on the forum. Usually, although the forum's pages were frequently updated, it still maintained a sense of order under an oppressive atmosphere. However, until that specific, almost legendary ID, after a period of silence, lit up again. The title remained in that cold and emotionless format. Live copy, The Ghost Train, IDC 077. Participants. Key focus, The Smiling Goddess of Doom. The Smiling Goddess of Doom. This codename had far exceeded the range of a simple title. Her every appearance. It was destined to provoke a tsunami-like attention. And this time, when countless people alerted by special notifications flocked into the player's live streaming room for this scenario. The screen showed a dimly lit, extremely oppressive vintage train carriage. Cold metal emitted a chilling light, and the dark wooden panels exuded a sense of age. The tightly drawn curtains were being scratched by something invisible, producing a spine-chilling sound. The passengers sitting stiffly inside the carriage could only see vague silhouettes, their faces hidden in darkness, leaving no detail clear. All of this created a terrifying scene that felt suffocatingly real. And their goddess of misfortune stood within this haunting picture. Though not in the previous serving outfit, her appearance had not changed at all. She was now wearing a set of deep blue, old-fashioned uniforms adorned with metal epaulets and buttons. The uniform was ironed to perfection, tightly wrapping her slender yet upright figure, outlining a cold and ascetic line completely different from before. Her long hair was meticulously pinned up, hidden under a matching cap, with only a few strands of hair hanging down at her forehead and neck, further emphasizing her complexion that was almost translucent white. Her face held no expression, as if covered by a layer of unmelting ice, her eyes calmly scanning the carriage. Those eyes, which once carried a hint of lazy smile even in dire straits, now held only bottomless coldness and indifference. In her hand was a hard leather ticket holder, occasionally lowered to inspect, or she silently paced around the carriage surveying. Every movement was precise and restrained, carrying a strange, inhuman rhythm, as if she herself was part of the terrifying rules of this train. What the hell? Goddess? Is this a skin change? Ticket seller? Train attendant? Is her identity this time a train staff member? Ah, the allure of the uniform. No, wait. It's the oppressive feel of the uniform. Handsome enough to make me bleed. Goddess of misfortune looks good in anything. But this atmosphere, what is this carriage? After a brief silence, the chat room instantly exploded like a dam bursting, with messages flooding in. The refresh speed was so fast that the eyes couldn't keep up, with dense text surging like a tide. Meanwhile, the number of posts on the forum skyrocketed exponentially, with the homepage almost refreshing every second, overwhelming to behold. Soon, several analysis posts topped the hot topics, followed by bright red explosive tags and hundreds of thousands of views and replies. Hot post from red skirt to blue shirt, a brief analysis of the goddess of misfortune class change and scenario rule correlations, continuously updating. The poster was a well-known analyst with an official certification mark. Hot post Ghost Train Scenario Survival Guide, version 0.1 version, based on the reverse deduction of goddess of misfortune behavior patterns. The poster was an anonymous intelligence integration group. Based on the currently limited live broadcast footage and the behavior of the goddess of misfortune, we preliminarily summarize, high risk, for reference only. Absolute silence, suspected core rule. Players have been erased for making noise, speculated. Do not peek outside, confirmed players have suffered severe mental/physical trauma for looking outside. Cautious eating, the midnight menu offered by the dining car is highly psychologically contaminating, do not try unless necessary. Trust the ticket seller? Her current behavior maintains the carriage's basic order. Driving away blood handprints, stopping assaults, and responding indifferently to dining car inquiries. Within her authority, her existence may symbolize order or safety. But remember, her primary duty is the rules, not player survival. Do not provoke or overly rely. Beware of other carriages. Carriage 6 has been confirmed as an extremely dangerous area, as confirmed by ticket sellers' reaction. Chapter 47, You are such a thoughtful good leader. As discussions surged among the public, filled with various analyses, admiration, fear, and imitation. Even some had quickly launched similar uniform cosplay, sparking another wave of topics on social platforms. Beneath the surface, true undercurrents ran even deeper. In the special event analysis room of each country, the atmosphere was far more solemn and tense than in the forums. A gigantic electronic screen divided into countless small windows replayed images and data streams sent back from the star-eye perspective. These images had undergone layers of technical processing just to stabilize, yet they were still full of interference and occasionally missing segments. Every subtle movement of Feng Yue was closely monitored by countless experts. The frequency of her steps while surveying, the angle of her gaze, the pauses in her tone when addressing passengers, even the faintest energy fluctuations from the ticket holder in her hand. If those weren't instrument errors? They were all magnified, slowed down, and analyzed frame by countless experts. After all, she was discovered by officials to have a high probability of cracking the fortune horror game key. In the past few years, officials had paid similar attention. At that time, a total of 5 high-level abnormalities were identified and given special attention. Regrettably, these high-level abnormalities later disappeared one after another, utterly and completely, leaving no trace. Time flew by, nearly a year had passed, and no abnormalities that could affect the current world rules and psychic energy had appeared. And the existence of Feng Yue, the smiling goddess of misfortune, undoubtedly shone like a ray of hope in the darkness, becoming a new hope for humanity. Naturally, the officials could not ignore her. Not only was she highly valued, but deep analysis was also launched to find ways to crack the fortune horror game. Voices of debate echoed in the soundproof conference room. Her behavior pattern presents a clear logical paradox. Look here, her reaction to the threat in car 6 was cold, dismissive, and ignored, as if she didn't want to engage. But her subsequent handling completely conforms to the optimal solution under the rules.
How do we explain this? Permission level assessment must be raised.
She can directly command the frenzied abnormal individuals. This is no low-level anomaly possessing such rule weight. Preliminary judgment indicates that in the Ghost Train instance, she holds at least car supervisor authority, and may even possess some conductor proxy functions.
Non-linear influence factors are extremely high.
Her very existence is violently stirring the original fate trajectory of the instance. Every seemingly indifferent action she takes may guide the instance toward an unknown direction, even potentially deviating from the preset ending after players complete the main quest.
All predictive models must be recalculated. Star Eye's observations are crucial.
She is the only channel that can provide relatively stable data up close.
Among the surviving players in this instance, focus on Star Eye first.
They exhausted their minds to understand her, define her, predict her. Even in possible future scenarios, they attempted to find ways to contact her or carry out some form of control. Meanwhile, in the public realm, stories about the ghost train and the ticket seller in blue uniform, whose beauty was unmatched yet as cold as ice, began to spread like a virus.
Feng Yue had acquired a new code name.
No longer just the smiling goddess of misfortune, in more mouths, she was referred to as
the cold-faced ticket seller of the ghost train, the blue uniform rule executor, the unstoppable ticket inspector.
Her image was endlessly deified, as people assigned her countless interpretations based on their imaginations.
Inside the instance.
At this moment, Feng Yue only felt utterly exhausted and yearned desperately to return to her warm home. She stood in the shadow at the junction of the train cars, trying to minimize her presence as much as possible. Her mind repeatedly calculated the end time of the instance, wondering what the next broadcast command would say that might be deadly. At the same time, her heart was frantically poking the system.
I mean, system, can't you arrange some corpses, statues, or even dolls as ghostly NPC characters for me? If not, a gray box would do. As long as it's something quiet and motionless, I can just lie there and complete the task, whatever it is. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and she continued talking to herself. I'm not afraid of low resurrection points, they say little by little makes a lot, the key is to ensure my safety. After a long wait, the system finally responded.
If there's something suitable in the future, I will call you. Feng Yue heard this and instantly felt hopeful. She beamed and hurriedly replied.
All right. You really are a warm-hearted good system.
The brief commotion caused by the dining car was like a stone thrown into stagnant water. After the ripples faded, Car 7 was once again enveloped by a deeper silence and the anxiety of waiting. The players returning from the dining car all looked pale. Some even had suspicious dark stains at the corners of their mouths and vacant expressions in their eyes. Clearly, what they had experienced was far more than just physical discomfort, it was a strong mental shock. They silently returned to their seats, as if their souls had been sucked away, no longer responding to everything around them. Feng Yue wished to quietly be a transparent backdrop, hoping no one would notice her, just hoping that time would quietly pass until the instance ended. However, the management of the ghost train clearly did not intend to let its employees be so easy and comfortable.
Just as Feng Yue was secretly praying.
Buzz. A low and continuous buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The sound did not come from any specific broadcasting speaker, but seemed to emerge from every corner of the car, every inch of metal. Even the air was permeated with it, vibrating the eardrums until they itched, and the heartbeat was thrown off balance. All survivors, whether numb or terrified, tensed their nerves sharply at this moment.
The buzzing lasted for about 5 seconds before abruptly stopping.
Immediately after, a voice colder, emptier, and seemingly devoid of any life echoing throughout the entire car resonated. This voice was not loud, but it had a strange penetrating power, entering everyone's minds clearly, with an undeniable absolute authority.
Attention all passengers.
P.S. Whoa, the rating hasn't come out yet, the little author is squatting in the corner drawing circles, to fingers.jpg.
Seeking 5-star reviews, if everyone likes this novel, could you please move your little hands to click a 5-star review? Your support is the motivation for my crazy writing. Bouncing and spinning.gif.
Additionally, in a whisper the update request button is already sparkling and ready to go.
Please give it a hard poke, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Love you all, moi.
Chapter 48, Ticket Inspection Storm, The Weight of Rules. The voice was flat and straightforward, with no inflection.
Now starting a full ticket inspection.
All passengers, please remain seated, show your valid tickets, and cooperate with the conductor's work.
Fare evaders, those without tickets, those with invalid tickets, or those who switch seats.
The voice paused here for a brief moment, as if deliberately allowing the last 4 words to linger heavily in everyone's hearts.
Will be severely punished. The broadcast ended. The car fell into a deadly silence, even the blurry outlines of the ghostly passengers appeared to solidify further. Feng Yue felt as if all the blood in her body had suddenly chilled. Full ticket inspection. Moreover, the broadcast clearly indicated that it was to be executed by the conductor. This meant she had to actively approach every passenger in the car. Among them, including those ghostly passengers who exude extreme abnormality and a dangerous aura. She could no longer shrink into the corner and pretend she didn't exist like before. What to do? How to check? What if I find someone without a ticket? Severe punishment? What kind of severe punishment? Will it affect me? Countless questions exploded in her mind. Oh, to revive comes with a great price. Step by step in fear, every step a deadly threat. Feng Yue thought, straightened her body, and her expression returned to that cold indifference fitting her position. She opened the hard ticket holder she had been tightly gripping, glanced at the few remaining blank ticket vouchers inside, and the cold stamp pen. These were probably her tools of the trade. With no way back, she could only move forward. She began her inspection from one end of the carriage, the end closest to the terrifying area of carriage number 6. The first to be checked was a male passenger in old work clothes. He kept his head down, making it hard to see his face. Silently, he pulled a ticket from his jacket pocket. The ticket's paper was rough and yellowed, the words somewhat blurred, the ink darkened as if it had endured a long passage of time. Feng Yue's heart leaped into her throat. She leaned in slightly, trying to discern the information on it. Seat number, carriage number, and some strange symbols that were completely incomprehensible. The ticket holder in her hand showed no reaction. This should count as valid, right? She didn't ask further, mainly because she didn't dare. She simply nodded expressionlessly, returned the ticket to him, and walked towards the next person. The second person was a little girl passenger holding a shabby cloth doll. Her ticket was tightly clutched in the doll's stiff fingers. Feng Yue had to exert some effort to pull the ticket from the doll's rigid grip. The ticket turned out to be an eerie pink, with writing that looked like childish doodles, but the key information was barely legible. The ticket holder remained silent. Feng Yue almost snatched the ticket back, stuffing it into the doll's hand, and quickly left. The third person's issue was more complicated. This was an overweight passenger occupying a window seat, emitting a faint smell of decay. Yet his ticket indicated a seat number across the aisle, in an empty spot. Sir, your seat is 7C, this is 7A. Feng Yue tried to keep her voice steady, without a hint of emotion, pointing out the issue. The moment her words fell, the overweight passenger suddenly froze all over, as if instantaneously encased in invisible ice. His body emitted a slight crunch sound, like ice cracking. Feng Yue noticed this anomaly but thought he was just being unreasonable, purposely putting on such a strange act. However, in the perception of that eerie passenger, Feng Yue's words were like whispers from an abyssal dark god, carrying an irresistible force of rules that severely impacted its spiritual essence. It felt its very existence being torn apart, a terrifying pressure from a higher dimension almost crushing it into dust. Every inch of its spiritual body was wailing, as if it was about to completely disintegrate into nothingness in the next moment. At this critical moment, that force suddenly receded like a tide. It miraculously regained the ability to move, but its previously strong and eerie aura had significantly weakened, clearly having dropped a tear. Now it could only tremble in fear, using all its strength to awkwardly move its body, stumbling back to the right seat at 7C. Along the way, it kept shivering its lips, pleading in a nearly inaudible voice, repeatedly saying, "Please forgive me, spare me, spare me." Feng Yue watched this bewildering scene, only to feel that the other party might finally realize their wrongdoing and was apologizing. Without giving it much thought, the ticket checking was still ongoing. Some tickets were stained with suspicious sticky substances, slimy and making one feel uneasy just by looking at them. Others emitted an indescribable strange smell, making one feel nauseated with just a whiff. Still others had their dates and times in a chaotic mess, as if someone had scribbled on them at random. But strangely, all of these were still within the valid period. Feng Yue relied solely on the extremely faint and almost intuitive feedback from her ticket holder to discern the authenticity of these tickets with great difficulty. Compared to those ghostly passengers' tickets, the players' tickets were relatively normal, mostly transformed from a kind of proof obtained when entering the instance. However, even with the tickets looking fine, the fear on their faces was clearly visible, thick, and unshakable. Every player being checked looked like a prisoner awaiting final judgment, trembling as they handed over their tickets. Only after Feng Yue nodded to confirm did they exhale a long sigh of relief, as if utterly drained. At that moment, Feng Yue noticed a young male player sitting in the back of the carriage. His face had an abnormal flush, with his eyes interwoven with fear and a morbid excitement. When he saw Feng Yue approach and extend her hand, he took a deep breath and pulled a ticket from his pocket, handing it over. The instant Feng Yue's fingertip touched the ticket, a subtle yet sharp stinging sensation shot through, as if a cold needle had jabbed her fiercely. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became alert. At the same time, she clearly saw that the well-made ticket, which could almost be mistaken for a real one.
The originally clear printed seat number seemed to twitch ever so slightly, blurring for just a moment, revealing beneath strange symbols that were completely different and incomprehensible. Though just for a brief moment, it returned to its original state, the flaw was undeniable. A fake ticket. What method did this guy use to forge the ticket? If Feng Yue knew that there were supernatural beings in the real world, she wouldn't have been so surprised.
Chapter 49. Does he himself have certain judging authority?
Feng Yue's mind buzzed, and it was almost blank. She had never encountered such a situation. For a moment, she completely didn't know what to do next.
Reveal it on the spot? Or she didn't even have time to react.
No. That player seemed to realize from the instant Feng Yue froze in her sudden change of expression that his plan had been exposed. Extreme terror flashed across his face as he opened his mouth, attempting to explain and plead for mercy. But it was already too late. Almost the moment he uttered his first syllable, the shadow under his seat suddenly boiled. This wasn't the dimming of light, but a thick, all-devouring absolute darkness. This darkness seemed like a living swamp, rapidly creeping upward, wrapping around his legs, waist, and chest. The speed was incredible. The player had only time to let out a half-formed, extremely short, forcibly cut-off scream. His whole person was like a drowning victim dragged into deep water, without even the chance to struggle, completely disappearing on the spot. The seat he had just occupied was now empty, as if no one had ever sat there. Only a faint hint of ozone-like odor, reminiscent of burnt circuitry, lingered in the air, proving that what had just happened was no illusion. The entire carriage was suddenly engulfed in a suffocating dead silence. All survivors, whether players or those strange passengers, seemed to be frozen by an invisible chill. Every face was inscribed with the most primal fear and a deep respect for the absolute power of the rules. Feng Yue stood still, her fingers still poised as they had been when she received the ticket, keeping herself from trembling through sheer force of will.
She straightened up. Severe punishment. Is this the severe punishment mentioned on the broadcast?
So swift, so thorough, so leaving no room for argument. Feng Yue suppressed the choking and nausea in her throat, her hand tightly clenched under her uniform, nails digging deep into her palm, forcing herself to calm down through the pain.
Cannot panic. Cannot show any abnormality. Absolutely cannot show any sign of being different.
Right now, she was still carrying out her duties, still checking tickets. She slowly lowered her hand, her cold expression showing not a single crack, as if the horrifying scene just now was merely a trivial episode in her daily work. She didn't even glance at the empty seat, just slightly turned her body, directing her gaze to the next passenger waiting for inspection. It was a stooped old woman, whose wide hat completely covered her face. Feng Yue's voice was so steady it was nearly terrifying, carrying a trace of an almost metallic tone.
Next, please show your ticket. The inspection continued like this. However, this time, every hand reaching out to present a ticket trembled more violently. Each passenger being checked, regardless of their identity, appeared particularly compliant, as if pressed down by some invisible force. The weight of the rules, imprinted in the most cruel and direct way, burned into the soul of every survivor. And Xingtong, who witnessed all this, unconsciously curled her fingers slightly in her sleeve. Her complexion was paler than before, but her eyes were sharp like a blade. Her peripheral vision stayed fixed on Feng Yue's seemingly unperturbed profile, and the ticket folder in her hand that seemed to hold the power of judgment, her eyes revealing a glimmer of contemplation. The erasure mechanism triggered by the fake ticket. Did it activate automatically, or did it need to go through its confirmation to start? Did it pause for a moment when taking the fake ticket because it sensed something was wrong, or was it a reaction to the rules? If a more advanced ability that could deceive the first level of detection appeared next time, what would it do? What were the boundaries of its authentication authority? Could it actually have a certain degree of adjudication power? Was this authority limited to this copy, or did it run throughout the entire horrifying game world? Xingtong's pupils suddenly constricted, a ridiculous yet chilling thought flashing through her mind. It, very possibly, was the supreme ruler of this world. But if that were true, why descend into such a small copy world, playing such an inconspicuous role? Could it be that the life of a deity is too long and boring, wanting to experience the mundane? Countless questions and analyses raced through Xingtong's mind. The deathly shock brought by the ticket inspection swept over like icy, bone-chilling seawater, extinguishing the last flicker of hope and restlessness within the carriage. At this moment, the survivors, whether players or those indescribable existences, became even quieter. They shrank themselves desperately, trying to embed themselves into the shadows of their seats. As if hiding deep enough would allow them to escape the ever-watchful gaze of the rules. Feng Yue finally completed the inspection of the last passenger. It was a strange old man who had actually hidden his ticket within the layers of wrinkles on his skin. After finishing the inspection, Feng Yue slowly closed the ticket folder, almost as if she were in a faint. She maintained the facade of calmness, step by step returning to her corner assigned to the crew.
Leaning against the cold, hard metal panel, she allowed herself to shudder slightly, almost imperceptibly. Time seemed to crawl slowly, like a snail moving in this suffocating silence.
At some point, the fog outside seemed to grow thicker. Like a huge gray curtain, the train was heavily wrapped up.
Occasionally, some distorted shadows flashed through the fog, and their frequency seemed to be more frequent than before. It was as if the train was slowly entering a deeper, more ominous unknown area.
Suddenly, woo!
An extremely sharp, tearing whistle sounded out of nowhere. This sound was different from any previous announcements and notifications, filled with a restless, almost warning tone. The powerful sound waves shook the entire carriage, as if they would break a person's eardrum. All the players jolted in shock at this sudden loud noise. Immediately, it felt as if an invisible giant hand pushed the train fiercely, and the speed suddenly increased. The wheels ground against the tracks, producing an unusually intense and piercing sound, like a sharp wail. The carriage began to shake and tremble noticeably and irregularly, as if it could fall apart at any moment. The strange objects on the table also slid slightly with the movement of the carriage, colliding with each other and creating a hair-raising clattering sound.
What's happening? Has it sped up? Why did it suddenly speed up? Chapter 50 Whispering in the Tunnel Mental Test.
Some players screamed in fear in their hearts, but no one dared to actually voice it. They could only exchange their anxious looks filled with terror.
Feng Yue's nerves instantly tightened, and she instinctively gripped the handrail beside her.
This sudden change was obviously a bad sign. Indeed, almost as the train speed reached a critical point, the lights in the carriage began to flicker violently and abnormally. The lights flickered erratically, shadows jumping wildly. Everything in the carriage and the faces of the passengers were cut into fragmented, ever-changing horror segments, as if entering a twisted nightmare world. In this dizzying interplay of light and shadow, the broadcast sounded again, still that cold electronic synthesized voice. But the pace was slightly faster than before, carrying an unmistakable urgency.
Warning!
The train is about to enter a silent area.
Repeat. About to enter a silent area. Please, all passengers, maintain absolute silence. No matter what sound you hear, what sight you see, what abnormality you feel. Stay. Absolutely. Silent. At that moment.
All the lights, whether the crystal chandeliers above, wall lamps, or even the faint phosphorescence that passengers might emit,
were as if the power was turned off simultaneously, whoosh, and completely went out. The pitch-black darkness instantly swallowed everything.
In this darkness, one's eyes became entirely useless, even giving a feeling of weightlessness. At the same time, the train, like a frenzied beast, fiercely plunged into a vast space devoid of any light. Outside the window, that always unsettling fog and ominous shadows completely disappeared in this moment. What replaced it was an endless, formless darkness extending in all directions, as if only this endless darkness remained in the world. Inside the carriage, only the boring noise of the train itself running was infinitely amplified. The clattering sound of wheels crushing the tracks, the creaking of metal at the junctions of the carriages, the low whimper of the air conditioning system. These background sounds, usually ignored, were now magnified to an ear-splitting and nerve-wracking extent in this dead silence. However, this was just the beginning. Just when everyone's senses were occupied by this extreme darkness and amplified noise, and their minds were at their most unsettled,
another sound began to slip in quietly and pervasively.
It is not something heard through the ears. It appears directly in the depths of the living beings' minds.
At first, the sound was extremely faint, like the buzzing of a mosquito's wings, blending almost indistinguishably into the noise of the train. But soon, the sound became clear.
It was a chaotic whisper, filled with unspeakable malice.
Countless voices overlapped and intertwined.
Men and women, young and old, sounds of crying and laughing, curses, pleas, temptations. All kinds of voices were disorderly, without any logic. It was like a boiling pot, a poisonous soup boiled from all of humanity's negative emotions and mad thoughts, forcibly poured into everyone's consciousness.
It hurts. Why is it me? Give up, it's useless, everything is in vain. Come on. Open the window, outside is freedom. Hate. I hate. Everyone must die. Do you see? That light, that is fake. It's all fake. You are fake too. I know a secret, about this train, about. The whispers grew louder, clearer. They were no longer satisfied with being background noise, but began to crazily attack everyone's psychological defenses. They acted like a group of sly hunters, accurately capturing and magnifying everyone's deepest fears, guilt, regrets, desires, and dark sides, twisting them into the most poisonous weapons, repeatedly piercing and stirring people's hearts. Ugh! Inside the carriage, a stifling pain reaction began to emerge. An indigenous passenger's body began to tremble violently in silence, as if suffering from an epileptic seizure, completely out of control. His fingers dug deeply into the leather of the seat, as if trying to grasp the last straw of hope. From another direction, there came a desperately suppressed, chilling sound of teeth clashing, which seemed even more horrifying in the darkness. Feng Yue could even smell the faint metallic scent of blood spreading in the dark. She didn't know who had bitten their own lips or tongue in extreme fear. At that moment, a young player, unable to withstand the cruel torment targeting the mental realm, finally broke down. A sound of extremely weak painful moaning squeezed from the depths of his throat. Almost the next second after the sound emerged, the shadow beneath the player's seat seemed like a black poisonous snake that suddenly awakened, instantly coming to life. The shadow rushed like lightning, wrapping around his ankle and calf. This sudden change frightened the player into shaking all over. In an instant, all the pain was replaced by utmost terror. He instinctively covered his mouth with both hands, his nails almost digging deep into the flesh of his cheeks. His whole body was as rigid as a hard stone, frozen in fear, even his breathing completely halted in extreme terror. However, tears could not be controlled, pouring out like a flood breaking through a dam. The shadow twisted around his leg for a moment, as if confirming whether he would make any sound. After confirming his silence, it slowly withdrew, leaving only a cold touch on the player's leg, accompanied by a dying terror like death brushing past him. Feng Yue pressed closely against the metal wall of her tiny crew seat, closing her eyes tightly, trying to shut out the useless darkness, concentrating all her willpower. She could not collapse. She was a ticket seller. She was still on duty. So, Feng Yue began to crazily and repeatedly recite everything she could think of related to it in her heart. Keep the carriage quiet. Maintain order, check tickets, guide passengers to follow the rules, absolutely follow the rules. The first rule of employee conduct, wearing a uniform means being a member of the train, needing to fulfill one's duty. The second rule, ignore abnormalities, unless they interfere with operations. The third rule, ticketing priority, proof of passage. She almost recited these cold words as a protective charm. With responsibilities and rules, she built a fragile yet incredibly strong psychological dam, desperately resisting the crazy whispers that tried to erode her sanity, and the waves of negative emotions. Her body still stood straight. This was her last stand in disguise as a staff member. Wishing, urging updates, broke 500, add updates, double updates become triple updates. Chapter 51, hoping to become part of the wall. Not far away, Xingtong was experiencing far more terrifying torment than anyone else. Her talent rule perception had become a double-edged sword in this environment, hurting both others and herself. Those chaotic whispers and mad ramblings were not just simple mental pollution for her. They carried large amounts of shattered, twisted fragments of information that came from the train itself and its operational rules. These pieces of information surged into her brain like a flood, out of control, forcefully inundating her. Xingtong felt like her head was about to explode at any moment. Countless chaotic symbols, baffling images, contradictory instructions, and warnings filled with malice crashed and exploded in the sea of her consciousness. At that moment, her face was pale almost to transparency, beads of sweat dripping continuously from her forehead, each one cold, sliding slowly down her cheeks. Her body trembled violently, nails digging deep into her palms, trying to relieve the mental agony with physical pain. She almost could not help but curl up and surrender. Just when her will was about to be completely washed away by the surging flood of information. Her gaze, or more precisely, the one relatively clear point in the chaos of her perception. Uncontrollably, it focused tightly on the tall figure ahead. Feng Yue. In Xingtong's perception, which was tortured by overload, everything around her appeared chaotic and distorted, brimming with malice, filled with noisy sounds. Only that figure in a deep blue uniform had a relatively stable atmosphere surrounding it. He still quietly stood there, his figure straight. He stood like a silent and resolute rock, proudly resisting the raging waves of the mental storm. This stability was incredibly precious in such harsh conditions, like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. In Xingtong's chaotic thoughts, a spark of realization suddenly flashed. Rules, yes, rules are the foundation here. So, she no longer tried in vain to understand the fragments of information flooding in. Instead, she painstakingly and gradually gathered her mind, trying to mimic Feng Yue's state, striving to fix her consciousness on the core of observing rules and understanding order. And she used the figure ahead as the only lighthouse and reference in the darkness, desperately supporting her almost collapsing mind. This tunnel seemed endless, long enough to bring despair. Darkness, noise, whispers. Every second of torment felt as long as a century. The train finally emerged from that absolute dark tunnel that swallowed all light and sanity. When the first faint light, still that pale, cold light of unknown origin, seeped back into the carriage. Almost all players, like drowning people who had struggled underwater for a long time, could not help but greedily breathe in deep breaths. Even if the air here was still cold and thin, mixed with a strange smell of decay and rust. The mad whispers that directly eroded their brains gradually faded like retreating tide, leaving behind waves of empty pain and exhaustion in everyone's minds. The survivors slumped in their seats, their eyes vacant and lost, their faces pale as paper, as if they had just endured an inhumane torture. Many still bore traces of unhealed tears or cold sweat on their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Feng Yue slowly loosened her tightly clenched fists, deep crescent-shaped nail marks engraved in her palms. She carefully adjusted her breathing, silently reciting the rules, which seemed to work to some extent. At least it helped her maintain the most basic level of reason and composure in that environment. She managed to avoid losing her composure or falling into a worse situation. Feng Yue lifted her eyes to glance around the carriage. The number of players seemed to have decreased by 1 or 2. She didn't know if they had silently collapsed in the darkness or had made some forbidden sound and been cleared away. The remaining players didn't even dare to exchange glances. Each person shrank into their own fear, as if any movement would bring them back to that terrifying darkness. Those ghostly passengers were also affected but recovered relatively faster. Some originally vague outlines became increasingly solid, while others exuded a more restless aura. The atmosphere in the entire carriage, after undergoing that mental cleansing in the tunnel, felt not a bit lighter but rather filled with an eerie and elusive meaning. Feng Yue steadied herself and began to fulfill her duties as the ticket inspector. Though she desperately wished to become part of the wall. She slowly walked down the aisle, her vigilant gaze sweeping over every passenger. Mainly she checked for any violations, like crossing seats or other obvious rule-breaking behaviors caused by the earlier chaos. As she reached the middle of the carriage, close to a peculiar area filled with passengers that looked like they were from another era, a gaze locked onto her. That gaze was not filled with direct malice but bore a heavy, scrutinizing feeling, as if it came from another time and space, creating a sense of restraint and pressure. Feng Yue steeled herself and looked in that direction. It was a female passenger sitting by the window. Her attire was extremely exquisite, even luxurious. She wore a long, dark green dress with a wide and intricate hem, made of a heavy silk with dark patterns, with delicate but dull lace adorning the neckline and cuffs. On her head sat a matching wide-brimmed hat, decorated with a sheer black veil and nearly wilted dark flowers, the delicate veil falling down, veiling her face in a misty shadow. One could only vaguely see a beautifully shaped chin and a pair of pale, bloodless lips. One of her hands, gloved in black velvet up to the elbow, rested elegantly on her knee. In her other hand, she held a small, exquisite folding fan with a bone handle, closed tightly. This passenger stood out starkly from the other companions in the carriage, who were either decayed, distorted, or blurred. She appeared too complete, too delicate, too normal. Yet for someone like her, who belonged to the realm of spirits, this overly perfect normalcy radiated an extreme sense of abnormality and danger in this environment. At this moment, the lady gently raised her gloved hand in a manner that seemed steeped in ancient etiquette, a slow gesture that conveyed an undeniable significance, like a declaration of her authority. Feng Yue felt her heart sink. She thought to herself, here it comes. She knew, this ghostly colleague, who appeared to be of high standing, had arrived. Absolutely not just sitting quietly. Feng Yue took a deep breath, trying hard to maintain a professional, slightly stiff polite expression on her face. She walked over with as steady a pace as possible, stopping one step away from the other person's seat and slightly bowing. This was something she learned from observing interactions among other similar passengers, hoping to show a slight, insignificant respect. Madam, may I assist you with something? Feng Yue's voice was as steady as she could make it. The face beneath the shawl seemed to move slightly. Those eyes hidden in the shadows seemed to pierce through the veil, landing on Feng Yue with an assessing gaze, like evaluating an object. But it was just for a second. The body trembled, as if about to faint. However, just for a moment, this lady's gaze quickly dropped, landing on Feng Yue's hand. A voice began to speak. Its tone was actually quite pleasant, carrying an ancient operatic quality, slow and restrained, every syllable seemingly polished with care. Yet beneath this pleasantness lay a layer of insurmountable frost. Madam, she began, her fan swaying ever so slightly, the seat I am currently in makes me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Feng Yue held her breath, listening quietly. It is too close to the connection of the carriage. The lady continued in her unique tone, as if stating an obvious fact. You know, there are always some disturbances there that trouble me. It seriously disrupts my peace. There was a hint of disdain in her tone, like a noble princess complaining about the vulgarity of her surroundings. She leaned slightly forward, and the invisible pressure from the ticket collector immediately lessened, allowing her to relax and continue speaking. Therefore, if it's convenient for you, could you arrange a different seat for me? A seat further toward the middle of the carriage, in a quieter position, like. The tip of her fan seemed to casually point to a seat diagonally in front of her. Feng Yue's gaze followed the direction the fan indicated. That seat was not empty. It was occupied by a player. This was a male player who looked quite strong. But after enduring the torment of the tunnel, he was now slouched in his seat, eyes vacant, completely unaware of the impending crisis. This madam didn't just want an empty seat. She had set her sights on someone else's seat, and it was a living player's seat. She wanted Feng Yue to use her authority to forcibly make that player leave and switch the seat with her. Feng Yue's internal alarm bells went off in an instant.
Her instincts screamed in her mind, danger. Extreme danger. This passenger was absolutely not to be trifled with. Her request sounded polite but was filled with traps. Randomly changing seats? This clearly violates the rules she knew. The ticket corresponds to a fixed seat, a principle emphasized repeatedly during announcements and ticket checks. What power did a little ticket collector have to change that? If she followed this madam's instructions, who knew what consequences would follow? What would happen to that player who was being moved? And what would she face? Would she immediately be judged by the system for dereliction of duty or violations, and then ruthlessly have her existence points, revival points, deducted? Feng Yue justifiably suspected that with the system's stingy attitude, that was absolutely possible. Moreover, forcing a player near the connection? What difference was that from sending him to die? Refuse. Must refuse. But the problem was, how to refuse. If she directly refused firmly, would it anger the other party right away? Look at this atmosphere. This woman was strange and definitely had the powerful ability to crush her with ease. In a blink of an eye, Feng Yue's brain was racing. She used the most tactful and respectful tone possible. Dear madam, I completely understand your desire for a comfortable travel environment. She first acknowledged the other party, or rather, she followed their lead before abruptly changing her tone. However, I am very sorry, the seating arrangements on the train are strictly fixed in advance based on the valid ticket information held by each passenger. This is related to the operational order and safety of the train. She paused slightly, observing the other person's reaction. Yet behind the veil, there was no response, just a dead silence. With a hard heart, Feng Yue continued, tentatively throwing out a scapegoat solution. I am just an ordinary ticket seller, my authority is limited to checking tickets and enforcing established travel rules, I truly do not have the power to change seats on my own. If you really feel your current seat is not comfortable. Before she finished her sentence, she felt the other person sway slightly. A horrifying silence enveloped her. In the next moment, the hard ticket holder she had been tightly gripping suddenly conveyed a faint yet incredibly clear warmth. This warmth felt like a small flame suddenly ignited in the dark, instantly dispersing some of the unease clouding her heart. Is it hinting? Or rather, supporting her? Although Feng Yue did not understand what this warmth meant, she felt as if she had grabbed the last life-saving straw. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her body with all her strength, clearly and powerfully repeating. I am very sorry, this is the rule. She deliberately emphasized the word rule. As soon as her voice fell, another few seconds of suffocating silence ensued. The female passenger quietly sat there, and after a while, she softly responded with a very slight hum. She half-covered her face with a delicate bone fan, whispering, her voice so faint it was almost a sigh, yet it clearly reached Feng Yue's ears. The rules of the train are truly rigid to the point of being tedious. After saying this, she slightly turned her head, looking out into the void of darkness, no longer paying attention to Feng Yue. Feng Yue did not dare to linger for a moment, almost holding her breath as she turned to leave. It was only after walking 7 or 8 steps away that she dared to exhale slightly. It felt like she had walked a terrifying journey before death. Not far away in her seat, Xingtong slowly released her grasp on the armrest, her knuckles having turned white from tension. Her face was even paler than before, with cold sweat still drying on her forehead. Although she could not accurately perceive all the details, right at that moment, she had clearly sensed a powerful unparalleled chilling force filled with the authority of a superior. Like a surging storm suddenly focused on that ticket seller. Chapter 53, this was not a confrontation, but a one-sided massacre. Almost simultaneously, another aura surged forth. This aura was relatively stable, yet seemed to carry some sort of rule mark, immediately overpowering the previous oppressive force. Two high-level existences clashed. No, this was not a confrontation at all. It was a one-sided, nearly graceful massacre. If it were not for the special protection of the train's rules, she would have likely been turned to dust by the residual waves. The ticket seller still stood quietly, not even the hem of her clothes stirred. But the power of rules surrounding her felt like substantial shackles, firmly pinning the veiled woman in place. This was not a simple suppression of power, but more like a deprivation of authority. It was as if within this train car, Feng Yue was the only legislator and enforcer. Her will was the unbreakable iron law. Xingtong suddenly understood, the terror of a high position did not stem from violent energy, but from this absolute, unquestionable right to define. She could even vaguely see countless tiny cold invisible lines spreading from Feng Yue, centered around her, weaving into a giant net. And that veiled woman, even if she were a high-level being, was merely a moth crashing into the web. Xingtong couldn't help but glance again at the veiled female passenger. At that moment, the statue-like veiled woman moved imperceptibly. Perhaps it was a tremor brought on by extreme fear that made her hand, which had been tightly gripping a bony fan, loosen slightly.
The pale, slender bony fan slipped down an inch, just enough to reveal a small section of skin from her wrist to her forearm.
That could hardly be called human skin.
It was neither snow-white nor sickly, but a nearly transparent quality, as if it might dissolve into the air at any moment. And beneath that transparent pallor, countless dark red, intricately twisted patterns could be faintly seen writhing beneath the skin.
Like living things gently pulsating, yet also like the painful wails that were forcibly branded and sealed within.
She was being eroded, assimilated, and even decomposed by the rules.
This discovery drove Xingtong's fear to its peak.
All her previous guesses about Feng Yue based on the power system now seemed so ridiculous and shallow. She thought she had witnessed terror before, but only now did she understand that true terror was the absolute dominance that was silent, that even carried a sense of orderly beauty. She had witnessed a high-level entity, because of that being's displeasure, instantly reaching the edge of complete annihilation. Shock and curiosity nearly overflowed from Xingtong's gaze as she looked at Feng Yue's back. After refusing the dangerous request from that Victorian-style female passenger, Feng Yue felt as if she had fought a silent battle, exhausting her mental and physical strength. She retreated to the crew's exclusive corner, leaning against the cold hard metal wall, trying to calm her racing heart and hurried breath. Most of the players curled up, striving to reduce their presence as they digested the relentless terrifying impacts.
Those ghostly passengers also temporarily immersed themselves in their own worlds.
Some stood still, as if frozen in time. Others engaged in minimal movements that left one puzzled.
Time, in this extremely oppressive and tense atmosphere, seemed to slow down. Every second felt infinitely long.
Feng Yue dared not relax for a moment, her gaze remained vigilant, scanning the carriage, fulfilling her modest yet crucial duty.
Heightened mental tension, combined with deep distrust of all food and drink on the train. The terrifying experience in the dining car still left her feeling uneasy.
This made Feng Yue ignore certain signals from her body. It wasn't until a wave of noticeable bloating in her lower abdomen hit her that she suddenly realized a real and tricky issue. She urgently needed to go to the restroom.
As soon as this thought emerged, a new wave of panic swept over her.
On this eerie and terrifying train, a restroom, which usually signifies privacy and a brief rest, was definitely not a safe place.
Who knows what horrifying things might be hidden inside? Moreover, the rules hadn't mentioned any precautions regarding the restroom at all. She instinctively resisted, trying to force herself to ignore her body's urgent need. But the physiological response grew stronger, almost to the point of being unbearable. Feng Yue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, striving to recall the contents of the employee manual. In a daze, it seemed like there was a vague mention. Crew members may use designated facilities located at the ends of each carriage. Her gaze instinctively darted toward the end of the carriage. There indeed was a door, appearing more inconspicuous than a regular carriage door, with a slightly darker color. There is an extremely tiny, almost faded gear-like mark above, which, if not looked at carefully, would be completely unnoticed. It must be the restroom reserved for employees.
Compared to the public restrooms that players and passengers need to use, this one for the crew.
Maybe it's a little safer?
This thought gave Feng Yue a tiny bit of courage.
No more delays.
Feng Yue gritted her teeth, adjusted her uniform hem that didn't need adjusting, trying to make herself look like she was just doing a normal inspection. Then, she stepped towards the end of the carriage. The carpet underfoot was soft and sound-absorbing, swallowing her footsteps, making this short journey feel particularly long. She could vaguely feel indifferent glances coming from the seats on both sides.
Amid those gazes, there were numbness, curiosity, and even fear? Of course. She was a ghost now. Ordinary people naturally would be scared.
Finally, Feng Yue reached the small dark door. The doorknob was cold brass, with some signs of wear.
She took a deep breath again and reached out to grasp the doorknob. Creak. A slight sound, and the door opened inward.
A rush of air mixed with stale humidity, a faint smell of disinfectant, and an indescribable moldy odor hit her face, making her frown slightly. The space inside was even smaller than she imagined. There was only a simple toilet and an old-style sink, the walls were dull metal panels, and the low ceiling added to the sense of oppression. The only light source was a small lampshade embedded in the ceiling. The bulb emitted a dim and unstable glow, flickering constantly, casting light and shadow throughout the small space. The shadows twisted and danced on the wall, as if coming to life, adding an eerie air to the place. Feng Yue squeezed in sideways and gently closed the door behind her.
Chapter 54 Mirror Image in the Restroom. The lock on the door was broken, merely ajar.
This made her feel increasingly insecure, her sense of safety plummeting. She quickly took care of her physical needs. Pressing the flush button, the toilet made a dull, labored roar, the water flowing down with a clearly rusty color, also releasing an indescribable strange smell. Then, she walked to the sink. The faucet was an old knob type, and when she turned it, it emitted an ear-piercing friction sound. Fortunately, the water flow was clear. Feng Yue quickly splashed some water on her hands. Standing upright, she instinctively looked up to tidy her appearance in the mirror on the wall, which was covered in water stains and spots. After all, she was still wearing the staff identity, maintaining basic neatness was part of her duty. The mirror, due to age and humidity damage, had become somewhat blurred, reflecting her image, wrapped in a fuzzy halo and twisted. In the mirror, Feng Yue was wearing the deep blue uniform, her face looking unusually pale.
Everything seemed to be normal. But just as she was about to look away, her heart skipped a beat. No way. Just a moment ago, when her gaze swept over the mirror, she clearly saw that the her in the mirror was moving slightly slower than her actual self. It was like a bad signal causing a delay. And, in that delayed, blurred image, the corner of the mirror's her mouth seemed to twitch upward incredibly quickly, sketching out a strange and cold smile completely foreign to her current mood. That smile flashed away, so quickly that Feng Yue almost thought it was just an illusion caused by the flickering light. Feng Yue felt the hairs all over her body stand on end, a bone-chilling coldness surged up from her feet like a cold snake, shooting straight to her head. She blinked a few times in shock. Stared intensely at the mirror, as if wanting to see through it. The image in the mirror seemed to return to normal. Still the pale-faced self. The strange delay just now, and that chilling smile, felt as if they had never appeared at all. Is it an illusion? Is it because I've been so mentally tense and physically exhausted during this time that I miss-see everything? She desperately tried to convince herself this was the only reasonable explanation. But deep inside, a voice was screaming, no. It's definitely not an illusion. Every bizarre thing that happened on this train cannot possibly be an illusion. Feng Yue dared not look at the mirror again. She abruptly turned around, yanked the door open, and almost rushed out of this chillingly narrow space. At the moment she slammed the door shut behind her. Ah! A very faint sigh, so soft it seemed to ring directly in her ear, as if it came floating from behind the door, drilling into her ears. The sound was light and airy, like a wisp of a ghost, carrying endless grievances, along with a longing that was hard to put into words. Feng Yue's scalp tingled with fear, not daring to turn back to confirm. She used all her strength to barely restrain herself from letting out a scream. At that moment, she walked stiffly, her body rigid like a puppet, hurriedly finding her way back to a slightly wider area of the carriage aisle. It was terrifying. Simply a staff-only restroom, yet it was already so sinister. She could hardly imagine what the public restrooms used by players would look like. It must be a real hunting ground, or a bloody execution chamber. She secretly vowed in her heart, unless it was a matter of life and death, she would absolutely never approach any restroom door again. Even if she suffocated, she would have to hold it in. Then suddenly, from the other end of the carriage, probably from the direction of the public restroom used by ordinary passengers, a muffled groan vaguely came, heavily suppressed. Although the voice was very low, it still revealed extreme fear and suffering. Immediately after, there was a thud, as if something heavy crashed against the partition door. The sound was dull and abrupt, especially jarring in the silent carriage. The remaining survivors in the carriage almost simultaneously shivered, their terrified gazes whooshed directed toward that direction. However, after that dull sound, there was no following scream or cry for help. Instead, a chilling, continuous scratching sound emerged for a little while. As if something was helplessly scraping against the inner side of the door panel. Then, everything returned to dead silence. The heavy, vaguely human-shaped labeled restroom door remained tightly shut, as if nothing had happened at all. But in the air, there seemed to be an even stronger smell of blood, and a breath of despair spreading invisibly. Several players sitting near the restroom instantly turned pale as paper, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They kept their heads down, not daring to glance at that direction even once. Feng Yue could almost be certain, a player had encountered a far more direct and terrifying ghost story inside than what she experienced with the image in the mirror. And that heavy door, although blocking most of the sound, magnified this silent atmosphere of horror and spread it throughout the entire carriage. Every corner of this train was hiding a deadly threat, omnipresent and infiltrating everywhere. The sudden odd noise from the direction of the restroom, and the subsequent dead silence, was like a stone thrown into a suppressed lake, rippling deeper fear. At this moment, the survivors in the carriage, whether human players or those weird, indescribable existences, instinctively curled up their bodies more. They tried to compress themselves into a tiny point, as small as possible. No sound, no breath, completely hidden in the shadows cast by the seats, as if that could help them evade the ever-present danger. Feng Yue leaned against the cold wall, her teeth clenched, desperately trying to drive away the strange mirror in her mind and the last eerie sigh she heard. She knew very well that she could not remain lost in fear. Her identity would not allow it, her strong survival instinct even more so. She had to stay alert at all times, ready to respond to the new tasks this train might suddenly throw at her. Just as Feng Yue forced herself to stand up straight again, preparing to continue her futile yet necessary patrol. Sizzle. The familiar static noise of electricity rang out again, like an ominous warning, signaling that the broadcast was about to come.
All the passengers, regardless of their forms, seemed to subconsciously tense their bodies, like prey facing a deadly enemy, filled with alertness and fear.
Chapter 55, Special Task in the Broadcast. However, this time the sound that rang out was not that cold and emotionless voice created entirely by electronics. A slightly deep voice, with a unique quality similar to metal friction, flowed slowly from the speakers, echoing in the dead silence of the carriage. Announcement, Carriage 7, all passengers. Could this voice be the train conductor? Feng Yue's heart suddenly raced. The train conductor actually personally issued the announcement? By her intuition, this could not possibly be good news. Sure enough, the voice continued in a slow yet undeniably authoritative tone. The next segment of the journey requires extra silence. Therefore, a special time-limited task is announced. Task content: from now until the next broadcast, the 7th carriage must maintain zero noise. Successful completion condition: all passengers will receive a slight acknowledgement from the conductor. Task failure: 3 passengers will be randomly selected to receive the punishment of noise. Reiteration: zero noise. Any form of sound, including but not limited to conversations, shouting, crying, coughing, sneezing, heavy breathing, teeth chattering, excessive rubbing of clothes, items dropping, body collisions, all are prohibited. The task takes effect immediately. As soon as the broadcast finished speaking, the entire carriage fell into an unprecedented, spine-chilling absolute silence. If the previous quiet was suppression and fear, then the current silence was a forcibly imposed, cold stillness, like the deathly quiet of amber solidifying. It was as if a huge invisible soundproofing cover had swished down heavily, tightly enveloping the entire carriage 7. All living passengers, whether experienced players or newcomers, instinctively covered their mouths tightly, even holding their breath in fear at that moment. Their eyeballs bulged slightly from extreme terror, and every muscle in their bodies was tense to the limit. Every nerve was desperately controlling any physiological reaction that might produce sound, fearing they would be the unlucky one to break the silence. Those ghostly passengers also showed significant changes. Some presences that originally made faint, unconscious whines or sounds while writhing. At this moment, it seemed like they had been paused, their movements halted completely, frozen in place. A passenger whose body dripped thick liquid slowly had its rhythmic dripping speed become extremely slow now. It was as if the flow of time around it suddenly slowed down. The droplets hung almost suspended in the air. And there was another shadowy presence that had been surrounded by a faint buzzing sound. That buzzing sound abruptly ceased in an instant. Only a more blurred, increasingly unstable black shadow remained, as if it would dissipate into the suffocating silence at any moment. Could one hear a pin drop? No. In this suffocating atmosphere, even the sound of a pin falling was completely erased by this zero noise decree. Feng Yue slightly furrowed her brows. Absolute silence seemed to include even a ghostly NPC like her. Because almost as soon as the broadcast ended, the hard ticket holder in her hand trembled slightly. Following that, a cold, faint stream of information, like an invisible tentacle, quietly crept into her mind. It was not a clearly discernible language, but a chilling duty prompt. At that moment, she was assigned a brand new task: noise supervisor. She had to patrol back and forth in this entire train car, relying on her senses, and also on the mysterious, unknown implicit judgment ability of the ticket holder. To listen, to discern every tiny sound, to judge whether it constituted noise, whether it violated this terrifying zero noise decree. This undoubtedly pushed her into opposition against all the passengers. Especially those players who were already teetering on the brink of collapse. The looks they cast at her, beyond the existing fear and curiosity, carried an added layer of extreme tension. That gaze was as if she were a moving execution order, one that could pronounce a death sentence at any moment. She could not make a mistake. Any misjudgment could trigger a chain reaction. And if she failed the task because she did not detect noise in time, the random punishment. She dared not imagine what that noisy punishment would be, but it was absolutely synonymous with death, or perhaps even worse. Feng Yue slowly took a deep breath. She did this extremely slowly and cautiously, making almost no sound at all. The expression on her face grew increasingly cold, her sharp gaze began to sweep through the train car. This sharpness did not come from calmness, but from intense tension, causing her pupils to involuntarily contract, and her whole body's senses to focus intensely, which presented as her outward demeanor. Her hearing had never been so keen. It seemed she could capture the tiniest sounds in the movement of the air. The distant, extremely vague vibrations, and even the buzzing sound of her own blood flowing through her veins, could be heard clearly. She began to move. Her steps were as light as a feline, the thick carpet absorbed most of the sound. Her gaze scanned the row of seats like a searchlight, sweeping by one after another. In the third row to the left front, a female player was tightly covering her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking violently as she desperately suppressed the urge to cry. But thankfully, she truly made no sound. Feng Yue's gaze just skimmed over, without lingering. In the corner to the right rear, there was a large passenger who looked as if he were made of some kind of rock. His breathing, if it could be called breathing at all, should have been as heavy as a bellows.
At that moment, only the extremely slow rise and fall of his chest could be seen, making no sound. Feng Yue's gaze paused there briefly. After confirming silence, she moved on.
This silence was terrifying. It had become a different form of torture. Humans instinctively need some background noise to feel secure.
But when this absolute silence suddenly descended, even the barely noticeable heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing, and the faint signals from the nervous system were infinitely amplified. It made it even easier for one to sink into anxiety. Until it spiraled out of control.
Time passed second by second, every second felt as long as a year. Suddenly,
a faint clucking sound, extremely subtle but exceptionally clear in the absolute silence, reached Feng Yue's ears.
It was the sound of teeth clattering in frenzy. Chapter 56, This woman is quite troublesome.
The sound came from a seat in the middle of the car, near the aisle. A young male player, overwhelmed by extreme fear, had completely lost control of his body. Even though he pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, his teeth trembled uncontrollably, making a deadly noise. Feng Yue's gaze instantly locked onto that player like a cold pair of tweezers. The player immediately felt this deadly stare, his face drained of color, becoming as pale as paper, and his pupils dilated in despair. He used all his strength, desperately trying to control himself, but the more he tensed up, the more his teeth quaked violently. Though the clucking sound was faint, it sawed away at everyone's heightened nerves, echoing continuously in the silent carriage. Feng Yue's heart raced to her throat.
What to do? Does this count as noise?
The broadcast clearly mentioned teeth chattering.
Should I warn him? But how to warn him? If I speak up, wouldn't I be making noise too? What if I walked over, would that movement be too big and also cause a sound?
Feng Yue's brain raced, instinctively tightening her grip on the ticket holder. Just as she was hesitating, almost ready to take some action or gesture a warning, that heart-wrenching clucking sound suddenly stopped. It wasn't a gradual fading or easing, but rather, abruptly and completely vanished without warning. Feng Yue saw the player's body suddenly stiffen, followed by a violent twitch as if electrocuted. Then, a stream of bright red blood slowly seeped from his mouth. It was clear he had exerted every last bit of willpower to bite down hard on his lips. He might have even bitten his tongue, using the sharp pain to forcibly suppress the instinctive tremors caused by fear. Now, his eyes rolled back, and he was nearly fainting. But he clung to life with the remnants of his desire to survive. However, his body became incredibly stiff, his gaze empty as he stared ahead, no longer daring to meet Feng Yue's eyes. As if looking one more time would ensure he was wholly consumed by the death that loomed.
Feng Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close.
She quickly shifted her gaze, continuing to survey the death-laden carriage. Following this incident, the silence in the car became heavier, more suffocating. Every passenger exerted all their strength, even resorting to self-harm, to suppress any sounds they might make. Xingtong sat in her seat, eyes tightly closed, like an old monk in meditation. Her chest barely rose and fell, her breathing reduced to an absolute minimum. She was not only trying hard to control any noise her body might make but was also fully activating her talent. Rule perception, attempting to capture and understand the thin, blurry boundaries of this zero-noise rule. In her perception, the entire carriage was enveloped by an invisible, extremely precise, and harsh sound wave filter.
Any vibrations exceeding certain frequencies in decibels would be caught, amplified, and deemed a violation by this net.
She carefully adjusted every tiny movement of her body, every breath's rhythm, ensuring she remained firmly within an absolute safe zone. At the same time, she absorbed this unique feeling brought by the rule like a sponge desperately soaking up water. Because she knew, this might be the key to survival in the future. Feng Yue silently moved in the corridor, her silhouette in the dim flickering light, like a cold ghost judge controlling the silent life and death. This absolute ban on sound was, in itself, a form of torture. That forced, suffocating zero-noise task was finally lifted with an unexpected, piercing announcement. It was just a single tone declaring the end of the task, not the voice of the conductor. In an instant, that invisible sound barrier seemed to vanish. The entire carriage suddenly erupted with sounds suppressed to the extreme. That sound was like dying fish finally returning to water, a chaotic blend of gasps and coughs. Many players directly slumped in their seats, drenched in cold sweat, looking as if they had just been pulled from water. The player who had bitten his lip and forced himself to stifle his chattering teeth, at this moment dared to spit out the blood foam in his mouth, weakly gasping for air, his eyes still filled with a daze, panic still lingering. The so-called slight approval from the conductor did not appear in any visible form. Perhaps, it was just an invisible state, allowing everyone to avoid being prioritized for targeting afterwards. However, no one knew for sure. But at least, that terrible random punishment did not descend, which counted as a stroke of luck. The relief of surviving a disaster was merely fleeting, disappearing in an instant. A greater fatigue and deeper fear quickly drowned everyone like a tidal wave. The rules of this train emerged endlessly, catching people off guard, and no one could guess what bizarre form the next trial would take, and when it would suddenly appear. Feng Yue also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of being the noise supervisor was no less than that of the ordinary passengers, and even greater. She slowly walked back to her corner. At this moment, Feng Yue noticed that the female player coded as Star Eyes seemed to recover faster than others. While most people were still immersed in their post-exhaustion fear, Star Eyes had already straightened her body again. Although her face was still pale, her overly bright eyes were already sharply scanning the surroundings again. Especially, focusing more on herself.
Feng Yue's heart immediately sounded an alarm. This woman was trouble. This was her instinct, constantly emphasizing to her. From the first eye contact between the two, to later when she seemed to always notice the other's avoidance, to now this unnaturally fast recovery observation state. All made Feng Yue feel that she was not purely driven by fear like other players. She seemed to be always thinking, analyzing, even planning something. Feng Yue subconsciously adjusted her patrol route.
She tried to stay away from the area where Star Eyes was, and her expression grew colder and stiffer, attempting to release a strong signal of the stranger, keep your distance, acquaintances even more so.
However, Star Eyes didn't seem to intend to give up.
Star Eyes wanted to gamble on the true intentions of this high-level being. If there was goodwill, it would help her. If not, she wouldn't lose much. At worst, it should only hurt a bit, probably maybe just a little.
Chapter 57, Pick Up Your Things Yourself.
This was better than the current situation. This quest was far more challenging than her previous quests. It wasn't about horror and oddity but rather the stacking of rules within the quest, which could not be defended or stopped. One could only passively accept it and gamble on luck. So, during one of Feng Yue's routine duties, when her gaze emptily swept over her row of seats, Star Eyes seemed to unconsciously adjust her sitting posture, her fingers holding the ticket loosening slightly. The pale yellow ticket, printed with blurry characters, lightly slipped from her fingertips. When it fell onto the carpet in the aisle. A very slight sound, extremely quiet, yet still audible to a few nearby people in the relatively quiet carriage, emitted a poo. In the relatively quiet carriage, the poo was still audible to a few nearby people. Though the sound was small, after experiencing the zero noise mission, any sudden noise was enough to catch attention. A few nearby players instinctively glanced over, then quickly looked away in panic, afraid of drawing trouble to themselves. A hint of panic and apology appeared on Xing Tong's face at the right moment. She looked at Feng Yue, her lips slightly moving as if she wanted to say something but dared not make a sound.
Although the announcement didn't clearly forbid talking, after everything that happened just now, who would dare to try?
She just indicated with her eyes toward the fallen ticket, her expression carrying a kind of "I accidentally dropped this, what should I do?" helplessness. Feng Yue's footsteps paused. Her gaze fell on the small ticket on the aisle, and her heart sank heavily. Here it comes. She knew it. This troublesome woman indeed began to create accidents on her own. Her instinct was like a runaway horse, crashing wildly in her mind, alarm bells ringing loudly.
Trap. This is definitely a trap. She stared at the ticket, her heart nagging, pick it up? Can I pick it up? What if the moment she touched the ticket, some strange NPC rule is triggered? Or, could this woman take the chance to accuse her of switching or damaging the ticket? Perhaps it's just a bold act of scam. After all, the other person is a player, and she is an NPC, they belong to opposite camps. Who knows, in the player's mission, there might even be a task to eliminate a strange NPC to gain some reward. The more Feng Yue thought, the more scared she became, scaring herself. But if she didn't pick it up? If the ticket just lay dropped on the ground, would that count as item dropping? Although the zero noise mission had ended, who knows whether there would be any follow-up effects. And as a staff member, would ignoring a dropped ticket count as dereliction of duty? In the split second, Feng Yue reacted. Her face showed no change in expression, like wearing a cold mask. She slowly raised her hand, which was wearing white gloves, and with one finger, calmly pointed at the ticket that had fallen on the ground. Immediately following, her fingertip slightly moved, pointing at Xing Tong herself. This series of actions was clear and unambiguous, meaning nothing more than, your thing, pick it up yourself. She didn't say a word, made no extra movement, and didn't even have the intent to bend down. Like a robot programmed to perfection, strictly adhering to the underlying rule of, do not touch other people's belongings. Whether this rule truly existed or not, she assumed it did. The spark in Xing Tong's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly surprised by Feng Yue's brisk and distant response. But she also appeared to have anticipated it. The feigned panic on her face quickly reined in, no longer playing along with unnecessary acts. She simply bent down silently and swiftly picked up the ticket, holding it back in her hand. Then she briefly nodded at Feng Yue with a look of slight fear, the meaning behind that nod multi-layered. Perhaps expressing gratitude, or perhaps showing understanding. Feng Yue expressionlessly watched her complete this series of actions, then without hesitation, shifted her gaze away to continue her patrol. As if everything that had just happened was merely the handling of an utterly ordinary small matter. But only she knew the fine layer of cold sweat that shocked her back. The first probe had quietly been resolved like this. After a while, Feng Yue patrolled to the corner near the carriage connection. The light here was dimmer, the shadows thicker. Her gaze habitually swept over this corner and suddenly, the gaze froze. In a corner where the wall and floor formed a shadow, a small white piece of paper that did not belong to the surroundings seemed to appear. Feng Yue instinctively slowed her steps for a moment, as if she had suddenly stepped on a piece of ice hiding secrets. Her intuition screamed warning again. The position of this piece of paper was too deliberate. It was as if it had just been unintentionally dropped there by someone. Who did this? Besides that woman, who else could it be? Feng Yue's peripheral vision discreetly swept toward Xingtong's direction. Sure enough, she caught sight of the other party seemingly in deep thought, yet her body remained in a subtly tense posture, clearly paying attention to what was happening here. Feng Yue slightly frowned. A note? What does it say? A plea for help, or a suggestion for a trap? Or perhaps it is simply some kind of medium that, once touched, could trigger a terrifying curse? Absolutely cannot touch it. Without any hesitation, Feng Yue maintained her ever-cold expression. She acted as if she hadn't seen the piece of paper at all, her gaze calmly sweeping over it, her steps not pausing even slightly as she continued walking forward. But, can she really just ignore it? What if there's something wrong with this note, or it's been manipulated by something else? Feng Yue slowly approached the paper, appearing completely natural on the surface, as if everything was just as usual. But in reality, her heart was racing, tense to the point of suffocation. As she passed by the paper, she subtly adjusted the landing point of her foot. Wearing a pair of seemingly sturdy uniform shoes, the tip of her shoe carefully and lightly touched the paper, as if afraid of disturbing something. This action appeared as casual as accidentally brushing against a piece of trash while walking. Then, she cleverly applied a bit of force, gently kicking the paper deeper into the corner. That corner grew darker, almost impossible to notice. The paper was quickly swallowed by the shadows. After completing this action, her mind screamed, "What is it? Can't see, can't see. So strange. Don't think of messing with me. Keep your distance." Feng Yue's movements were smooth and natural, her expression remained unchanged the entire time. As if she had genuinely just kicked away an annoying piece of garbage, without even lowering her head to glance at the paper again. Chapter 58, You Need Not Fear, What You Should Fear Is Them. In the distance, Xingtong's brow slightly frowned, then quickly relaxed again. It seems this level of probing is meaningless and will only expose oneself. Xingtong silently pondered and recorded this in her mind. Having thought this, she completely retracted all exposed emotions and intentions, returning to a low-profile observational state. Yet, whenever she lifted her gaze, the sharp and analytical light in her eyes became even more intense. She realized that to find a breakthrough from this cold-faced ticket seller, she needed a more intricate and subtle strategy. Or perhaps, could only wait for a timing of rules that he must intervene. Xingtong's probing temporarily ceased. On this eternally moving train, the concept of time became fuzzy, as if it had lost its measurements. The unchanging, slowly flowing gray mist outside the window and the intermittent broadcasts declaring rules and dangers became the only references for time. It was unclear how much time had passed, perhaps a few hours, or maybe longer. The light in the carriage gradually grew dimmer. This was not due to external changes in daylight, after all, outside the window remained a sea of gray mist. But rather, the overhead lights in the carriage had adjusted themselves, simulating an evening atmosphere. The light faded, growing softer. Yet inexplicably added a touch of eerie atmosphere. Most lamps had been extinguished, leaving only a few wall sconces far apart, emitting a dim yellow glow as if they were gasping for breath, ready to go out completely at any moment. This change in the environment seemed like a signal. Most of the inhuman passengers had fallen into deeper silence, some even blending completely with the shadows of their seats, their outlines hard to distinguish. The surviving players were mostly curled up, forcing themselves into a state of feigned slumber, hoping to regain some energy. But the tense nerves and omnipresent threats made it impossible for them to truly sleep, at most achieving a shallow state of half-dream, half-wakefulness. Feng Yue still held her ground in her corner. The duties of the crew seemed to lack a clear off-duty time, she could only rely on the wall, trying to relax her stiff limbs. But her senses dared not ease even a little. She felt extremely exhausted, mentally drained far more than physically. She even began to miss the endless overtime in the real world. At least, that wouldn't be life-threatening, and there were overtime pay to look forward to. And now. In this profound silence, only the regular and monotonous clattering sound of the train wheels against the tracks could be heard. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a thread, floated in from the front of the train, penetrating the connections between carriages and the heavy door, wafting gently into the compartment. At first, Feng Yue thought it was her tiredness causing her to hear things. But the sound grew clearer and clearer. It was a woman's singing voice. The voice was ethereal and elusive, as if it came from an unreachable distance, yet also as if it were coming from the neighboring carriage. There were no specific lyrics, just a simple yet extremely mournful melody, repeated over and over. That melody was lingering and sad, filled with endless sorrow, loss, and unspeakable longing. It was like a requiem sung for all that was lost. This song seemed to possess a strange power that could pierce the soul. It ignored physical barriers, directly drilling into the brain, stirring the deepest, softest, and most reluctant emotions and memories within the listener's heart. Feng Yue felt an inexplicable restlessness, unconsciously furrowing her brow. Unpleasant memories surged uncontrollably to the surface. The despair when a proposal was ruthlessly rejected for the 17th time. The loneliness of catching the last subway alone in the dead of night, and even the sadness when the goldfish she raised as a child died. These emotions, usually suppressed, were drawn out by this eerie song, amplifying her feelings of heaviness in her chest. If she felt this way, the reactions of the other passengers were even more intense. A male player sitting by the window, looking like a literary youth, had initially only dozed off, but suddenly covered his face with his hands, his shoulders beginning to tremble slightly, and silent tears seeped through his fingers. Clearly, this song seemed like a key, unlocking the door to the memories of a forever lost person deep within his heart. Not far away, another female player dressed in a professional suit was now burying her face deeply into her knees. Her whole body trembled slightly, as if she was trying with all her might to suppress the impulse to cry. The song stirred up her painful memories of failures in the workplace and the heart-wrenching past after emotional trauma, those painful experiences flooding back like a tide. Unexpectedly, even the ghostly passengers could not remain unaffected by this eerie song. There was a passenger who had only been a vague black shadow, whose outline started to ripple like water and emitted an extremely deep sound. It was as if a wail carried by the wind responded to that song, deepening the sorrowful atmosphere in this carriage. There was also a passenger whose body seemed made of ashes. The ashes on his surface fell softly without a whisper of wind, as if this pile of ashes was also immersed in endless sadness. At the same time, some players, originally in a light sleep, were forcibly pulled from their dreams by this song. Their faces twisted in a blend of irritation and fear, making them look particularly contorted. They hurriedly covered their ears, even burying their heads deep in their clothes, trying to block out this disturbing song. However, it was all in vain. The song seemed to possess a magical ability to penetrate everything, directly affecting their minds. Any physical isolation measures had no effect at all. Damn it, what is that sound? Finally, a player could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he fearfully covered his mouth, as if afraid that this one sentence would provoke some terrible taboo. For a moment, the entire carriage was enveloped in a collective, oppressive atmosphere of sadness. It was utterly different from the fear felt before, yet equally suffocating. Feng Yue was lost in that emotion, but it disappeared quickly, within half a minute. She looked around at the reactions of the passengers, puzzled. Why had all her colleagues not broken free, yet she alone woke up? Could it be the system? Thinking this, Feng Yue directly asked her question out loud. System, did you help me? The system was silent for a moment before replying. Host, you need not be afraid, what you should fear are them. Them? Feng Yue was taken aback. Does it refer to the players and the colleagues? Indeed, the system had helped her. In that brief instant, Feng Yue almost thought she had leveled up. That feeling was as if she was about to become powerful. But this thought vanished as quickly as it came. She couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, oh, dreaming is still okay. This unusual song clearly fell under the category of interfering with passenger rest, and if left unchecked, it could even lead to worse consequences. For example, a passenger overwhelmed by sadness suddenly losing control and doing something unpredictable. Feng Yue recalled the content of the employee handbook and vaguely remembered that when faced with such unmanageable anomalies, one could report to a superior through specific channels. Her gaze turned to the wall, where, in an extremely inconspicuous corner, there was a wooden box covered with a bit of dust. She walked over, gently opened the box, and inside lay an old-fashioned brass microphone connected to a somewhat worn wire. Is this the internal communication device for the crew? It looked even older than the train itself, giving her a sense of being broken and ancient. Feng Yue took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. The microphone was ice-cold, carrying a mixed smell of metal and dust. She brought the microphone close to her mouth, trying to keep her voice low while making her words clear. Carriage 7 reporting. An unknown song has appeared in the carriage, suspected to be coming from the front carriage, causing disturbances to passenger rest. Requesting instructions. Her voice went out through the microphone, accompanied by a hiss of electrical noise, sounding particularly hoarse and distorted. After she finished speaking, Feng Yue nervously held her breath and quietly waited for a response. However, the other side fell into a silence so deep that it was like a void, with only the faint buzzing of electricity making the quiet carriage feel even more jarring. Just when Feng Yue was about to think that the device was broken, or that no one was answering on the other side. Ziz. A sudden, strong interference sound crackled loudly. Then, a hoarse, deep male voice slowly came through. That voice sounded as if its vocal cords had been rubbed by sandpaper countless times, carrying a tone that was almost numb. Singing? I heard it.
Feng Yue's heart suddenly tightened, instinctively gripping the microphone, fully focused and waiting for the response on the other end. There was silence for a few seconds, as if confirming something carefully, then the voice slowly continued.
Oh, it's the guest in room 3 of the sleeping area.
Sometimes this happens, they remember sad things and just sing for a while.
Feng Yue. So what? What's the solution?
The voice on the other end was completely calm, even carrying a trace of inconspicuous helplessness.
There's nothing to be done, just get used to it. Get used to it?
Feng Yue almost couldn't catch her breath, feeling a surge of unknowable anger rising.
Is this a solution?
It's simply impossible to file a complaint.
So there are VIP customers on this train? They can sing loudly at midnight and disturb others, and the crew can only listen?
This is definitely a loophole in the rules, she must report it to the system later. Suppressing the urge to explode in anger, Feng Yue tried to ask steadily.
Isn't any action required?
This singing truly has a great effect on passenger emotions.
A fact?
The voice on the other end seemed to pause for a moment before it seemed to understand something. Oh, you're talking about those new passengers. Once you listen for a while, you'll get used to it or block it out. The regular passengers don't care.
Block it out? How to block it? With willpower?
Feng Yue was completely speechless, filled with helplessness and frustration.
The other side didn't seem to plan to continue, finally adding.
When they're tired of singing, they'll naturally stop, keep the channel clear, over. As soon as the words fell, the communication was unilaterally cut off, leaving only the busy tone in the microphone. Feng Yue held the cold microphone, her whole body frozen in place, her mind a mess.
So, this is the so-called solution?
Just let it go, waiting for the other party to tire of singing. She numbly hung the microphone back in place, feeling her already thin authority as staff. If that counts as authority, was once again struck by an invisible blow.
The differences between areas on this train are too great, the rules seem exceptionally independent and bizarre. The sleeper compartment.
Just listening to it, it doesn't sound like a place that would put one at ease.
What level of existence are those guests there?
The mournful singing continued, like an invisible tide, washing over the nerves of the passengers in the carriage, growing increasingly irritating and uncomfortable. Feng Yue had no choice but to observe the passengers' states more vigilantly, preventing anyone from becoming excessively sad and taking extreme actions. Uncertain how long it had been, the ethereal singing gradually faded away without warning, just as it had appeared.
Finally, it disappeared completely into the roar of the wheels.
Although the singing had stopped, the sorrowful atmosphere lingering in the carriage was like a haze, difficult to disperse for a long time. Feng Yue leaned against the wall, closing her eyes wearily.
This task is really overwhelming. Thinking of the revival points still. Over 9,000, forget it, let's not think about it. The more she thought, the angrier she got. In the real world.
In response to this bizarre disaster sweeping the globe, various countries' high-energy machines had long been operating at high speeds. In a large country, beneath the seemingly calm land in the outskirts of the capital, hidden 300 meters deep, is a mysterious place. To enter here, one must go through dozens of security checks based on different principles. After passing through a heavy alloy door that seemed able to withstand a nuclear explosion shock wave, one finally arrived at a gigantic command center filled with cold technological vibes. One entire wall was occupied by dozens of screens of varying sizes. On the screen, codes flashed dazzlingly, with fluctuating waveforms weaving in and out. And blurry video fragments, painstakingly retrieved from various copies. Here, the low murmur of commands, the intense sound of keyboard typing, and the oppressive discussions intertwined, creating a unique main melody. At this moment, in a round conference room with the highest security level deep inside the center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Around the oval conference table sat over a dozen men and women with serious expressions. Their identities varied, some wore crisp military uniforms, with prominent insignias on their shoulders showing their ranks. Some had sharp eagle-like eyes, and their brains were like supercomputers, capable of pulling threads from vast amounts of information. Some were already gray-haired, esteemed scholars in the fields of psychology and abnormal behavior. And there were even a few uniquely charismatic consultants from mysterious departments who had long dealt with those unscientific phenomena. Chapter 60, Free Passage Through All the Copy Worlds of the Fortune Horror Game. On the main screen of the conference room, an extremely unstable video was being displayed in a split-screen format. The image was sometimes clear, sometimes covered in static, and the angle was fixed. This video, it came from the player's copy live broadcast room. It was transmitted back to reality by a primary infiltrator codenamed Star-Eye, who was also a player in this copy. Through an extremely advanced quantum entanglement signal device that was still in the experimental stage, and it was a struggle to send it back. The main character of the footage was a young woman in a retro uniform, her expression indifferent, holding a ticket folder, who was in car number 7.
mysteriously codenamed the Smiling Goddess of Doom within the organization, dressed in a red skirt.
And now, her identity was the ticket salesperson of the Ghost Train copy. Rewind to the 7th minute, reduced the speed by 50%. A middle-aged male analyst wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a capable aura spoke up. He was the leader of this analysis group, Chen Tao. As the command was given, the footage started to rewind, eventually freezing on the moment when Feng Yue expressionlessly pointed at Stareye, signaling her to pick up the ticket.
Everyone has seen.
Chen Tao's voice was calm, almost devoid of emotion.
This is the target, a typical reaction to our probing.
She strictly follows a certain rule that we do not yet fully comprehend, rejecting any form of direct contact and potential risk.
The reaction is quick, the logic is clear, without any unnecessary emotions. And she has absolute control over the copy.
She is undoubtedly a high-ranking horror. At that moment, an elderly psychology expert in a white coat, who looked more like a doctor, pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly. From just her behavior patterns, she indeed resembles a highly intelligent, terrifying anomaly, operating strictly according to a preset rule like an NPC.
However,
he shifted his tone. Everyone please note the details from the previous noise task, her hesitation towards the player who was trembling. Although she ultimately did not intervene, that momentary pause, and the extremely subtle change in her pupils. In my opinion, this does not seem to be a mere delay in program judgment, it feels more like her own concern.
I agree with Professor Zhang's viewpoint.
Another female consultant responsible for supernatural phenomenon analysis took over the conversation, her fingers rhythmically tapping softly on the table.
Her very existence is already quite abnormal.
In this copy filled with hidden dangers and malice, where instant death rules can be triggered at any moment, having a seemingly neutral order maintainer appear does not conform to logic at all. She is more like a symbiotic and balanced relationship with the voice of the conductor heard over the intercom, and the rules followed by the entire train. Just as Brother Chen said, she has absolute control over the copies, and the rules are manifested through her will. But the two are not completely one entity. The fact that she reported the interference of songs while the conductor opposite clearly did not want to respond yet had to answer one by one shows some clues. A soldier bearing the star of a general frowned deeply.
Checks and balances?
Do you mean, she can freely traverse all the worlds of the fortune horror game, mastering the control of all copies, while she fears no rules and can even modify the rules at will? But the horror world also has its own controllers, known as the rules. Perhaps they have reached a certain consensus, and this might just be the breakthrough for us humans.
The female advisor cautiously replied.
General, this is merely a speculation based on the currently scarce information, but it's not completely impossible.
We urgently need more data to further analyze.
The conference room fell into a brief silence, with only the cold face of the frozen moon on the screen silently watching everyone.
Then what is her attitude towards players? Another young intelligence officer raised a question. Are players tools she completely neglects? Or is her neutrality itself a state that needs to be maintained? This question is crucial. Chen Tao nodded in agreement.
This directly determines our next strategy. If she purely stands by the side of death, then Stareye's attempt to approach her would undoubtedly be a suicidal act. But if she has even a trace of goodwill, whether based on rules or other reasons, that would be a major breakthrough.
Soon, the debate intensified.
Hardliners believed that the Goddess of Doom poses too great a danger, and her behavior is unpredictable, so she should be classified as the highest threat target. They suggested that Stareye keep a complete distance to ensure its own safety as the top priority. Cautious members argued that rashly defining her as an enemy was too reckless.
While the information currently observed is scant, it does not mean there aren't valuable clues to dig into.
Giving up contact with her would be equivalent to giving up a potential opportunity to deeply understand the core rules of the train, or even the key to human life and death.
Members of the research faction paid far more attention to the phenomenon itself than others.
They were like a group of obsessed detectives, trying to unravel every tiny action of the frozen moon. The train's every broadcast, or even the minute changes in the carriage environment, thread by thread. Summarizing broader applicable rules, crafting a survival manual to carefully protect those players who may step into this copy later. After hours of intense verbal sparring and repeated analysis of data, a set of carefully considered consensus directives, based on the intelligence currently available, began to take shape slowly. Chen Tao ultimately summarized, his voice carried through encrypted lines, transforming into a complex string of codes, crossing the barrier of reality and the copy, transmitting to that unknown terrifying space.
To Stareye.
1. Priority adjustment. Your absolute safety and survival is the highest priority right now, above all observation and probing tasks.
Ensure survival at all costs.
2. Continuously observe and record the behavior patterns of the target NPC, the Smiling Goddess of Doom. Especially the details of her interactions with the train rules and how she treats players during abnormal events. But immediately suspend all high-risk direct contact attempts, including but not limited to creating accidents, leaving behind items, verbal tests, etc.
3. Shift the focus of observation to summarizing the general rules of the train, analyzing the conditions and patterns for triggering special tasks.
And assess potential differences and dangers in various carriage environments, such as hard seats and sleepers.
Collect environmental data first.
Fourth, under the absolute guarantee of one's own safety, assess from a distance whether the target NPC has the possibility of limited communication, but, for example, necessary information exchange within a specific rules framework. Wait for a more suitable safe moment provided by the instance itself, do not create opportunities impulsively.
End of instructions, take care. Chapter 61, Strange Noises in the Baggage Car.
After the instructions were sent out, the people in the conference room still frowned tightly, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on them. They understood that this instruction was more of a conservative strategy taken out of helplessness rather than a practical and effective guideline. In the face of such a completely unfamiliar, cruel existence as fierce as the fangs of a beast, their means were truly too limited. All hope could only be entrusted to a frontline operative codenamed Star-Eye, as well as that enigmatic ticket seller.
They were hoping that there might really exist a nearly negligible possibility.
Meanwhile, outside the command center, in the vast network world and public opinion arena, discussions about the ghost train instance had already reached a boiling point. Although official entities from various countries were doing their utmost to control the spread of related information, there would always be some scattered messages and unclear screenshots. Even snippets from self-proclaimed survivors, whose authenticity was hard to discern, trickling out like fish escaping the net. Among them, the NPC ticket seller, holding some kind of power, quickly captured the public's imagination with her unique blend of contradiction and mystery. Even after the instance had closed for a while, a not-so-small fan group calling themselves the Ticket Seller Goddess Support Group emerged. They delighted in collecting any information about her, analyzing every one of her movements, and even creating various fan art, novels, and videos.
They imagined her as a rare light of order in the chaotic and evil instance. A possible neutral being that could bring life, even fabricating countless tragic stories about her background and identity. This grassroots frenzy contrasted sharply and eerily with the heavy and cautious atmosphere inside the underground command center. No one knew that the goddess upon whom all these imaginations and hopes were pinned was currently leaning against the cold carriage wall. While secretly complaining to the system that the rules of this instance were unreasonable, and grumbling about the absurd complaint system. The midnight song of the sleeper car brought a lingering sadness, still lingering in the air like wisps of smoke. This collective low mood was like mold growing in a damp environment, silently attaching itself to the heart of every passenger. Whether human or ghost, they were all shrouded in it. The already oppressive carriage seemed to be weighed down by yet another heavy lead block. Time continued to flow slowly and thickly, the gray mist outside remained unchanged, only the occasionally adjusting dim lights in the carriage barely marked the passage of another cycle. Feng Yue tried to put herself into a standby state to conserve energy while maintaining the minimum level of alertness. She knew well that although Star-Eye had temporarily quieted down, that Subtle Gaze had not completely disappeared. Inside the carriage, most passengers maintained a dead silence or feigned slumber. After experiencing the mental shock of the song, even fear seemed to have become dull and numb. However, this ghost train clearly would not allow its passengers to remain at ease for long. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous sound, as if something extremely heavy and solid had violently crashed against the thick metal plate. The sound came from the rear of the train. Piercing through several cars' barriers, it faintly drilled into everyone's ears. The sound was not sharp, but it carried a kind of heart-pounding strength, even the floor beneath seemed to tremble slightly. The dozing passengers almost simultaneously woke up, confusion and fear instantly replacing their numbness. Feng Yue suddenly stood up straight, looking warily towards the door connecting to the rear of the car. Bang! Another sound. Heavier and clearer than before. It was as if the object striking carried unmeasurable anger and rage. Following that, a low, beast-like roar faintly echoed. The sound was unlike any known animal, more like a horrific collage of various beasts' voices, filled with wildness, pain, and an indescribable malice. Screech! Right after was an extremely sharp and hard sound, scraping against the metal interior. This sound was excruciatingly piercing, causing the scalp to tingle, as if countless nails were crazily scratching on a blackboard, amplified 1,000 times. Bang! 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 Roar! Screech! Muffled impacts, terrifying low roars, and ear-piercing scrapes. These sounds began to come from the direction of the luggage car at the back of the train in an erratic yet continuous manner, forming a spine-chilling symphony. It sounded like something extremely terrifying was trapped inside the luggage car, violently banging against the box, trying to break free. The silence in the number 7 car was utterly shattered. The players looked back in panic, their bodies instinctively shrinking away, as if staying farther from that door leading to the rear would make them feel a bit safer. Even some ghostly passengers showed signs of unease. The passenger maid of ash flickered more violently. That vague black shadow's outline became increasingly unstable. Whispers inevitably spread among the passengers. Well, what's behind? Oh my. That sound. Is it a monster? Is there a monster behind the train? My luggage. My luggage is still in the luggage car.
At this moment, a male ghost passenger, looking like a businessman, seemed to suddenly remember something, his face growing even paler, his voice trembling with a sobbing tone.
There are client documents inside and things I brought for my family.
He didn't finish his words, but fear had already engulfed him. Everyone understood that if the thing behind came out, let alone luggage, even lives could be at stake.
Ticket agent.
Finally, a passenger couldn't hold back any longer. It was the businessman ghost worried about his luggage. He crawled and scrambled toward Feng Yue, but didn't dare come too close, keeping what he considered a safe distance, his voice trembling, pleadingly asking.
Ticket agent. What is that sound from behind? My luggage. My luggage is still there. Could it be dangerous?
Feng Yue herself was so frightened by the continuous terrifying noises that her heart raced, wishing to shout.
How would I know?
It sounds like it could break the train apart. But she couldn't do that. She was the ticket agent, a staff member on the train. She had to maintain order and appear calm on the surface.
Chapter 62, next stop, the graveyard of forgetting. Wave of boardings and departures.
Feng Yue glanced at the male ghost passenger, thinking. This person probably ran around working when he was alive, and even in death, he's still worried about luggage, truly a pitiful ghost. Feng Yue answered him with the most rule-abiding response she could think of, responding lightly. The luggage car is managed and maintained by dedicated personnel. My duties are limited to ticketing and ordering car number 7. She paused slightly, seeing his increasingly desperate expression, then added a statement she herself didn't quite believe, more like a reassurance from a standard clause. Please rest assured, the train will ensure the safety of all checked items.
But in her heart, she thought, no way.
Given this noise, who knows if the luggage compartment can even hold up?
Safe? I'm afraid there won't even be bone fragments left. I hope it's not some kind of monster that comes out. Is this door sturdy enough?
Her words clearly did not comfort the passenger, instead, they made him more desperate. But looking at Feng Yue's unchanged face, he dared not question further and could only retreat back to his seat, lost and despondent.
Everyone was still terrified, listening to the continuous demolition sounds coming from behind.
Feng Yue said nothing more, just shifted her gaze back to the connecting door, her body slightly tense, in a state of readiness to deal with any sudden situation.
The entire carriage 7 was shrouded in a new kind of fear.
The previous fear mostly came from unknown rules and immediate death punishments. But now the fear was more primal, more direct.
It was a direct dread of a strong, savage, and destructive entity. Xingtong was also closely watching everything.
She did not show obvious panic like the other players, but her eyes were extremely focused. While quickly recording the types, frequencies, and durations of the sounds, she paid close attention to Feng Yue and the passengers' reactions. This was clearly valuable information to understand the internal structure of the instance, the types of cargo being transported, and the potential dangers. She remembered the new orders from the command center: just observe, never approach. The violent symphony from the luggage compartment continued for quite a while, as if whatever was behind had endless energy. Just as Feng Yue felt her nerves about to snap from this ongoing mental torture.
Bang!
This last impact was particularly heavy. After that, the terrifying roar turned into a few reluctant, gradually fading whimpers, and the sharp scraping sounds also quieted down. The sharp scraping sounds also disappeared. All sounds, like they had appeared, abruptly stopped.
The back of the train fell into a deathly silence. This sudden silence was even more unsettling than the noise before.
It was like the storm had stopped, and instead of sunny weather, thicker and darker clouds filled with the unknown awaited.
The passengers in the carriage exchanged glances, their souls unsettled, not daring to breathe too deeply, fearing that even the smallest sound would disturb whatever thing was behind. Feng Yue, temporarily safe?
She looked at that tightly closed connecting door, her heart filled with a strong sense of foreboding.
The luggage compartment. What exactly is the luggage in there? Was the previous noise normal or a precursor to chaos?
After the spine-chilling noises from the luggage compartment subsided, every slight clunk as the wheels rolled over the rail joints made many people's bodies shudder.
The players looked back with suspicion, fearing that the terrifying sounds of demolition would come again.
Feng Yue also did not dare relax. She could almost feel a lingering icy malice faintly emanating from the back, like cold spider silk wrapping around the air.
Time passed in this high-tension silence, an immeasurable stretch.
Finally, the familiar broadcast, heralding change, pierced the silence again.
Hiss. Next stop, graveyard of forgetting.
Hiss. The stop time is brief. Passengers needing to get off should prepare in advance.
Hiss. Repeat, graveyard of forgetting. Graveyard of forgetting?
The name made every player who heard it tense up. Just hearing the name was enough to know it was not a good place.
What would be waiting on the platform? What kind of passengers would be getting off? The train's speed clearly began to slow down, the sound of wheels scraping against the tracks became long and muffled. The gray fog outside seemed to thicken, moving slower and distorted, unnatural shadows faintly flickered deep within the mist. It's hard to distinguish whether it's an illusion or something that truly exists. Clank, clank. The train finally came to a complete stop, emitting a heavy, metallic sigh like a lament. Looking out through the train window, the so-called platform was almost completely shrouded in a thick fog where one could barely see their hand in front of their face. I could only just make out a few broken, moss-covered stone edges, slick with moisture. The fog was not purely gray-white, it seemed mixed with an ominous, very faint gray-green that flowed and rolled slowly. What was even more unsettling was that within the dense fog, there seemed to be countless vague, distorted black shadows silently wandering and swaying. They had no specific forms, more like pools of gathered malice or sorrow. Occasionally, sounds would drift from the depths of the fog, barely audible, like someone sobbing or moaning. Hiss. The door of car number 7 automatically slid open again. A rush of cold, damp air filled with a strong earthy smell, mixed with an indescribable scent reminiscent of decaying plants and mold, surged into the carriage, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. The process of getting off the train began. The passengers getting off appeared mostly gaunt, their ragged garments barely deserving to be called clothing. Their eyes were hollow like empty shells, lacking any spirit, even unresponsive to the surroundings. One by one, they stood up silently, swaying slightly. Stiffly walking toward the open train door, they stepped boldly into the impenetrable fog, their figures almost instantly swallowed. No looking back, no hesitation, as if returning to a predetermined destination. However, the wave of disembarking passengers was just a chaotic prelude. Soon after, the process of boarding began. Out of the fog emerged a group of new passengers, nearly the same number as those who had just left. All kinds of them, silently and densely pushing towards the open train door. When Feng Yue saw this scene, her scalp felt like it had exploded. All passengers, please board in an orderly fashion. Show your valid tickets. Sit in your assigned seats. Do not block the aisles. She almost reflexively raised her voice, shouting in the calmest but most undeniable tone possible. At the same time, she quickly opened the ticket holder, leaning slightly forward, entering a highly alert working state. These new passengers had bizarre shapes, far more outrageous than any she had seen before, almost challenging imagination itself. There was a mudman completely covered in constantly dripping sticky mud, with only 2 hollow eyes glowing faintly. There was a mirror shadow whose body was composed of countless tiny, fragmented mirror pieces, each step refracting distorted rays of light. There was a mummy wrapped tightly in thick, dirty bandages, with only one vacant eye exposed. There was also something floating in midair, like a ragged black robe swaying with nothing inside it. Who knows what it was, let's just call it Zhou Ning for now. And many others that were impossible to describe accurately with words, completely defying common understanding of reality. They brought not only a visual shock but also various indescribable strange smells. The scent of cold metal rust, the musty smell of old dust, the acrid odor of some kind of chemical, even a faint hint of blood. All these smells mixed together, forming a nauseating new carriage smell. Feng Yue held back her extreme physical and psychological discomfort, her eyes quickly scanning each ticket handed to her. These tickets were also bizarre and strange. Some looked like they were made from dried leaves, with the veins serving as information. Some resembled charred parchment, the writing on them blurred and unclear. And others appeared to be made from some creature's skin. It felt elastic when you pinched it. Feng Yue had to rely on a professional instinct, which was intuition, to quickly judge whether these tickets were valid or not. Then, she signaled the others to pass through and occasionally shouted commands. Please walk inside. There are empty seats in the corner. Don't stop in the aisle. She was so busy that she felt dizzy, feeling like a high-speed ticket-checking machine, wishing she could grow a few more hands and eyes. Her brain was processing various abnormal information at lightning speed, while her body maintained a calm and efficient exterior. Feng Yue had only one thought in mind: don't make any mistakes. Absolutely cannot break any rules at this moment. Hurry up and finish this life-or-death boarding process. Just as this chaotic boarding wave seemed to reach its peak and slightly eased, a particularly eye-catching figure appeared at the doorway. It was extremely tall, almost needing to bend down to enter the carriage. Its entire body was shrouded in an unusually heavy, indeterminate black robe, the hem of which dragged on the ground but did not get dirty at all. Its face was not visible, and even its body shape was unclear, just a deep darkness. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees, as if it were a moving source of cold. Several passengers nearby, whether human or ghost, instinctively moved aside, trying to distance themselves from that invisible chill. It silently moved forward, making almost no sound, and directly approached Feng Yue. In Xing Tong's perception, that ticket emitted a soul-chilling extreme cold aura. It seemed to be carved from eternal ice, crystal clear, with visible frosty vapor rising from its surface.
Inside the ticket, there seemed to be countless tiny ice crystals madly circulating and condensing, emanating a deadly aura that could freeze life. But in Feng Yue's eyes, this was just a rather delicately made, frosted ticket. It felt slightly cool to the touch, but under the light, it reflected a gentle glow. The ticket also had some small snowflake patterns printed on it, which looked quite unique. Feng Yue displayed a professional smile and naturally extended 2 fingers, gently taking the ticket. Just as her fingertips touched the ticket, the figure in the black robe suddenly trembled, and a faint cracking sound, almost inaudible, came from within the robe. That soul-freezing extreme cold power, at the moment it touched Feng Yue's fingertips, crashed into an invisible barrier. Not only could it not penetrate even a little, but it also rebounded back with 1,000 times more force. In Xing Tong's perception, an indescribable terrifying pressure erupted suddenly centered around the ticket seller. It was not just cold but a more primitive, more essential fear, like facing the abyss of the universe with shivering. The darkness surrounding the black robe violently fluctuated, and the robe moved without wind, clearly enduring a terrible backlash. But Feng Yue was completely unaware of all this. She only felt that the material of this ticket was very special, and the touch was cool and comfortable. She carefully examined the ticket and even gently stroked the snowflake pattern on the surface, thinking it was designed beautifully. Can a ticket be designed so well? Feng Yue wondered, then smiled and handed the ticket back, saying, "Please enter." The hand in the black robe trembled slightly as it took the ticket. The tall figure almost hurriedly bowed, then quickly turned and walked towards the back of the carriage. As it passed, the coldness lingering in the air was completely dispelled, replaced by a dead silence kind of fear. In the end, it found a place in the corner, forcing its massive body inside. The surrounding passengers all held their breath, even the most irritable ghost passengers curled up, desperately moving away from that area. The eyes were filled with fear that could not be hidden. Feng Yue watched as the passenger in the black robe left, thinking, "This passenger is really polite, even specially bowing. Although he is big in stature, he must be a gentleman in the ghost world." Throughout the entire process, Xing Tong remained quietly seated in her place, her eyelids lowered. But her perception had reached its peak. When she saw the terrifying backlash scene, she could hardly maintain her outward calm. She clearly sensed. At the moment Feng Yue touched the ticket, that rebounding force nearly obliterated the high-level anomaly completely. Xing Tong's brain raced, noting every single detail. The ticket seller's nonchalant action was terrifying in the eyes of others. How the high-level anomaly suffered a severe blow in an instant, and how other passengers almost fell to their knees in fear. Finally, the last new passenger, a creature smelling of mildew, resembling a moving bush, found a seat. The entire carriage fell into an eerie silence, all passengers doing their best to restrain their breaths, fearing to attract the ticket seller's attention. Hiss. The door is about to close. Hiss. The broadcast sounded. The sliding door slowly closed, cutting off the unsettling thick fog and wandering shadows outside. Inside the carriage, it returned to a relatively closed state, but the atmosphere was completely different. The new passengers brought in more bizarre auras and potential unknown dangers, making the ecology inside the carriage more complex and unpredictable. Feng Yue withdrew her gaze, returning to her straight standing position, ready for action. This chaotic stop had finally come to an end. Chapter 64, the train is about to enter a high-risk area, endless abyss. The chaos brought by the graveyard of Forgetting Station and the strange atmosphere of the new passengers had yet to fully settle. The carriage maintained a fragile balance of surface calm, while a dark current surged underneath. The various anomalies that boarded occupied their corners or seats, exuding a cold aura of mutual rejection or indifference. The tall passenger in the black robe was like a silent low-temperature core, maintaining an uncomfortable chill in a small area surrounding him. Feng Yue had just caught her breath from the intense ticket inspection, silently praying that the upcoming journey could be slightly normal. Even just a little more normal than before would be good. Xing Tong also closed her eyes again, as if entering a state of feigned sleep, but her perception nerves were sharper than ever. Her brain was like a precise information processing center, constantly replaying and analyzing the massive amounts of information she had just recorded. Types of passengers, ticket designs, Feng Yue's reaction patterns, and the rule disturbances brought by that black-robed existence. She was trying to build a more complex model, attempting to understand the underlying logic of this train. The command center's instructions were clear. Survival first, observation foremost, look for patterns. However, this ghost train seemed forever eager to break any form of calm. Just when all the passengers thought they could take a breather for a moment. Z. A previously unheard, extremely sharp and piercing high-frequency static noise suddenly exploded from all the broadcast speakers in the carriage. This sound came without warning, its intensity far surpassing any previous announcement, as if it sought to tear apart eardrums and penetrate souls. Many passengers, including some ghostly anomalies, were jolted by this sudden noise, gasping in suppressed shock or letting out strange hissing sounds. Immediately after, the static noise abruptly weakened but did not completely disappear, continuing to hum like background noise. Then, that familiar, cold and emotionless voice of the conductor echoed again. But this time, the voice seemed to have a subtly different change, so slight that you wouldn't notice it if you didn't listen carefully. It was still that electronic synthesized texture, yet it seemed to have been forcefully injected with a heavy tone.
It even carried a faint tension, like the grinding of metal. Warning! Just those first two words brought a heavy pressure, crashing onto every listener's heart.
Attention all passengers. The voice paused, as if emphasizing that the following information was crucial.
The train is about to enter a high-risk area, the abyss of no return.
The abyss of no return. The name itself carried a suffocating despair and ominousness. Just hearing it felt as if you could sense a terror of everything ending, and endlessly falling into nothingness. The announcement continued, every word like an ice pick, striking the gradually freezing air. Please check and secure your belongings, stay in your seats, and remain absolutely calm. During transit, any form of peeking outside is prohibited. Repeat, any form of peeking outside is prohibited. Violators will bear the consequences. The cold tone, the last four words bitten down with exceptional clarity, carried a meaning of unquestionable final judgment. Warning, the abyss of no return, check belongings immediately, remain calm, peeking outside is prohibited, consequences bear your own. This chilling announcement, with an undeniable seriousness, repeated 3 times. As the last echoes of the broadcast still buzzed in the carriage. Boom! As if an invisible bomb detonated inside the carriage, extreme, uncontrollable panic flooded in like a burst dam, instantly drowning every corner. The players' faces turned as white as paper, devoid of color. Their eyes widened in sheer terror, their breathing rapid and chaotic.
The abyss of no return, high-risk area, what does it mean? No peeking outside? Why? What's out there? Bear the consequences, will we die? We must die, right? What to do? What to do?
Those voices, trembling and sounding like cries, could no longer be suppressed. Although still afraid to speak loudly, they were clearer and more desperate than any previous whispers. Some began to fumble through their pitifully few possessions, tightly clutching talismans or weapons that might give them some comfort.
If they had any. Some desperately tightened their clothing buttons, as if this could bring them some safety.
Others pressed their hands together, their lips trembling, praying to any possible gods or spirits. Even more frightening, this time, even the odd passengers clearly became restless, something that had never happened before. The passenger composed of ashes twisted violently, almost losing human form, emitting a restless heat. The indistinct shadow's outline twisted and flickered crazily, making a faint hissing sound like a short circuit.
The newly entered mudman dripped mud at an obviously faster pace.
The fragments on the mirror shadow crazily refracted chaotic spots of light. Even the mummy with bandages revealed its single eye spinning wildly. In the entire carriage, whether human or ghost, all conveyed the same emotion. That was a huge fear that erupted from instinct. At the moment that sharp alarm rang out, Xing Tong suddenly opened her eyes. She instinctively sat up straight, her hands gripping the armrests of the chair with great strength. Her rule perception was going wild now, sending warnings with an unprecedented intensity and frequency. That was not the alert faced from ticket-checking rules, noise supervisors, or even the odd sounds from the luggage car. It is completely not the same concept. It was a terrifying premonition, like a tsunami, overwhelming and all-encompassing. Her mental perception seemed to be forcefully dragged toward the front of the train, into the unknown dark area. What she could touch was only a chaotic whirlpool of incomprehensible and immeasurable rules. That whirlpool was filled with annihilation, madness, paradox, and absolute deadly danger. Just the edge of that perception made her brain feel like it was being stabbed with needles, and her soul trembled. She finally understood what the consequences are on you meant. It was not a conventional punishment of rules, but being directly thrown into that absolute chaos, even the trace of existence would be completely erased. She forcibly cut off that nearly out-of-control perception, cold sweat oozed from her forehead, and breathing became extremely difficult.
Chapter 65, this time, it's really going to go wrong.
There was only one thought echoing in Xing Tong's mind.
High-risk area, the name lived up to its reputation. Must absolutely follow the rules. Absolutely cannot look outside the window.
Feng Yue was also shaken by this sudden highest-level warning, her heart stirred up turbulent waves.
No return abyss?
That name sounded like a guaranteed disaster. It sounded 100 times more absurd than that graveyard from earlier. She screamed wildly inside, but her face had to maintain that professional calm mask. She saw the panic atmosphere in the carriage lose control in an instant, and immediately spoke up decisively, raising her voice but striving to keep it steady.
Please stay calm. Return to your seats immediately. Check your belongings. Don't panic.
Her voice played a certain role. Some players on the verge of collapse subconsciously followed her instructions, hurriedly shrinking back into their seats. But inside, Feng Yue's heart had already turned upside down.
System, you are failing me. What kind of ridiculous job did you assign me? Always bringing this kind of end-of-the-world crisis. This time, it's really going to go wrong. What's staying absolutely calm? I can barely keep myself calm. Although Feng Yue did not sense the terrifying atmosphere, she could tell good from bad by looking at the passengers' reactions. The whole carriage was completely shrouded in the shadow of impending disaster. All the passengers' eyes involuntarily drifted toward the window, shrouded by heavy curtains, filled with uncontrollable fear. Outside the window, that eternal gray mist seemed to also begin to change. The train conductor's warning was like the final death knell, reverberating in every passenger's heart, compressing extreme terror into a suffocating silence. No one spoke anymore, even the faint sounds made by the ghost passengers disappeared. Suddenly. Woo! The train seemed to be violently pushed by an invisible giant hand, suddenly accelerating. Powerful inertia slammed the unprepared passengers into their seatbacks. The sound of the wheels grinding against the rails became extraordinarily sharp and piercing. No longer a regular clank sound, but rather a continuous, unsettling high-pitched screech. Then, just the next moment. All the light. The eternal gray daylight outside, which could only provide minimal illumination, whooshed away, completely gone. It wasn't gradually dimming, it was as if someone suddenly pulled the power switch, a complete, absolute darkness that swallowed everything arrived. It was not the darkness of night, nor the darkness of the earth, it was a void where even the concept itself could be obliterated into nothing. The train window became a pure black hole, reflecting no light and even giving an illusion. As if just looking one more time would not only pull in your vision but your soul would also be swallowed and torn apart by this absolute darkness. Even more frightening was that the sounds underwent a strange change. The noise of the train speeding did not disappear, but instead, it became even clearer, but it had transformed. It was as if the medium for spreading in normal space had been lost, sounding like it came from an extremely distant place, yet also like it was ringing right against her eardrum. The metal body of the train groaned under pressure, the twisting, grinding sounds became exceptionally prominent. It sounded as if the seemingly indestructible ghost train could fall apart at any moment in this absolute void. Bang! Boom! Clang! The violent and chaotic bumps began. This was no longer the shaking of running on uneven tracks, but more like a giant hand grabbing the train and wildly shaking it up and down, side to side. The passengers were like beans in a frying pan, being tossed up, dropped down, slammed against the sidewalls, and then violently pulled back. Screams of terror were drowned out by the ear-splitting metallic wails and the sounds of violent collisions. Feng Yue clutched the fixed railing beside the crew member's seat, barely managing not to be thrown out. Her stomach flipped and churned, and her vision blurred, all she had was sheer willpower to keep going. Zeke! An extremely piercing, scalp-splitting sound of metal tearing suddenly came from the front of the carriage. At the junction between car number 7 and car number 6. That sound was so sharp it even briefly drowned out all the noise. Feng Yue nervously looked toward the direction of the connecting door. Under the severe stress and strain, the originally solid and tightly sealed metal connecting door had been ripped open, creating a twisted and irregular black gap. It started as the size of a fingernail but began to worsen and spread almost instantly. Right after, an indescribable, bone-chilling coldness surged in, accompanied by a pure, malicious intent aimed at all living things. Like a tangible black tide, it surged into the carriage from the gap, gurgling wildly. Hiss! Accompanied by a strange screech, several indescribable creatures tried to squeeze in through the crack. They varied in size, the largest no bigger than a wildcat, and the smallest only the size of a fist. They had no fixed form, appearing as if they were sculpted from thick, shifting shadows, their edges wavering and twisting, making one feel dizzy. But at the center of that writhing darkness, two pinprick-sized eyes shone with a violent red light. They emitted the same malice as the coldness surging in, greedily sniffing the air of the passengers in the carriage. Ah! Several players near the junction let out heart-rending screams, distorted by extreme fear. They desperately shrank back, trying to distance themselves from that crack and the terrifying creatures trying to crawl in. Feng Yue's mind went blank with fear. What should she do? If she let these things in, the entire carriage might be doomed. Would she, as a ticket seller, be the first to suffer? Driven by a primal instinct for survival, she glanced sharply at the control panel on the wall beside her. Previously, out of boredom and due to her professional habit, she had carefully studied it, but never dared to touch it. On the panel were several unknown levers, buttons, and indicator lights. The design was old and unlike any device she knew. At that time, she only guessed that this lever might be for emergency braking, but she absolutely dared not touch it. That button might be for local lighting and there were several switches with vague symbols, she suspected might relate to sealing or reinforcing the carriage but was completely unsure. Now she couldn't care less about it. Get away. Chapter 66, The Choice of Sacrifice, the countdown begins. Feng Yue whispered a low shout, unsure whether to embolden herself or to scare off those shadow creatures, suddenly stepping in front of the panel. She was flustered. Her heart was racing so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat.
Her fingers, too scared and stiff from the cold, hardly obeyed her commands.
Which one could it be? Is it this padlock-like button? Or this lever with strange waves painted on it? Or perhaps that little red switch next to it? Internally, Feng Yue was a mess. This one? No, wrong. This one? God bless. Any of them, just effective would be fine. Please.
She almost closed her eyes, relying solely on the rough location she had remembered and a sliver of fading intuition, to aim for the switches and levers that seemed related to
ceiling, defense, energy.
With all her strength, she pressed down hard and pushed it up with a creak.
Click. Vrum.
The previously dull indicator lights on the panel suddenly flashed wildly, emitting a kaleidoscope of flickering colors. A faint but noticeable wave of energy rippled through the cabin walls like mercury, especially towards the direction of the front connection door. Creak. The crack that was twisting and expanding seemed to be forcibly held by invisible giant hands, making an eerie metallic screech. The spreading of the crack was abruptly stopped. The cold malice that surged in felt as if it had slammed into an energy barrier that appeared out of nowhere, abruptly halting its advance. A few strange shadowy figures squeezed in halfway, their red eyes flickering with greedy light. It seemed they had been burned by a hot iron, letting out sharp screeches filled with pain and anger. Skreek!
Their figures became erratic, writhing even more frantically.
But under the suddenly strengthened energy field, they ultimately became thin and distorted like snow under sunlight. Then came a few soft pops, completely dissipating into wispy black smoke, carried away by the chaotic air in the cabin. The crack, though not entirely gone, had been forcibly sealed by that energy and would no longer expand, nor release any thoughts or coldness. For now, it was safe. Ha! Ha! In that fleeting moment, Feng Yue truly thought she was done for. The overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her after the disaster. But what seemed like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, her frantic pressing turned into a completely different scene in the eyes of several shaken players and the always observant Star-Eye. To them, just at the critical moment when the external terrifying creature broke through the cabin and danger loomed. The one who had always seemed unfathomable, like an embodiment of rules, the ticket seller, reacted like lightning. She showed no panic at all. Instead, she calmly walked to the control panel, precisely and swiftly operating several complex mechanisms that they couldn't understand at all. She instantly activated some kind of cabin defense mechanism, the energy waves shimmering. It effectively repelled and even purified those terrifying invaders, stabilizing the situation. What immense authority this must require! What great power she must possess! Especially for Star-Eye, her senses clearly caught the sudden emergence of stabilized energy waves in the cabin. The source was precisely the panel Feng Yue was operating. Moreover, this wave of energy seemed to resonate remarkably with a certain special authority Feng Yue possessed. This discovery significantly raised Star-Eye's assessment of Feng Yue once more. This high-level existence not only grasped the rules but also had the power to manipulate the instance world-trained defense facilities. Star-Eye thought to herself as she realized the importance of Feng Yue far exceeded her previous imagination. You must understand, in every thrilling instance, whether it's a villa, a school, a hospital, or the very train they were in at this moment, they actually each constituted a separate instance world. And Feng Yue could possess the power to freely adjust the core of this instance world. This means, its status, I fear at least is equal to the existence that built this thriller game world. Maybe, even higher. Thinking of this, Xing Tong looked at Feng Yue with more awe and curiosity in her eyes. Feng Yue completely did not know that in others' eyes she had already become it. She only focused on calming her emotions, heart full of lingering fear. Scared me to death. Actually guessed right. The temporarily patched crack, like a fierce and ugly scar, stretched across the front of the carriage. Even though the cold and bone-piercing malice and those shadow monsters were blocked outside. But the train's violent shaking, the terrifying sounds of metal twisting, and the endless darkness outside the window that could swallow everything, kept reminding every passenger in the carriage. The danger has not passed at all. They are still racing madly on the dangerous track of the abyss of no return. At any moment they could meet a fate of death and destruction. Feng Yue leaned against the slightly heated control panel, her legs still weak. The thrilling operation and extreme fear just now had almost drained all her strength. The passengers were still in shock, fear flickering in their eyes in the darkness. Sometimes looking at the temporarily stabilized crack, sometimes despairingly glancing at the dark window, afraid something would break through again. However, the cruelty of the ghost train always exceeded people's imagination. Just when everyone was praying for this nightmare journey to end quickly. Buzz. Warning. Buzz. That cold broadcast sound actually rang again in this chaos and despair. This time, the electric interference was heavier. Even mixed with a broken feeling that happens when the signal is very unstable. But the conductor's voice was colder, more authoritative than before, completely without the slightest gravity, only pure, machine-like indifference. No return energy overload. Train structure load has reached critical. Each word was like an ice nail, striking straight into the listener's ears. Must immediately reduce weight to ensure the train safely passes through this area.
Reduce weight? A very ominous premonition suddenly rose in Feng Yue's heart.
The broadcast paused, the next content completely froze the last warmth in the carriage. According to emergency rules, Carriage 7 must immediately contribute one passenger, placed in the front connection buffer area, to offset local energy impact.
Contribute. Buffer area.
Behind this cold terminology was naked, outrageous sacrifice. Using a living human life to fill that crack, to buffer that so-called energy impact.
Time limit 1 minute, timing starts immediately. Chapter 67 Keep order. No private fights. The final ultimatum was issued. If overtime and no contributor chosen, the train will randomly select 3 passengers to perform the buffer task. Boom. If the previous warning was a stone thrown into a calm lake, then this broadcast directly blew up the whole lake. Dead silence. A dead silence deeper and more hopeless than darkness, shrouded the carriage for 2 or 3 seconds. Immediately after. No. What a joke. Contribute? That is going to die. That is cannon fodder. 1 minute? Only 1 minute? Random 3. How can this be? Buffer area, isn't that the crack? Surely those shadows will eat them. Absolutely will. Panic and despair erupted like a tsunami, drowning all reason. Players' eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, even the previous surface-level solidarity vanished. Instead, the most primitive, survival-driven madness was about to explode. Everyone's eyes changed. Almost at the same moment, all players' gazes became like searchlights, wildly and cautiously scanning the others around them. Strength and weakness, relationships and distance, injuries and isolation. Driven by the instinct to survive, everyone is quickly assessing the contribution they can make to others, as well as the risk of being chosen themselves. What was once a fragile alliance against a common enemy suddenly fell into a cruel, cold arena of internal selection and hunting. He just got hurt on the arm by those shadows. He won't live long anyway. A sharp voice suddenly pointed to a young man in the corner who was holding his bleeding arm and had a pale face. The man shuddered in fear, retreating repeatedly and crashing against a chair, accidentally shouting, "No! I just got a little hurt. I can survive." That old man. He's so old, keeping him alive is just a burden. Someone else cast a malicious glance at an elderly man in the back who had been silent and was still trembling slightly. And her. That freak. She's always been alone. The focus shifted to a woman curled up in the corner, with a scarf covering most of her face, behaving somewhat oddly. Moral kidnapping, accusations, stigmatization. To survive, the darkest side of human nature began to rapidly grow and spread. Even more frightening was that some people had already started secretly preparing to take action. A few strong, fierce-eyed players exchanged glances and reached for items they carried that could serve as weapons. They maliciously set their sights on those identified as weak. The air was thick with the tension of a brewing storm, the scent of blood ready to erupt. Some also cast desperate, pleading looks at Feng Yue. They hoped this ticket seller, who seemed to possess great authority, could veto this cruel decision. Feng Yue was stunned beyond measure by this sudden, glaring directive for sacrifice. She was screaming madly in her heart, a strong sense of anger and disgust rising inside her. What kind of solution is this? It's too cruel. This is outright murder. But she knew clearly that she had no power to change the rules. She was merely the enforcer of the rules, possibly even bound by them herself. Resisting the broadcast's orders? The consequences would undoubtedly be worse than becoming buffer material. However, Feng Yue simply could not watch the bloody brawls and sacrifices happen right in front of her. After all, maintaining order on the train was also part of her duty, wasn't it? Everyone, stop it. Feng Yue stood up straight, forcing her voice to sound calm and intimidating. She took a step forward and directly blocked the narrow passage leading to the crack connecting the cars, like a barrier. Maintain order. No private fights. She warned sternly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the restless players. The rule is contribution, not for you to harm each other. Anyone who dares to make a move will not receive mercy. Her words did have a certain effect of intimidation. The players who were preparing to act froze, cautiously looking at her, then glancing at the ominous control panel behind her, temporarily afraid to make a rash move. Feng Yue's obstruction was not to stop the contributions from happening. She understood that she didn't have that capability. Instead, she aimed to delay the outbreak of the bloodiest scenes to some extent, throwing the pressure of choice back to all the passengers in the carriage and the cold countdown. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like a torment.
The broadcast did not sound again, and everyone could clearly feel that the invisible second hand was ticking toward its endpoint. Panic continually fermented in the silence, and despair silently conveyed in the exchanges of glances. Some began to sob quietly, while others muttered prayers under their breath. Some people have hollow eyes, as if quietly waiting for the judgment of fate.
In the end, what will the conclusion be?
Perhaps it is the young player who was scratched on the arm by the shadow creature before. He looked at his dark, rotting arm, oozing filthy blood, and then glanced at the surrounding eyes, which were eagerly watching him, wishing to push him out immediately. Despair and pain flashed across his face, ultimately transforming into a twisted sense of relief. He struggled, using up his last bit of strength, and pushed away the person trying to help him, hoarsely roaring.
"Get away!
I don't need your push." Then, limping, carrying a tragic kind of despair, he bravely moved toward the fissure that emanated a breath of death. His figure vanished into the shadows, and soon, a faint sound of energy calming seemed to come from near the fissure, as if the train's jolting had lessened just the slightest bit.
Or maybe, it was the isolated, rejected, somewhat strange-looking eerie passenger.
She had been curled up in a corner, emitting an aura that made the surrounding players uncomfortable. In the last few seconds of the countdown, several malicious gazes locked onto her. It is unclear who moved first, perhaps it was a shove, or perhaps a covert attack using some ability. It let out a sharp, odd scream. With a powerful force, she was suddenly shoved from her seat, stumbling toward the connection point. She tried to resist, but perhaps the rules themselves condoned this contribution. An invisible force bound her, pulling her toward that darkness. Her form distorted violently upon contact with the fissure, and then disappeared as if erased by an eraser. Chapter 68: The Price, the Limit of Starry Eyes Peaking. Alternatively, at the very moment the countdown ended, no one made any decision.
The broadcast emitted a final cold hum.
In 3 different positions inside the carriage, 3 passengers. They could be players, or they could be eerie beings, suddenly had strange red marks light up on their bodies. They let out desperate, terrified screams, their bodies being forcibly dragged away from their seats by an irresistible force. Like being pulled by invisible strings, they raced toward the connection point. Their cries and struggles abruptly ceased upon reaching the fissure, as if completely swallowed by that absolute darkness. No matter which outcome it ultimately was, when that contribution was completed, the energy fluctuations around the fissure temporarily stabilized. The train's jolting miraculously weakened a bit, but the surviving players felt no joy in their hearts. Only a deeper, almost crushing coldness and fear remained. They looked at each other, their eyes no longer holding trust, only suspicion and the numbness of survival. Feng Yue looked at the connection point that had devoured the contributors, then glanced at the surviving players, who seemed to have lost part of their souls, and gently sighed.
This is the price of survival. She understood, and they understood too.
On this strange train, the rules are so bare and cruel. For the first time, she clearly realized what she would face on the path of resurrection. The embers brought by sacrifice had yet to cool, and the cold despair clung to the hearts of every survivor like thick tar. The forcibly mended fissure at the connection point now resembled a cruel altar, silently proclaiming the ruthlessness of the rules and the price of survival. A few players huddled in their seats, their eyes darting, not daring to meet anyone's gaze, nor to look toward the area that had devoured their companion. The seeds of suspicion and fear had been deeply sown. The once brief alliance, under absolute survival pressure, had utterly disintegrated. The air still lingered with a faint smell of blood, permeated by a sense of filth from the depths of the mind. Feng Yue remained steadfast near the crew seat, leaning against the cold train wall, feeling utterly exhausted in body and soul. She looked at the group of frightened birds in front of her, recalling the forced sacrifice that had just occurred in the conductor's orders, the cold word contribution echoing like a spell in her mind. This train was not just any strange mode of transportation, it was a living prison, embodying a cruel will that followed a dark logic. And just at this moment, when the pressure and chaotic rules cast a shadow, rendering everyone's senses dull and numb, Star Pupil sensed something unusual. Her talent, rule insight, was not omnipotent, it was limited by the stability of environmental rules, her own state, and the intensity of the target to explore. Under normal conditions, she could only perceive the flow of surface rules. For example, ticketing rules, noise restrictions, and fluctuations during area switches. Information related to the conductor, operational core, and high-ranking authority was usually layered with encryption and protection. Forcibly probing could drive her to mental collapse. But now, the situation was vastly different. The abyss of no return was an area where rules were extremely chaotic and distorted. The train's protection and stability systems, in their efforts to resist external assaults and internal pressure, would surely produce tremendous fluctuations and gaps. The recently executed sacrifice order was a direct intervention of the conductor's will, forcibly altering specific rules.
It was like prying open a crack in an originally airtight system, though momentary, it indeed existed.
High pressure, chaos, rule gaps, manifestations of high-ranking will. All these factors combined created an unprecedented yet extremely dangerous opportunity.
Now is the time.
Star Pupil made a decisive choice in her heart. Rationality told her it was far too dangerous, but the explorer's instinct and relentless thirst for information overwhelmed everything.
She must find out. Discover the truth about this train. Uncover the existence behind that broadcast. This might be the key to whether they could survive.
She took a deep breath, her eyes, once closed in a pretended slumber, suddenly opened. In an instant, her usually calm eyes lost all color, turning into a chaotic, swirling, inhuman silver. No pupils, no whites, only an endless silver vortex, as if containing countless fragmented mirrors and information.
Rule Insight Extreme Drive. Overloaded operation. Her mental power moved with an unprecedented intensity and precision. No longer cautiously probing, but transformed into an invisible yet piercing probe. Piercing unwaveringly into the core rule layer of the train through the crack opened by the forced distortion of rules.
At the same time, Star Pupil sent a stronger intent, boldly charging against the flow of information from the broadcast toward the hidden essence of the conductor, who controlled everything. Buzz. A tremendous roar that could not be heard by the ears, but was sensed only by her mind, explosively erupted deep within her consciousness. She succeeded. She broke through the surface limitations. But immediately flooding her consciousness was not orderly information or clear answers, but a torrent of massive, fragmented, twisted, and bizarre pieces of information sufficient to drive any normal person instantly mad. Star Pupil seemed to see the scene. Countless rusty, broken, and twisted tracks did not extend toward the distance dot. Instead, they resembled the tentacles of a monster. Madly dancing, intertwining, piercing through a nameless void. With each impact, regular sparks and obliterated dust erupt. It seemed she heard some voices. Not through the ears, but directly affecting the depths of the soul, countless different tones, different languages, yet all filled with extreme pain, despair, and resentment, wails and howls. They intertwined, forming an eternal background noise. And this was one of the fuels needed for the train to operate. It seemed she sensed a presence. A massive, indescribable entity, cold to absolute zero, lifeless and only mechanically executing a predetermined program, a terrifying will. It enveloped every inch of metal, every breath of air, every passenger in the train, regardless of life or death. Is this the conductor of the train? Or merely an extension of its will? This will had no emotions, no compassion, only operation, rules, and cost. Chapter 69 The Darkness Before Dawn, Chaos Comes. The impact of this information was so fierce and chaotic that it almost tore her consciousness apart, assimilating it completely. Yet amidst this surging tide of information, an extremely small, easily ignored fragment, because of her overloaded talent and previous focus on Feng Yue, was unexpectedly captured and magnified. It was the trajectory of Feng Yue approaching the control panel of the door and closing the gap. Under the extreme rule perspective of Star Eye, the sequence and intensity with which Feng Yue pressed the switch overlapped highly with the safe node hidden beneath the panel's operation logic. The shock from this discovery even briefly overwhelmed the pain from the torrent of information. But at that moment, the terrifying backlash from extreme observation struck like a monstrous wave long in the making. That cold, enormous will seemed to notice this tiny yet audacious ants prying and unleashed an invisible, yet soul-crushing punitive impact. At the same time, the chaotic and fragmented rule information itself, carrying immense contamination, madly eroded her mental world. Puff! Star Eye's body shook violently as if struck squarely in the chest by an invisible giant hammer. She could not control herself at all and fell forward, a mouthful of scalding blood puffed out from her mouth, splattering on the cold floor, dark red and eerie in color. Her eyes instantly regained their normal color, but her pupils dilated, losing all luster. Her once overloaded talent abruptly shut down, and even suffered a backlash, slipping into a self-protective silence. That piercing pain lasted only a brief moment, followed by an endless void of darkness and coldness. Her body slumped softly in the seat, her head weakly tilting to one side, her complexion visibly turning pale as paper. Her breathing was weak to the point of being imperceptible, her life force fading like a flickering candle in the wind, rapidly diminishing. In the final moment before her consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness and fell into deep coma, that astonishing discovery about Feng Yue transformed into the last shock and endless confusion that flashed through her shattered thoughts. Was it a coincidence or? This question, along with the chaotic fragments of information and the terrifying rule backlash, pulled her into an endless abyss of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the other passengers around her were mostly still immersed in their own fears and the numbness of having survived. Only a few noticed her unusual state, glancing at her with uncertainty, but no one dared to approach and check. Only Feng Yue seemed to sense something and glanced in this direction. But what she saw was just a passenger who seemed to have fainted due to bumps and fear, and she didn't think much of it. Time lost its inherent scale in extreme fear and torment. Perhaps it was just a dozen minutes, perhaps it lasted for hours. In absolute darkness and what seemed like endless violent shaking, each second was infinitely stretched, filled with the metals wailing, the hearts pounding, and silent despair. Just when Feng Yue was almost getting used to this eternal turbulence and darkness,
Change finally happened quietly. The first to sense the change was the sense of touch. The irregular, almost dislocating violent shaking began to noticeably diminish. Although the train was still running at high speed, and the vibrations could still be felt, it had transformed from a boat in a storm to a car on a rugged mountain road. The distorted groaning of the metal body gradually weakened, returning to some rhythm with a heavy clunk. Next came the sense of sight. Outside the window, the absolute darkness that devoured all light, or even people's gazes seemed to be sucked in, began to ebb away like a tide. It didn't become bright all at once, but like clear water slowly dripping into ink, the concentration of darkness gradually decreased. That extreme black slowly turned into deep gray, then into a lighter gray. Until finally, the familiar gray-white mist that had always shrouded the train's running tracks reclaimed the window. The mist flowed slowly, obscuring everything outside, yet inexplicably giving a sense of normalcy, even safety. At least, it was no longer that despairing state of nothingness. Light returned, and the ceiling lights, which had previously flickered and even briefly gone out, struggled to stabilize, emitting a dim yellow light bright enough to illuminate the compartment, dispersing the shadows in the corners and allowing the survivors to see each other's pale, confused faces more clearly. Then, the critical announcement came. Deep the abyss area has been passed. The announcement sounded again, still the train conductor's characteristic, emotionless cold voice. There was no comfort, no explanation, no acknowledgement or mourning for the recent loss, even a tiny bit. It was as if it was just a necessary equipment maintenance procedure. The report was exceedingly concise, merely confirming the fact, and then it fell silent again. Beep. The sound of electricity faded, and the broadcast ended. No more words. But these simple few words felt like a decree of reprieve, instantly draining the last tight string inside the compartment. It's over? A hoarse, tremorous voice shattered the silence. It's past, we survived? Another voice murmured in agreement, filled with confusion. The immense sense of relief after surviving felt like a late tide, gradually drowning some of the people. But more people did not show joy on their faces. Instead, they carried a profound fatigue, numbness, and an inescapable shadow of fear. The compartment was a mess. Items scattered during the violent shaking lay everywhere. Backpacks, water bottles, someone's lost shoes, shattered glass shards, and scattered bloodstains and traces of struggle. The seats were askew, some even detached from their fixed bolts. The air was a mix of dust, blood, cold sweat, and an indescribable, strange smell, as if something burnt then cooled. Although the lights had returned, the lines were clearly damaged, still flickering unsteadily, illuminating everything in the compartment with a flickering light. It adds a certain eerie and unsettling feeling. Passengers, whether players or those strange beings in various forms, mostly slumped in their seats. Or simply slid to the floor, gasping for air, their hollow eyes staring at the ceiling. Or gazing out at the familiar gray mist, as if they couldn't accept the fact that they had survived. Chapter 70, the train is about to arrive at the final station of this journey, please prepare to disembark. The previous panic, struggles, and that ruthless choice of sacrifice left everyone with an indelible psychological scar. Feng Yue's tense nerves finally began to relax. With this relaxation, an overwhelming sense of fatigue instantly swept through every cell in her body. Is it finally over? She silently asked herself in her heart. She forced her nearly closed eyelids to stay open, scanning the carriage with her gaze. The first thing she confirmed was the crack at the front connection point. It still maintained the state of being forcefully welded by energy, showing no signs of expanding, nor any cold breath seeping out. This made Feng Yue feel slightly more at ease. She looked at other doors and windows. At least, as far as she could see, there were no new, obvious damages. The train seemed to have truly survived the most dangerous phase and returned to a relatively stable operating state. Her gaze slowly moved, sweeping over the terrified passengers. Finally, it landed on the female player, Xingtong, who had seemed quite calm and special from afar. But at this moment, Xingtong's condition was obviously extremely grave. She had slumped against the window seat, her head weakly tilted to one side, her face was pale to a frightening degree, and there was even a trace of already dried, dark blood on her lips. Her eyes were tightly closed, her breathing so weak that one could hardly see the rise and fall of her chest. Her whole being radiated an intense aura of deathly silence, in sharp contrast to the surrounding passengers who were merely exhausted and fearful. Clearly, some players had also noticed Xingtong's miserable appearance. A few players sitting a little closer exchanged uncertain glances, secretly studying her, but no one dared to approach or offer help easily. In this carriage, with its bizarre rules and having just undergone a brutal selection, any abnormality could mean new danger. Who knew whether she had violated some rule and was suffering a backlash? Or whether she had been contaminated by the abyss's energy? Careless contact could easily bring disaster upon oneself. For the survivors, preserving their own lives had become the top priority. Feng Yue looked at Xingtong's uncertain fate, her brow slightly furrowed. She remembered this female player as someone who seemed pretty calm and capable. How could she end up like this? Did she get hurt during the previous turbulence? Or was it some other reason?
As a ticket seller, she seemed to have a responsibility to pay attention to the passengers' conditions. Some people were groping to find useful items scattered under the seats. Some took out the little food or clear water they had left, sipping cautiously to regain their strength, their movements mechanical and careful. Then, faint conversations began to emerge, pressed low under the weight of fear. Just now, it was really so close that, one voice muttered quietly, lingering in anxiety. "I wonder about the one who got pushed out." Another voice carried a mix of complex emotions, the unfinished words clearly evoking silence in a small space. "Shoo. Don't say anymore, it's all in the past, just being alive is good enough." Hope, like sprouts stubbornly breaking through rocks, though faint, began to silently grow. After experiencing such a terrifying abyss, the destination seemed no longer an unreachable luxury, but a goal to be anticipated. Feng Yue leaned against the wall of the train, using this relatively stable time to strive to recover her strength and spirit. The crew manual, along with the inexplicably significant ticket-checking pliers, still securely fastened at her waist. Just as she steadied herself and scanned the carriage, assessing the current situation. Gee! The familiar sound of electricity crackled again. Almost in the same instant, all the passengers stiffened instinctively, a flicker of unhidden fear flashing in their eyes. This broadcast sound had become a terrifying signal akin to a conditioned reflex. However, this time, the content of the broadcast was completely different. "Attention all passengers." The conductor's voice was still cold, but whether it was due to the environment stabilizing or a psychological effect, this coldness seemed less malevolent and more like a purely mechanical announcement. "The train is about to arrive at the terminal station of this journey." Terminal station. This word was like a shot of adrenaline, striking fiercely into the hearts of all survivors. Void Terminal Station. The station name was announced clearly. Void Terminal Station, a name that sounded full of eeriness and foreboding. But in this moment, nothing tugged at the heartstrings as much as the word terminal. "Please prepare to disembark. Prepare to get off. We're about to leave this deadly train. Thank you for riding this ghost train." This formulaic expression of gratitude, which usually sounded mundane, now resonated like the most wonderful music in the world. As the broadcast ended, the carriage fell silent. But this silence was completely different from the previous deathly stillness. In the air, it seemed invisible sparks were crackling. A complex mix of extreme excitement, disbelief, and cautiousness at the last moment swiftly spread throughout the carriage like a rising tide. Terminal Station? Did we really make it? We really arrived. We can get off. Does that mean we've cleared the level? Void Terminal Station, what kind of place is that? Who cares what kind of place? As long as we can get off. That means we cleared the level. The light of hope burned brighter than ever in the eyes of every survivor. After enduring a hellish journey, arriving at the terminal meant the possibility of survival, meant that this nightmare might soon come to an end. The atmosphere in the carriage instantly turned warm and subtle. People began to act with urgency. Though most had already lost everything, or their belongings had been lost in the previous chaos. But they still instinctively tidied their tattered clothes, brushed off the dust, and checked if they still had their tickets. In truth, no one knew if they needed to check tickets again at the terminal. Perhaps they must just tightly hold onto the few remaining items they might be able to take off the train. All eyes turned in unison toward the windows outside. Outside, it was still that eternal gray-white fog, visibility extremely low. But at this moment, everyone struggled to widen their eyes, trying to distinguish any possible shape that could represent the platform from the flowing fog. It seemed that some vague, twisted shadows began to gradually emerge. They looked like support pillars. The edge of the platform, or was it the outline of some incomprehensible structure? They were hidden behind thick fog, faint and unclear, yet greatly stimulated the nerves of the passengers. Look! Over there! Is there something? It seems like a platform? Almost there. We're arriving soon. Nervousness and anticipation reached a peak. Everyone held their breath, leaning forward, wishing they could pierce through the mist to see the true appearance of the terminal station. Feng Yue also took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within her heart. As the ticket seller, her duty was not yet finished. She straightened up, unconsciously lifting her hand to adjust her uniform. Though this action did nothing to improve the current situation, it felt like a ritual, reminding her of her identity and the tasks ahead. The terminal station had finally arrived. According to the procedure. Feng Yue's mind seemed to hint at those vague employee rules, suggesting she needed to maintain order for the disembarking passengers. Perhaps, she might even need to check tickets one last time. She was unsure of the rules for the Void Terminal, whether passengers needed a ticket to disembark, but she had to be prepared. Her hand rested on the ticket punch at her waist, the cold touch helped her feel a bit calmer. Her gaze swept through the entire carriage like a searchlight, carefully assessing the condition of the passengers, ensuring that there wouldn't be chaos at the final moment.
However, when Feng Yue's gaze swept past the window seat, her movement almost imperceptibly paused. It was that female player, Starry Eyes. She still lay slumped in her seat, her face looking even more ashen than before, lifeless, like a corpse. Around her was an invisible vacuum zone, as other passengers deliberately or inadvertently kept their distance from her, as if afraid of catching something ominous. Feng Yue's brow slightly furrowed. In her heart, she thought, she can't really be dead, right? She looked fine before, what happened so suddenly? Is it the influence of the abyss energy? Or something else? A trace of doubt and subtle anxiety flickered through her mind. A passenger dying just before the terminal, could this cause any trouble? But right now, the most crucial thing was clearly the approaching arrival. She had no time or authority to check whether a passenger was alive or dead. Forget it, as long as it doesn't disrupt the order of disembarking. If she really has died, the train rules should handle it automatically. Feng Yue shifted her gaze away, refocusing on the anxious and eagerly awaiting passengers, as well as the unknown destination concealed in the thick fog outside. The train seemed to be gradually slowing down. Clang clang wee. Accompanied by an extremely heavy sound, like exhausting the last bit of strength in a metallic scrape, the train came to a complete stop. Inertia caused the carriage to sway slightly, then it fell into a dead silence. This silence, compared to the noise during travel and the previous chaos, created too strong a contrast and made hearts race with anxiety. Arrived. Void terminal. Outside the train door, there was no longer the swiftly passing gray mist, replaced instead by an emptiness that seemed formless. Through the slowly opening train doors. The doors creaked ominously, sending chills down one's spine, revealing a platform shrouded in the same thick grayish-white mist. This fog was thicker than any seen while the train was moving, almost like a solid gray wall. Visibility is pitifully low. Only just able to make out the mottled, damaged stones of the seemingly endless platform beneath my feet. No signposts to be seen, no staff anywhere in sight, no other facilities, not even a flicker of light. Only a dead silence, desolate and empty, as if the world had completely forgotten this place. In the depths of the thick fog, endless unknowns seemed to lie in wait, silently ready to swallow everything that steps inside. However, for the survivors on the train, this desolation and unknown represent freedom and relief. As long as they can get off this cursed train, even if the path ahead is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, they are more than willing to brave it. Get off! Hurry! It's unclear who growled first, but the surviving passengers immediately sprang into action. To Feng Yue's surprise, this process was extraordinarily orderly, even quiet. There was neither a scramble nor a shoving match. Whether they were the strangely shaped ghost passengers or the battered, frightened human players. They simply stood up quickly and silently, moving with steadiness or unsteadiness towards the nearest train door. Their faces no longer showed excitement or hope, only an almost numb determination and urgency. As if staying on this train for one more second was an unbearable torment. One by one, they stepped into the thick fog, their figures quickly swallowed by the gray chaos. No one looked back, no words were left behind, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. The players among them had even more complex emotions. The joy of survival was overshadowed by wariness towards the unknown platform and a longing to return. They closely followed the crowd, their eyes warily scanning the fog outside while also glancing back at the train that had brought them endless nightmares, their footsteps never daring to pause. They could only hold on to the hope that the path ahead was the gateway to freedom, that they would soon return to the real world. Feng Yue took a deep breath, forcing herself into work mode. She moved her feet, standing next to the nearest open door, her body straightened up. Her hands hung naturally, one hand unconsciously resting on the ticket inspector clippers at her waist. Because she truly could not be sure if she still needed to check tickets again. Calling the system brought no response. Chapter 72, Conclusion of the Second Instance. It seemed the manual did not clearly state the procedures for the terminal station. But as a gesture, or perhaps a subconscious ritual, she felt she had to stand there. Feng Yue's expression was blank, her gaze scanning each passenger who passed by her, stepping into the fog. Her gaze was impersonal, devoid of any emotion, neither sympathy nor encouragement, just a simple watching them leave. Hurry up, just leave safely. Please don't let anything unexpected happen again. She silently prayed in her heart, hoping this last step could go smoothly. Just then, she saw three figures. It was Xingtong and two other players. The two players looked slightly better, although utterly exhausted, they could at least still move by themselves. One on the left and one on the right, they supported the almost unconscious Xingtong, whose feet dragged on the ground, moving awkwardly towards the door. Xingtong's condition looked even worse than before, her face was no longer just pale but showed a hint of deathly gray. Her breathing was so weak it was almost halted, her whole body as limp as a puddle of mud, only able to move with the support of the others. Feng Yue's gaze lingered on them for a moment, thinking. Really lucky. But in this state, what can happen after getting off the car? She quickly looked away, not wanting to pay too much attention, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. The two players supported Xingtong, struggling hard to move to the car door. The coldness of the thick fog was already hitting them. Just as they passed by Feng Yue, Xingtong, who was originally completely unconscious, with her head hanging low, suddenly, from somewhere, burst forth a very weak yet real power, and with great difficulty, she lifted her head. Her eyes were still tightly closed, as if she didn't have the strength to open them. Her pale, cracked lips trembled violently, like a dying fish, trying to make a sound. Feng Yue was startled by her sudden movement, instinctively taking a half step back, vigilantly staring at her. Then, Feng Yue heard an extremely faint sound of airflow, almost completely drowned out by the friction of the car door and the footsteps around them. That sound could hardly be considered speech, it was more like a sigh expelled with the last bit of life energy, mixed with unclear syllables. Thank. Or perhaps, you. Or, it might just have been meaningless throat sounds. The voice was too light, too vague, and it stopped abruptly. Xingtong seemed to have exhausted this last bit of clarity, her head drooped heavily again, without any sound, more like a corpse than before. The two players supporting her seemed completely unaware of this subtle movement, they only felt the person under their hand suddenly sinking down. They struggled even harder to drag her, stepping further into the thick fog. Only Feng Yue remained frozen in place, her expression of businesslike indifference softening slightly. She was puzzled in her heart, was she just talking to me? Thank? Thank what? You, are you referring to me? Feng Yue didn't hear clearly, but that brief eye contact. Even though the other party's eyes were closed, Feng Yue felt that, in that moment, she saw herself. And the movement of her lips clearly pointed at her. A strange chill ran up her spine. I can't understand. And I don't want to understand. It has nothing to do with me. Don't get involved. Hurry up and leave. Her inner alarm bells blared, instinctively resisting any potential entanglement. In this eerie place, any unusual interaction could mean unknown risks. Feng Yue quickly gathered her expression, becoming expressionless again, even deliberately directing her sharp gaze toward the next passenger behind Xingtong and the others. She urged the other with her eyes to hurry, as if nothing had just happened. The last passenger, a male player who shrank his head and didn't dare to look at anyone, was startled by her gaze and almost jumped out of the car door, disappearing into the fog. Finally, everyone had gotten off the car. Inside the carriage, it was completely empty. Only a mess remained, tilted seats, scattered belongings, and the strange smell of fear, blood, and dust mixed in the air. Feng Yue stood alone at the vacant door, gazing at the silent fog outside that had swallowed all the passengers, unable to move for a long time. It's over. Really, it's over. She took a long, deep breath from the depths of her soul. The nerves that had been tightly strung, at this moment finally relaxed completely. She looked at her hand placed on the ticket inspector's clamp, feeling her fingertips slightly numb. Then, a strange sensation slowly rose from deep within her body. First in her fingertips, then spreading to her arms, torso, and finally her legs. Her body began to feel light. Not as a metaphor, but physically lighter. She lowered her head, and to her surprise, she could see her body's outline starting to blur slightly, as if she were viewing herself through a layer of frosted glass, giving an unreal sense of transparency. It has come. It is that feeling. The familiar, long-lost comforting sensation of system transmission. Although it seems that less than a day has passed in this instance, it felt long like several centuries. That cold, mechanical force, representing absolute safety and return, began to envelop her. The scene before her began to twist and fade, the chaos of the carriage and the thick fog outside seemed to lose color and substance like a fading oil painting. Feng Yue's consciousness slowly began to withdraw. A realm of absolute pure white. Cold, empty, void of life, yet at this moment became the warmest, safest harbor in the world. Feng Yue's figure quickly solidified from the illusion, and the next second, her legs softened, and she plopped down onto the flawless smooth pure white floor. Ha, ha. She took a deep breath and laid there for a full 2 or 3 minutes, her brain finally recovering from exhaustion, starting to process information again. At that moment, the familiar emotionless system prompt sounded like heavenly music in her mind. Instant settlement in progress. Instance name, Ghost Train. Playing NPC role, Ticket Clerk. Overall completion, good. Feng Yue let out a slight sigh of relief, good. Not bad, at least she didn't fail. It seemed her acting skills, mixed with some luck, really got her through. Based on the settlement evaluation, starting to distribute rewards. Existence points / revival points, plus 60 points. Free points, plus 1,500 points. Finally something concrete. Feng Yue's eyes brightened. Preview, in the next chapter, enter the third instance in prison. Chapter 73, the third instance in prison. Item, cold brass whistle X1. Then an image of an ancient-style brass whistle with blurred patterns appeared. Item description, effect is random, please use cautiously.
She calmed down her excitement over the received rewards, mainly the revival points. Feng Yue sat up from the floor, dusting off her spotless uniform, and began to calculate how far this point total was from her goal of revival.
Feeling the heavy burden, life seemed dull.
Just as she was pondering whether to check data using her new privileges or to lay down and rest for a while.
Buzz.
The familiar buzzing sound rang out. That huge, gorgeous wheel, covered with incomprehensible runes, faintly exuded an aura of drawing cards is never good.
It reappeared out of nowhere, occupying the center of Feng Yue's vision. Here we go again.
Feng Yue's corner of her mouth twitched, feeling 100 unwillingness in her heart. Last time it was this broken wheel that sent her onto that cursed train. The wheel spun rapidly, lights flashing and flowing. Finally, 3 cards, exuding entirely different auras, separated from the wheel and spun to a stop before her. First card, dark red, as if stained by solidified blood. On the card's surface, heavy shackles and twisted shadows were faintly visible, a strong nauseating smell of blood and an overwhelming, hopeless feeling rushed at her. Cold words appeared at the bottom of the card, Sin Prison Executioner. Feng Yue only glanced at it and felt her breath catch, as if she had returned to that dark, oppressive carriage from the last instance, feeling very uncomfortable all over.
Executioner, dealing with death row inmates every day? No, no. PTSD is coming. Second card, sickly green, as if soaked in formalin too long, losing all vitality. The card's pattern depicted the outline of a ruined hospital, focusing on the cold morgue doors in the basement.
A pungent smell of formalin mixed with decaying medicine entered her nostrils, giving Feng Yue chills down her neck. At the bottom of the card was written, Abandoned Hospital Morgue Administrator.
Feng Yue felt her stomach starting to churn again. Morgue. Administrator? Staying with corpses every day?
Maybe there are all kinds of things wandering around at midnight.
Spare her.
She is really very timid. Just imagining that scene makes her legs go weak. Third card, dull yellow, like the light of an old street lamp, and like the color of smoke rising from burning paper money.
The card shows a narrow street, misty and hanging with ancient lanterns.
Paper money flutters everywhere, and various bizarre figures can be seen moving through the fog. In the air, there is a faint smell of incense and the distinct burnt scent of paper money. The card reads, Night Watchman of the Street of the 100 Ghosts.
A night watchman on the street?
It looks like a large, open space. Feng Yue's gaze locked tightly onto the third card.
The Night of 100 Ghosts, no way, absolutely no way. The hospital morgue is even scarier.
She whispered quickly to herself, as if doing psychological preparation.
The evil prison.
Sounds a bit scary, but at least it's not that much like the underworld. Better than being trapped in the netherworld, in a hospital cold storage, or that unfortunate train carriage. She recalled the suffocating feeling of having no escape on the train and immediately made up her mind.
Yes. This is it. The executioner sounds like he can walk around, lots of space to move. After all, he is an official. Maybe he can run into danger.
She tried hard to ignore the psychological burden brought by the 2 words death penalty, constantly brainwashing herself, at least he's an official.
This time I'm being smart. Choosing something completely different, open. Yes. There's no doubt about it.
She clenched her fist, feeling that she had made an incredibly wise decision. Actually, she had no confidence at all. QAQ. Feng Yue took a deep breath, reached out her finger, and with a kind of resolute determination like a warrior cutting off her wrist, touched the dull yellow card. Silently praying in her heart, please don't let it be a trap. Just as her fingertip touched the card, it suddenly erupted with a strong dull yellow light, like a miniature vortex, instantly swallowing her whole.
In the pure white system space, silence returned once again. Consciousness was forcibly dragged out from a cold, sticky chaos. The first sense to recover was hearing.
An extremely piercing and eerie metallic scraping sound, as if a huge, rusty iron block was being dragged forcefully against something harder.
Emitting a high-frequency yet dull noise that continuously pounded on her eardrums. Next came the intermittent, suppressed sobbing sounds.
These sounds came from all directions, mixed with heavy breathing, and the unstoppable chattering of teeth due to fear. These noises were enveloped in a low, buzzing sound, as if a giant machine was constantly operating in the distance, or as if the entire building was breathing.
Then, touch returned.
Cold, bone-chilling cold radiated from her wrists and ankles. Heavy, hard metal tightly locked these joints, their rough edges pressed against her skin, bringing a clear sense of pain. Even the slightest movement set off a collision of chains between the shackles, creating a light clang that was still clearly audible amidst the noise. Other parts of her body felt a sense of weightlessness, as if being dragged forward by some force.
Finally, smell returned.
A difficult to describe, complex and nauseating odor aggressively invaded her nasal cavity, almost becoming tangible. The strong smell of rust, as if she were in the core of an abandoned steel factory for 100 years. A sharp, cheap disinfectant smell tried to cover something, but instead mixed with other odors to create an even more uncomfortable chemical scent.
And a sweet, foul stench of something rotting.
Like long accumulated garbage, or like meat slowly deteriorating under high temperatures. With a faint hint of the rusty odor of blood left to sit too long. These smells blended together, forming a unique air that belonged only to despair and confinement, clinging to the atmosphere. Every breath felt like swallowing a dirty ice cube, freezing from the throat to the lungs, heavy and nauseating.
Mo Ling suddenly opened her eyes wide.
Her vision was blurry for a moment before quickly focusing. What came into view was a low, dark metal ceiling, covered in mottled stains and glistening droplets. The light was extremely dim, illuminated only by small lamps embedded far apart. The lampshades were terribly dirty, casting a sickly, dim glow. It barely dispelled a small patch of darkness but made the shadows beyond seem even deeper and more unfathomable. At this moment, she and others formed a loose line, chained together, walking down a corridor made of the same dark metal.
Chapter 74, Sinners Enter the Cage, Hell Begins.
She felt the uneven texture beneath her feet. The ground seemed to be made of rough metal plates stitched together. The seams were filled with dark, unrecognizable filth, and in some places, it was slick and slimy. She quickly scanned herself. To her surprise, she was wearing a rough, gray prison uniform, simple in style, without any markings. Heavy black metal shackles locked her wrists and ankles, looking painfully burdensome. She could faintly see simple escape-proof runes on the surface, which suppressed the flow of power within her body. She tried to summon a bit of her ability, but it felt as if her dantian had been frozen solid. Only an extremely faint energy responded, barely perceptible, unable to shake off the solid restraints. A sense of helplessness quietly spread within her. She glanced at the people beside her and in front of her. Including herself, there were a total of 11 people. There were men and women, of different ages and appearances, but most had similar expressions of turmoil on their faces. Intense fear made their pupils dilate and their faces pale. Uncontrollable anger tightened their lips and tensed their muscles. And profound confusion and helplessness filled their eyes, staring hollowly into the endless darkness ahead, as if they could not understand why they were here. They were being roughly shoved forward.
But the ones pushing them were not human.
They were humanoid creatures wearing tattered uniforms, caked in dark stains. Most were hunched over, moving stiffly, with joints bending backward, as if they were marionettes. Their faces were blurred, shrouded in a layer of constantly pulsing shadows, revealing only distorted outlines, making it impossible to discern specific features. They made no sounds, exchanged no words, only occasionally shoving slow-moving prisoners with their eerie, clawed hands covered in hardened or decaying skin. As they moved, aside from the clanking of the prisoners' shackles dragging on the ground, they would occasionally emit a low, rough sound from deep within their throats, akin to sandpaper scratching. It conveyed no emotion but sent chills down one's spine.
What is this place? A middle-aged man in a tattered suit, looking like an elite, finally broke down.
He stopped, trying to turn around to question.
Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go. The guard escorting him did not even acknowledge him.
He simply raised his claw and shoved him forward with a force far beyond a human's, making him stumble and nearly fall.
The chains clanked loudly. Bastard! Another tall, muscular, shaved-head man roared.
He looked like a fighter. Even though his strength was restrained, he instinctively charged towards the guard beside him.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound. The guard merely swayed slightly, while the big man rebounded from the impact, falling back. The arm twisted unnaturally, clearly having crashed into something far harder than steel. The jailer remained silent, striking the strong man's face with his clawed hand, the movement so fast it was almost invisible.
Put!
The strong man spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his eyes filled with rage replaced by fear, no longer daring to act recklessly.
Brother Yi.
A younger man, looking frail beside the strong man, nervously called out softly. The strong man called Brother Yi was Zhang Qi.
His face was now ashen, veins bulging on his forehead.
Once and again, he tried to summon the vast mental power inside him. That force capable of splitting mountains and cutting through seas was now like a dormant dead volcano, firmly trapped within this body. Only a minuscule, almost negligible amount of energy struggled to flow through his veins, failing to even conjure the protective force around him.
This extreme feeling of helplessness was a humiliation worse than physical harm for him, an SS-class powerhouse.
He could only let out an extremely suppressed, filled with unwillingness and rage, low roar from his throat. Like a wounded beast trapped in a cage. Fans and viewers in Mo Ling's livestream rushed in at the very moment the new copy opened, and various colored comments instantly rolled in densely.
Wow wow wow. A direct hit at the start. This start directly includes shackles plus forced march? Hell of a start. Sister Ling is awake. Her gaze kills me. Still so calm. The new copy's world name is Sin Prison. Just hearing the name, you know the difficulty of clearing it is high. Wait. 11 people? Is this a large group task this time? After glancing at the list, several faces are new, the proportion of rookies is too high. That guy in the ripped suit still dares to act cool? He clearly hasn't been beaten by society. The muscle-bound bald guy is so fierce. He charged right in. Charge? Didn't you see the jailer didn't even move? He broke his own hand. Key point, the shackles have runes. They suppress abilities. Sister Ling has tested it. SS Class Jiang Qi Yi, isn't he my brother Yi? Did he actually suffer a setback? Brother Yi is extremely frustrated, the top-tier military academy suffered a seal. A close-up of their pushing claws. It looks like maggots are crawling in the cracks. Ah. The newbie is about to cry, right? That frail little guy's legs are shaking. So far, only Mo Ling and Jiang Qiyi can remain calm, but Jiang is about to explode. Mo Ling, go. Use your intelligence to crush them. Inside the copy. Mo Ling calmly observed everything, quickly noting down everyone's reactions, the jailer's action patterns, and the details of the surroundings. She felt the pressure and discomfort too, but her long-term experience had accustomed her to turn fear into absolute calmness and analysis. The abilities are completely suppressed, the jailer's strange level is unknown, the environment is unknown. Imprisonment? Is this a prison or a lab copy? Her brain raced, desperately trying to find even a tiny bit of useful information. The atmosphere of despair did not dissipate due to the brief agitation earlier. Rather, it wrapped around every newbie like a thick, sticky spiderweb, more tightly than before. This dark, seemingly endless corridor, those cold shackles, those silent and terrifying jailers, and the ever-present foul smell and noise quietly declared one fact. The moment they entered the copy, they lost their freedom, becoming prisoners. The hellish beginning, and the difficulty of this copy could be imagined. The team moved forward silently and weighed down, accompanied only by the clanging of shackles dragging on the ground, the jailer's occasional throat sound, and the distant, continuous buzzing. Walking for an unknown amount of time, in this place, time seemed to blur as well. The darkness ahead appeared to grow even thicker. At this moment, the leading jailer let out a slightly sharper throat sound, and the team slowly came to a halt. Chapter 75, Player's Identity, Prisoner, Long Sentences, and Harsh Environments. In front, there was a huge metal wall, seamlessly integrated with the entire passage. The wall was covered with massive, rusted rivets, and there were no obvious doors or passages in sight. Just when everyone was puzzled. Creak, snap. A chilling sound of metal twisting suddenly echoed. That huge wall slowly and heavily opened a gap from the seam in the middle. No light seeped out from inside, only a stronger, icy wind mixed with stale blood and some medicinal smell rushed out. It whipped around, making everyone's clothes flap, and goosebumps instantly rose on their skin. Behind the door was an even deeper darkness that was impossible to penetrate. It was like a giant mouth, silently waiting to devour them. The escorting guards once again urged the prisoners equals players, signaling them to enter through that door. Despair reached its peak at this moment. No one knew what was behind that door. Was it a more brutal cage, an immediate execution, or unimaginable horror? A cold shove came from behind, utterly irresistible. Mo Ling took a deep breath of that cold, murky air, clenched her powerless fists, and stepped forward into the open door leading to an unknown abyss. Jiang Qia let out a low growl, his fierce gaze fixed on that darkness, but he could only be forced to follow. The others, some crying, some trembling, and some numb, were pushed one after another into that darkness. When the last prisoner entered. Boom! The massive metal door slammed shut behind them, completely sealing off the path they had taken and swallowing the last trace of faint light. Absolute darkness descended. But this complete darkness was not empty. It was a thick darkness, as if it had substance, weighing heavily on them, making it hard to breathe. Vision was entirely stripped away, yet the other senses were infinitely magnified under extreme pressure. Cold air, carrying a strong scent of stale blood and an unusual medicinal aroma, brushed against their skin, making them tremble uncontrollably. From all directions came faint sounds that were impossible to distinguish. In the distance, there seemed to be a dripping sound, regular enough to be bothersome. In a closer place, it was as though something heavy was being dragged, scraping against the rough ground. And there were extremely faint and intermittent breaths, more than one is scattered around, making it impossible to tell if they were comrades or something else. Ah! A short scream suddenly broke out, then abruptly ceased, as if someone had grabbed their throat, leaving only a hissing sound of escaping breath, filled with ultimate fear. It was the voice of that elite man. Who is it? Another woman's voice screamed with a cry, triggering a chaotic clatter of chains, ringing loudly. Shut up! Do you all want to die? Jiang Qia lowered his voice and shouted with rage, temporarily silencing the commotion. In a place like this, exposing one's location and emotions was undoubtedly foolish. Mo Ling held her breath, standing still, fully concentrating on sensing her surroundings.
She could feel several strange presences slowly moving among the newcomers.
Like sharks in dark currents, they were swimming silently.
Just now, that short scream very likely belonged to some poor soul who had been warned.
Time crawled slowly in the darkness, every second felt infinitely long. Suddenly. Click, hum.
The sound of a mechanism rotating echoed, followed by a deep, buzzing sound of energy flowing. A pale light flickered high above. Like the first stone thrown into a still pond, this light quickly spread and expanded, outlining a shocking silhouette.
This light was not emitted in the usual traditional way.
It is instead derived from the crystalline stones or rune arrays irregularly embedded in the massive dome above. They emit a cold, white light that lacks any warmth, barely dispelling the darkness in the core area but failing to illuminate all corners. This creates an extremely stark contrast of light and shadow in the entire space, where countless lurking monsters seem to hide at the boundary of light and dark. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, momentarily forgetting their fear, leaving only a soul-shaking shock and chill. At this moment, they found themselves in a gigantic, unfathomable central hall. This hall is shaped like a massive cylinder, and looking up, the dome towers high as if it has no end, melting into the thicker darkness above. Looking down, there is an unfathomable black abyss. Occasionally, a bizarre red glow or green light flashes by, accompanied by faint dragging chains and that bone-chilling sound of chewing, sending shivers down one's spine. The hall's walls are made of multiple layers of circular structures, stacked one on top of another, extending upward. Each layer is crammed with identical square cell doors. These doors are also made of dark metal, marked with numbers and peepholes. From a distance, it looks like a gigantic beehive or the lair of some surreal giant beast, cold, orderly, and suffocatingly oppressive. It is impossible to estimate how many things are imprisoned here. They are now standing on one of the circular platforms, which has only low, rusty railings at its edge, looking down to feel dizzy. The coldness in the air intensified, a chilling feeling that can seep into one's bones. And the sounds they barely heard before became clear and surged from all directions, layer upon layer, endlessly. Whimpering, crying, desperate screams, insane laughter, painful moans, and indistinct rambling voices. And there is some sharp, metallic noise, like metal scraping against rock. All these sounds merge together, forming a massive, chaotic, skin-crawling background noise, continuously pounding on the eardrums and tormenting the nerves. This is simply the symphony of despair, a mad cacophony. And on the bottom layer of the hall, in the relatively brighter area near the central zone, some figures were seen moving about. They were dressed in the same gray prison outfits as the others. But these people had completely hollow eyes, their facial expressions numb and stiff, moving sluggishly like rusted machines. Some were pushing carts filled with black block-like objects, while others were cleaning stains off the floor with tools. But those stains seemed like they could never be cleaned away. Others just stood blankly in place, like puppets that had lost their souls. They are the long-term residents here, apparently entirely worn down of all will by long sentences in harsh environments, becoming living corpses.
Chapter 76, Strive to Atone, Sinners. However, what made one feel even more anxious were not these numb prisoners.
Occasionally, one could see some repeat offenders being tightly guarded by more numerous and sharper prison guards. These prison guards wore slightly better uniforms, exuding an even more oppressive aura.
These repeat offenders appeared in various forms but all exuded an extremely dangerous aura.
One was a humanoid creature nearly 3 meters tall, with skin resembling granite, covered in cracks that glowed like flowing lava.
Its neck, wrists, and ankles were tightly bound with specially crafted shackles wrapped in purple arcs of electricity.
Each step it took made the platform tremble slightly, and in its remaining single eye burned a brutal flame. Another was a constantly writhing mass, a conglomerate composed of countless pale arms.
It was trapped in a transparent, cylindrical container filled with blue liquid.
Those arms frantically clawed at the walls of the container, making a chilling scratching sound. There was also a figure that looked like a human woman, but her hair was made up of live, hissing black snakes. Her lower body was wrapped in a massive, spiked iron implement like a torture device. When she moved, she could only drag herself with her arms, leaving long trails of blood on the ground, yet she let out a gleeful, cackling laugh. When these monstrous repeat offenders were escorted past, even the numb elderly criminals instinctively curled up, trying to keep their distance. The new players who had just entered the instance turned pale with fear.
Even Zhang Qi's pupil shrank slightly, clearly sensing a mortal threat.
In this place, these human prisoners seemed to occupy the very bottom of the food chain. Just as the newcomers were overwhelmed by the hellish scene and filled with fear and despair. A voice, without warning, rang out directly in the depths of each of their minds. That voice was cold, rigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like two pieces of raw iron grinding against each other. Each syllable carried absolute authority and an undeniable meaning.
Welcome to the prison of sin, sinners.
This voice directly targeted consciousness, bypassing language barriers. Everyone could clearly understand its meaning.
You are imprisoned here because of your sins.
This is the place to cleanse evil, as well as atone for your sins. The rules are as follows, remember them well, you will be punished for breaking them.
1. Labor reformation. All prisoners must complete the daily assigned work tasks. Task content is randomly distributed. Those who fail to complete their tasks will have their atonement points deducted. And those who resist will face physical punishment or energy punishment, depending on the circumstances. 2. Atonement points. This is the only measure of your value while you are here. Completing work, obeying management, and actively reforming can earn you atonement points. If you damage facilities, provoke guards, attack other prisoners without permission, failing to meet the standards will result in a deduction of atonement points. Atonement points can even be negative. 3. Release after serving time. When your atonement points accumulate to the standard value and are approved by the adjudication hall, you will be released and regain your freedom. 4. Consequences of breaking rules. The voice paused for an extremely brief moment, but this pause was more terrifying than any threatening words. Those whose atonement points drop to the negative limit will be erased. Severe violators of prison discipline will face permanent physical reformation, energy extraction, or imprisonment until their consciousness is completely extinguished. Those who dare to attempt escape will face collective punishment, with execution. The rules have been declared. Now, based on the depth of your sins, initial cells will be assigned. The guards will guide you. Work hard to atone, sinners. This is your only way out. The voice vanished abruptly, just as it had appeared. But the cold, absolute sense of death felt like the sharpest ice pick, deeply piercing each person's heart, making their very souls tremble. Labor, atonement points, release after serving time? It seemed like there might still be a glimmer of hope. But the punishment clauses. Erasure, reformation, extraction, and confinement to those places that sent chills down their spines, collective execution. Each of them radiated the strongest shadow of death. Especially the last clause, those who dare to attempt escape will face collective punishment, immediately choked off most of the potential for cooperation among everyone. The hope for freedom was like a flickering candle in the wind, while the threat of death loomed like a crushing mountain, overwhelmingly enveloping each person. They not only had to face the harsh environment, the terrifying guards, and the monstrous repeat offenders. They also had to constantly guard against annihilation from the rules. Among a group of guards, a guard dressed slightly differently, with dark red stripes on the uniform, stepped forward. In its hand, it held a slab that emitted a faint glow, seemingly listing names and numbers. Its blurry face swept over the terrified newcomers, and the syllables from its throat issued a command, signaling everyone to form groups with its claws. 2 guards stepped out from the line, roughly grabbing the previously resisting, now ashen-faced elite man. At the same time, another guard pointed to Mo Ling, Jiang Jie, and 3 others. Among them was a frail young man and another silent man. The cold shackles were pulled again, and Mo Ling's group of 5 were escorted by 2 guards, leaving the platform and heading towards one of the countless cells in the hive-like walls. With every step, they treaded on the cold, hard metal floor, the echoes of their footsteps resonating in the large hall filled with wails and madness, feeling as small as ants. Their prison life officially began. Ahead of them awaited a cell with an unknown number, and a first night destined to be filled with suffering and danger. Rubbing hands, dear readers. Finally, we have reached the part where I can whisper secrets with you. So far, 3 side stories have been unlocked, but there are still many strange worlds waiting to be dug into. For example, do you want to see a hospital morgue side story? A ghost bride swap horror tale? Or a Chinese folklore-inspired corpse bride adventure? Even an ancient court plus strange phenomena revival crossover? Suddenly excited. If there's a particular side story setting / monster setting / weird clearance method you really want to see, please be sure to drop it in the comments. Every single comment will be carefully read, and the side story Easter eggs and side characters might just be arranged based on your ideas. Sinisterly pulls out a lunchbox. So, the next side story will be decided by you. Omega. P.S. I'll secretly say, long comments unlock hidden side story settings. Whispers. Chapter 77, The Executioner makes its first appearance. The cold rules echoed in their minds, freezing and solidifying everyone's thoughts and blood with a breath of death. The players stood frozen in place, the last trace of color draining from their faces, leaving only pallor and unmasked fear deep in their pupils. And the tiny spark of hope they had just felt about redemption points and freedom was completely shattered. Only the most primal desire for survival remained, along with the fear of destruction. Jiang Jie clenched his teeth tightly, veins throbbing at his temples. Always praised as a genius, his inherent pride clashed violently with the absolute sense of helplessness he felt at this moment, nearly erupting. But the cold words eradicate echoed in his mind like the most solid shackles, forcing down his boiling anger, leaving only a humiliating, beast-like silence. Next to him, the frail young man named Xiaowu trembled in fear, almost unable to stand. Mo Ling lowered her eyelids, concealing all visible emotions, like a clam tightly shutting to protect its soft inner part. Yet her brain raced, meticulously imprinting the rules she had just heard, while vigilantly observing her surroundings.
Labor tasks are random, the specifics of acquiring and losing redemption points are unknown, and the review standards are vague. These rules superficially present an escape route, but in reality, they are riddled with traps, with all interpretation rights in the hands of the other party. Moreover, there's a collective responsibility system. A chill ran through her heart. These rules had practically stifled the possibility of large-scale cooperative resistance from the very beginning. They turned everyone into an isolated island. Just at this moment, enveloped by deathly silence and immense fear. The huge, chaotic, and mind-numbing background noise in the central hall suddenly changed. The ubiquitous wails, screams, mad laughter, and groans seemed as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly choked off the source. The sounds instantly dropped by at least 70%. They didn't completely disappear, but turned into a more oppressive, subtle whisper hiding in the corners, afraid to be released. It was like countless small beasts, fearfully gasping in the depths of a cave. Those old residents, who walked like zombies in the lower levels, suddenly froze in their silent labor. Then, almost instinctively, they shrank their necks, curling their bodies as much as possible, trying to reduce their presence. Even the tools in their hands for cleaning stains fell, yet they didn't dare to pick them up, as if they had turned into real stone sculptures. In their hollow eyes, a rare shiver, emerging from the depths of their souls, flitted by. Even more alarming was that several recidivists, bound by special devices and exuding extreme danger, also showed clear reactions. The giant, as solid as granite, had the savage flame in its single eye suddenly contract, and the molten lava flowing seemed to slow down. Its massive body, bound by chains, slightly bowed, adopting a posture that was almost defensive but also seemed to submit. The transparent container, made up of pale white arms, frozen midair, all clawing motions abruptly stopping, stiffly suspended in the blue liquid, unmoving. And that woman, whose lower half was wrapped in iron devices and had laughed playfully moments earlier, abruptly fell silent. The snakes on her head also quieted down, pressing closely against her scalp. She supported her body with her arms, curling up as much as possible. Even her breathing became lighter. Even the guards escorting the new prisoners, along with those scattered throughout, had their already stiff movements becoming even more rigid. Their hunchbacked bodies bent lower, and the strange, low, indistinct sounds from their throats disappeared completely. What replaced it was a kind of horrifying silence. Their blurry faces all turned toward the same direction. An entrance on the upper circular walkway, presenting a bizarre, humble posture of reverence. This invisible sense of oppression was more chilling than any physical cold. Like a tide constantly rising, silently spreading, filling the entire vast space, pressing down so hard that it made breathing difficult. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed down from above. Clear, steady, neither hurried nor slow. The sound struck the metal floor of the walkway, creating a rhythmic, chilling resonance. The sound wasn't loud, yet it oddly pierced through all remaining noise in the space, accurately reaching everyone's ears. It even directly thudded against their hearts, like a countdown to death approaching. All players, including Jiang Qi, found themselves instinctively drawn to these footsteps, struggling to lift their heads, looking toward the sound source. Mo Ling also raised her head, her cold gaze directed upward. There, on a circular walkway at least 3 or 4 levels above, a figure was slowly walking down the spiral staircase connecting the walkway and platform. She wore an impeccably tailored, ancient-looking black and gray uniform. The material appeared thick and special, as if it could ward off filth and prying eyes. The epaulets were dark red, adorned with a complex design of thorns wrapped around a sharp sword. The cuffs had the same dark red piping and simple runic engravings, symbolizing an undeniable authority. The uniform was immaculate, with no creases or stains, forming a striking contrast with the prison's filth and chaos. She held a thick book in her hand, its cover seemingly made from a dark-colored leather, perhaps that of some creature. The corners of the book were slightly worn, adding a weighty sense to it. The booklet was fastened with a belt of the same color, appearing mysterious and dangerous. Her face was pale to the point of being transparent, lacking color, yet distinct in contour, cold as an ice sculpture. Her long black hair was meticulously arranged in a tight bun at the back of her head. Her gaze was calm and still, like 2 deep, bottomless ancient wells. As she slowly walked down, casually glancing at the new batch of prisoners on the platform below, there was no scrutiny, curiosity, disdain, or cruelty in her eyes. None. No emotions at all. It was as if she were looking at a pile of stones, a cloud of dust, some completely lifeless objects that required no emotional investment. That absolute indifference was more chilling than any fierce expression or threatening words. The executioner. This concept needs no introduction, it is directly etched in everyone's subconscious. She was the embodiment of the rules, the harbinger of death. Moreover, she was the absolute ruler at the top of the food chain in this terrifying prison, speaking with unyielding authority. Her appearance alone was like a piece of cold ice thrown into boiling water, instantly freezing everything. Her presence was absurdly strong, enough to silence the entire, hellish chaos of the place in an instant. Chapter 78, Labor Reform Task Released. The executioner did not speak, nor did she show any extra movements.
She just stood there quietly, her gaze blandly looking below. Seeing this, the guards immediately became more active, driving and pushing the newcomers to carry out cell assignments according to the glowing slate in their hands. But the oppressive sense exuding from her presence, which seemed to freeze souls, was 100 times more effective than any verbal threat. The players did not even dare to breathe, almost feeling cold and numb as they let the guards pull them around. They feared that even the slightest movement or sound would draw her indifferent gaze. At this moment, Feng Yue was secretly muttering to herself. Tisk, more newcomers again? So troublesome. This batch looks even more disheveled and low quality than the last. That big guy seems a bit capable, but that's about it. Repeating the rules over and over is making me sick. Hurry up with the cell assignments, I just want to crawl back and hide. This wretched place is so cold I can't stand it. These uniforms aren't warm at all. When will this damn job end? I've been here for 2 whole days, and all I've done is recite rules and watch cell assignments. Ha! Is that woman in the corner looking at me for quite a while? Just an illusion, better look away, I don't want to attract any troublesome attention. That last one, Star Eyes, was already enough. The executioner's gaze, as calm as dead water, seemed to have swept a glance in Meng Ling's direction. But there was no lingering, as if merely brushing over a patch of air. Then, her gaze returned to the thick leather booklet, gently tapping a place on it with her pale, slender finger. It was as if she were verifying something, or perhaps making a record. However, that fleeting glance, which could completely be an illusion, sent a chill racing from Meng Ling's spine to the top of her head. She immediately lowered her head, hiding all her emotions and putting on a fearful and anxious expression like the other prisoners, her heart racing wildly. She's paying attention to me? No. More like an inadvertent glance, but I can't take any risks. Under the invisible gaze of the executioner, the process of cell assignments became extraordinarily efficient and silent. The guards' movements grew more aggressive yet remained completely silent. Prisoners were so frightened that they didn't dare make a sound, even crying turned into silent tears. Soon, Meng Ling, Zhang Qie, Xiao Wu, and 2 other prisoners, a taciturn middle-aged man and a scarred, fierce-looking woman, were pushed by 2 guards. They left the platform of the central hall. They walked down a darker, branching corridor. Only after walking a long way, feeling almost undetectable was that palpable cold gaze, did they dare to breathe lightly. They only realized then that their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. That figure, the one called the executioner, had left a deep mark in their hearts just by appearing. It was a mark of absolute awe and fear. What they didn't know was that this executioner, who brought endless pressure, had only one thought in her heart, to quickly finish this instance. Meanwhile, Mo Ling's live broadcast room had already boiled over. Look at the reactions of those repeat offenders. This executioner is definitely the boss of the instance. From the reactions of the guards, we can see that she is the absolute ruler of this prison. As soon as she appeared, they were like rats seeing a cat. That book she holds might be recording all the prisoners' information and judgments. With just a gentle tap, maybe the hosts would know the truth. This book is the register of life and death. Ling Jie and the others have been assigned to their cells. We don't know if the place is safe. The atmosphere of this prison was instantly changed by her. It was once as noisy as hell, now it is quiet like a grave. Am I the only one who feels that the executioner looks very familiar? Doesn't anyone think she looks like the goddess of misfortune? Upstairs, +1. Not to lie, she really does look similar. Other than the outfit, she looks just like her. Not just like the goddess of misfortune, but doesn't she also look like the ticket seller boss from the ghost train instance? The cell numbered B17, rather than a room, was more like a small cage made of metal. The 4 walls were cold, hard dark metal, covered with old scratches and dark stains of indiscernible origin. The only piece of furniture was a metal bed fixed to the ground, with no padding whatsoever, feeling bone-chillingly cold to the touch. In the corner, there was a recessed drainage outlet, emitting an indescribably sour stench. The door had a small food slot and a peephole that could be operated from the outside, constantly reminding them that they were being watched. That night, no one could sleep. From the next cell came the occasional sound of sobbing, in the distance were faint screams and frantic mumblings. In addition, the chilling touch of their shackles continued to torment everyone's nerves. The air was forever filled with the nauseating smell of rust, disinfectant, and decaying matter, unbearable at every breath. Zhang Qi spent the entire night trying to break the seal on his power, but each attempt was futile, only heavy breathing echoed in the cramped space. Xiao Wu curled up in the corner, trembling. The scarred woman remained highly alert, like a trapped mother leopard. The silent middle-aged man leaned against the wall, immobile, as if turned to stone. Mo Ling sat against the wall, seemingly resting her eyes, but her brain never stopped working. She repeatedly sketched in her mind all the details she saw after entering the prison. The layout here, the appearance of the guards, those repeat offenders, the rules, especially that chilling executioner. Mo Ling analyzed in her heart, the rules are the only way to survive, but also the greatest trap. Will the labor task be a breakthrough? The next day, there was no warning.
When the dim light overhead seeped through the peephole on the door, indicating daytime had arrived.
The cell door was suddenly yanked open with a deafening metallic screech.
2 guards stood silently outside the door. They weren't holding the stone slab from yesterday. Instead, they now held several rough numbers that looked like they were made of bone or metal. They roughly dragged Mo Ling and the other 5 out of the cell. They were handed the identification tags. On the tags, different symbols and numbers were engraved. At the same time, a cold voice rang out in every newcomer's mind again.
Labor reform tasks have been issued. Chapter 79, Souls Under Rules. No explanations, no demonstrations, only absolute orders. Task content and corresponding numbers have been distributed. Deadline, until this area's light cycle ends. Standard, must meet requirements. Those who fail to complete or meet the standards will lose redemption points. Resistance or laziness will be punished according to circumstances. Start execution. No explanations, no demonstrations, only absolute orders.
Mo Ling glanced at her tag, the symbol on it resembling a dripping droplet and a twisted brush pattern. She immediately looked at the others.
Jiang Qiye's tag displayed a heavy box and an arrow.
Little Wu's symbol was similar to Mo Ling's, but with more droplets. The scar-faced woman's tag had several stacked boxes and a wiping symbol.
The silent man's tag showed a warning triangle symbol and a broom.
Then, the guards began to drive them forward, along the complicated corridor, assigning people with different numbers to different areas.
Mo Ling and Little Wu were escorted down another branching corridor.
Here, the light was dimmer, the air humid and cold, and the walls were covered with a slick, dark slime. More unsettling were the seams in the walls, slowly dripping a dark red, thick liquid that emitted a strong smell of blood. A guard first pointed to those bleeding spots on the wall, then pointed to a worn-out wooden bucket on the ground, along with several rough, moldy rags, making a muffled sound from his throat. The task was clear: clean up this continually oozing blood. Little Wu's face instantly turned pale, staring at the blood that seemed to move like it was alive, his stomach churning.
Mo Ling said nothing, silently lifting the wooden bucket.
Inside was half a bucket of murky water that emitted a pungent smell. She guessed it was the so-called cleaning liquid.
Mo Ling picked up a rag and walked to a blood-seeping wall.
The blood was thick and stubborn, the rag could only remove the surface layer, the deeper blood quickly oozing out again. It was as if the wall itself was a gigantic, continually bleeding wound. The smell of blood surged into her brain, leaving a lingering emotion of despair and pain, making her feel dizzy. The cold dirty water quickly turned a bloody red and was blinding. Little Wu fought against his fear and began to wipe as well. But his hands trembled severely, and his work efficiency was extremely low. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyi and the scar-faced woman were taken to a storage room filled with boxes. These boxes varied in size and were made of a dull wood or bone-like material, covered in twisted patterns. Each box was gently shaking, and continuous whispers and curses came from inside. The sound was malicious and eerie, drilling into their ears, trying to disturb their minds. Their task was to move these boxes to an area marked with runes 100 meters away. Jiang Qiyi snorted, and even though his strength was suppressed, his physical condition still far exceeded the norm, easily lifting the largest box. The whispers from that box suddenly grew louder, as if countless needles were stabbing into his mind, but he did not frown and steadily continued forward. The scar-faced woman spat and also picked up a box, her eyes fierce, as if she considered the whispers a provocation. The silent middle-aged man was brought to the edge of the hall, to a place displaying various rusted torture tools. His task was to wipe off dew-like droplets that had condensed on certain torture devices using a special soft cloth. Those dewdrops emitted an astonishing chill. Seemed to have weight, requiring extra caution while wiping. And those torture devices' shapes were enough to give any sane person nightmares. Labor began. Everyone was on edge, battling the eerie items while also resisting the constant mental pollution and fear pressure in the environment. Time passed slowly. The sound of suppressed breathing and the dull noise of moving items became the main melody here. Suddenly, a short and terrified scream came from the torture device cleaning area. It was the timid female player. What she was wiping was a terrifying torture device, resembling iron and covered in spikes. On those spikes, cold dew continuously condensed. In extreme fear and cold, her hand had stiffened from long trembling, and she accidentally cut her finger on a sharp spike. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the dark surface of the torture device. In an instant, a change occurred. The previously silent torture device seemed to come to life in an instant. The twisted runes on its surface suddenly glowed with a gloomy light, and the metal of the torture device twisted as if it had a spirit. The spikes suddenly expanded, wrapping around her like tentacles. Before the woman could scream again, she was abruptly wrapped up by the suddenly alive torture device and swallowed whole. All that could be heard from within the closed device were spine-chilling sounds of bones breaking and the muffled noise of flesh being squeezed. The next second, the torture device returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. On the ground, only a small puddle of dark red stain remained, which quickly absorbed into the metal floor and vanished. The rich smell of blood in the air also quickly dissipated. Nearby, several new players were frozen, their faces as white as paper, their hands and feet cold. Death had come so suddenly, so strangely, so irrationally. Just a drop of blood, a trivial mistake. The guard showed no reaction, as if it were a common occurrence. Before the crowd could recover from this sudden death. Thud. A heavy muffled sound came from the moving area. It was the male player. The box he was carrying seemed particularly heavy, and the whispers inside were unusually strong, making his steps difficult and his mind hazy. He was a few minutes late in getting the box to the designated spot. At the moment he set the box down, he even showed a look of relief. However, just as the box hit the ground, the air beside him distorted, and a guard suddenly appeared without warning. Its blurred face seemed to be facing the short male player. The short male player's expression instantly froze, turning into extreme fear. No. I finished. I just moved it. I was just a bit slow. The guard did not respond, and a claw covered in horn-like and rotten skin suddenly shot out, grabbing the player's neck as swiftly as lightning, like picking up a little chick. Work avoidance. A cold, lifeless word squeezed out from the guard's throat. Immediately, the stained metal wall beside him suddenly sank inward silently, opening a narrow, bottomless black hole just big enough for one person to pass through. The hole emitted a strong stench of decay and a sense of despair. Don't! Spare me! I won't dare again. The short male player's scream was starkly chilling. The guard unhesitatingly shoved him into that black hole. His screams abruptly stopped. The black hole closed instantly, and the wall returned to its original state, as if it had never opened. Only the slightly trembling box and a dead silence remained. In just a few minutes, 2 living lives,